Hashtag C1422 Eternal Road. Outside the city of the sky, a large number of powerful people have gathered, and as time goes by, the original gods will also gather. At this time, Xuanhuan had come to the center of the Sky City, in front of a majestic and huge heavenly palace. Although it is a primitive artifact, the City of the Sky is also a huge universe, just like the Tower of Myriad Worlds. Looking at a tower, the inside is like a world of myriad worlds. The Lord of the Sky controls the power of the sky, and his power is vast and vast. Lord Heavenly Palace. Qing Xian looked at Lord Heavenly Palace in awe. Let's go directly to Sky City. Xuanhuan walked into the main Heavenly Palace. Rolling clouds and mist surround the majestic Heavenly Palace. Xuanhuan walked in very simply, without any hindrance. Lord of the Sky, show your will. I know that your destiny consciousness has not completely collapsed, and you still have power left for sacrifice. Xuanhuan made a loud voice in the Sky City. When the Emperor of the World. Sure enough, a voice responded to Xuanhuan, and a person appeared in the tumbling clouds. This is a middle-aged man. His aura is as vast and endless as the sky, but without Xuanhuan's fierce persecution, he appears very peaceful. He is the Lord of the Sky, an extremely great existence. The Lord of the Sky has fallen, and his state at this time is similar to that of Huazu and Judgment God. It is his consciousness of destiny remaining in the multiverse, summoned by the energy accumulated in the City of the Sky. The Lord of the Sky, an ancient existence. Huazu made himself appear. It is also a fallen existence, the innate God Fire, the Fire Ancestor. The Lord of the Sky has existed for too long, and there are only a few primitive gods in the entire multiverse, so they naturally understand it. You have also fallen, only the sense of destiny has not dissipated. Although I didn't know the Emperor back then, I knew you. Huazu sighed. Both of them are destiny consciousness, and the conversation at this time is extremely weird. It's a pity that you haven't experienced the battle of the ancient times. The Lord of the Sky laughed. His destiny consciousness has not been sacrificed for a long time, and it was also because of Xuanhuan's intrusion that he passively aroused his power. He looked at Xuanhuan, and said, when the Emperor of the World, the Supreme Humane, you are different from the ancient Emperor, you are more domineering, and you are more mysterious. I have a mystery in you that I can't see through or guess. The human sovereign is just a symbol. I know that the very ancient human sovereign was benevolent, but I am not as benevolent as him. Xuanhuan said calmly, when I came in, I felt that a large number of strong people were outside the City of the Sky. This should be some kind of backhand left by you, deliberately inspired, and spread the news. It's exactly what I left behind. The Lord of the Sky said, I have fallen in the battle of the year, they did not completely destroy my sense of destiny, I left the City of the Sky, but I also know that once the years are long, the City of the Sky may be found once it is found, it is set that once it is found, the coordinate position will be quickly transmitted, and I never thought that I would be the Emperor of the World. He wasn't sure who would find his Sky City, so he could only do this kind of backhand. You have accumulated majestic energy in the Sky City, and at the cost of destroying the Sky City, it explodes, and even the original gods can be killed. Xuanhuan has already seen through. Yes, exactly. The Master of the Sky said, I can't tolerate the City of the Sky being obtained by others, and they are not entitled to my City of the Sky. But you are different, you are the Emperor of the World. There was no danger for Xuanhuan to come in, and it was also because he was the supreme being of humanity, and the Lord of the Sky, who was on the side of the human emperor, would not be an enemy of Xuanhuan. Battle. Human Emperor is a title. I don't know how the human emperor sword got into your hands. The Lord of the Sky was also puzzled. You don't need to think about it. Xuanhuan's human emperor sword was obtained by the system after he came to this world. Right. The Lord of the Sky is smiling, the Emperor said that anyone can be the Emperor. humanity is eternal. Although he dies, the humane is brilliant and immortal. Human civilization will continue to bloom in each era. Light, there will be a new emperor to lead, he will be destroyed, but the power of humanity will continue to exist. The ancient emperor is a very charismatic person. His kindness, his sageness, made the Lord of the Sky willing to be his right-hand man and sacrifice his life. Now it seems that the emperor of the world has appeared. He laughed. Lord of the Sky, what is the human sovereign fighting for? Xuanhuan asked. For the immortality of humanity, and even the immortality of the entire multiverse, he wants to break the curse of the ages, and he wants to break through an eternal road that is almost impossible to cross, and the hope is extremely slim. The eternal path. It was the first time Xuanhuan had heard of it. He suddenly thought of Tong Tianshan. At that time, he saw countless strong people trying to do something, but they all failed and fell. Could it be that this is the so-called road of eternity? Yes, the road to eternity, but it's too difficult. There are many people who have ventured into the road to eternity, but almost none of them succeed. Many destroyed civilizations and eras that have disappeared have all been ruined. The Lord of the Sky sighed. Human sovereign wants to break into the eternal road, and he supports him unconditionally. He's lived too long too. The powerhouses of the entire multiverse besieged the human sovereign and triggered the Great Ancient War. Is it because the human sovereign wants to enter the eternal road? Xuanhuan is approaching a shocking secret. As the emperor of the world, the eternal road is just the name we give it. In fact, it is not really a road. In our opinion, it is the road leading to eternity, and it is called the eternal road. The Lord of the Sky has not appeared for too long. He said to Xuanhuan, if you fail to go to eternity, the price you will pay is too great. It is not only the matter of the emperor alone. If he fails, the powerhouses of the entire multiverse will be buried for him, including the gods, heaven and hell. God, all the 33 days, even the strong ones hidden in the different time and space, will all die. There is such a thing. Huazu was also terrified. If the road to eternity fails, let the multiverse be buried with the emperor. This price is simply too great. Many ancient eras were probably destroyed for this reason. If you don't have enough strength, you won't be able to touch the eternal road. I also know the secret of the eternal road, because of the human sovereign. The Lord of the Sky said, the human sovereign puts people first and develops a humane civilization. The powerhouses in the multiverse think that the emperor will not succeed, and think that the emperor will ruin them if he does so, while the emperor believes that he must break through the eternal road and fight for a chance of eternal detachment. The differences in ideas and beliefs broke out. The Great Ancient War. Xuanhuan also understood the reason for the Great Ancient War. It has nothing to do with right or wrong. The emperor was defeated, the multiverse buried him, and his hope of success was too slim, and many strong people didn't think he would succeed. The human emperor is right, the party who attacked the human emperor is also right, and everyone is right. What is wrong is that their beliefs are different, and the paths they choose are different. Xuanhuan sighed. #C1423 Humanity is immortal. The winner is the loser, and if you lose, you lose. It's meaningless to say what's right or wrong. The Lord of the Sky looked very indifferent, and said, and no one can kill the emperor, even if it is the founder of the god realm, the god of the underworld cannot. Leaving his last vestiges. I'm afraid the human sovereign also knows that even if he continues to fight, he will not be eternal. He has left behind the last strength of humanity, waiting for someone to break through the road of eternity. Huazu guessed. Everyone's path is different. I once went to an ancient fairyland. The fairy master followed the heaven and the earth, let the civilization of the fairy self-extinguish, and welcome the next era. The emperor's choice is a challenge. Xuanhuan understood more. Although the emperor's body is gone, his humanity is immortal. This is his immortal humanity. And Xuanhuan also knows himself. Not only does he want to control the power of the supreme human being, but he also needs to control more power of the Tao to create his supernatural power. That's right. The Lord of the Sky said. Even the founders of the God realm, I'm afraid it's for the eternal road. They also hope that the human emperor will join their camp, but the purpose is the same, but different choices make them different from each other, so they can only go to war and destroy. Xuanhuan continued. Yeah, it's not that the human sovereign is not strong, but that there are too many strong people in the multiverse who don't support him. The human sovereign also knows that if he wants to really break through the eternal road, he needs the help of the entire multiverse. This point. The Lord of the Sky sighed softly. Although the human sovereign has been imprisoned, a large number of strong men have perished in the human world, and because of the human sovereign's self-death, there should be some strong men who have not all perished. Xuanhuan said again. There are still strong people who are not dead. I died in battle, but my friend, the Lord of the Earth, is not dead yet. He hides in the multiverse with the last strong man in the human world. I can sense his position. The Lord of the Sky said, therefore, I will not let others get the city of the sky, and reversely calculate the position of the Lord of the Earth. Qingshandao, the Lord of the Earth is also an extremely great existence. The Lord of the Earth also believes in the Emperor, but now he cannot be contacted to expose his location. Lord of the Sky supplement. I know all about it. Xuanhuan understands that even if he finds the Lord of the Earth now, his realm has not yet broken through to the original gods, and everything has not come yet. And if the Lord of the Earth dared to appear, he would be besieged by many strong men. Lord of the Sky, your choice. When the Emperor of the world, you can take away the city of the sky. The Lord of the Sky can lead the city of the sky to Xuanhuan. There are a lot of strong people from the outside world, but I know that with your strength, you can easily disappear in front of them. Xuanhuan said. I've thought about that too. The imprint of destiny of the Sky Lord suddenly dissipated. And at this time, outside the city of sky. Conqiong, how is the situation? An old man suddenly appeared here, with visions of mountains, rivers, sun, and moon evolving around him. He was a great primitive god, the Lord of mountains and rivers from the mountains, seas, and sky. Lord of mountains and rivers. The Lord of the Sky said respectfully, since the vision was launched from the city of the sky, there has been no other movement, and I am also worried about danger, so I dare not make any rash moves. You've done a good job. The Lord of the Sky is the top primordial god. Although he has fallen, the backhand he left behind is not something that the gods of heaven can compete with. Even I have to be careful. The Lord of Mountains and Rivers said, I am the closest to your location, and I came here first, and God already knows that for the city of the sky, Xuanhuan will do everything in its power. The city in the sky is too important to them. Conqiong, if you capture the city of the sky, it will be under your control. God knows that you are only half a step away from the original gods. With the city of the sky, you will make up for this half step and add more to my mountains, seas, and sky. A primitive god. Every primordial deity strategically forces. It's so important. Yuanma, you're here too, don't hide. The Lord of Mountains and Rivers suddenly looked towards the void while speaking. Ha 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 ha, aren't you here too? A middle-aged man with a majestic face and upright, imposing manner. He does not have the slightest demonic energy in him, but he is the master of primordial demons in one motion, and he controls world-shocking power. Bloody, your news is good. The primordial demon master said, Xuanhuan, it's not that easy to get the Sky City. I know, but my mountains, seas, and sky are bound to win, and I will go all out. The Lord of Mountains and Rivers said. It's not that easy, what a treasure the Sky City is, how can you let you get it at will? With a sharp sound, countless golden lights suddenly pierced in the sky, as sharp as a sword, and a huge golden-winged rock unexpectedly appeared, which was also a primitive god. He is Huanyao Tian, the strongest of the golden-winged rock clan. Even if Huanyao Tian experienced Long Zhu's betrayal that day, their strength still firmly occupies the top 5. And the strongest of Huanyao Tian, the ancestor of Huanyao, is also in existence standing on the same level as the human emperor. It's too early to say who owns the city of the sky. The primordial demon lord said indifferently, with a powerful existence like the Lord of the Sky, will we get it safely? I suspect that this is a trap. When we break into it, the entire Sky City will explode. His words made the pupils of all the strong present shrink suddenly. This seat has long expected. The Lord of Mountains and Rivers said, no matter how strong it has already fallen, and the remaining behind will have a way to restrain it. The Lord of Mountains and Rivers also knows that their only hope of getting the Sky City is to catch Wan Motion and Wan Yaoshen's disunity. Boom 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 boom. The sound of footsteps suddenly sounded, knocking on everyone's heart, and a shadow appeared indistinctly in the dazzling light, as if an ancient legend had come. Since none of you are willing to act first, I will go in first. This is a man shrouded in legendary light, like a god like the sky. Heaven of the gods, the legendary god master. The strong man present shouted in shock. The legendary god lord is a true legend. He has been shrouded in the glory of legend all his life. He is the existence of the gods at the beginning of the creation of the heavens. He has met the founder of the gods and received the teachings of the founders of the gods. He's very, very powerful. The few primitive gods present would not be opponents of the legendary god lord if they fought alone. If you want to go in first, no one can stop you. The primordial demon master said. He knew that Shan Heshan and Golden Winged Dapeng, who wanted the city of the sky the most, came here by themselves to join in the fun. How to get the city of the sky? The legendary god lord obviously has no interest in waiting here. His power is like an ancient legend, and it turns into a divine light and penetrates it. Let the legendary divine lord test the successor left by the sky lord first. The Lord of Mountains and Rivers secretly said. But suddenly at this moment, an unexpected change appeared. Just when the power of the legendary god lord broke in, the Sky City disappeared out of thin air, and no trace of it could be found anymore. #C1424 disappeared. Sky City suddenly disappeared, which made the strong present unable to react. Disappeared? The legendary god lord's spiritual thoughts swept across, but found no trace, as if he was no longer in this time and space. He said in confusion, "What's the matter? It disappeared from under the nose, the world is ethereal, what's the master of the sky left behind?" And the Lord of Mountains and Rivers and their spiritual thoughts have also peeked into the depths of time and space, and they can't find it even after searching. It seems that we won't be able to get the city of the sky. The primordial demon master regretfully said, "We have all been tricked by the Lord of the Sky, so it was a waste of time." Humph. The cold and arrogant golden-winged rock ignored them. He rolled up a storm like a golden awn, and went deep into the interior of time and space to search. If the Sky City was so easy to obtain, it would have been obtained long ago. The primordial demon lord saw very clearly that there might have been some changes in the Sky City. Since he couldn't find it, he wouldn't waste his time here. He shook his body and left. And at this time, Chu Yuan has left the ancient battlefield. The Lord of the Sky has left a powerful means to disappear without a trace in front of the primitive gods. It seems that he is also worried that if he is really found by the Emperor of the world, it will cause big trouble. Chu Yuan smiled slightly. Return to the gods. He moved quickly, and the divine body was traveling inside the time and space, as if he had turned into particles in the torrent of time and space. Heavenly gods and spirits travel through the universe, which is to open up cosmic passages in the multiverse. The original gods are different. They have already understood the multivariate characteristics and changed the shape of matter, just like creation. Their shuttle is part of the multiverse, like particles. Move like that. Huazu said. If I reach the original gods, I can travel faster with the power to control the multiverse. Xuanhuan said slowly. After a while, the gods returned. He also knew that the disappearance of Sky City caused a great shock in the ancient battlefield, but it had nothing to do with him. City in the sky, show it. Xuanhuan placed the City of the Sky inside the Shen dynasty to suppress the background. Shenwu Shenqiao, be the emperor of the world. The Sky Lord's consciousness of destiny revived in a moment, and he said suddenly, to open up an empire, he was fierce and domineering, and he also had many mysterious means. It is indeed different from the ancient emperor. He did not open up an empire, but everyone is also different. Contemporary human sovereign, this is your divine dynasty. I noticed that tower is even more powerful than my Sky City. That's called the 10,000 Realms Tower. Xuanhuan said slowly, I am the emperor of the Shenwu dynasty. You can call me Shenwu. Okay, Shenwu. When the Lord of the Sky sensed it again, he discovered an extraordinary power. He was shocked and said, the cycle of life and death, the consciousness of the dead creatures did not dissipate in the place immediately, and they went to a place similar to the underworld of the undead. That is the tomb of the ghosts I built. Xuanhuan waved his hand to let the Lord of the Sky see the Yinling's tomb. The tomb of the Yin spirit. The existence of the Lord of the Sky, he immediately saw through the magic of the tomb of the ghosts. There are tombs of the gods in the heaven of the gods, and there is also the underworld in the heaven of the human world. This is the law of life and death, and the cycle of life and death. You are already in advance, create such a heaven-defying thing. No? This tomb of the Yin spirit is just a prototype, just a cornerstone. The Lord of the Sky saw more. That's right, the tomb of the Yin spirits is indeed just a prototype. My purpose is to create the realm of life and death, just like the heaven of the gods. The real tomb of the gods will use the tomb of the Yin spirits as the foundation to evolve into the ultimate realm of life and death. Xuanhuan said. In the name of life and death, once it succeeds, it will be earth-shattering, but I also foresee the catastrophe that this thing will encounter after it is truly successful. Shenwu, you are on the right path. The Lord of the Sky agreed. Lord of the Sky, once the world of life and death starts to be built, your consciousness of destiny will be able to manifest inside at all times, and after you really succeed, I will be able to resurrect you from the multiverse by manipulating the laws of life and death. The Sky Lord's sense of destiny has not completely dissipated. It can be resurrected. In the tomb of the gods, the judgment god Lord will also be resurrected. Huazu said aside. His resurrection is not as troublesome as the Lord of the Sky, just kill Vulcan, and the main reason is that his strength is not as strong as the Lord of the Sky. Judge the God Lord. How could the Master of the Sky be unfamiliar with him? The judgment and ruling order, the three great gods are very powerful together, even if it is me, the three of them can only temporarily avoid the edge. Although he said it easily, he revealed his strength. The implication is that if you want to repel him, you need the three of judgment, and order to join forces, and it is just to repel him, not to defeat him. You may be resurrected. Xuanhuan said. I naturally want to be resurrected. If I can live in the world, who would be willing to die? The Lord of the Sky looked at Xuanhuan solemnly. Shenwu, I have a premonition that you will go the way of the Emperor, but you are different, you are more domineering than him, and there is cruelty in your kindness. Your domineering, your cruelty, are more than your kindness. Benevolence and domineering are both needed. Xuanhuan said indifferently, I have my own way. I store a powerful force in the Sky City. If it is activated, it can severely damage the original gods. If it is at the cost of destroying the Sky City, I can kill a primitive god. The sense of destiny will completely dissipate and can no longer be revived. Of course, God who controls the day cannot be killed. The acquisition of the Sky City left Xuanhuan with a trump card to severely injure and even kill the original gods. And there is the City of the Sky. This artifact works and cooperates with the 10,000 Realms Tower. It will be able to devour the original energy at an even more terrifying speed and transform the environment of the entire empire. I'm tired. The Lord of the Sky dissipated. If you want to resurrect the Lord of the Sky, you will pay a greater price than me. Huazu said. I will let him appear in the realm of life and death, and the tomb of Yinling can't bear his power. When the realm of life and death really succeeds, there will be a force against the sky. Xuanhuan said lightly. However, unless it is absolutely necessary, the City of Sky cannot let others know that it is in the empire of the God Emperor. Huazu reminded. The City of the Sky disappeared, and many people didn't know where it went. If it was exposed, wouldn't everyone know that it was Xuanhu? It would bring even more trouble. Everything is under my control. At this moment, Xuanhuan sat down directly. He slammed his hands, and the black and white airflows rotated together, and a huge black hole opened. His domineering providence penetrated into the depths of the multiverse, and suddenly the vast ocean-like raw energy gathered. These energies poured into the tomb of the Yin Spirit. Xuanhuan wanted to make the tomb of the Yin Spirit truly successful. With his current strength, he can completely deal with the catastrophe of the world, and turn it into a huge opportunity, so that he can get boundless fortune. #C1425 The Army of the Goddess. And it was when Xuanhuan offered sacrifices to the tomb of Yinling. In the evil heaven, in an ancient temple, gods representing status emerged, and powerful beings sat on them. This is a meeting that only the gods of heaven can attend. Today, Duershan held the highest meeting, and everyone above the heavenly Tao must come to attend. Everyone, you have also seen that Xuanhu's national fortune has strengthened compared to before, and it is raging like a fire. They seem to have obtained some treasure, and it has increased sharply, to the point that even we can't ignore it. Wu Shang's eyes swept across the heavenly gods. Tiao, there are many treasures, revealing a kind of weirdness. A god of heaven said, in addition to the divine tower that suppresses the world, there must be other treasures to suppress it. I have already felt their threat. If I let it go, it will definitely be a big disaster. Yes, we must uproot them while they are still weak, and then take their treasures. It is best to know the secret of the god of martial god. In this way, I will be even stronger through the evil heaven. Yes, send troops to destroy this god dynasty and eradicate the threat. Everyone can see that there are many treasures in the Xuanhuan dynasty, even at the level of 33 days. They want to get it crazily, otherwise how could they grow to such a degree in a short period of time? Now Xuanhu is already a big threat. If it is ignored, it will become more and more difficult to deal with as time goes by. Now, of course, there will be some price to pay, but for example, make the opponent stronger, and then deal with them stronger. No objection, immediately send troops to attack Xuanhuan dynasty. These days, Taoist gods have expressed their opinions again and again. Everyone. God Doer appeared on the throne of God. God. All gods salute. My God will guard the evil heaven, to guard against the threat of the god of ancient origin. Under the command of the Lord of Crossing the Sea, I will lead my evil heaven army to attack the Xuanhu god dynasty. In this battle, we will eradicate it by the roots. The god of crossing gave the order. He also knows that the Xuanhu dynasty cannot be allowed to continue to grow stronger, and that kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. The tiger in this sleeping place can't let him continue to grow. He has no choice but to take action himself. The threat of God Guyuan is also great, so he can only let Duishan, another primitive god who crosses the sea, lead the army to attack. Follow the will of God. they lead. The war is about to begin. It is impossible for all the strong men to go out in one day, and they must stay guarding, but even so, the Lord of Crossing the Sea brought a full 80 gods of heaven and a large army to go with him. With so many troops, it is extremely important to deal with Xuanhuan, who is not yet 33 days old. The power of Xuanhuan has actually attracted God to send so many gods of heaven and primitive gods to attack. The suzerain of Tian Yashinzong, Endure Tian, he is just a top sect, a small person. As a strong man who had fought against him in the early days of Xuanhuan, he never imagined that things would develop to the present situation. The army is oppressing Xuanhuan with a positive attitude. The Lord of Crossing the Sea led his army to go out and gather the strong for a day. Their momentum is so huge and mighty. The army of Duhishan is about to attack Xuanhuan. The Lord of Guanyu who received the news was terrified, headed by the Lord of Crossing the Sea. He brought a total of 80 gods of heaven and earth. This time Crossing the Sky is really moving. Can Xuanhuan and the others resist? How dare he move? Although he concluded a covenant with Xuanhuan, it was a beneficial situation. With this lineup, the other party had dispatched primitive gods, and he simply didn't have the courage to do so. And even if he wanted to go, the other gods in the alliance would not. Xuanhuan, now you ask for blessings, I hope you can resist. Lord Guanyu said silently. God of martial arts. It is naturally impossible to conceal Duertian's great momentum, and Xuanhuan is too close to Duertian, and it doesn't take long for the army to reach Xuanhuan. Duishan is going to attack my Xuanhuan dynasty. Xuanhuan knew about all the strong people, and he was not afraid, but his face was solemn. He is also aware of the gap with the opponent. Although Xuanhuan is developing extremely fast, it is impossible to be an opponent in a direct confrontation. All the armies are preparing for war, and they are not allowed to attack at will without my order. Xuanhuan ordered. With the original gods as the commanding army, the lineup is indeed huge, but he also has counter cards. He can explode the city of the sky and even kill the Lord of Crossing the Sea at the cost of destruction. The God Emperor didn't panic, and the soldiers under him naturally didn't panic. Even if Duishan kills them, so what? If they dare to enter my divine Kotiandi, their strength will be severely suppressed, even stronger than in Qiming. The god of war inspires the soldiers. At this time, Xuanhuan still didn't panic at all. The tomb of the Yin spirit is about to succeed. Countless dark thunderbolts appear densely. There seems to be a stream of anger in the world, and it has evolved into a doom of extinction. It wants to kill the provocative existence that violates the rules. Birth and death are a certainty, but to control life and death is against the sky. The army of Crossing the Evil Sky has arrived. The billowing torrent appeared outside Xuanhuan, and they didn't go in immediately. Stop. Countless armies, with great momentum, appeared like heavenly soldiers and generals. This is an army of one day, and Duishan has not had such a large-scale action for a long time since ancient times. Xuanhuan Tiao. The Lord of Crossing the Sea looked at Xuanhuan. The majestic and surging national destiny, the myriad worlds tower that suppresses the world, has a cold-killing atmosphere emanating from the inside. Master of Crossing the Sea, Xuanhuan will not give up resistance, they are already ready for war. Wu Shang said. His face was also very solemn. I know. The Lord of Crossing the Sea nodded slightly. He looked at the Tower of Myriad Realms, and from a close look, he could know the horror of this tower. Xuanhuan Chao was integrated into Qiming, and this tower suppressed it, and I also feel that there are many primitive artifacts inside. Once we attack, we will be greatly suppressed. The Lord of Crossing the Sea said, although their gods of heaven and earth are far inferior to us, the most threatening one is the god of martial arts. What are you afraid of? Just call in. The Eclipse Candle said coldly. He couldn't wait to break through the Xuanhuan dynasty. Stupid! Wu Shang shouted. Actually, what Zizhuan said is right. The only way in front of me is to attack by force. There is no other way. The Emperor Xuanhuan will not surrender. He will only fight to the death with Du Yishan. It is inevitable to pay damage. In the end, the important thing is how to reduce losses. He looked at Xuanhuan and knew that this battle was very difficult. For some reason, he always had a premonition in his mind that Xuanhuan Xinqiao possessed an extremely terrifying weapon, and he might even pay the price of serious injury. He was also very annoyed. Who would have known that a mere martial arts would threaten Du Yishan in a short period of time? There is only one way, the master of crossing the sea. It is impossible for the offensive gods to perish quickly. We can only slowly wear down their power from the outermost, and gradually weaken their suppression of heaven and earth as much as possible. Wu Shang gave his opinion. Yes, I think so too. The Lord of Crossing the Sea said, slowly fading away. Although it is slow, they cannot continue to develop. If they can't bear it, it is what we hope to take the initiative to fight, and they dare not leave the divine dynasty. He waved his hand, just when he was about to order the attack. Millions of cracks suddenly opened in the sky, and millions of black divine thunders suddenly bombarded into the Shenwushan court. #C1426 Heaven's Wrath. Du Yishan's attacking army stopped suddenly. At this moment, a wave of destructive divine punishment surged from the entire Shenwushan towards the sky. Thousands of billions of jet-black divine thunders turned into sky-reaching thunder pillars, descending with a rumbling rumble, trying to wipe out the existence that violated the rules of the multiverse. This kind of divine thunder, darkness, and destruction represents death, the wrath of heaven and earth. And the power of the death god thunder, even if a god of heaven enters, it will be wiped out in an instant. What happened? The Lord of Crossing the Sea was also surprised and said, the god of heaven and earth, death and killing, how could it suddenly come at this moment? This kind of calamity seems to be the anger of the multiverse, the thunder of rules. What did he do that is against the sky? Countless death thunders poured down like a torrential rain, drowning Xuanhuan. The Lord of Crossing the Sea deliberately stepped into the range of Shenlei. Boom. The infinite thunder light bombarded his divine body, and he was slightly shocked, and said in shock, even if I am a primitive god, in this kind of divine thunder, it will weaken my life source. This is not a thunder of one person. Robbery, but someone provoked the rules of the multiverse. Lord of Crossing the Sea, what should we do? Wu Shang asked. Stand back, this god thunder must never be touched, and the ordinary gods of heaven can't resist it at all. Even I have to pay a huge price in this kind of calamity. The power of catastrophe made the Lord of Crossing the Sea not dare to attack easily. He deeply knows that with this kind of doomed power, once the army rushes in, except for a few powerful ones, everyone else will die. This is no ordinary doom. What are they doing? Eclipse candle. Not sure, but this thing must be against the sky, god of life and death thunder. Wu Shang stared closely. I guess, it's very likely that my heavenly army is suppressing the situation, so that the Emperor of the Gods and Warriors is building something against the sky to fight against us, but it also attracts disaster. This level is too terrifying. Shi Zhuyin said viciously, chop them to death, hack the god of martial god to death, and destroy this empire. Naturally, Wu Shang was also thinking about killing Xuanhuan God Emperor, and said, Master of Crossing the Sea, the power of this calamity is extremely terrifying. I think Xuanhuan will have to pay a huge price to resist. It would be even better if they could be hacked to death directly, even if they were to be shattered to pieces. The Lord of Crossing the Sea pierced the sky, and saw a majestic figure standing in the midst of the divine calamity. I'm afraid that Xuanhuan is taking this opportunity to make himself stronger. Even if he knew what the other party was thinking, there was nothing he could do. It is impossible for his army to break through this kind of catastrophe. A catastrophe against the Tomb of the Ghosts. Standing in the air, Xuanhuan looked at the falling divine calamity. Immediately, the power of the great devouring technique came into play, and the calamity did not destroy him, but instead became his strength. Of course he knows. The achievements of the tomb of Yinling are beyond the tolerance of heaven and earth. This is violating the law of the cycle of birth and death. The breath is extremely depressing, it is to destroy and deprive everything, especially Xuanhuan's position is even stronger, this time he is the core of the tomb of Yinling. This is a catastrophe that violates the laws of the multiverse. In the city of the sky, the master of the sky can't help but wake up, watching this kind of catastrophe. Xuanhu is the emperor of the world. Although he will not rebel against the current emperor, he also wants to see his strength. Being the emperor of the world, he won't fail even this little calamity. In the eyes of the Lord of the Sky, the powerful catastrophe that changed the face of the Lord of Crossing the Sea is only this point. Boom! A black and white thunderball that was bigger than the stars was the agglomeration of the law of life and death. It exploded suddenly, filled with infinite thunder, and hit Xuanhuan right on the head. Just this one thunderball can seriously injure an ordinary god of heaven. Wonderful! The Lord of Crossing the Sea shouted, but now, there is not only one, but millions of them. Densely packed, millions of black and white thunderballs descended with the power to destroy the world. Xuanhuan knew even more that this was just the doom of the tomb of the Yinlings. If he really created the world of life and death, it would be 10,000 times stronger than it is now, and the original gods could be destroyed. There are many strong people who want to build something similar to the Tomb of the Gods, but only a few have succeeded, and none of them can compare to the artifact of the Tomb of the Gods. Avenue 50, only 4, or 9, and 1. This is the opportunity contained in the calamity. It's just in time, I'm waiting for you. If Xuanhuan was not sure, he would not let the Tomb of the Yin Spirit suffer doom. He stood still, a vacuum was created, the great devouring technique was activated, and millions of black and white thunderballs unexpectedly entered the black hole. These thunderballs exploded wildly, but none of them could break through the absorption of the great devouring technique. He didn't need to refine it, and directly made the black and white thunderball his power. The Lord of Crossing the Sea, who was outside, naturally couldn't see clearly what happened inside. He could only vaguely see that those black and white thunderballs dissipated after entering Xuanhu. What's the matter? There was a strong bad feeling in his heart. But in this situation, he couldn't make a move at all, he could only watch helplessly. Great devouring technique. The Sky Lord's thoughts also fluctuated in surprise. He is devouring the divine calamity and turning it into his energy, turning it into an opportunity. There is no problem. This Tomb of Ghosts will definitely succeed. He was also a little unexpected. At first, he thought that Xuanhuan would use all kinds of tyrannical means to defeat the resistance, but Xuanhuan was too straightforward, and he directly swallowed the incoming Shenjia. Certainly. He also knows. Although this catastrophe is strong, it does not exceed the limit of the great devouring technique. Otherwise any devouring will be useless. The endless thunder sea of robbery flooded Xuanhu. But all the people of Xuanhu did not feel a trace of divine calamity falling. They only saw that the calamities were blasting into the Shen dynasty, and they were all frantically converging towards one point, causing the calamities where Xuanhuan was to roll and fall into the black hole one after another. He operated the great devouring technique, devouring doom into billowing energy. I still need more and stronger power. Xuanhuan looked directly at the calamity. That's right, he's going to completely devour the power of calamity now, and allow himself to break through to the origin of the third realm, otherwise, when will he accumulate it by himself? Doom is not the doom of killing him, but the motivation to help him achieve the third realm. His aura is constantly changing, getting stronger and stronger. Crackling. The catastrophe suddenly changed. It was no longer the appearance of the divine thunder, but changed into raindrops the size of a washbasin. Violent wind and rain, pouring down suddenly, each drop possessed the power of killing. Now is just the beginning, he must not succeed. The Lord of Crossing the Sea couldn't help shouting, although I don't know what kind of wrath you have done, but more and more dooms will come. I don't ask to kill you directly, it is better to let your empire suffer heavy damage. Hashtag C1427 Third Realm of Heaven. Thunder and earth fire, wind and fire burst. Countless catastrophes are staged at the same time, and the power that erupts makes the gods of heaven tremble with fear, and the primitive gods also shy away. This kind of power comes from the operation rules of the terror of the multiverse. But Xuanhuan was able to deal with these seemingly terrifying disasters for outsiders with ease, without any panic, as if he was watching the scenery. All of this is under his control, and without absolute certainty, Xuanhuan will not trigger calamity. The face of the master of crossing the sea has always been gloomy. He hoped that these catastrophes would cause heavy losses to Shenwu, but the other party's calm crossing the catastrophe made his heart very bad. He also knew that he couldn't continue, otherwise it would be even worse. However, in the midst of calamity, it was difficult for him to do anything. All the phenomena suddenly disappeared after a few hours of bombardment, and a terrible gravity was generated around Shenwu, which was crushed layer by layer, which was the suppression of rules. This kind of oppression will be crushed. The Lord of Crossing the Sea saw extraordinary things. The final catastrophe is coming. If the gods can't bear it, the gods will collapse. Then is the best time for us to attack. What if they endure it? Wu Shang asked. Then abandon all illusions and prepare to attack at great cost. The Lord of Crossing the Sea is accumulating strength. Boom. The law of 10,000 ways between heaven and earth, an astonishing force, actually materialized, and a palm that wiped out everything appeared, covering the entire martial arts, and it was intended to directly destroy the tomb of the Yin spirit. This is the last erasure. If Xuanhuan can carry it over, his tomb of Yin Ling will be successful. Come on. Xuanhuan looked at the rule hand. When the big hand is wiped down, the gods of heaven will be wiped out in an instant in front of him, and the fifth realm of heaven is no exception. Even primitive gods will have to pay a huge price for being wiped out by that one. All eyes were on the big hand. Xuanhuan's divine body is indestructible. He is the backbone that propped up the world of martial arts. When the hand of rules wiped it out, there was no vision of destruction in a short time. That's right, Xuanhuan directly devoured this rule. The great devouring technique swallows everything, as long as it is within the range that one can bear, even the rules of the world can be swallowed. An astonishing aura emanated from Xuanhuan's body, and without any surprise, his realm directly reached the third realm of the Tao of Heaven. With the power of refining heaven and earth, he devoured energy to make a breakthrough in the shortest possible time. Ding! The host breaks through the original realm of the third realm of heaven, and obtains 200 million fate points, Heavenly Tao God Healing Potion X1, Supernatural Fruit X77536, Heavenly Tao Artifact Advanced Card, Yuqing Shendan X3, Boundary Breaker Tianzua X1, Random Draw Opportunity X1. Ding! The current branch line has been released, break through the fourth realm of heaven and true self. Xuanhuan's breakthrough to the original source this time was not just as simple as the breakthrough just now, but directly pushed his own strength to the peak of the original source. And with his terrifying strength, even the weak fifth realm fighting alone in front of him can be directly sealed. He sensed his own strength. Although he was still not an opponent of the primitive gods, even if he met the primitive gods, there was almost nothing he could do about him, so he had the confidence to fight against Duishan. Ding! The host has completed the side mission and obtained 100 million vertex points, Tiandishan Healing Potion X1, Yuxishan Pill X1, Tiandao Divine Artifact Advanced Card X1, Soul Rescue Orb X1, Random Lucky Draw Chance X1. The current branch line has been released, creating a world of life and death. The world of life and death can be called an epic and legendary task. Xuanhuan knew very well that he could not succeed in controlling the means of the original god, no matter how powerful he was in combat. Single. But now the Tomb of the Ghosts can slowly transform towards the world of life and death. Successful. The Lord of the Sky felt the success of the Tomb of the Een Spirit, and also felt the powerful and astonishing aura transmitted by Xuanhuan. If we reach the fourth realm, I don't need to resort to other means, and I will have the strength to fight head-on with the primitive gods. At this moment, Xuanhuan was overwhelmed by the Emperor's aura, and he looked down at the vast empire. He looked at the treasure rewarded by the system with lightning speed. The soul-suppressing pearl, a primitive artifact, is a treasure of soul defense, and it also has the effect of nourishing the soul. Especially the soul that is about to be shattered, if it is placed in the soul-suppressing bead, it can remain immortal, and then slowly condense. Xuanhuan can be placed in the Tomb of the Een Spirit to calm the world that represents death. And the world-breaking Tizot. It is a primitive artifact. Xuanhuan looked over. Boundary-breaking Tianzhua is a special artifact similar to a shuttle, with two pointed ends, containing the destruction of time and space. Its powerful attack ability is second to none. What excites Xuanhuan the most is the ability to break through boundaries, store energy to the limit, and burst out at once, which can break the blockade of the original gods. The most frightening thing is that if you step into a world like the 33 heavens and encounter the blockade of God's power, you can break through time and space and leave by exploding the power of the boundary breaker sky shuttle. Coupled with the blessing of Xuanhuan's time and space power, the power of boundary-breaking Tianzhua has reached a peak. The powerhouses of the multiverse are very taboo. Stepping into the world of others, the suppression they receive is too great. However, after Xuanhuan had the boundary-breaking Schizuo, he could come and leave whenever he wanted. However, no matter how powerful an artifact is, it also has flaws. The defect of the boundary-breaking sky shuttle is that this kind of boundary-breaking shuttle cannot be used continuously, because it needs to burst out all the power in an instant. And it's just to escape, you can't use it to break down the oppression that heaven and earth have brought to you. But the flaw still can't change its strength. Xuanhuan looked at the Tomb of Enling. In this Tomb of Ghosts, there are countless dead souls floating around, forming a light and dark side with the Shenwu Shenqiao, and also revolving with the heaven and earth of the Shenqiao, forming a cycle. But it only means death. Xuanhuan deeply knows that if the world of life and death is not established, it is impossible for you to control the reincarnation of life and death, and to resurrect the dead creatures is just to let them have a dead place where the undead can exist. Take it easy. Xuanhuan's observation of the artifact and the Tomb of Enling was only for a moment. God Emperor, if you activate the power of the sky that I left in the Sky City, you can instantly seriously injure the original god, destroy the Sky City, and kill him. Lord of the Sky. At the moment of his final fall, he instilled his original origin into the City of the Sky. No, you don't need to use the power of the Sky City to deal with him. Although I can't defeat him, he is within the range of my god dynasty, and he can't do anything to me either. Xuanhuan has strong confidence in himself. He looked at the Lord of Crossing the Sea, and said a faint word to the Lord of the Sky, I want to let Doer know that sending a primitive god will not be able to destroy my empire. To destroy my martial arts, they will have to pay a greater price. The appearance of his stalwart figure means that he appeared in front of the Lord of Crossing the Sea. #C1428 God is awesome. Suddenly, an aura that shocked the universe turned into a boundless frenzy, sweeping towards the Duishan army. The Lord of Crossing the Sea saw that Xuanhuan appeared in front of him. Even if he was a primitive god, he couldn't ignore the aura of dominating the heaven and earth and dominating the sky. There is also a division of strength among the primitive gods. The original 5 realms. The Lord of Fairy belonged to the weakest primitive gods. And the god of Doer is the strongest, controlling a giant sky. But the weakest primitive gods are also primitive gods, and their various methods are the sublimation of the way of heaven. His strength is stronger. The Lord of Crossing the Sea can clearly feel the strengthening of Xuanhuan's strength. Instead of destroying him, the previous catastrophe has strengthened his strength. This made him understand how difficult Xuanhuan was. He is different from other heavenly gods, rippling with a mysterious power. Indeed, with the breakthrough of the origin of the third realm, the power is powerful and endless, and Xuanhuan's strength will be strengthened by 10 times, that is to say, his supernatural power will be 10 times stronger than before. In the starry sky, the emperor's robe was as black as blood, and around him was the aura of conquest in troubled times, rolling iron and blood. Xuanhuan looked at him, the master of crossing the sea, and said indifferently, "The master of crossing the sea, who crosses the sky, I will accompany you in any fight you want." Xuanhu God Emperor. The Lord of Crossing the Sea looked at Xuanhuan solemnly. The development of Xuanhu is too fast, and their shots are actually very fast, but he didn't expect that the opponent's development speed far exceeded his expectations. Arrogant, presumptuous, who does he think he is, and he wants to fight against my army that will cross the sky. Shi Zhuyin shouted, "Master of Crossing the Sea, you order that the army rush over and directly destroy his Shenwushan dynasty, turn all his people into our slaves, and seize all his resources." He's kind of weird. The Lord of Crossing the Sea calmly said, "Don't attack first, the army maintains an oppressive lineup, I will act first, test his strength, and see how strong he is. Knowing how strong the divine martial god emperor is, he can formulate a countermeasure. Xuanhu, I will fight with you." The Lord of Crossing the Sea stepped out, and the infinite primitive breath swept out, each of which was the sublimation of the way of heaven, as if there appeared a sea that could not be crossed by eternal life. He blasted out with a palm, and the majestic vitality suddenly appeared around Xuanhuan's body like a prison, sinking into the sea. Humph. The primitive gods made a move, he couldn't resist. The eclipse candle is deeply brooding, and still can't forget that Xuanhuan suppressed him that day. Bring it on. Emperor Xuanhuan was domineering, his brilliance turned into eternity, and he did not retreat in the face of the primitive gods. The power of the Tower of Myriad Worlds and the City of Sky was activated at the same time, rolling down the Lord of Crossing the Sea. The Lord of Crossing the Sea is too close to the Xuanhuan Empire. The monstrous fate of the country also blessed him. The suppression of 2 terrifying artifacts. The face of the Lord Crossing the Sea changed suddenly. One came from the Tower of Myriad Realms. There is another one that he doesn't know, what kind of artifact it is. Humph. Even if you have many artifacts, you are not a primitive god. The Master of Crossing the Sea shook his strength and pushed out a palm. The strength is so vast. Wherever the magic power goes, all the suppression is shattered. Xuanhuan's power is majestic. His left hand is a white energy that penetrates the sky and the earth, while his right hand is black as ink, the yin and yang of life and death, the power of light and darkness, and the bombardment. Although you are a primitive god, but fighting in the Zhen Empire, your strength cannot be fully exerted. Xuanhuan's energy is like a sea. The two fought frantically, and in just an instant, they fought fiercely with thousands of moves, and fought fiercely, penetrating into the deepest part of the multiverse. Infinite time and space split open, and a billowing dimensional storm swept in. The Lord of Crossing the Sea is not weak, but he also did not refute Xuanhuan, the suppression of the 2 primitive artifacts, and they are both extremely powerful, plus the blessing of God's luck to Xuanhuan. His face became more and more gloomy. He almost raised his strength to the limit, but Xuanhuan, who was fighting with him, was so powerful that he could not be wiped out. Although he did not suffer a big loss, there was nothing he could do. Trouble. Wushang's face was solemn, the master of crossing the sea, has been suppressed too much. He can't help God Emperor Xuanhuan. Zizwian, do you have one? His realm seems to be higher than before. I found out, the previous catastrophe made him break through the realm. Eclipse Candle gritted her teeth. The God Emperor is invincible. Countless people are looking up to the sky. Seeing such a fierce battle, their faces are extremely crazy. How shocking it is to fight against the primitive gods. Rule manipulation. In an instant, the Lord crossing the sea stretched out his arm. Boom. Dun has a palm that crushes all realms of the universe, controls the infinite rules, confines the four directions of vitality of Chu and Yuan, falls from the sky, and falls with the attitude of the original master. Hand of God. Chu Yuan also carried the glory of the emperor. In an instant, his god's hand confronted the Lord of crossing the sea. The violent vibration, the wave of destruction, Chu Yuan and the master of crossing the sea clashed with each other, and they all stood in place. The sea of bitterness is boundless. The Lord of crossing the sea is not willing to give up just like that. He waved his hand like a sea of bitterness. This sea of bitterness is like the gap between the gods of heaven and the original gods, which can never be crossed. Xuanhuan, this is your sea of suffering. His will also contain strong soul fluctuations. I will not cross the sea of suffering, I will only destroy it. Chu Yuan sent out a rolling force, and the source of heaven suddenly turned into a destructive hand, and fell on the sea of suffering in an instant. Rumble. The sea of bitterness shook wildly, setting off a monstrous tsunami, and unexpectedly collapsed under Chu Yuan's power. His way of heaven is absolutely domineering. The Lord crossing the sea had an extremely gloomy and ugly face. He said coldly, I never thought that he would break my bitter sea supernatural power in such a way. The Lord of crossing the sea. Wu Shang stepped forward and said, in Xuanhuan, his advantage is too great. Even the primitive gods can't suppress him. There are many extremely terrifying artifacts in his empire, which suppressed the fate of the country. I know. The Lord of crossing the sea knew how powerful Chu Yuan was. Unexpectedly, it shouldn't be long before he became a god of heaven. His strength is so strong that it's terrifying. We were careless and didn't kill him earlier. The Lord of crossing the sea shook his head. I even suspect that even without the blessing of the empire, his strength is almost comparable to the existence of Thor, and with the suppression of the empire, it is almost impossible to break through. So what should I do now? They all became irritable. It's not impossible. The Lord of crossing the sea thought about countermeasures. Although he is strong, he is relying on the power of the empire. After leaving the empire, his strength has dropped by more than half, making it impossible for them to leave. I will personally watch them and set up a trap for the trapped dragon. Okay, the situation of the trapped dragon, the strong man, Du Yishan said suddenly. But just when he was about to trap Chu Yuan to death, his expression suddenly changed. God's news, Guyuan God. Source of this article. #C1429 Guyuan God's attack. The Lord of crossing the sea changed his expression. He suddenly ordered that Du Yishan's army disappeared into Xuanhuan with him. Withdrawal. Many strong men of Xuanhuan were a little surprised. The master of crossing the sea retreated too suddenly. 1 second was murderous, and the next second all the troops retreated. Your Majesty, there must be something strange in it. The god of war stepped forward, frowning and said, they withdrew. I guess it is very likely that there was a change in Du Yishan, otherwise it would be impossible to retreat. The god of war is right. Meng Tianhe also expressed his opinion, saying, although the Lord crossing the sea can't do anything to His Majesty, they can besiege from the outside, strangle us layer by layer, and block our development. The reason why they are eager to retreat is most likely because the Lord crossing the sea needs to return. What are you going to do during the bad days? Chu Yuan nodded. Indeed. If they block it, Xuanhuan will also be greatly passive in the world outside the gods. Maybe it has something to do with her. Xuanhuan vaguely guessed something, and said, the god of time and space. Here. The time and space god stepped forward. Go, find out the situation of Du Yishan immediately, and go to the Guanyu League, they will know more. Xuanhuan ordered that he must know more about the situation. Is it the change in Dui Tian, or the conspiracy of the master of crossing the sea? The time and space god disappeared. There was also a shock in the Guanyu League at this moment. Although they didn't dare to help Xuanhuan, it didn't mean they didn't pay attention to information. The Lord of Crossing the Sea attacked, but the Emperor Xuanwu was also fighting back. He couldn't do anything to the Emperor Xuanwu, and the two fell into a stalemate. The deputy leader said. That is to say, within the Xuanwushan dynasty, even the primitive gods, there is not much to do with the Xuanwushan emperor. The Lord of Guanyu was also surprised. He knew that Xuanwu was not weak. I thought it would be good to be able to barely support the attack of Du Yishan's army, but I didn't expect that it was so fierce that it was a tie with the Lord of Crossing the Sea. It is also a skill to use the strength of the empire and the original artifact. Leader, this is beneficial to us. The deputy leader Xuanhuan said. Yeah, it seems that a primitive god can't do anything about it. We need more. The longer the stalemate and the more intense the battle, the better for us. Lord Guanyu also felt better. However, we can't just watch the show. Xuanhuan said, it's easy to add flowers to the cake, but it's difficult to give charcoal in the snow. We don't have to do our best, but it is still necessary to support them from the sidelines, so that the god of martial arts knows our goodness. You're right. I ordered to hold Xuanwu aside. I have a primitive artifact that is good at escaping. If the Duantian army arrives, we will run away. The Lord of Guanyu. Lord of Guanyu. Suddenly a voice came in. Please come in. The Lord of Guanyu invited the god of time and space to come in, knowing that this is a strong man of martial arts. Your Majesty asked me to inquire about the news. The army of Duershan suddenly left before, and the god emperor wanted to know what happened in Duershan. Time and space Shinto. It turned out to be for this matter. The Lord of Guanyu nodded, I do know a little bit. Suddenly, a primitive god broke into Duer Tian. It was a woman, suspected to be the former god of Guyuan Tian. Okay, I get it. The god of time and space left in an instant. Your Majesty, the news has been ascertained that the Lord Guyuan is suspected of intruding in the crossing sky, and they should be fighting now. The god of time and space returned to report. Goddess Yanran, it really is her. Xuanhuan had already speculated. Choice 1, enter the evil heaven, help Goddess Yanran, get 60,000 fate points, God Order X1. Option 2, do not enter the doom heaven, get 60,000 fate points, random fetish X1. Goddess Yanran's entry into the evil heaven at this time is likely to be related to me. I have a boundary-breaking sky shuttle, so I should go to the evil heaven once, and I just took this opportunity to take a look. Xuanhuan had an idea in an instant, god of time and space, I have 2 jade void pills here. You take 2, Yi, you take 1 Yushu Shindan. The first pill of Yushu Shindan has the greatest effect, and the 4th pill has no effect. Xuanhuan needs a real 5th realm to guard the gods for him. The god of time and space is the most talented and the closest to this realm. You stay and guard the gods. Xuanhuan disappeared in Xinqiao in an instant. Your Majesty, he is going to cross the sky. Blood Rose sighed. When she first met Xuanhuan, even the heavenly Nirvana divine sect was a huge threat, but with the passage of time, even Du Yishan is afraid of the current god emperor. Cross bad days. As 33 days. Their strength is beyond doubt. The divine sect of crossing evil is the center of the day. At this time all the powerhouses of crossing evil are gathered. They are all looking at a woman who is stepping forward as if they are facing a big enemy. God Guyuan, you are indeed here. God Doer looked at the goddess Xuanhuan, and it seemed that there was no accident. She had been expected to come. Although you used to be a god, you have lost your own world. I know you are very powerful, but unfortunately, you are no longer the ancient god of ancient times. God Doer could sense her unfathomable depth. Back then, he took advantage of the fire to destroy Guyuan Tian, who was in his weakest period, achieved his 33 days, and made himself a peak existence among the primitive gods. But God Guyuan is immortal, so he should hate him so much and treat him as the biggest enemy. But what surprised him was that there was no anger or turmoil on the face of God Guyuan, but he looked very calm. Take back some things that once belonged to me. Goddess Xuanhuan's tone was mechanical and ruthless. There is nothing that belongs to you anymore. What belongs to you has long been shattered, the long river of history. There is no Guyuan Tian anymore. Why do you still wake up? The god of crossing evil said slowly. You want it, I can't give it to you. Although Dewy God spoke plainly, the formation was already in motion. This great enemy was more threatening than Xuanhuan. If she couldn't be destroyed, he would have trouble sleeping and eating. God. At this time, the Lord of Crossing the Sea has personally led the army back to Duishan. He looked at the goddess Xuanhuan, and then transmitted the sound transmission to God Dui to report what happened in Xuanhuan. Let's not worry about the gods and martial arts for now. The big problem now is goddess Xuanhuan. She came very well. In the multiverse, I have nothing to do with her. But when she comes to cross the evil sky, she will step into death. God Doer's eyes sparkled. He hoped that goddess Xuanhuan would come. In the ancient war, he had never fought goddess Xuanhuan. Because at that time, there was news that Guyuan Tian had fallen, so he took action to destroy the weak Guyuan Tian before the others. And he was well prepared. In fact, this battle is divided into 2 steps. He stayed in Dui Tian to guard against Guyuan God. If she never appeared, let the Lord of Duhai continue to block Xuanhuan. But the appearance of Guyuan God made it easier. As long as she dares to show up, I will use my strongest strength to deal with and surround her. Without the threat of Guyuan God, he can use the strongest power to deal with a mere martial arts. What puzzled him the most was what God Guyuan was thinking, knowing that stepping into his own world would be the most oppressive. Why did she dare to come in? However, this is not important anymore. #C1430 Do's attack. The goddess's breath was as cold as iron, without any emotional fluctuations. Even if he knew Duishan's plot, he didn't care at all. She seems to have a very strong confidence and can deal with any crisis. God. Although the Lord of Crossing the Sea is also a primitive god, he knew that there was a huge gap between himself and the god of Guyuan, so he said solemnly, how to deal with her. God of the ancient source, today is not the past, after all, you are not in the ancient times. Time and space suddenly come down to gravity. A powerful oppressive force from heaven and earth descended, just like the master who crossed the sea suffered great oppression in Xuanhuan. This time it was suppressed at the level of 33 days. He grabbed it with his big hand, and black light swept out, flashing endless words, and infinite time and space were controlled by him. In Du Tian, he is the absolute master, and he deserves to be the strongest, and no one can shake him. God Doer was shocked in the sky, time and space were collapsing, his tall figure, and his domineering control over the heaven and earth, directly attacked the goddess Xuanhuan. Goddess Xuanhuan's expression remained calm. She clapped her hands. Her power carried a strange mystery, like reincarnation, it lasted forever, and an immortal aura burst out, and the blow of the god of crossing did not do anything to her. The strength is extremely strong, even if it is said that the power is mysterious, it is even more than that of the ancient times, but she has lost Guyuan Tian, and this is her biggest disadvantage. God Dui knew the horror of Goddess Xuanhuan after a single blow. Of course, he wasn't too surprised. If she wasn't strong, he wouldn't be so cautious. And he also knew that the god of God, Guyuan, was already an extremely terrifying figure during the emperor's time, very mysterious, and no one knew her origin. But step into my world, you will not be my opponent. The sky and the earth are shaking, and all the vitality in this day of crossing the calamity is under his control. He controlled the world, turned the world upside down, with infinite power overwhelming the mountains and seas, and killed the god of Guyuan. One after another palm force came through the air. Goddess Xuanhuan stood where she was, and was miraculously resolved when the power of the god of crossing came to kill her. All the ways of heaven, come with me. The Lord of Crossing the Sea waved his hands. This time, he finally realized that the power can be displayed freely. In Shenwu, he was too suppressed, but with the blessing of Du Ishan's power, he can burst out with even stronger power. At this moment, the heavenly Tao gods who crossed the bad days also all shot. Hundreds of rainbows of heavenly light roared towards Goddess Xuanhuan. Goddess Xuanhuan produced auras of aura around her body, like the lights of reincarnation. Facing Du Ishan's attack, she was like a small boat in the sea, but no matter how fierce the tsunami was, she could not sink her. God, she's too strong. The Lord of Crossing the Sea has an extremely serious expression on his face. She is very strong. Now we are going to trap her in the doom heaven, wear down her strength, and refine her with one day's strength. No matter how strong she is, her magic power will eventually collapse. The god of crossing has also made preparations for a long-term battle. He looked at the goddess Xuanhuan. A smile appeared, and he said lightly, God Guyuan, how do you break today's situation? Why don't you leave your soul imprint in my crossing day and become the lord of the next day? Goddess Xuanhuan did not respond to him. She slashed her palm horizontally, and a cold light flashed out from within the cycle of reincarnation, smashing the alliance of many heavens and directly killing the Lord of Crossing the Sea. Your opponent is me. From the beginning to the end of this battle, Goddess Doer was the one who really fought Goddess Xuanhuan, and the other powerhouses were all assistants. Countless black lights came out of his hands, and they exploded around Goddess Xuanhuan's body again and again. Temple Street. Suddenly, when the two were fighting fiercely, in the depths of Duertian, a shadow suddenly appeared, holding a sharp sword, and the coercion of the original artifact suddenly came. The goddess Xuanhuan raised her hand. The sharp sword hit her hand, but it didn't cut it. At this moment, she could clearly see that the person who attacked her was a pale woman. She had no vitality at all, her eyes were empty and lifeless, but the combat power she erupted belonged to the primitive gods. This turned out to be a dead primitive god. God Guyuan, do you still know her? God Dui asked. Goddess Xuanhuan looked at the woman indifferently. It was you who refined her into a puppet. Good. In the battle of that year, Guyuan Tian was the last primitive god left. And if it wasn't for Duertian's sneak attack, even if Guyuan Tian would fall out of the 33 three-day status, his end would not be so miserable, and he would recover slowly like Xin Yangshan. This is my masterpiece. Boom. There was a huge explosion, and a black light came out from the sky. He is a thin and cold old man, but his power should not be underestimated, and he is also a primitive god. His power is stronger than the Lord of Crossing the Sea. God Doer belongs to the top primitive gods, and this old man is of medium strength. I cross the evil sky and still have the original gods. Many of the powerhouses in Duertian don't know the origin of the old man. They think that there are only two primitive gods in Duertian, the Lord of Doer and the Lord of Crossing the Sea. It's him. The most surprising thing is the eclipse candle. Before he achieved the way of heaven, he was taught by a senior elder, and this senior never appeared again. Meet the teacher. Eclipse Candeline said hastily. The old man said, "This body of a primitive god is the most perfect puppet that I have ever refined in my life. It has fallen and can still exert power comparable to that of a primitive god. Overcome the difficulties, cross the sea, and use all your strength to block the ancient source of God." The god of crossing the river emerges with great power. 3 primitive gods, a puppet with the strength of the primitive gods. This is the strength that Du Ishan erupted. The essence of a day cannot be underestimated. Is this really Du Ishan's full strength? Every powerful force has the strength on the bright side and the power in the dark, just like Xin Yangshan. When the god fell, it still resisted Han Haitian's fierce attack. Infinite power is transmitted. In the depths of time and space and duration, the original power of the day and the earth evolved into a huge black light vortex, and an extinct beam of light irradiated on the body of the goddess Xuanhuan. Among them, there is also a powerful artifact indistinctly, like the wheel of life and death. This is the strongest artifact of crossing the sky. God, let this ancient god come and go today. The god of crossing the catastrophe drives a black gourd, from which a terrible fire of disaster is ejected. Overcoming difficulties, overcoming the boundless disasters in this world. Before the outbreak of the great ancient war, he had already become a primitive god, and kept hiding himself. If it hadn't been for the god of ancient sources, to break into Dui Tian, he would not have shown up at all. With the vast primordial power and mysterious vitality, behind the goddess Xuanhuan also appeared an ancient sky tower with a total of 33 floors. The appearance of this sky tower seems to have pushed away Du Ertian's suppression of her, and recreated and transformed a world. #C 1431 Yan Shenshen. The 33 Heavens Pagoda seems to represent the ancient heaven and earth in the 33 directions, and it seems to be integrated into one. The real multiverse is much more powerful and mysterious than the Sky City. This artifact is extremely ancient and powerful, and has gone through a long and epic age. This is her original artifact. God Doer's face was serious. His eyes evaporated into time and space, and he pierced straight into the 33 Heavens Tower. Suddenly, with a magnificent blow in his palm, he slapped the tower heavily. Boom! But this tower didn't move at all, as if it had slapped on the multiverse, and the backlash force that bounced back made his body feel like it was about to split. God, said the Lord of Crossing the Sea. It doesn't matter, as expected of Guyuan God, it's really amazing. Dui Tianzhu saw through the mystery of the 33 Heavens Pagoda, and said solemnly, 33 floors, are you trying to represent the 33 heavens? The will is indeed great. Don't fight her head on, I'll do it. Hundreds of strands of mana bombarded the past, and the ordinary primitive artifacts were about to be shattered, but this tower remained motionless and survived thousands of calamities. The god of doom strikes again. He overwhelms the world, and all kinds of rules are under his control. He bombards the 33 Heavens Tower with his vast source, and the void around the tower is constantly collapsing and shattering. The power of the original god subverts yin and yang and recreates the universe. The universe is broken. His power was condensed into one, and this time, finally the 33 Heavens Pagoda was shaken. He deeply knew that even though he shot repeatedly, it seemed that he did not cause substantial damage to God Guyuan, but as long as he trapped her, he would always be exhausted. Trap her. The Lord of Distress also said viciously. Goddess Xuanhuan. Just as they made their move, a sky shuttle appeared in the void, piercing through Duer Tiandi, and a figure stepped directly into Duer Tiandi. His eyes scanned the scene of the battle, and secretly sighed at the strength of the goddess Xuanhuan. With one day's strength, he couldn't do anything to her. It's you. When the Lord of Crossing the Sea saw Chu Yuan's appearance, his eyes were full of disbelief. How dare you come to my crossing day? He couldn't believe that this person would risk his life and come to the doom heaven. You came. The goddess looked at him sweetly. For this person, she can be surprised every time. Chu Yuan's strength has grown too fast. I think he was so weak when he was in Xuanhuan, but now he has the qualifications to reach the top. Everyone says she is mysterious. But in her eyes, Xuanwu is even more mysterious. Yes, I'm here. Chu Yuan could deduce that the goddess Yanran would break into Du Yishan at this time, and it was actually related to him. She deliberately wanted to frighten Du Yishan so that they would not dare to attack with all their strength. What's the use of you coming? The Lord of Overcoming Difficulties shouted, an existence that has not even stepped into the primitive gods wants to intervene in this battle. With your martial arts, you can deal with the primitive gods, but in my crossing days, you are nothing. That's right, today it seems that not only can God of God be trapped to death, but also this martial arts can be solved. The Lord of Crossing the Sea also laughed. The eyes of the God of Crossing also fell on Chu Yuan. No one was surprised by his arrival. And he also knew that as long as this person died, the martial arts would collapse, and he could accept the inheritance of the martial arts dynasty. If we fight, I can entangle a primitive god. Read the book. Chu Yuan stared straight at the Lord crossing the sea with sharp eyes, with extraordinary confidence. Hateful, he is deliberately provoking me. The Lord of Crossing the Sea knew it was him. This time Chu Yuan did make all the preparations. He brought the world-breaking Tianxua and the City of the Sky. As long as he unleashes the full power of the boundary-breaking Tianxua and Sky City, even if Duertian lays a net, he will never be trapped. This is also where he relies. Besides, there is also the goddess Yanran. And with goddess Yanran's awe, the genius of Duer did not dare to use more power against him easily, so Chu Yuan naturally reciprocated, and joined forces in two to deal a greater blow to Duer. God, it seems that Guyuan God is very likely to have united with Xuanwu, said the master of Crossing the Sea. Guyuan God also knows that he has lost his own world, and it is impossible for her to shake me to cross the evil sky. Therefore, she wants to secretly help Xuanwu and destroy me to cross the evil sky. The main way of crossing the adversity. Xuanwu doesn't seem to be strong, but he also learned from the Lord of Crossing the Sea that this god dynasty is very difficult to deal with. To really destroy him, at least two primitive gods must be used to fight. He looked at Chu Yuan and suddenly became excited. Okay, grab Xuanwu today, and I will refine him into a perfect puppet. God Guyuan, please stay safe. At this moment, another voice came in, and then an old man dressed in white and with black hair, who looked like a great Confucian in the world, descended to Duertian. His aura spread out, overcoming difficulties and crossing the sea. Yanshan Tian Zhu. Goddess Yanran said slowly. God Yan God? Chu Yuan frowned. Yan Shenshen is also one of the 33 heavens. They practice the power of the primordial spirit and various supernatural powers of the primordial spirit, and their souls are extraordinarily powerful. And Yanshan Tian originally belonged to the bottom of the world during the emperor's period, but during the Great Ancient War, he got a great fortune, his strength ranking rose, and he was stronger than Du Yishan. In that year, it was Guyuan Tian who was jointly attacked by Yan Shenshen and Zhang Shenshen. Goddess Yanran was severely injured back then, because she was attacked by several of the oldest gods in the gods, and even the founder of the gods. Guyuan God is not dead. As the main force attacking Guyuan Tian, God Yanshan naturally couldn't calm down. He had to find out the reality of goddess Yanran, and it was best to help Du Yishan destroy him. Today is quite lively. A middle-aged man appeared out of thin air, and also appeared in Duertian, looking at the battlefield with a smile. One motion, the Lord of Heavenly Demons. Goddess Yanran looked at the demon lord. This demon head cultivates the power of heavenly demons. Between the virtual and the real, he is extremely powerful. In the entire 10,000 demons heaven, the only one who can suppress him is the ancestor of the 10,000 demons. The ancestor of all demons, the pioneer of all demons. Heavenly Demon Lord, are you here too? The god of crossing the river was surprised. He only invited God Yenshin, not Heavenly Demon Lord. In one motion, there are 3 ancient demon lords, heaven, earth and human, and this Heavenly Demon Lord seems to be the Lord of the Sky. He did not underestimate the Heavenly Demon Lord. One motion's devil has a changeable personality. 1 second, he can smile at you, and the next second, he will draw his sword to face you. Various conspiracies and tricks emerge endlessly, and you need to be on guard at all times. In contrast, the ruler of Hell Heaven prefers destruction to Wan Matian, and his personality is not as varied. Can't I come? The Heavenly Demon Lord said lightly, God Lord Guyuan, we haven't seen each other since the ancient times. At this moment, his magic voice suddenly came into Goddess Xuanhuan's ears, I want to know some ancient secrets from you. #C1432 The Light of Reincarnation. The Demon Master is illusory and indeterminate, he is a formless and formless demon, and he is not in a hurry when he sees the Goddess Xuanhuan and ignores him. What is the Lord of Heavenly Demons thinking? Lord Yenshin frowned. It's too troublesome to guess what the devil of One Motion is thinking. He must want to get something from God Guyuan. Don't pay attention to him. These devils are extremely cunning. Boom. While God Doer was speaking, a huge black hole suddenly opened in the depths of the world, and the black light-like matter solidified into a solid body, which is the true essence of the world, and each strand takes a long time to condense. Why is the god of 33 days so powerful? Not only are their realms extreme, but they can also manipulate the source of matter, for a day. It seems that there is an existence like the Lord of the Sky. His realm is at the same level as the god of Era, but if he really fights, he will not be his opponent. One controlled for 33 days. And one didn't. This Dui Tian, directly annexed Guyuan Tian back then, seized the luck between the heaven and the earth, and promoted their heaven and earth in one fell swoop. With great power, the power of the god of crossing is rising steadily. He controlled this power, and every strike of his palm could shake the 33 heavens pagoda violently, and the magic circle operating inside was constantly roaring, as if it was collapsing. At this time, he is simply manipulating the omnipotent power. The god of crossing evil is also fighting for it. The demon lord of heaven was watching the battle calmly. Except for himself, no one could guess what he was thinking. Okay, I'm here to help you too. Lord Yenshin attacked vigorously. He bombarded the past with a wave of primitive divine power, and suddenly the golden light of the primordial spirit was dazzling, and the power he exerted far exceeded crossing the sea and crossing difficulties. With the power of the 2 gods, plus the bombardment of all the strong men in Duershan, I don't believe I can't deal with you. The Lord of Distress made a long howling sound. At this moment, Chu Yuan was also within the coverage of the 33 Heavens Tower, and said, Yen Ran. Don't worry about me, I know that you have the power to break the confinement of heaven and earth, but they can't block me alone. I don't even know how many methods I have. Goddess Yanran's voice did not fluctuate, and no crisis could make her flustered. She manipulated the 33 Heavens Tower. Although the bombardment of God Doer was extremely fierce, she was helpless. God of crossing evil. Lord Yenshin shouted, this is not going to work. Although we temporarily trapped her, we can't kill her in a short time. The strength of Lord Guyuan is mysterious and weird. I see. The god of doom manipulates power. Strips of divine iron made of black iron come through, with runes flashing on it, which is a chain of trapping enemies specially created by the god of crossing with the means of primitive creation. Traveling vertically and horizontally, in just an instant, 33 days were passed through and firmly bound. In the depths of Duershan, there is a divine light of ancient civilization shining, and when the sky is shrouded, I don't know what it is, but it is a kind of black light, accompanied by many runes. These black light runes? Xuanhuan frowned. Of course he can feel it. These runes bless with ferocious power. He wasn't worried either. He controls the world-breaking Tianxua and the power of the City of the Sky. Even if the blockade is severe, with the cooperation of him and Goddess Xuanhuan, he can directly break through and leave. It is said that Duishan once got the ancient civilization. It seems that they are behind in the ranking, but they actually hide a lot of power. This is a warning to me. The heavenly demon lord looked at the black light, and God Doer was warning himself not to intervene casually. Apocalyptic natural disasters, countless catastrophes, the eradication of eras, and the destruction of civilizations. At this very moment, the god of fairy is a colossal god. Woo! Swish! With a flash of his black light, the era will disappear, and civilization will also be destroyed. Even if the 33 Heavens Pagoda is mysterious and extraordinary, the power of destroying the civilization of the era is rapidly weakening. If the god of fairy can become the lord of the day, how can he have no cards? He is the god of misfortune, and there is holiness and evil. Snowing. The snow was actually black. It's not snow, but some kind of power rune. Xuanhuan sensed the power in it, the runes that destroy the civilization of the era, but in this destruction, there is also a creation that is broken into a disk and cannot be broken. This is the strength of the top primitive gods. Dui's strength is beyond my imagination. Lord Yenshin also looked deeply at God Doer. Although it took far less time for Duershan to become 33 days than Yanshenshin, it was not as simple as outsiders saw it. At this time, during the breath of the god of crossing, there was an era storm bombarded out. Guyuan god, tell me the secret, I can help you leave. The demon lord said again. Shenwu, now I want to mobilize the power of breaking the boundary and leave Duertian. Goddess Yanran had no expression on her face, and she obviously knew that it was pointless to entangle with them in Duertian. Immediately, the 33 Heavens Pagoda burst into endless divine light, a supreme storm swept over, and the entire pagoda rumbled, trying to break the cycle of the world and all obstacles. You can't go. God of Doer will never let God of Guyuan leave easily. He stood on the top of the 33 Heavens Pagoda with one step. His majestic divine body looked down at the vastness. Anyone in the world would kneel at his feet and sing praises. His hands have the power to seal the sky, carrying the power of the entire world to suppress it. God of crossing evil, I will help you too. The Lord of Yenshin soared into the sky. A pagoda also appeared in his hand. It was golden and exuded the light of Yuanshan. It was his supreme primitive artifact, Yuanshan Pagoda. How violent is the blockade caused by the two great gods and so many heavenly gods joining forces? But this kind of blockade still can't change the color of the goddess Yanran. She just urges the 33 Heavens Tower, like the magic color of the multiverse, to vibrate at once, and the chains of restraint are broken first, and shattered into the most primitive energy. The tower soared into the sky. Suppression. The god of Doer suppressed violently. But he frowned suddenly, the power of this tower was too strong, a wave of power was bombarding, and the aftermath that was emitted even made Duishan shake. The Lord of Yenshin smashed it hard with a golden mace. When the sound of the shock was heard, and everyone else was going to be thrown away, their hands were numb, and they were secretly surprised. If ordinary primitive artifacts were afraid they would be destroyed. Reincarnation. At this moment, Goddess Yanran displayed a supernatural power that no one could imagine. Her state at this time has a layer of strange light, as if it is the light of reincarnation. In her eyes, it has been interpreted into thousands of pictures, and it seems that the Goddess Yanran of different periods has appeared. She reincarnated in one civilization after another, shuttled through epochs, and the incalculable years. She doesn't know where she came from. Her identity in this life is the god of the ancient source. The imprint brought by reincarnation has been sealed in her era, forging a taboo-like power. It seems that a portal representing reincarnation appears. God Doer's blockade power level is very strong, but once the door of reincarnation is opened, they can't stop the 33 Heavens Tower from breaking through the air and leaving. #C1433 Great Threat. A mysterious force, the endless light of reincarnation, makes the 33 Heavens Pagoda in an illusion, beyond the world. This is the great supernatural power of God Lord Guyuan. The god of crossing has a bad feeling in his heart. He knew that Guyuan God was powerful. And this supernatural power, the brilliance that shone out, he didn't know what kind of power it was, but he knew that this strange power could break his blockade. God Yenshin, don't let her leave. The god of crossing drank loudly. Immediately, stronger forces suppressed it. Lord Yenshin also knew that the situation was weird, and he also exerted stronger power. But the power of Goddess Yenran is not matter, not soul, but a more mysterious level, allowing her to transcend this time and space, and break free from all blockages at once. No one can stop her. The 33 Heavens Pagoda seemed to shuttle in the reincarnation of heaven and earth, and disappeared strangely in front of God Doer. It's gone. God Doer's divine sense swept across time and space violently, but he couldn't find the trace of God Guyuan, which made his face darken instantly. This time he laid out the overall situation. With the power of Duishan and the help of Yenshin God, the god of Guyuan failed to stay. What kind of supernatural power she displayed just now was not suppressed by the origin of heaven and earth, which also puzzled him. It's gone. The heavenly demon lord sighed, but he didn't get what he wanted, and left immediately. God Doer, we have failed. God Yenshin's expression was equally ugly. God Master Guyuan controlled the mysterious means. I didn't even think about this means. She had indeed fallen in the great ancient war, but she didn't die for some reason. I guess it might have something to do with this power. The god of doom speculates. Good. Lord Yenshin said affirmatively. Back then, she encountered a catastrophe of mortal death, but she returned undead, as if she had an immortal body. If she could obtain her secret, she might even achieve the power to create the era. That is the founder of the god realm, the human sovereign. Such giant power. Although they are God, they also want to make greater progress. Existences like the founder of the god realm and the human sovereign are the existences that created an era. God Doer, I should also leave. If there is any trace of her again, I will not ignore it. There are also existences outside my world who want to provoke me in Yanshenshin. God Yenshin left. God. The master of crossing the sea said, although God Guyuan left, she only showed up when we attacked Xuanhuan this time. If she said there was no contact, no one would believe it. Duhai is right. The Lord of Difficulty also expressed his opinion. I suspect that God Guyuan did it on purpose. She intends to help that Xuanhuan and fight against me. Attacking Xuanhuan will be more complicated than we imagined. Yes. Lord Dewey frowned slightly. If a god martial artist wants to break through their empire, he must have two primitive gods, to be sure. If there is another god of ancient origin, it will be even more difficult to deal with. Now, what should we do? The Lord crossing the sea said. The situation has exceeded expectations. Xuanhuan must attack, but the threat of God Guyuan cannot be ignored. She may support Xuanhuan, unite his power, and avenge the past. With God Guyuan, Xuanhuan is not a small person, a power that can be destroyed at will. We must give it to him. Utmost importance. Dewey God said, Xuanhuan can't exist, this time I can't fight like before, and then try to figure out the means of Guyuan God, and find a way to restrain her. I don't want to kill her first, but kill Xuanhuan first, let the power she supported be destroyed. Yes. The Lord of Difficulties said viciously, leave the matter of killing Xuanhuan to us, and we will wait for God to realize the means to restrain God of Guyuan. He doesn't care if he is just a martial artist. But a mysterious god of martial arts and a god of ancient origin are enough to make them feel a huge threat. The mystery of the martial arts, the rapid rise of strength, and the means of the god of ancient sources are also the most worrying things for the god of transition. I will open the treasures of ancient civilizations and let Du Ertian be promoted again. He left a voice, and the divine body disappeared from everyone's sight. Of course, Du Ishan has a real great treasure and countless resources. However, God Du He's words are to consume all the resources regardless of the cost, not to consume them, and try to produce more strong people in a short period of time to make them stronger. In the 33 days of the bad day, they have passed the most difficult initial accumulation period, so their development depends more on time, and the water flows slowly and slowly. Because consuming all the resources in a short period of time will overdraw the potential, which is very bad for the future. For example, you have exhausted all your resources at once, and you will not have enough resources to train him in the future if you will be promoted to the Grand Master of the Heavenly Tao God. And pulling out the seedlings to encourage them seems to increase their strength in a short period of time. However, it will cost you more. Because, to generate strength in a short period of time, one person has to pay the price of several people. Can now. Facing the threats of Xuanhuan and Guyuan God Doer didn't care anymore. He knew very well that if Xuanhuan survived and Guyuan God would not die, he would have trouble sleeping and eating. The Lord of Crossing the Sea and the Lord of Crossing the Distress nodded. They all know that in a short period of time, there will be a surge of strong people in the sky, and many heavenly gods who are trapped in a certain realm will even be promoted. Everything is worth it, said the Master of Crossing the Sea. The Xuanhuan dynasty has many top-notch primitive artifacts. I suspect that they still have treasures from the world. After I get them, I will pay more for crossing the sky than now. Good. The Lord of Overcoming Difficulties affirmed that Xuanhuan was unknown before, and it rose rapidly after annexing Qiming. Who would believe it without a secret? I suspect that they, like me, have obtained ancient civilizations. It's very possible. The Lord of Crossing the Sea replied, if they don't get the ancient civilization, they won't develop so fast. In a short period of time, they suddenly have the strength to threaten us. The inheritance of this ancient civilization must be seized, so that we can give birth to more primitive gods, and even create our own civilization, shocking the multiverse. The Lord of Difficulties must also go crazy. Don't let Guyuan Tianzhu and Xuanhuan combine to threaten us. Time acceleration has begun. But at this time, their expressions changed suddenly. The time of the whole day of crossing the calamity was running fast, and the infinite energy turned into a raging real fire that was burning rapidly. Generally speaking, their kind of world won't speed up time so much, it's not worth it. But they also know that God wants to study the means of restraining the ancient god in the shortest possible time, and countless resources are also being used rapidly. Xuanhuan is close to them, which is a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that even if they come out in full force, if Du Ertian is attacked by other strong men, they can quickly return to support. The bad thing is that the development of Xuanhuan is too rapid, threatening their rule. Misfortune and fortune depend on each other, and there is no perfect thing in the world. At this time, in one part of the multiverse, like Reincarnation, the 33 Heavens Pagoda appeared. #C 1434 Difficult Situation. One place in the multiverse. Although the goddess Yanran was expressionless and mechanically cold, Chu Yuan could feel the weakening of her origin, and it was clear that her departure from Du Ishan was not without paying. After all, it is too ferocious to suppress with one day's strength, and it is amazing enough to just pay some original loss. He also sighed secretly. Goddess Yanran lost her Gu Yuan Tian after all, and her strength could not be as powerful as Jigu. I'm fine, the source of loss can be recovered. Seemingly aware of Chuyuan's worry, she still had a cold look. I am surprised by your strength growth. I have another chance encounter. Chuyuan took the question lightly. God Guyuan, we will meet again. It was the idea of the Lord of the Sky. He looked at the goddess Yanran and expressed his emotion. He still remembered her magnificent appearance in the ancient times. If it hadn't been for the founder of the god realm, she would not have fallen. But now that I think about it carefully, goddess Yanran didn't fall, but some kind of power made her enter suspended animation. Lord of the Sky. The goddess Yanran said, you were also brought out by Xuanhuan. I'm curious, I helped Xuanhuan because he is the emperor of the world, and what is your purpose? The Lord of the Sky knew deeply that goddess Yanran was stronger than him, and only a strong man like the human sovereign, the founder of the god realm, could suppress her. My purpose? Goddess Yanran's memory seemed to be in chaos. She meditated for a long time and then said, an eternal goal. For this goal, my memory has gone through countless times of reincarnation, and every time I fail, I will fall into a deep sleep. In my memory, but I can't remember clearly, maybe only on the truly eternal day, my memory will be fully recovered. The Lord of the Sky was startled. He has some understanding of the mystery of the ancient source of God. Chuyuan nodded slightly. She really couldn't remember many things about goddess Yanran. What she remembered most was the identity of goddess Guyuan. Xuanhuan, you are also in big trouble. The god of crossing evil will not let you go. He must be planning the greatest force to deal with you now. It's just because of God Guyuan that he didn't launch an attack immediately. The Lord of the Sky pointed out the serious situation of Chuyuan. Either leave to avoid the edge temporarily, or deal with Duhishan. The great gods, how to move. If I move, it will be the weakest moment. I can't move, but if I don't move at this time, they will not attack immediately. I want them to not know my details. Chuyuan Dao, facing the enemy, you must first not be timid. God Doer, with me here, he can't do anything to you, and you need to deal with the attacks of other forces in Doer. Xuanhuan, your enemy is very powerful, it is very difficult for you to deal with it now, it is very difficult for you. Goddess Yanran looked at Chuyuan. Of course Chuyuan understood. What Duhishan is most afraid of is the defense of his god dynasty, which cannot be broken by a primitive god. I know. Chuyuan remained calm, without pressure, there is no motivation. Everyone is pursuing the eternal road, so is the founder of the god realm, so is the human emperor, and so am I, but this road has failed too much in my memory, and no one can succeed. Her voice became more and more ethereal, and she disappeared in front of Chuyuan. Leaving again. Chuyuan said lightly, I have seen her leave many times, and the threat of Duhishan, if you dare to come, I will make them pay a huge price. Offering sacrifices in the city of the sky can destroy a primitive god like the Lord of Crossing the Sea. However, Chuyuan also knew that he also needed stronger strength. Huazu must also be resurrected, with the power of a true original god. Back to God. At the flick of a finger, Chuyuan accelerated time and space. At this moment, countless materials appeared in front of Chuyuan. He was burning a raging real fire and was forging a powerful divine weapon. A year in the multiverse. The origin of the third realm. Meng Tianhe and Yan Bingyun left the customs almost at the same time. The cultivation bases of both of them have broken through a realm. This is also normal, they are originally the second realm, and now they join Xuanhuan, with the help of the entire empire, and their own accumulation, it is not difficult to become the original realm. The current Xuanhuan actually has no shortage of top resources. Get Qi Ming and the treasure in the Sky City one after another. But now there are too few gods of heaven, and they are in an embarrassing situation where there are many resources and few strong ones. and it is impossible to transform them into resources that can make the gods powerful in the shortest time. I've seen my true self in the fourth realm, Meng Tianhe said. I can't see my true self. I'm still far away from this place. Tianhe, your natural capital is stronger than mine. I don't know if you lost me this time. If you don't take refuge in God Emperor, you can't be in short term. The source of time. Yan Bingyun's eyes showed deep affection for Meng Tianhe. For Meng Tianhe, she can give up her life. I didn't expect that the God Emperor actually knew Gu Yuan Tianzhu. Even if Du Yishan wanted to destroy us, he would have to pay a huge price. Since the God Emperor is mysterious, he must have a way to deal with it. Meng Tianhe will never forget the humiliation of that day, and there is a deep killing intent in his eyes. Tianhe's personality has changed. Yan Bingyun was silent. Originally, Meng Tianhe was peaceful and very refined, but now he has a strong killing intent in his bones. Perhaps only in this way can he condense his true self. Facing Du Yishan, it is impossible for us to retreat, and it is impossible for the God Emperor to retreat. Yan Bingyun said. Good. While Meng Tianhe was speaking, he suddenly looked at the center of Shenqiao, and said in surprise, What is that? A beam of light shot straight into the sky, and suddenly a giant pillar towering over the sky appeared in the center of the divine dynasty. This giant pillar looks black at first glance, but it is not pure black, it is more like dark red and blood black with dried blood, and engraved with two huge characters of Xinwu. Divine Martial Pillar. As soon as this giant pillar came out, it immediately calmed down the sky, and the heaven and earth of the God dynasty seemed to have a backbone, which was propped up, and the sky and earth were more stable, allowing them to exert stronger suppressing power. All faiths come together in one mind. It finally worked. A smile appeared on Chu Yuan's face. He used a lot of divine resources, condensed, and then condensed, and finally built the Xinwu Tianzhu successfully. It has no other special functions, it is specially used to restrain the origin of the gods. It is difficult to cultivate Tiandao God in a short period of time. Chu Yuan will be strong from other aspects. He has a lot of fetishes, some of which can be used to forge primitive artifacts, and they are hoarded and will not be used in a short period of time, so they are used to forge the God of Martial God Pillar. For him, strength is the most important thing. With strength, you can capture more treasures. And precisely because of the divine martial heavenly pillar, Chu Yuan did not endow it with any messy functions, but it was able to suppress it purely, which also made this Tianzhu amazingly powerful. And its characteristics are either divine artifacts or a hodgepodge of various rare materials, which also allows Chu Yuan to forge more materials to strengthen it in the future. #C1435 Go to Hell. It is not only the success of the creation of Xinwu Tianzhu. Chu Yuan also exchanged 200 million fate points for Tiandao warriors. This kind of soldier is very easy to use, mainly depends on the material used to make it. The higher the material, the stronger the bombardment it can withstand, and it can block several gods when used in the heaven and earth. And this count, he already has 4 heavenly warriors. Certainly. His biggest killer now is still Sky City. This top primitive soldier, when the Sky Lord fell, he poured his last original source, the essence of the Tao into it, sealed the fierce destructive power, and could even kill the primitive gods at the cost of destruction. Chu Yuan was even scheming, looking for an opportunity to destroy the city of the sky and destroy them, a primitive god. Time is passing. Suddenly, there are calamity clouds gathering in the sky. It means that someone is about to cross the heavenly and divine calamity. This person is the god of war. The catastrophe lasted for half a month, and Chu Yuan was not disappointed, and martial killing god successfully became the god of heaven. Martial god killing was the first martial god selected by Chu Yuan, and he was also the most powerful among the 9 martial gods. Chu Yuan also pays the most attention to him, and he is also the first among the gods of war to achieve the God of Heaven. He set many firsts. God of Martial Slayer sees God Emperor. After the Martial Killer succeeded, he met Chu Yuan. Okay, that's very good. You have successfully set an example for the 9 martial gods. Your success is also an encouragement to the god dynasty. I believe that in the years to come, the 9 martial gods can all become gods of heaven. Chu Yuan was very happy with the breakthrough of martial god. The horror of the 9 martial gods is that they are closely united with the luck of the gods. If the luck of the country is promoted to another level, they will join forces in the gods, and they will explode several times their own strength. Unlike other masters, Xuanhuan is closely related to the gods. It is not impossible for the 9 martial gods to become heavenly Tao, because they are not a certain person, they are some kind of symbol, the existence of glory, and they will be replaced soon after failure. Killing Valkyrie, remember. After becoming the god of heaven, killing Valkyrie became more and more cold and biting. And his success has set off a frenzy of cultivation in the gods, and some people who have cultivated to the peak of the great master are trying to break through with their own strength. But all failed. The realm of heaven is too difficult. Boom. The thunder light dissipated, the ashes flew into smoke, and a consciousness was sucked into the tomb of the Yin spirit. Fang Lei. Chu Yuan stepped into the tomb of the gods and sighed when he saw Fang Lei, who had become a ghost. Just now, it was Fang Lei who was crossing the heavenly Tao divine tribulation, but unfortunately he failed. Fortunately, there is the tomb of the Yin spirit, otherwise his consciousness would not be able to be retained. Your Majesty, I have failed, I have failed His Majesty's respect. Fang Lei realized his situation and was in great pain. Fang Lei is a veteran of Xuanhuan. He followed Chu Yuan when he was in Dongxian domain. He was the leader of the Scourge army and made great contributions. With his merits, if he asked Chu Yuan for a deification order, he can give it to him. But he didn't. He wants to rely on his own strength to break through, and doesn't want to be trapped in the first situation forever. Even if this road is a narrow escape. Although you lost, you haven't disappeared completely. Chu Yuan sighed, and said, your consciousness will not dissipate in the tomb of Yinling. When the world of life and death is successfully built, you can be resurrected and still fight for me. You still have a chance. I know. Fang Lei said, but the resurrection is not without cost. The cost of resurrecting you is not high, but it will be 10 times more difficult for you to survive the heavenly and divine calamity after you are resurrected. You are already dead, and your consciousness should have dissipated in the multiverse. It is I who forcibly kept your consciousness. You are already a person who should not exist against the sky. According to the rules of the multiverse, a stronger god will come to punish you. If you fail again and want to keep your consciousness, you will have to. It's all very difficult, but fortunately, you died after successfully building the tomb of the Yin spirit, otherwise your consciousness will dissipate, and I won't even have a chance to revive you. Chu Yuan said to him patiently. His consciousness was forcibly left by Chu Yuan in the tomb of Yinling. If it is an earlier period, their consciousness is gone, unless they become the masters of the multiverse and control the rules of the entire universe. And the resurrection is not without cost. The first time was fine, but the second time, even if Chu Yuan wanted to keep the same person again, he would have to pay 1,000 times, 10,000 times the terrifying price. And the more powerful, the greater the price. If the same original god is resurrected many times, even the tomb of the gods will be difficult to bear. All operations are carried out within the rules of the multiverse, and if Chu Yuan wants to go against the sky, he has to pay the price himself. Your Majesty, I understand. Fang Lei knew that as long as he succeeded in the world of life and death, he would have another chance to do it all over again. This is His Majesty's great divine power. But Xuanhuan didn't want anyone to rely on this, and really not take dangerous death as a matter, and die for the gods. Needless to say, Xuanhuan would bear this price. You are well in the tomb of the Yin spirit. Xuanhuan Dao, your heart is restless and too impatient. Originally, you were expected to succeed, but you were defeated by your heart. Take this opportunity to sharpen your heart. He left the tomb of the ghosts. Although Feng Lei failed, someone succeeded, and that was Meng Tian, his disciple, Baiyu. She was already very close to the heavenly Dao God realm, and she got help from Xuanhuan all of a sudden, and she also felt a great shame in her heart. The people who crossed the evil sky that day humiliated her master so much. With this hate drive, she narrowly succeeded. Baiyu has become a god. Meng Tianhe laughed. Master. Baiyu said, the disciple becomes the Tao of heaven, so he must avenge the shame of that day for master. As expected of my good disciple. Meng Tianhe was so happy. Your master didn't love you for nothing. Yan Bingyun also smiled. Prepare for the coming of the war, Dubation will not make us wait too long. Meng Tianhe's murderous intent was overwhelming. At this time, Xuanhuan was feeling the fate of the God dynasty, and suddenly his brows furrowed tightly. How could Joyo's soul induction be so weak? The connection between her and Shinchao is weakening, like a candle in the wind, rising and disappearing from time to time. It seems that there is a force that cuts off the induction. Could something have happened? Xuanhuan couldn't help worrying about her. She went to Hell Day. But what a dangerous place Hell Sky is, Xuanhuan has never been there. In this situation, it is very likely that she has fallen into a dangerous place, and the connection with the gods is weakening. It just happened in the past few days. Xuanhuan Dao, the heavens and stars are still there, which means that Joyo is still there, but she must be in danger. I speculate that it is very likely that she has entered a dangerous place, and I can't ignore it. Lord of the Sky, I will leave your Sky City in the God Dynasty, and I will go to Hell Sky. Xuanhuan got up and disappeared in the Shenwu Dynasty in an instant. You can use the Enter shortcut keys to read. Hashtag C1436, the Forgotten River, dominates the Forgotten River. The genius remembers the permanent address of this site in 1 second, www.81zw.us. Joyo is his woman. If she is really in danger, Xuanhuan must take care of her. Although Joyo is strong and has an independent personality, when in danger, Xuanhuan will go to rescue him. She didn't know what kind of trouble she encountered in hell this time, which made Xuanhuan very anxious. If it was an ordinary god of heaven, it would take decades to go to hell, but Xuanhuan didn't need it. He increased his speed to the fastest speed, and arrived in hell after a short time at a speed close to the original shuttle. Although the induction is still very weak, fortunately it is still there. Xuanhuan arrived in hell, sensed Joyo's location, and said after a while, it's actually in Hell Sea. What is she doing there? Fortunately, it's not in the main city of a certain master. Already. Go to Hell Sea. Speed up to the limit, Xuanhuan quickly headed to Hell Sea. Haiyan of Despair, Joyo is there. Hell Sea. Xuanhuan has been here before, and he is not too unfamiliar with this place. The Eye of Despair is the most dangerous Jedi in Hell Sea. The wind is howling, and it will take several months for the God of Heaven to cross the huge area. This is a huge funnel-shaped CI, which is spinning rapidly, creating the majesty of destroying the world. The time and space are chaotic, and the rotation breaks the time and space. The reason why this place is called CI of Despair is because the danger here makes people despair. Not to mention the Great Senior, even if the heavenly Tao God fell into it, it would be difficult to resist the suction and break free from it. And with such a huge power, it is rumored that the Eye of Despair is connected to the origin of hell. How majestic the origin of hell heaven is, it is not comparable to the vast sea sky, and the world like dew or heaven. Once the power erupts, even the original gods will fall. The strongest man in hell heaven, Ming, also exists like the founder of the god realm. Xuanhuan stepped into time and space, and saw many gods of heaven, all of whom were extremely powerful characters. He is beside them in the way of time and space. Listen to their conversation. Damn it, that woman actually escaped into the eye of despair. Do you really think that she can escape our pursuit? There are a large number of strong people gathered together. She took away the most important treasure of my Wangchuan Tianzong. The suzerain has issued an order to catch her. There is a statue of the fifth realm with a cold and stern face, who is the leader of the team, and has been staring at the sea of despair. Elder, but how to catch? You know the danger of the sea eye of despair. It is connected to the source of hell, and its power is horrifying. Although we are the way of heaven, the internal time and space are too chaotic. I don't know where the woman is hiding. There is no way to catch her. What? Some gods frowned. The elder said, no matter how difficult it is to catch her, if you can't catch her, just stare at her. She can't stay in the sea of despair forever. We will seal this place and arrest her if she dares to show her head, waiting for the arrival of the most powerful sect. Come down, determine her location, and capture her in one fell swoop. Really? Xuanhuan knew that Jiuyo was in the sea of despair, and he hadn't found it yet, so he was relieved for the time being. What did Jiuyo get? I sensed it. Not only the people from Wangchuan Tianzong are looking for her, but also the gods from other forces are looking for her, but you can also touch my woman? Xuanhuan's expression was cold. However, the most important thing is to bring out Jiuyo first and leave hell heaven, otherwise there will be more and more gatherings, and there is nothing I can do about it. His body went in layer by layer with the whirlpool of the sea eye. Although the tearing storm was extremely dangerous, it was nothing to a strong man like him. The darkness before his eyes was an extremely chaotic and violent law. Whoops! The great light technique suddenly illuminates the darkness, and the sea water is like thick ink, full of thick hell energy, which is the most deadly poison for the strong in other days. Xuanhuan ignored these. This is the depths of the sea of hell, where the origin of hell is communicated, and the danger is self-evident. There is always a coordinate in Xuanhuan's induction, guiding him forward, and in the depths of this sea of despair, it is like a funnel getting smaller and smaller. However, the power can also be multiplied. He saw countless skeletons in the spiral sea eye. From the appearance and breath, there were people from all over the world. They were warriors who fell in the sea of hell and were sucked in. In the depths of this sea of despair, layers of time and space are distorted like twists and turns, very complicated. Nine nether. Nine nether. Xuanhuan was calling Jiuyo. In the dark and gloomy world, a waterspout like rage is rolling up, extremely turbulent, and the pressure here has reached its limit. It is no exaggeration to say that even the fifth realm of the heavenly Tao cannot withstand the rapidly rotating vortex for a long time. So it goes down the spiral. Xuanhuan blasted away the swirling seawater with a wave of his hand, and the violent tearing gathered towards him, but they were all disintegrated by the great devouring technique. Suddenly, he seemed to see a long river of faint light, which was resisting the power of the sea eye of despair. In that long river, he sensed Jiuyo's whereabouts. Jiuyo, I'm here. A smile appeared on Xuanhuan's gloomy face for a long time. His Majesty. It was Jiuyo's familiar voice. Xuanhuan entered the water flow surrounding Jiuyo and saw her. To his slight surprise, Jiuyo's cultivation had broken through to the second level. Your Majesty, why are you here? Jiuyo asked unexpectedly. I noticed that your induction was weakening in the God dynasty. I didn't know what happened to you in hell, so I came here. There are many people outside looking for you. Xuanhuan Dao, fortunately, I am relieved that you are fine. I know what they're looking for. Jiuyou pointed to the river that surrounded her. This is the Wangchuan River, a primitive artifact. It is an ancient strongman called the Master of Wangchuan who refined the Wangchuan in hell into a special primitive artifact. I am also the if you get this thing, you will be hunted down. Master Wangchuan? Searching Chu Yuan's memory bank, among the 18 masters of hell, there is no Lord Wangchuan. Could it be that he has already fallen? Master Wangchuan has fallen a long, long time ago. Jiuyou nodded. Many people only know that there are 18 masters in hell, which have never changed, but they don't know that among these 18 masters, they are not eternal, and some masters will fall. Just like 33 days. There are only 33 heavens and earths that can be called 33 days. And the 33 days have also been changed several times. The Master of Hell is also the Master. This is an immutable definite number. There are more than 18 primordial gods in hell, but to become a master, one must have a vacant place, and if there is no place, one needs to defeat other masters. Once you become the Master of Hell, you will be like a god in the hell sky, and you can manipulate and control part of the origin of hell. Don't look at the 18 masters in hell heaven, but know that the area of hell heaven is dozens of times larger than those of the 33 heavens who are ranked behind. Of course, there are 18 masters of hell after all, and it is impossible for them to be freely controlled like other gods. There is always only one person who can truly control hell, and that is Ming. Master Wangchuan is also the one who has already fallen. Mobile version of Bai Chinese website, m.81zw.us. Hashtag C1437 Lord of Death. Hell has existed for too long, almost at the same time as the gods and heaven. In such a long period of time, too many strong men were born, and too many strong men fell. The 18 masters of hell have risen and fallen, and some of them have been replaced. This is the original artifact refined by Master Wangchuan, Wangchuan River? Chu Yuan's eyes froze instantly, and he speculated, I have noticed that this Wangchuan River has the effect of washing away the impurities of the soul, and also has the power of erasing memory, destroying the soul, and making people perish forever, is really an adventure. I haven't fully understood the utility of the Wangchuan River. Jiuyou nodded. When I came to Hell Sea, it seemed that I got the help of a mysterious force, allowing me to get it. Mysterious power? Chu Yanwei pondered, okay, ignore this for now. There are many people chasing and killing you in the outside world. Go back to the God dynasty first. There is an ancient existence in the God dynasty, who can help you figure out the power in it. He also knows. This is Jiuyou's great opportunity, a relic of the Lord of Hell, and its value is second only to the treasure of the Lord of Heaven. It is good. Jiuyou also understood that his situation was very dangerous. It's not that easy to leave. There are already a large number of strong people waiting for you to leave on your own initiative. At this moment, an ancient voice suddenly came from the depths of the sea of despair, and suddenly rang in the ear. Who? Chu Yuan's eyes pierced through. His eyes glowed endlessly in the darkness, searching for the source of the voice. He could clearly sense that the person who spoke was very powerful, definitely not a god of heaven, but a primitive god. In such a dangerous place as the Eye of Despair, a voice suddenly came out revealing a big weirdness. He immediately saw that a boundless dark vitality was surging, as if a person was sitting upright, and his consciousness touched him, as if he had died. Primitive gods. Chu Yuan said to himself. Don't be nervous, I can't hurt you, and I won't hurt you. The voice said lightly, but you are very powerful, and you are still a god of heaven, so you can see my real body through the restriction. Praise. Chu Yuan said indifferently. He also vaguely guessed something. Chu Yuan's indifferent response made this ancient existence a little strange. He said, aren't you curious about my identity? If you want to tell Yu Zhen, you will tell me without asking, but if you don't want to, what's the point of asking? Xuanhuan said. Interesting. This existence laughed. If I say my name, you must not know it, but if I say my title, you may know something. The world calls me the Lord of Death. The Lord of Death? Xuanhuan frowned slightly, and the huge memory bank was running, and said, I have vaguely heard the title of the Lord of Death, who controls the power of death, and the power is overwhelming, but it is too far away from the present time, and it has not been seen for a long time. Yeah, it's really far away. I don't even know how many billions of years I have been in hell heaven. The Lord of Death sighed. Powerful seal, Lord of Death, you are sealed in the sea of hell and cannot leave. Xuanhuan was in charge of the sealed door, so he could naturally see that the Lord of Death was sealed. Seeing. The Lord of Death seemed to have been sealed for too long, and said at this time, you are right, I was sealed by the strongest ruler of hell, and he imprisoned and sealed me here with the power of the Sea of Death. The strongest ruler, Ming. Xuanhuan knew that Ming was someone who could compete with existences like the founder of the God realm. He asked curiously, oh? Why did Ming seal you? Because I wanted to be the master of hell heaven, I was defeated by Ming and sealed here. He originally promised me to be the second master of hell, but I'm not interested. The Lord of Death said very calmly, Ming promised me that if one day I figured it out and was willing to become the second master of hell, he would lift the seal and let me go. The second ruler is a powerful existence second only to Ming. Although the Lord of Death was sealed by Ming, he dared to challenge Ming, but he could not completely kill him, he could only be sealed. From this, we can see his strength. Is it in the hell sky? Xuanhuan asked. Ming has been away from hell for a long time. He is pursuing eternity, but he is still in the multiverse. However, in an extremely mysterious plane, I am immortal. Even Ming, he can't kill me. The Lord of Death laughed and said, I've been lonely for too long, and I only talk so much. Pursue the eternal road. Xuanhuan murmured to himself, and then said, if I guessed correctly, Wang Chuanhe was swept out by you. You said it very well. Back then, the ruler of Wangchuan fell in pursuit of eternity. Her Wangchuan river fell into the sea of hell. As the eyes of the sea that suppressed me swirled, she also had a hellish power in her body. I deliberately revealed it. Wang Chuan's power did not disappoint me, she really got it. The Lord of Death said lightly. He has been sealed, so he doesn't need these things. There are many fetishes in Hell Sea, and sometimes they will be released when they meet one that is pleasing to the eye, as a pastime for endless years. Obviously, Joyo is very pleasing to his eyes. His existence has been sealed for too long, and his strength is too strong, so there is no reason for doing things. The Wangchuan River does not distinguish between good and evil. It can wipe out the soul, or it can be used to nourish and strengthen the soul. The Lord of Death said indifferently, there are too many fallen existences on the eternal road. If you get this Wangchuan River, you can become the suzerain of the Wangchuan Tianzong, refine and control the power of Wangchuan, and it will be easier to become a primitive god, or even become a hell. Dominate. Master of Hell. When Joyo heard the words, a strange color flashed in his eyes. She also has a strong heart and wants to stand at the pinnacle of the multiverse. To become the Master of Hell, you must first defeat a master and replace it. Lord of Death, although I don't know what your purpose is, I also know that it is wishful thinking to become the Master of Hell by obtaining a river of forgetfulness. Xuanhuan is very calm. The Lord of Death's words can only be listened to if they are 70% true and 30% false. This 3-point leave may be the most deadly. I have been suppressed in hell for so many years. I have met many people. There are very few people who are as calm as you. You have a unique temperament, which is hard to explain. Suddenly, a tyrannical coercion from the Master of Death descended on Xuanhuan, the oppression from the top primitive gods. But to the Lord of Death's slight surprise, facing the oppression of his soul, Xuanhuan was as calm as a mountain, with a calm expression on his face, as if he hadn't been affected at all. Although his coercion did not exert real magic power because of the seal. But with his strength and the oppression of soul death, no one can be as calm as Xuanhuan. A powerful force came out, and the breath of death began to revive, as if a portal of death appeared, covering the sky, forming a sky-sealing barrier to restrain him. Huh? Xuanhuan's expression moved slightly. There are already many hell powerhouses from the outside world eyeing you. If you can't even break the restrictions I set up, and you can't keep Wangchuan when you go out, then stay here honestly. You can use the enter shortcut keys to read. #C1438 Wangchuan Tianzong. The despair at this time is beyond the sea. A large number of strong men have already descended. Great Elder. An old man came down, his breath was boundless, and his strength radiated, stabilizing the violent void around him. His eyes, like a condor, were extremely sharp. She's still in the eye of despair. That great elder is from the Wangchuan Tianzong, and his strength is very powerful, only half a step away from the original god. And this half step seems to be close, but in fact, it is too difficult to cross it. I don't know how many gods of the heavens can live forever, but they can't become the original gods. In fact, Mingyue Island Master, Absolute Lord, and Vulcan are all stuck at this step, unable to grasp the key mystery for a long time. It's still there, we can feel the existence of the Wangchuan River. Someone said. Very good. The great elder's eyes seemed to penetrate deep into the eyes of the sea, and catch the location of the Wangchuan River. His name is Hai Wuya, and he already existed when Wangchuan ruled Xionghe, and he has witnessed the glory and loneliness with his own eyes. Great Elder, when will the headmaster come? Someone asked. The Supreme Master will come soon. There are primitive gods hindering the suzerain. Some people don't want our Wangchuan Tianzong to take back the artifact left by the suzerain again. Hai Wuya's expression was extremely cold. Humph. They are afraid that once the head teacher gets the Wangchuan Tianzong, his strength will increase by leaps and bounds, and even threaten the status of other masters. But the Wangchuan River is originally a treasure belonging to our sect. Back then, the ruler fell and the Wangchuan River was lost. Now we finally see it reappear. Once the Wangchuan River is obtained, the time will come for our sect to regain its glory. The powerhouses of Wangchuan Tianzong were excited. When Master Wangchuan was around, how brilliant they were, and the strength of Master Wangchuan ranked among the top among the 18 masters. Great Elder, if Wangchuan gets it, you can even step into the primordial god realm. Let's not mention this for now, the most important thing is to get the Wangchuan River. When it comes to the primordial god realm, Hai Wuya's eyes are shining. Great Elder, what I'm wondering is why the Wangchuan River suddenly reappeared after being lost for so many years. It's very strange. Some strong people expressed their doubts. It's not surprising. There is an ancient existence suppressed in the eyes of the Sea of Despair. It was suppressed by Ming himself, but he couldn't obliterate him. It must be this old antique that released Wangchuan. Hai Wuya stared at him, and suddenly took out a portal-like fetish. This is another primitive artifact, left by Master Wangchuan. With it, we can accurately locate the whereabouts of the Wangchuan River. But while Hai Wuya was talking, he suddenly shouted sharply, "Come out, don't hide, I already know that you are here." Hai Wuya, you are really amazing. A figure faintly emerged. He was actually a corrupt god of heaven under the command of the Abyss Master, with a faint smile on his old face. Decay. Naturally, Hai Wuya knew that the power of the decadent god of heaven was evil, so he sneered and said, "Do you also want to seize the Wangchuan River? You don't have the aura of Wangchuan on your body, so you want to get your hands on it too? Treasures can live there." A burst of aurora suddenly shot over, and a black-clothed man appeared. He seemed to be shrouded in countless mysteries, with the infinite profound power of the stars in the sky circulating. Wandao Tian, Yu Xuanji. Hai Wuya could not care about the decaying gods of heaven, but he couldn't care less about Yu Xuanji, and said coldly, "The creatures that don't belong to my hell, come to join in the fun? Want to take the artifact of the master of hell?" My teacher calculated. The opportunity for me to become a primitive god is in hell. I used the law of the heavens to rotate billions of times and locked it here. It seems that the Xuanhuan River belongs to me. This is my luck. Yu Xuanji smiled lightly. He has great luck and great fortune. Humph. Hai Wuya hummed coldly. Yu Xuanji's teacher is Yi Tianzuan in Wandao Tian, who is good at calculating the mysteries of heaven and earth. Just like the compilation of the Ban Tian Dao ranking list, it was this Yi Tianzuan who ranked it, and he also ranked the Tian Dao ranking, writing the names of the 100 people who are most likely to become the original gods on it. The first person on the road list that day was none other than Thor. "I'm afraid your teacher is about to miscalculate. How could the treasure of hell fall into your hands?" Hai Wuya sneered. And in the eyes of the Sea of Despair, Chu Yuan saw that the restriction imposed by the Lord of Death was the realm of death formed by the infinite power of death. His expression froze, and he suddenly cut away with a finger. The sharp force was like cutting the sky of death. Time and space cutting. The Lord of Death was stunned, and praised, "The big cutting technique of the way of time and space, you use the power of time and space very deeply. Although you are a god of heaven, I can't see you through my eyes. Your real strength, I am afraid that even some primitive gods will not be able to resist you." While he was speaking, a deep black mark suddenly flew towards Shenwu. Jiuyo's eyes flickered sharply, "Be careful." "It's okay, he didn't mean to kill me." As soon as Chu Yuan grabbed the mark, the black air of death immediately enveloped him, but his great devouring technique was activated, and there was nothing left. He's right. This is the death talisman I refined when I was doing nothing for a long time. It contains my death power. When it bursts out with all my strength, it can shake back the primitive gods. The Lord of Death laughed. It is difficult to guess the mind of such a character. You don't have to think too much, I'm just contributing to the flames. I was suppressed in hell by Ming, and I can't leave, but I will not give in to him. On your body, I see a stream of the Emperor's iron blood, domineering selfish temperament, ha ha ha. I hope this multiverse will become more and more chaotic. He didn't mention that he hoped that Chu Yuan could help him break the seal and leave. Ming's confinement was so severe that he never thought that Chu Yuan could help him, even with a few primitive gods. He was also on a whim. Ming, I comprehend death, I am immortal, and I don't hate you, because this is a catastrophe on the road of cultivation. If you pass this catastrophe, you will no longer be able to suppress me. He laughed loudly, and never made another sound after that. What is he thinking? Jiuyo frowned. Don't worry about him, this kind of ancient character has a different way of thinking. The more he guesses, the less he knows his real purpose, and he can't leave the Sea of Despair. I have already felt that there are many strong people outside waiting for us, a net has been laid. Chu Yuan's soul and thoughts have been peeped beyond the Sea of Despair. The Xuanhuan River contains many mysteries, and we can understand them after we return to the Divine Dynasty. Chu Yuan looked up at the sky, and he waved his hand. The power of this hand covered the sky, and the chaotic laws subsided immediately, as if the clouds and mists were lifted to see the blue sky. A passage of time and space was directly opened and penetrated. He took Jiuyo into the space-time channel, and the next moment he appeared in the Sea of Despair. The power of time and space, the power of devouring, this person has an inexplicable temperament, there is a reason for my whim. Seeing Chu Yuan's departure, the Lord of Death's thoughts fluctuated again. #C1439 Stop him. Boom. All of a sudden, there was no warning in Hai Wuya's eyes, and a space-time passage appeared, and a man and a woman walked out of it. The man is tall and majestic, with the arrogance of a peerless emperor, shrouded in the brilliance of the emperor, extremely mysterious, like the ruler of the gods. It is even difficult to see through his appearance for a while. The woman is magnificent. She got the Xuanhuan River, and this man must have led her away. The way of time and space, we can't let him go. Hai Wuya immediately guessed everything. His vast thoughts were suddenly suppressed, and with a wave of his arms, with a bang, infinite mana gathered and swept towards Chu Yuan, and the grey sea was like a tide, grabbing at Chu Yuan's head. Wangchuan Tianzong, all the strong will be suppressed. This time, Wangchuan Tianzong came out in full force. In an instant, the forces united, and a black whirlwind bombarded Chu Yuan. Hoo, this wind can blow out the fire of the soul. You dare to stop me from getting the way. Chu Yuan knew that this group of people would run away from him. He walked in the world, invincible, just punched, time and space suddenly condensed, and the power of domineering control instantly shattered their shots. Their joint strike failed. There was also surprise in Jiryo's eyes, and he didn't know that Chu Yuan was so strong. She is in hell, and she doesn't know what happened to Shenchao recently. With me here, everything will be fine. Chu Yuan protects Jiryo, his woman. Although it is said that whoever obtains the Wangchuan River can become the suzerain of the Wangchuan Tianzong, but it must have the strength to inherit it. Everyone is innocent and guilty, and treasures without strength sometimes become a reminder. Stop him. Hai Wuya stepped directly in front of Chu Yuan, unleashing the huge divine power of heaven, and he slapped a palm with a power that was very close to that of the original god. Seeing his attack, Chu Yuan didn't change his face, and returned with a majestic palm. With his current strength, he can seal the ordinary fifth realm of the heavenly Tao. Although he can't seal the top one like Hai Wuya, he is wishful thinking anyway. A combination of gods of heaven and Tao is a raging black fire sweeping across. Chu Yuan shook lightly, and all the power around him was wiped out. Yin and yang converge, life and death merge. Chu Yuan turned into a black hole of birth and death, yin and yang with one blow, and the power of violent rotation made his surroundings an absolutely taboo area. As soon as Hai Wuya stepped into it, he felt his whole body shake, and his strength dissipated uncontrollably. Life and death, yin and yang, and there is a great devouring technique. What kind of power does he have? Hai Wuya's face was also shocked. This person's strength is too fierce. But he also knew that he must not be allowed to leave Hell Heaven. You Xuanji, why didn't you make a move? Didn't your teacher say that your chance is here? On the other side, the corrupt heaven and gods. It's not yet time for me to make a move. Yu Xuanji's eyes sparkled with countless lights. Yes? How could the rotten heavenly Tao god not know what he was thinking, and that he just wanted Wangchuan Tianzong to give more strength? Fortunately, he was the best fisherman to benefit. When the time is not enough, it is just a lie. But will it be so easy? The fate of everyone in this world is changing all the time. Everyone, we must block his escape route. The Supreme Master will come soon, and when the time comes, capture him, and Wang Chuanhe will return to our sect. That Hai Wuya happened immediately. This time Wangchuan Tianzong came with a lot of power, and immediately formed a big blockade. Chu Yuan raised his hands and threw his feet, like a holy emperor in the world. Every time he moved, there was infinite roar, thunder and purgatory, heaven and fire, and divine disaster, tearing apart countless restrictions in an instant. He stepped forward. The strong men of Wangchuan Tianzong were suddenly shocked by this shock, and retreated in unison. I'll see where you can escape to. Hai Wuya immediately stepped up to take the position, and he struck Chu Yuan directly with his palm upside down. In fact, he was also strange in his heart. If he does not cultivate the origin of hell, his strength will be suppressed when he comes to hell, but this person seems to have no influence at all. And at this moment, Just when he struck down with his palm, what greeted him was Chu Yuan's stronger power, and his domineering control made Hai Wuya's power shatter. He spanned within time and space, as if in his time and space for 1,000 years, a palm came down suddenly with absolute destruction. Not good. Hai Wuya's expression tightened, and he suddenly saw a person appearing in front of him with a strange posture. The palm hit, and he immediately raised his hands, causing his body to sink. At the same time, light and darkness, two forces that should not exist at the same time, suddenly appeared, producing irresistible fluctuations. Boom! Hai Wuya exploded and appeared in another place. His strength. Hai Wuya also stared at Chu Yuan firmly. That domineering control made him extremely afraid. Leave Wang Chuanhe, or you can't leave hell. Hai Wuya shouted. Then see if you have the ability. Chu Yuan shocked the world. Everyone give me strength. Hai Wuya also knows that this person is too strong, and if his strength is scattered, he will be defeated one by one. Only by gathering the strongest strength can he stay in hell. In an instant, the powerhouses of Wangchuan Tianzong turned into rivers of heaven and merged into Hai Wuya's body. At this moment, Hai Wuya is like the boundless ocean. With the fusion of these powers, he becomes a giant god on the sea of hell. His power is almost comparable to that of a primitive god. Glamorous. Chu Yuan could see it. Although Hai Wuya gathered the power of many heavenly gods at this time and already had a huge power comparable to that of the primitive gods, he could not manipulate the mystery of the primitive gods at all. Hai Wuya pushed forward, sweeping with force, each blow shattered time and space, completely blocking Chu Yuan's exit passage. The destructive power came out in an instant, and Chu Yuan was in a peerless splendor at this time. He stepped out of the shattered, and fused many great powers with one blow, turning into a heavenly light. This ray of divine light was pressed down by his hands. Hai Wuya used all his strength to contend with Chu Yuan's power 2 by 2, and suddenly there was a violent explosion, setting off endless dust, and the surroundings of the two of them became a domain of absolute destruction. Okay, pester him. Hai Wuya didn't want to deal with Chu Yuan, he just wanted to stop him. Chu Yuan frowned slightly. He was not afraid of Hai Wuya, but the longer the delay, the more primitive gods would come, and the situation was very unfavorable to him. He flickered with the divine light of time and space, and was about to leave hell through space. You will never be able to leave. Even if Hai Wuya burns his own source of heaven, he will block Chu Yuan. Time and space imprisoned. The eternal brilliance turned the void around Chu Yuan into an iron bucket, the way of time and space was completely locked, and a fluttering figure in white clothes rushed towards him. He is the primordial deity. In addition to this primitive god, several other primitive gods also rushed over quickly. #C 1440 Windy. The primordial gods have come. But this primitive god seemed to be fighting other strong men, and came in a hurry. A ray of divine light shot out, revealing a middle-aged man with an elegant and handsome complexion. His power is mighty, but it is very bright, not as dark as the strong man in hell. But he really did come from hell. The power of attributes that are completely different from hell allows him to perfectly integrate into hell, which is enough to show his strength and ferocity. And he is the current headmaster of Wangchuan Tianzong, Feng Kangming. Headmaster Supreme. Hai Wuya immediately went to meet him. Feng Kangming nodded slightly, looked at Chu Yuan, and landed on Jiuyou again. The Wangchuan River ruled by Wangchuan is on your body, hand it over. This fetish does not belong to you, it comes from my Wangchuan River. Chuan Tianzong. He is also eager to get the Wangchuan River and challenge the status of the Master of Hell. Ha 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 ha, Feng Kangming, if it doesn't belong to her, does it still belong to you? Give me the Wangchuan River, and I can swear by the heavenly way of the primitive gods, and I will protect you and not leave, and I will not be persecuted by Feng Kangming. The boundless black air formed a distorted huge demon face, and he made a terrifying sound, which was breathtaking. De Hetian Demon King. Hai Wuya shouted immediately when he saw the huge devil's face. Back then, when the master of Wangchuan fell, the Tianzong of Wangchuan was in chaos. Without a master to sit in command, the power of the sect fell apart. The great black sky demon king took a lot of resources and established himself. The departure of these many strong men also caused Wangchuan Tianzong to plummet. In their eyes, the great black sky demon king is a traitor. Fortunately, Feng Kangming tried his best to turn the tide and calm down the situation, otherwise the entire sect would be destroyed. Humph. This Feng Kangming raised himself to the position of master after the fall of the master of Wangchuan. Who gave him the right? I don't agree. Master Wangchuan has made great contributions, so why should he obey his orders? The great black sky demon king shouted loudly. If he is allowed to be the supreme headmaster, he will not leave. Then what are you capable of? The sea has no boundaries. Don't think that I don't know your purpose. Isn't it just to get all the resources left by Master Wangchuan? Well, everyone knows some things well, so I don't need to expose them. The great black sky demon king taunted. This Feng Kangming still needs Wangchuan's cover-up. If you let him become the master of hell, you will immediately tear off the hypocritical disguise. Feng Kangming looked at them coldly. Indeed, as the great black heaven demon king said. The current Wangchuan Tianzong is supported by him alone. The reason why he did not change his name is because he has not yet become the master of hell, and the time has not come yet. Interesting. Another primitive god, around him, time and space have disappeared, anyone who dares to approach him will immediately suffer from fatal poison. He is also a terrifying powerhouse, called Lord of Poison. Let's work together so that this wind can't get the Wangchuan River. The great Hetian Demon King also understood that Feng Kangming was very powerful, and he was not an opponent alone, only a combination of two could counter his fierce power. The Poison Lord has no opinion. You. Originally, Feng Kangming was able to come a long time ago, because the great black sky demon king and the Lord of Poisons were pestering him. But you forgot one question. Feng Kangming said coldly, the three of us continue to fight, and no one will get the Wangchuan River, and the longer the time drags on. The other primitive gods will know, and even the master will make a move. At that time, no one knows who will have the last laugh. He is not afraid of the great black sky demon king and the Lord of Poison, but he is afraid that the Lord will intervene. This. The great Hetian demon king was also silent, and then said with a smirk, then destroy these two people first, the two gods of heaven, kill them, and whoever gets it depends on their ability. Although they have great conflicts, they are not stupid enough to fight each other and let Chu Yuan watch the show by the side. All of a sudden, three terrifying primordial divine powers came over, and time and space had been locked, and it was impossible for the God of Heaven to break through time and space to escape. Ha 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 ha, I originally wanted to protect you, but now you are going to die. The power of the three primitive gods descended suddenly. Do not worry. In an instant, the boundary breaker Tianxua erupted with its brilliance, releasing its strongest boundary breaker magical power. This day shuttle is extremely sharp and can break through all blockages. With a fierce stroke in the void, the power of the three primitive gods suddenly shattered. No, that treasure is breaking our power. The demon king of the great black sky distorted his demonic energy, exerting a stronger power to seal the world, and suppressed it with a huge black smoke hand. But in that instant, the boundary breaker Tianxua reversed the passage of time and space. The bodies of Chu Yuan and Jiuyo twisted like a speck of light, and they left their blockade with the boundary breaker Tianxua. Gone. Chu Yuan and Jiuyo disappeared in front of him. Forget river. Feng Kangming's originally elegant complexion suddenly turned ferocious, as if revealing his true nature, and shouted angrily, "Tahitian Demon King, Lord of Poison, if you hadn't blocked me, Wang Chuanha would not have disappeared." "Humph. If it's gone, it's gone. It's all right now. No one can get it." The great Hetian Demon King also screamed strangely. Seeing Feng Kangming deflated, he was also very happy. This person always wore a mask of disguise, which made him very unhappy. Now his heart is also considered carefree. "Come and come, the wind is boundless, let's continue to fight." Tahitian Demon King originally wanted to be the supreme headmaster, but he was robbed by Feng Kangming, which made him hated in his heart. His black smoky hand suddenly wiped out. A war of primitive gods in Hell Heaven begins immediately. But at this moment, Xuanhuan didn't pay any attention to these things. After traveling through the boundary-breaking sky shuttle, he had already left Hell Heaven far away and reached an extremely distant place. Boundary-breaking Tiansuo's ability did not disappoint him. "Jiuyo." Xuanhuan and Jiuyo stepped into the torrent of particles deep in time and space, and smiled at her. "You will soon be able to condense the third realm of origin, and I will help you condense it with the power of the Empire. With this Wangchuan River, even if you meet when you reach the fifth realm, you can also fight against it. The power of the top primitive artifact is just so terrifying. Wangchuanha can not only be used to strengthen me, but also can be used to suppress the background of the gods, and the divine weapon is always just a foreign object, and the most important thing is to be strong. Jiuyo Daoist heart is firm, she will not indulge in the power of the artifact." From Xuanhuan's mouth, she already knew the dangerous situation facing the Empire, and the threat of Du Yishan was like a sharp sword that would come at any time. "You don't have to worry too much about the threat of Du Yishan, I have a way to deal with it." Xuanhuan is planning how to maximize the power of the City of the Sky. Now he also urgently needs to upgrade his realm to the fourth realm of True Self. Then the improvement of the first level will cause a huge increase in him, and he will have the confidence to fight head-on with the original gods. #C1441 What is pain? Back to the gods. "Jiuyo, I will help you control the refining Wangchuan River with my godly luck right now. But I can also see that the energy fluctuations contained in this Wangchuan River are too strong, and you have to endure boundless pain. Ready?" Xuanhuan stared at Jiuyo with sharp eyes. Jiuyo's expression was unwavering. She also has a heart to pursue strength. For this goal, she is willing to suffer pain, even the price of falling. "I'm ready," Jiuyo said firmly. "Okay, I'll do it now." Xuanhuan nodded, and immediately waved his big hand. The Wangchuan River unfolded and enveloped Jiuyo. Suddenly, the infinite fortune of the country came, and a force penetrated into Jiuyo's body. Jiuyo was shocked violently. This was an instinctive reaction. Her eyes were pitch black for an instant, and then washed away by the power of Wangchuanha. It was as if 1,000 knives cut her soul to pieces, and she would never be able to see the light. However, Xuanhuan's power protected her will, like a little starlight, which existed forever. This is a kind of mental tempering. Wangchuanha is inclined to attack the soul, and he has been tempering Jiuyo's soul to temper her supreme way. This process is painful. Sometimes even if you have a strong will, without the protection of strength, it will not work. Rumble. The power of the Wangchuan River is overwhelming. It is a dual level of matter and soul, and it bombarded Jiuyo's god body, and her god body exploded again and again, reunited again and again under the leadership of a strong will. Hold on. Xuanhuan knew that every time she exploded and reunited, her strength would be stronger. Wangchuanha is the original artifact of the master of Wangchuan. She has condensed her own origin of the way of heaven into it, and this existence at the same level as me fell earlier than me. The idea of the Sky Lord was also inspired. Throughout the ages, there have been too many strong people who have fallen. Who can obtain true eternity? Even if they are as strong as the emperor, they have also transformed into Tiao. Calculating forward, the multiverse has gone through many epochs, and how many existences have fallen? Xuanhuan also replied. Yeah, who in this world can last forever? There is no one. The Lord of the Sky said, Shenwu, her will is very strong and tenacious. The washing of the Wangchuan River is painful. Of course it can be sharpened, but if you can't bear that kind of strength, the gods of heaven will also be demented. There is always a price to be paid on the road to being strong. Pain is nothing. Xuanhuan said lightly. Being able to bear the power of Wangchuan, she will soon be able to determine her true self, condense the consciousness of destiny, and it is not impossible for her to even become a primitive god. The Lord of the Sky said, what is the true self of the God Emperor? The true self of heaven is the firmness of the heart of the Tao. Take control of everything. The 4 words, Xuanhuan responded to the Lord of the Sky. He stood in the sky above Shenqiao, his luck was rolling, and his fighting spirit was boiling. In his eyes, the luck of Shenqiao was a burning real fire, always at its peak. Although faced with the threat of Duishan, the powerhouse of the God dynasty is not afraid. A mighty warrior can die in battle and suffer defeat, but he will never give in. The wind and rain are about to come and the wind is full. Duishan also knew that it was meaningless to send a small group of troops to harass Shenwu. They were also gathering their strength for a day to get the greatest return at the least cost. For Duishan, it is necessary to use overwhelming force. The huge gap between heaven and earth destroys Shenwu, otherwise the price will be even greater without using the strongest strength. No matter how strong the defense is, it can only be beaten passively. Xuanhuan also deeply understands this. At this time, the Wangchuan River also merged with the Shenqiao, which strengthened the background of the Shenqiao. Goddess Yanran can block the strongest god of crossing evil for me, but other strong people in crossing evil need me to deal with it. Xuanhuan suddenly smiled while speaking, a friend is here. This is the Shenwu dynasty? In Shenqiao, a figure appeared faintly. She was a woman, she was actually the Emperor of Devouring World. She also came to Shenwu from the beginning of time. She looked at Shenwu. Emperor Devourer, are you here too? Xuanhuan's voice was transmitted. My lord. The Devouring Emperor smiled, and she came to Shenwushan dynasty. She looked at Xuanhuan suddenly. At this moment, Xuanhuan was completely different from when he was in Taichu Tian. Although he was powerful back then, he didn't have that kind of strong oppression. Standing in front of her, Xuanhuan was like a giant. I said that if I have the opportunity, I will come to the king of the Lord leader. The world-devouring emperor laughed and said, I haven't seen the Lord for many years, and his strength has become much stronger. I am afraid that even the real primitive gods will have nothing to do with the God Emperor. I have made a breakthrough. Xuanhuan said, Emperor Devourer, how is the territory of the God of Absolute beginning? He is indeed a little incompetent as the leader. Because of the threat of Duishan, he has no energy to care too much about the divine realm of Absolute beginning. The divine realm of Absolute beginning is okay, and the divine tree of Absolute beginning is not easy to provoke. Although the Emperor of Absolute beginning organized several attacks, they were all counterattacked by the divine tree of Absolute beginning. Devouring Emperor said, but I think the leader's situation is not good. Is it a threat from Dui Tian? You're right. I'm indeed facing the threat of Duer Tian. They want to destroy my dynasty. This big battle will come in a very short time. Xuanhuan received the king of Devouring World. Duishan's attack. The Devouring Emperor's face suddenly became extremely solemn. Leader, this is the 33 days, the overlords between the heavens and the earth, their threat is greater than that of the Taichu God dynasty. I think the God Emperor might as well move the God dynasty and go to the Taichu heaven. How does such a big god move? The movement of the country is shaken, and the defense force is reduced. It will be more dangerous. You don't have to worry too much. In fact, I am also waiting for their attack. Xuanhuan acted calmly. The Lord really doesn't panic when encountering anything. Xuanhuan's self-confidence can make people feel at ease. The devouring emperor muttered for a while, and said again, I actually got instructions from the divine tree of absolute beginning this time, and brought some treasures to the divine emperor. Oh? Xuanhuan knew the idea of the divine tree of absolute beginning, and bringing the treasure was only part of it. And the divine tree of absolute beginning didn't understand his empire, and deliberately asked the world devourer to investigate his reality. The divine tree of absolute beginning is not stupid. Originally, the divine tree of absolute beginning asked me to come here to invite the God Emperor to lead the alliance of absolute beginning and the divine dynasty of absolute beginning to fight back. However, it seems that the divine tree of absolute beginning will be disappointed, and the God Emperor is also in big trouble now. It's a pity for the world-devouring emperor. Indeed. The divine tree of absolute beginning can only hide in the territory of the God of absolute beginning now, not daring to show its head. It needs the help of Xuanhuan's power. I know the mind of the divine tree of absolute beginning, so don't let it be too anxious. As long as I deal with this crisis, I will definitely help it. After all, if it becomes a primitive god, it will be of great benefit to me. Xuanhuan Dao, Emperor Devourer, I have been exhausted all the way, and I have already prepared a banquet. Is the God Emperor going to keep me and let me help the Lord deal with the enemy? The devouring world emperor laughed. #C 1442 Time Island. Guanyu League. They are also always paying attention to the situation of Shenwu and Duershan. Especially when they knew that Guyu and Tianzhu would help Shenwushan to go back, they were even more frightened. They also had dozens of heavenly Dao gods, and they were not too big or small to unite. Leader, time is speeding up in the day of crossing the calamity, and more armies are being spawned. This time will not be long, and a world-shattering war will soon be launched to attack Shenwu. Xuanhuan is the think tank of Lord Guanyu. The Lord of Guanyu said, that's right, this battle will be extremely fierce. We must seize the opportunity. I also got the news that the Duishan army is being mobilized. It seems that a world war is coming. Seize the opportunity in the chaos. Another deputy leader's eyes flickered. Let people keep quiet for 2 days. Although we are allied with Shenwu, if we really launch a frontal attack, we can't really help them, and we can't completely stop meddling. If we restrain them from this side, it will be considered as the best of humanity. The Lord of Guanyu formulates a strategy. While he was speaking, a force of time and space suddenly emerged, and he suddenly looked up, and there was a mirage-like scene looming above the Guanyu League. It was a huge island. There is still a thick fog around the island, stretching to the depths of time and space. Even with his strength, what he can see is only a drop in the ocean. More areas are surrounded by the fog of time and space. Master, what is that? The deputy leader was surprised. This is? The Lord of Guanyu stared at him, and was startled. If I read correctly, it is the time and space island in the legend. It has no rules and appears without warning. This time, it actually came to our Guanyu League. Over the sky. Time Island? That's right, it's the Space-Time Island. It's been a long time since the last time the Space-Time Island appeared in the Emperor's era. Every time the Space-Time Island appears, it will bring a lot of fetishes. I also read it from ancient books. The Lord of Guanyu also became excited. Look, the island we saw is full of fetishes, treasures can be stepped on when walking on the road, and the area we can see is absolutely safe, and there will be no danger in itself. Can you step on treasures anywhere? Absolutely safe. Hearing this news, the 2 deputy leaders could not calm down. The stronger one is, the more treasure one needs to strengthen oneself. Let's go, gather the strongest in the alliance, let's enter the Space-Time Island. The Lord of Guanyu couldn't help laughing. God-given chance appeared in the sky above him, allowing him to take a step ahead. The island of time and space has a complex environment, with mountains, rivers, trees, rivers, and streams, but they are all mysterious like time and space. This is flowing silver secret iron. As soon as the Lord of Guanyu came, he stepped on a piece of silver white iron that was half a foot large, and his face was startled. This iron is extremely rare. At least 1 million original pills. Look, leader, there are still many precious fetishes here. The strong members of the Guanyu League only walked on the space-time island for a while, and they got a fetish worth at least tens of millions of primordial pills. Although the space-time island is called an island, no one knows what shape it is. What we see is only a small part of it. The Lord of Guanyu looked into the distance. Leader, why are there so many fetishes on Time and Space Island? Xuanhuan asked, curiously. I don't know either. Maybe the time-space island travels through time and space inside the multiverse and absorbs it naturally, or it may be that the time-space island absorbs original energy and creates it independently. These methods are beyond my understanding. Although he is in the 5th realm of the Tao of Heaven, he is still a little ant-like character in front of such great powers as the creator of Time and Space Island. The time-space island is not small, but under the search of dozens of gods and gods, all the gods were quickly taken away. Leader, the fetish on the island is gone, and there are more hidden in this layer of time-space like fog. The powerhouses of the Guanyu League are all shining. They have never seen so many fetishes, and the moon is the first to be close to the water. If it is not close to them, it will not be their turn. Don't break into the fog of time and space at will. The Lord of Guanyu immediately shouted, the fog of time and space is extremely strange. According to records, after breaking into it, it is very likely that you will never come back. Let's wait slowly, and the fog of time and space will dissipate little by little. But the longer the time delays, and the news spreads, there will be more powerful people, and then it will not be our turn. The deputy leader was also anxious. Play it safe, this time is actually a godsend opportunity. The Lord of Guanyu has existed for too long, and he has always been cautious in dealing with people, which is also the reason why he can live until now. A golden opportunity. Xuanhuan's eyes lit up immediately. Ha 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 ha, if you don't show up sooner or later, what is it if you don't show up at this time? The Lord of Guanyu laughed and said, if it is normal, we will at most harvest a wave of treasures, and the strong ones who will overcome the evil will come, but now, they are about to start the battle to exterminate Xuanhuan, and they don't understand the things here. Yeah, how did I forget that? The deputy ally also laughed. Let's fight, the longer the fight, the better, hee hee. Duishan will not delay the opportunity to attack Xuanhuan for a space-time island. This period of time is our world. We don't want to break in casually, we can separate the incarnation of heaven to break in. Although it is not as efficient as the real body, it is better than safety. The Lord of Guanyu sighed, time and space islands appear again and again. Over the long years, many powerful people have been lost. We are very likely to obtain ancient treasures. The sudden appearance of the space-time island caused too much fluctuation. In Xuanhuan, Xuanhuan sensed the shock of time and space, his eyes spanned an extremely long distance, and vaguely saw the existence of an island. Lord of the Sky, can you recognize what that is? The power of time and space is extremely strong. Xuanhuan summoned the Lord of the Sky. It's Time Island. As an ancient power, the Lord of the Sky has experienced the appearance of time and space islands many times. He was surprised. I didn't expect that time and space islands appeared again. Its origin is extremely mysterious. It can be deduced to an even more ancient era. I have been in it before. Several times, many materials of Sky City were obtained in Time and Space Island. Don't you know the origin of this space-time island? Xuanhuan asked. I don't know. Although I have existed for a long time, There are too many things in the multiverse that I don't know, and I know that there are many gods in the time-space island, shrouded in the fog of time and space, and the general strong cannot trespass. I've been inside, but I haven't explored the real core of time and space island. The Lord of the Sky is very clear. The area where the fog of time and space dissipates is very safe. However, in the foggy area, the true core of the space-time island contains extremely terrifying murderous intentions and ancient secrets. The space-time island is at the position of Guanyu League. Xuanhuan was in the Empire, across time and space, looking at the island. #See 1443 Army Attack. In the day of crossing the bad luck, he also learned about the time and space island. The time-space island has appeared. The Guanyu League's people are close to the water, and they have searched for a large number of artifacts, including primitive pills worth hundreds of millions. Damn it, if it's normal, the treasures are all ours, so there's no place for them. God has an order: ignore the time and space island, and prepare for battle with all your strength to deal with Xuanhu. Those who violate the rules will be dealt with by the heavens. All obey God's order. Let the Guanyu League be happy for a while, and after Xuanhu is destroyed, go and clean them up. Urgent action is being taken during bad days. Cross the sea, cross the difficulty. God Dewey was calling, and said, the time has come, there is no need to delay any longer. I order you two to bring the primitive puppets and our army to conquer Xuanhu. We must destroy them in one fell swoop in this battle. Haha, are you finally going to destroy that Xuanhu? I have been waiting for too long. The Lord of Crossing the Sea laughed loudly. It was a shame that he didn't perish that day. Xuanhu is hard to attack. This time you bring our supreme primitive artifact to suppress it. God Doer said again. Supreme artifact, okay. The Lord of Difficulties said, apart from the weirdness of the God Emperor's methods, the most difficult part of this martial arts is their artifacts. This time, using the supreme artifacts to restrain them will create a better offensive environment for us. Go. God Doer waved his palm. Cross the sea, let's march and destroy Xuanhu. Countless armies were full of murderous intent, forming a torrent that would destroy the world. Under the leadership of the Lord of Difficulty and the Lord of Crossing the Sea, they directly advanced towards Xuanhu. This time, the two primitive gods and the primitive puppets are the combat power of the three primitive gods. In addition, a large number of gods of heaven and countless armies formed a terrifying force. During this time and space are reversed, and a lot of resources are consumed. Many people who did not have the opportunity to break through to Supreme, but to break through to the Great Master have broken through one after another, and they are specially used to deal with Xuanhu. The army was huge, and Du Ishan didn't underestimate Xuanhu because he didn't have the original gods, but fought it with all his strength. They didn't play tricks with Xuanhuan this time, they were directly the overwhelming strongest force, breaking through 10 meetings with one force, just bullying you for a short time to rise and the few strong ones. They know deeply. The core of the Xuanhu dynasty is the Xuanhu God Emperor. This Xuanhu dynasty is glorious because of him, and there should be no underestimation of the enemy. Only by using the greatest power to suppress people can the loss be minimized. After the army attacked, God Dewey stepped in the multiverse and looked at one place. God Guyuan, with me here, it is impossible for you to help Xuanhu. You and I watched Xuanhu's destruction, appreciate such a brilliant picture. Goddess Yanran ignored him. You can ignore me, but you also don't want to support Xuanhu, just to deal with me. He knew that Goddess Yanran was so powerful that he couldn't even deal with her, but he was also confident, no matter how strong he was, without the blessings of heaven and earth, it was impossible to bypass him to help Xuanhu. God of Martial Arts. The day of crossing the bad luck is here. Xuanhuan suddenly sensed the arrival of Duertian army. Boom! The infinite divine power exploded violently, and the endless time and space were shattered outside of Shenwushan. Void passages appeared one after another, and waves of destructive power were transmitted out. The time and space where the gods are facing outward have turned into vast chaos. Lord of difficulties, we have arrived at Xuanhuan. The army that crosses the sky. It's finally here. Many strong men, densely packed and countless, came down, and their power turned into a vast beam of light and directly bombarded Xuanhuan and Tiao. So many strong men. The devouring emperor was also taken aback. Although the Taichu dynasty is powerful, there is no unified day after all, and there is a big gap with duration. There are so many strong people, which is epic and vast. Duishan took it seriously this time and became ruthless. Are you afraid? Xuanhuan stood at the forefront of Xunqiao and said coldly. The Lord is not afraid, what am I afraid of? The devouring emperor also couldn't figure out what kind of trump card Xuanhuan had, and he was still calm in the face of such a terrifying army. At this time, as soon as the Duishan army arrived, they were full of murderous intent. They sharpened their knives and sharpened their weapons. They were refined in the time and space outside Xuanhuan, as if they were surrounded by an isolated island, making it impossible for them to escape. There are many blockades, even if a god of heaven dares to rush out, he will die without a place to bury him. Countless armies blotted out the sky. The Lord of Distress and the Lord of Crossing the Sea stood in front. What a gorgeous dynasty. The Lord of Distress has a sick expression on his face. Unfortunately, I will destroy this kind of splendor with my own hands. Lord of Difficulties, Xuanhuan's national fortune has strengthened again, stronger than when I came here before. The Lord of Crossing the Sea can clearly feel the strengthening of Xuanhuan's fortune. Of course. A top primitive artifact, Xuanhuan, was incorporated into the Xuanhuan national fortune, and during this period of time, there was also a breakthrough and promotion of the God of Heaven, which would naturally lead to an increase in strength. God's decisions are wise. When dealing with this divine dynasty, one must not be careless because of their superficial weakness. The faster their fortunes grow, the more secrets they hide, but these secrets will belong to us, and I will be stronger because of this. The Lord of Distress is very confident. Sending out so many strong men is already giving Xuanhuan a lot of face. My lords, how should we attack? Wu Shang looked at Xuanhuan facing inward. Wu Shang, you are very good. You are about to comprehend the mystery of the original realm. The destruction of Xuanhuan this time may allow you to take this difficult and crucial step. The Lord of Crossing the Sea appreciated Wu Shang. Wu Shang is the strongest god of heaven in Duishan, and it is very likely that he will be the next primitive god. Even the gods value him. In comparison, eclipses such as candlesticks have little potential. If you attack directly, the Xuanhuan defense is strong, and there are many top-level gods to suppress, and that tower is also the highest primitive artifact, otherwise there is no such powerful power, and we are far stronger than them, but no one can attack us. It's unclear how powerful this dynasty still is, and we may even pay an unbearable price for it. The Lord of Crossing the Sea looked ahead. They came this time to seize all the resources of Xuanhuan, not to pay a huge price. My plan is still to siege and attack from the outside world, and start nibbling away from the edge of Xuanhuan to consume their strength. Although it will be much slower, this is also the safest way. The Lord of Crossing the Sea said, Master of Crossing the Distress, do you have any different suggestions? I have no suggestion, how to do it, you are in charge. Said the Lord of Distress. Okay, then follow our plan. The strong man of Crossing the Sky attacked. As soon as they made a move, all the powerhouses spurted out a boundless torrent of mana, directly attacking the edge of the Xuanhuan dynasty, and the overwhelming divine light immediately shrouded it. #C1444 Supreme Primitive Artifact. The vast divine power covered the sky and covered the earth, like a storm that completely submerged Xuanhuan. Faced with such a fierce bombardment, it would cost a lot to resist it. Du Yishan's attack did not give Xuanhu a chance to breathe. Let's see how the martial god emperor reacts. The Lord of Crossing the Sea said fiercely. But at the moment when these forces came down, the tyrannical will condensed into a huge emperor, and the entire god dynasty swallowed endless storms, turning into an all-encompassing suction. As soon as this billowing energy fell to Xuanhu, it was locked by a domineering will, swallowed it all, and transformed into the energy of the empire. Great devouring technique. Seeing this devouring, the god dynasty is like the gate of devouring, and Xuanhuan is even more like the master of devouring the sky. The Lord of Distress frowned and said, "He is using the power of the gods, combining himself with the empire, devouring our bombardment and transforming it into his power. This person's great devouring technique is beyond our imagination. Devour the power of others and transform it into your own energy. This kind of control over the great devouring technique is too strong." The two primitive gods also frowned. Xuanhu was too tough, like a tortoise shell, like a hedgehog, hard and with sharp thorns. No matter what you say, it is very difficult to deal with. The Lord's great devouring technique. The king of devouring realm was also frightened. At this time, Jiuyou also appeared beside Xuanhuan coldly. That Wang Chuanha turned into a long robe and wrapped it around her body. Her whole body is also fused with the destiny of the gods, mobilizing the power of the gods and suppressing fluctuations. The top primitive artifact of the Wangchuan River can be transformed into various forms. With this treasure in Jiuyou, even the fifth realm of the heavenly Tao can't do much to take her. Next, Du Yishan will have more violent bombardments. Xuanhuan said. Tens of thousands of stars suddenly bloomed with bright light, all of which are the natal stars condensed by the Dazuan and above, especially the stars of the God of Heaven are the most huge and bright. These stars intertwined with divine light, appearing in the sky above the gods, releasing a powerful defense. Xuanhu's defense has been strengthened again. The God Emperor of Xuanhu controls many top primitive artifacts, the Lord of Distress, and the power of that tower is likely to be the highest primitive artifact. Our attack is extremely difficult. The Lord of Crossing the Sea will not let the army directly rush into Xuanhu's interior at all, and will fight now. He also knows that the world of Xuanhu is by no means an ordinary world. It is integrated into Qiming and has many top treasures. The price to be paid for direct fighting is too high. If they pay too many casualties, it is very likely that they will be taken advantage of by the powerhouses of other forces, which is not what they want to see. The reason why he can exude such a huge suction force is to rely on the treasure, cross the sea, stimulate our supreme artifact, and suppress their power. The Lord of Distress said coldly. Whether you are a tortoise shell or a hedgehog, you are just a turtle in a urn now. Under their strong blockade, none of them can escape, and can only passively withstand the attack. The supreme artifact of Du Yishan appeared. In the universe, this turned out to be a huge object like a wheel disc, showing the mighty side is dark, and countless death runes emerged. But on the other side, there is endless light. Light and darkness, yin and yang and life and death. The Lord of Crossing the Sea and the Lord of Crossing the Distress jointly released a stream of mana, which turned like a wheel of life and death. In an instant, time and space were destroyed, yin and yang were reversed, the universe was recreated, and endless divine power came down. It seems that the days of crossing the bad luck have come. In this force, there was a slight pause in the operation of Xuanhu. Fortunately, the 10,000 Realms Sky Tower resisted part of the power. The Fairy Wheel, the supreme primitive artifact. At this time, on the other side of the battlefield, for other people appeared. It was Vulcan and the others who were also paying attention to this battlefield. Seeing the terrifying power released by the Fairy Wheel, my heart was also shocked. Primitive artifacts are also divided into strengths and weaknesses, just like the division between heaven and earth forces. The fairy wheel is the supreme primitive artifact. This kind of supreme primitive artifact is extremely rare in the world. In the 33 days of this kind of force, it is the treasure of suppressing the sky. It is enough to suppress the origin of the heaven and the earth. It takes 1 day's strength to build it. Although the city of sky, Xuanhuan, is extremely powerful and top-notch, it is still much weaker in front of the fairy wheel. And the 10,000 Realms Tower is also the supreme primitive artifact, otherwise it would not have such powerful power. As for the sword of the human emperor, it is very special. It is condensed by the human emperor's infinite belief in humanity. The power of the human age, one of the most powerful artifacts in the world, contains the power of the civilization age. This time to overcome the calamity, it is necessary to destroy Xuanhuan. The Lord of the Illusory Realm said, as soon as the fairy wheel comes out, the tower will be overwhelmingly suppressed, and Xuanhuan's defense is not so perfect. After a long time of attack, loopholes will appear and expand infinitely. Good. Vulcan has been looking for an opportunity to deal with Xuanhuan, and said, however, Xuanhuan Shindi is not so easy to deal with, I hope they can fight more fiercely. Vulcan, you are insidious. Lord Outyan said, hey, you want to take advantage of the time when both sides are hurting and suddenly appear, to share a piece of the pie, get the Vulcan orb that day, and divide up their resources. The 4 of us are the top gods of heaven, and if we join forces, the primitive gods can't do anything to us. Vulcan said lightly. Wait and see what happens, don't participate in the battlefield, wait for the opportunity, and kill with 1 blow. The Killing King said, calmly. I know, I won't help Duishan attack, wait until they attack Xuanhuan first. Vulcan is very patient. The Tianhua divine orb must be obtained, which is related to his breakthrough to the original god. And on the battlefield. Crossing the sea, as soon as the fairy wheel comes out, although they can't break through their world immediately, it can finally suppress their defense. Now we can slowly smash this turtle shell. The Lord of Distress shouted. The supreme primitive artifact, this is the supreme artifact that God can create, how powerful it is. That's right, everyone pours their strength into the fairy wheel, to activate the strongest force. Let's see how long they can resist. The Lord of Crossing the Sea also shouted loudly. However, when he looked at the 10,000 Realms Tower, his eyes became more and more greedy. It was able to withstand the direct attack of the fairy wheel without collapsing. This is not an ordinary primitive artifact. If he is allowed to obtain it, he will immediately be able to become an extremely powerful existence among the primitive gods. Boom! Infinite power was stimulated from the dark side of death, and immediately a violent storm rolled in, setting off a series of explosions in the Xuanhuan dynasty. If it were an ordinary force, it would have collapsed long ago under such a strong attack. And if Xuanhuan can persist until now, you can know how correct their choice is to go out with their army. Doer wheel, suppress it for me. The Lord of Crossing Difficulties shouted again. He manipulated the wheel with his big hands, and then saw that the wheel of Dewey was slowly being suppressed, breaking through the infinite time and space, and was about to penetrate to the hinterland of Xuanhuan. The 10,000 Realms Sky Tower also spurted infinite power to suppress the world, and all the strong men of Xuanhuan joined forces with the origin of heaven and earth to prevent the fall of the fairy wheel. The Lord of Difficulties made a haughty voice, can you stop it? The huge gap between heaven and earth is enough to make you sure to lose. But at this moment, Chu Yuan made a move that no one expected. #C1445 Battlefield Shift. The duel suppressed it, and countless powerful people from the outside world joined forces to bombard it. Xuanhuan seems to be the turtle in the urn, and it is impossible to have a chance to turn around. But at this moment, in Chu Yuan's hand, Tianxua Breaking Boundary appeared. He swiped towards the sky, and a crack opened immediately, breaking the blockade of time and space, in 1,000th of an instant. He actually appeared behind Du Ishan's army. That's right, Qu Yuan broke through the divine dynasty. Xuanhu has left Xinqiao. What exactly is he going to do, and what treasure did he use just now? He actually broke our time and space blockade. The Lord of Crossing the Sea suddenly saw Qu Yuan and was also taken aback. The Lord of Difficulties also didn't know what Qu Yuan wanted to do. Abandoning the strong defense in the divine dynasty and showing up on his own initiative, is he going to abandon the divine dynasty and run for his life? This is impossible. With this person's domineering personality, if he wanted to run away, he would have run away long ago, and it is impossible to wait until now. There must be some plan that is not good for them. Master of Crossing Distress, be careful of Xuanhu, he may be plotting some kind of conspiracy. The Lord of Crossing the Sea reminded. This person is very weird. Even if they have an absolute advantage now, they dare not be careless. In the face of strength, conspiracies and tricks will also be crushed. The Lord of Distress said arrogantly. With a wave of Qu Yuan's palm, a magic mirror appeared, and the vast divine light suddenly shot out, directly killing Du Yishan's army from behind. There is also an enhanced version of Tiandao cannon, with hundreds of barrels blasting out hundreds of divine lights at the same time, sweeping across with intense energy. Block him. The strong men of the army immediately defended Qu Yuan's attack from behind. Qu Yuan's expression was cold. He used the great devouring technique to absorb energy from the boundless time and space, and then burst out a surge of energy to restrain their army from behind. And the powerhouses of the divine dynasty urged the 10,000 Realms Tower to resist their frontal attack. Wangtuan, defend. Jiuyo understood that any earth-shattering move Qu Yuan wanted to do was to cooperate with him. Hateful, I know his purpose. The Lord of Crossing the Sea said. He also knows that blindly defending is nothing but being passively beaten, so he appeared on his own initiative to sabotage our attack. He relied on his knowledge of time and space to walk freely. He didn't take us seriously. Attack him. Part of Du Yishan's strong man suppressed Xuanhu, and part of his power exploded together. The area of millions of miles was turned into an endless rainbow of energy, shattered into a vast chaos, and struck towards Qu Yuan. But Qu Yuan still stood firmly in front of them, not caring about their attack. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of millions of thunder lights burst out from the thunder purgatory, descending densely. Although the threat to the heavenly gods is not great, it is a fatal crisis to the ordinary army. If you go to defend, the power of attacking Xuanhu will be weakened. We can't let him continue to attack wantonly behind us like this. The Lord of Difficulties said, I will deal with him alone and cross the sea. You stay and continue to command the army. This battle must not be delayed for too long. No, I fought against him, and you can't beat him alone. Since he dared to appear, it shows that he has the confidence to fight us. If you are alone, accidents are very likely. The Lord of Crossing the Sea is very calm. Not knowing the opponent's purpose prevented him from attacking rashly. Actually, this is also an opportunity. I guess he also saw that defense alone is useless, so he wants to create an opportunity, and since he leaves Xinqiao, we will let him never have a chance to go back. The core of Xuanhu is Xuanhu God Emperor. If something unexpected happened to him, the dynasty would surely collapse. Yes. The Lord of Distress smiled and said, he is too confident, and he will eventually lose his life for his self-confidence. The two of us shot together, the security was bigger, we left the original puppets, and led the army to continue to suppress Xuanhu. As a result, even if he has any means, we can resist. The Lord of Crossing the Sea is very safe in his work. Okay, do as you say. The main way of crossing the adversity. He is not worried about the battlefield here. There are too many gods of heaven and earth here, as well as primitive puppets and fairy wheels. Even if it is difficult to defeat Xuanhu, it is not a big problem to trap Xuanhu alone. Of course he also knew that God Gu Yuan was staring at the battlefield here. but God Doer is also watching. Shoot together. The two primitive gods absolutely could not tolerate Xuanhuan sabotaging them behind their backs. Although it was troublesome for him to lead the Shen dynasty, it was actually an opportunity. The two auroras shot at Xuanhuan in an instant. As soon as the two of them made a move, the endless primitive divine power roared and exploded, one left and one right, and the two forces blocked Xuanhuan at the same time. Xuanhuan also frowned slightly. With his current strength, facing a primitive god, he can barely resist, but if two gods really fight head-on, he may be sealed. Two portals of time and space appeared, and he opened the time and space channel and walked in directly. He's going back to Shenwu, we can't let him go back. Their unparalleled power bombarded down, instantly breaking through the space-time channel, causing time-space to shift, and then quickly catching up. Xuanhuan also seemed to know that in their blockade, it seemed impossible to return to Shenwu, so he actually darted away in another direction. He went to other places, said the Lord of Crossing the Sea. Chasing him, leaving him alone, he will come back again, like a wolf, entangled with you all the time. He is not our opponent, find a chance to seal him. The Lord of Distress did not want to let go of this good opportunity. The Lord of Crossing the Sea also nodded. It is useless to destroy Shenwu. If they don't kill their emperor, their god dynasty will not be considered destroyed. This person will definitely make a comeback. The growth of this person is terrible. The two primitive gods immediately pursued them. Seal him. This is their purpose. Vulcan, they have left this battlefield. The Lord of Outyan was anxious. What are you in a hurry for? Vulcan said very calmly, the battle here won't end in a short while. The most important thing is the battle between Shenwu and the two primitive gods. Let's follow to see if there is a chance. I guess the biggest secret lies in Shenwu. What he urgently needs is the Skyfire Divine Orb. If Xuanhuan is sealed by Du Yishan, it will be difficult for him to get it, and if he goes now, he may get some secrets of Xuanhuan in the chaos. Walk. Slaughter King's eyes flashed, and he chased after him. It's too boring to watch the battle here, his purpose is to see a more advanced battlefield. Although Xuanhuan took away the two primitive gods, the battle of the gods did not stop and was still fierce. Your Majesty lured away the two primitive gods to create greater opportunities. Our task is to protect the gods and make it impossible for Du Yishan to take a step forward. God of War shouted loudly. He is going to do a crazier thing. If it succeeds, this crisis can be resolved. Jiuyo knew that Xuanhuan took Sky City with him when he left. #C1446, pick a grave. Outside the island of time and space, a figure suddenly appeared here, a huge force broke through time and space, stepped in directly, and broke into the fog of time and space. A strong man has come to Time and Space Island. The strongmen of the Guanyu League on the island were collecting treasures, and when they saw this scene, their faces were shocked. The Lord of Guanyu asked suspiciously, that person seems to be the God Emperor of martial arts, but aren't they fighting Duertian? Why did they suddenly come to Time and Space Island? Before he could react, two more figures quickly chased after him. His speed is so fast that neither of us could catch up with him, Lord of Distress, he ran into the space-time island. The Lord of Crossing the Sea looked ahead. Humph, he is good at the way of time and space, so it's not uncommon to run in, let's go, we chase in, it is impossible to use the power of time and space to get rid of us. We will experience the power today. Although Xuanhuan's methods were weird and unpredictable, as primitive gods, they would not be afraid and stepped in immediately. Primitive god. The Lord of Guanyu was also terrified, it is they who are chasing and killing the god of martial god, and they are chasing and killing them to the space-time island. The two primitive gods are chasing after them. Let's go and leave the space-time island first. Don't be troubled by their battle. Go in. In the fog of time and space. Xuanhuan glanced across, and found that the environment inside was not much different from what appeared, but it was shrouded in a thick fog, and gods were scattered everywhere. However, he also noticed something strange. Time and space are shrouded in fog, all directions are chaotic in time and space, and you don't know the direction. You think it is the north, but it may actually be offset to the east. You think you are moving away from the outside world, but it is very likely that you are going deeper and deeper. There is too much confusion here. Time and space are chaotic, and the fog interferes with the sense of direction, which makes people fall into a dangerous situation. At a deeper level, even the primitive gods can't find the sense of direction. It is worthy of the time and space island. Xuanhuan sensed this strangeness. There are treasures everywhere on Time and Space Island. When he was flying, the strong wind rolled up the soil, which turned out to be crystal clear diamond-like soil. Every particle of dust seemed to contain the heaven, earth, and universe. Time and space. Xuanhuan said to himself, after the soil here is refined by a large method, a substance called the crystal of time and space can be obtained. A large amount of crystal of time and space can be used to create the sword of time and space, the armor of time and space, and all kinds of things that contain the power of time and space. Matter, I can even use it to create an army of cultivating the power of time and space. His heart also moved. But not now. Have you come after me? Xuanhuan could sense the rapid approach of the two forces. He shuttled again, ignoring the scattered fetishes. Crossing the catastrophe, he ran to the depths of Time and Space Island. What the Lord of Crossing the Sea saw in front of his eyes was a vast fog of time and space. It doesn't matter, our soul imprints are entrusted in doer Tian. Even if we can't find the way to leave for a while, we can use the imprints to locate us as soon as God urges us. Then Xuanhuan can run. The Lord of Distress could not help worrying. What if you can't find Xuanhuan in one go? If this person is not dead, no one can have peace of mind. Quick, hurry up. They increased the shuttle speed to the fastest. At this time, Xuanhuan crossed a vast river of time and space, and came to an area similar to an island reef. There is actually a sea like an ancient well here, and there is a crystal clear water gushing out towards the outside. Ancient well of time and space. Xuanhuan stared at the mouth of the well. It is an endless abyss, and he said coldly, it is said that every ancient well of time and space can lead to the core of the island of time and space, the sea of time and space, and there are extremely many gods in it, but it is very dangerous, and the original god may also bury. It's here. He stood on the ancient well of time and space, waiting quietly. Not long after, two figures broke through the fog, and they saw Xuanhuan. There was a ferocious expression on the face of the Lord of Crossing Distress, and he said coldly, run, why don't you run away? Do you know that you can't run anymore, thinking that with the support of God Guyuan behind you, you can fight against me to cross the catastrophe? God? I'm picking a grave for you, Xuanhuan said calmly. Grave? The Lord of Difficulties is careful, haha, I give this sentence to you, Xuanhuan. To be honest, I also admire you. You are not a primitive god, so let me wait for you through the calamity. You are also extremely powerful. Watch out for him. The Lord of Crossing the Sea secretly reminded, backed by the ancient well of time and space, it is very likely that he wants to enter the ancient well to escape our pursuit, and it is also very likely that he is about to explode some kind of great supernatural power. Sealing his escape route, I always feel weird about this person. The Lord of Difficulties did not deny Xuanhuan's strength. Shoot, don't give him a chance to escape. The Masters of Crossing the Sea and the Masters of Crossing the Catastrophe circulate the immortal power, and the rolling power gathers together. They are the giant gods between the heaven and the earth. The Lord of Crossing the Sea came to Xuanhuan first. Everything works. The way of heaven is sublimating in every strand of his power. The primordial gods cultivated the power of heaven, but the gods of heaven controlled the heaven like a child learning to speak, but they were already in their prime. How could a child beat a giant? But the moment his power arrived, Xuanhuan was also shocked, and there was also a power called Calamity in Lei Dian's palm, and he counterattacked. The Lord of Crossing the Sea slapped him directly. In the boundless hurricane, Xuanhuan himself was also greatly shaken. After all, there is no blessing of national fortune on the Timespace Island, and it is already extremely powerful to be able to fight head-on with the primitive gods. Here, you can fight with me recklessly. It seems that you really can't stay. The Lord of Crossing the Sea said fiercely. Humph. The Lord of Distress waved his hands, and a black ancient book appeared. In the ancient book, chapters and pages were opened, and a great will emerged. One by one, the ancient words shone with light, condensing into scriptures. Rumbling. The incomparably huge force followed the words and seemed to form a spell, suppressing Xuanhuan. It is good. The Lord of Crossing the Sea, this is the scripture that the Lord of Crossing the Distress obtained from the ancient civilization. He has comprehended it for countless years, and at this moment he has inspired it with his own power source. Xuanhuan's eyes swish. Immediately saw countless catastrophes, eras of destruction, collapse of time and space, life and death of countless people. Heaven and earth imprisonment. The runes of the Lord of Difficulties swept across, and each word formed a prison like heaven and earth around Xuanhuan, as if the scriptures like profound meanings were rapidly rotating with him. The dark and deep color formed the confinement of catastrophe. As soon as Xuanhuan's palm touched these words, it was as if a mortal's hand suddenly touched a thunderbolt, and he retreated immediately. Haha, he is trapped, let's seal him. The Lord of Distress laughed. The opportunity is here. The Lord of Crossing the Sea knows very well that this ancient book is powerful. Indeed, the opportunity has come. Holding the Tianxua of 10,000 realms in his hand, Xuanhuan suddenly burst out with all his strength, and the sharp brilliance swiped towards the front. #C1447 Destroy the City in the Sky. As soon as the power of Boundary Breaker Tianxua was released, it immediately broke through the blockade of the Lord of Difficulties. He broke my confinement. The eyes of the Lord of Overcoming Difficulties suddenly fell on the Boundary Breaker Tianxua, and he shouted in surprise, "It's that fetish, which can break the blockade of heaven and earth, but I also felt it just now. This blow has consumed all of its strength, and it has been destroyed in a short time. It cannot be activated inside. Shenwu has a lot of good things. The Lord of Crossing the Sea is also greedy, but do you think you can escape from life like this? That's too much to look down on us." A small black-colored statue appeared in his hand, and the majesty and terror of the god of evil descended. When it was shattered, it seemed that the god of ether came here and wanted to block Xuanhuan again. Boom! But this force had just erupted, and at the same time a black mark appeared on Xuanhuan's hand. The power of this mark exploded suddenly. It was death, it was the end, it was the power of the tomb. He directly hit the Lord of Difficulties with his strength. The power of death. The Lord of Crossing the Catastrophe sensed it instantly, and his complexion changed. I feel threatened by just one imprint. In this world, the only one who can have this kind of power is the ancient Lord of Death, but the Lord of Death has long since disappeared. How could he have such power in the long history of Hanoi? No one has seen him again. Before he had time to think about it, the Lord of Distress immediately activated his defense. And at the moment when he was defending, the morning light mirror appeared, and a raging fire was ignited. The monstrous flames made it shine like a huge star in the sky. The Changwang mirror was left by the Lord Changwang, and he poured all his strength into it at the last moment. What is he going to do? The Lord of Distress suddenly felt something was wrong. The morning light mirror was released by Xuanhuan with the most powerful and brightest power. It exploded in an instant, like a falling star, directly impacting on the Lord of Distress. The morning mirror is destroyed, and its function was to stop the Lord of Distress. Not good. The Lord crossing the distress already knew what Xuanhuan was going to do. He was not worried about himself, but the Lord crossing the sea, and shouted, "The Lord crossing the sea, be careful, don't fight him, his goal is you." Although he didn't know what Xuanhuan had against the Lord of crossing the sea. "It's me?" The Lord crossing the sea was stunned. But at this moment, time stood still. In the system space, Xuanhuan sacrificed directly to Sky City. Castle in the sky, destroy it. Xuanhuan wants to destroy Sky City. Although Sky City is the most top-notch primitive artifact, an artifact that the Lord of the Sky has forged all his life, it can be an artifact for suppressing the sky, but Xuanhuan still wants to destroy it. I can't bear to let the child not be caught by the wolf. Xuanhuan knows the trade-offs. He is going to kill the Lord of Crossing the Sea today. Suddenly, the Lord of Crossing the Sea felt a terrifying will, a terrifying force that could destroy his original source, locked on him. Run! The Lord of Distress shouted anxiously. This person is too vicious. Xuanhuan knew that among the primitive gods, his strength was higher than that of the Lord of Crossing the Sea, so he trapped himself for a few moments and wiped out the Lord of Crossing the Sea. The Lord crossing the sea also knew that something bad happened to him, and he was about to leave immediately. The divine light in Xuanhuan's eyes flashed, and the power of sacrificing the Sky City was only in an instant, and the heaven, earth and universe in the entire Sky City were condensed and reduced to a point. Boom! Within that point, it's like a mini multiverse explodes. When the Lord crossing the sea saw this power, the destruction is complete. In an instant, the endless gust of particles swallowed the Lord of Crossing the Sea, and all the power rushed towards him. Do not. The face of the Master of Crossing the Sea showed incomparable horror, his body was being shattered, and his soul was being wiped out. Ah! I definitely don't want to fall here, absolutely not. You can resist the explosion of my Sky City? In the realm of primitive gods, you are just standing at the lowest level. It was the Lord of the Sky who personally pushed the power of the Sky City to the strongest after it exploded. Back then, after becoming a human emperor, he also knew that he had no chance of living, so he supported his seriously injured body and instilled and sealed his last source of the heavenly way into the city of the sky. The explosion at this moment is enough to destroy a primitive god at the level of the Master of Crossing the Sea. The panic on the face of the Lord crossing the sea magnified, and he couldn't escape the scope of destruction of the Sky City. Cross the sea. The Lord of Distress is also going crazy. Destroy it. Xuanhuan is indifferent and cruel. When Du Yishan attacked him, he had the idea of destroying the Sky City, and leaving on purpose was his deliberate move. He wants Du Yishan to see that he has given up where he has the greatest advantage. Because in Du Yishan's heart, this person is the most powerful in the Xinqiao, and they will not take the risk of breaking into the Xinqiao to fight him. After Xuanhuan left Xinqiao, they relaxed a lot, thinking that he had no cards and could not threaten them. Just this mistake created a godsend opportunity for Xuanhuan. The Lord of Crossing the Sea was completely swallowed by the Sky City. This mighty and ancient artifact has served its final purpose. It should have been destroyed in the Great Ancient War, and its destruction also took away the Lord of Crossing the Sea, and a primitive god was buried with it. The final roar is like the elegy of the times. Cross the sea. The Lord of Crossing the Distress felt with horror that the breath of life of the Lord of Crossing the Sea had disappeared, and a primitive god had just fallen. To reproduce, Du Yishan must pay an incomparably huge price to revive his destiny consciousness. And at this moment, Xuanhuan looked at the ruins of destruction in front of him, and he suddenly turned into a terrifying black hole that swallowed the sky. All the energy and the destroyed power of the Lord of Crossing the Sea were swallowed by him. The fourth realm of the Tao of Heaven, it's time to break through. Xuanhuan's strength began to soar. Originally, he needed to condense more energy to accumulate to the peak limit of the third realm, but now he swallowed all the energy of the Lord of Crossing the Sea in one go. His breath is taking place in an epic ascension. The true self of the fourth realm needs to clarify one's own path and unshakable will, and Xuanhuan's will is to control everything and use the Emperor's hegemony to create an era that belongs to Xinwu. His will is breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, and he is promoted like a phoenix nirvana. Boom! With his domineering will to control the void, Xuanhuan's cultivation was no surprise, and he was directly promoted to the fourth realm of true self. At this level, his strength exploded again. In the fourth realm of heavenly Tao, although he still can't defeat the original gods with his strength, Xuanhuan has absolute confidence that he can fight some people head-on without losing. If he reaches the fifth realm, his strength will be even more terrifying. If the heavenly Tao list is rearranged now, then his strength can definitely be ranked first, even more terrifying than Thor. I can improve my strength so quickly, and I also want to thank you for crossing the sky. Xuanhuan made a cold voice. #C1448 Fourth Realm of Heaven. The energy of the original gods brought Xuanhuan directly to the fourth realm of the Tao of Heaven. The rewards of system tasks will also follow. Ding! The host broke through the original third realm of heavenly Tao, and obtained 300 million fulminant points, Heavenly Tao God Healing Potion X1, Supernatural Fruit X77536, Heavenly Tao Artifact Advanced Card, Yuqing Shindan X4, Sky-Cracking Scar X1, Random Lottery Chance X1. Ding! The current branch line has been released, breaking through the fifth realm of heavenly Tao, Destiny. Xuanhuan's breakthrough in this realm can be said to be faster than breaking through the third realm. The main reason is that his understanding of the true self has long been determined, and he has devoured the remaining energy of the Lord of Crossing the Sea. True self, practice true self. He looked at the sky-cracking scar, which was a top-notch primitive artifact. At first glance, it looked like a mass of crystal-like sharp vitality, but it could change into various shapes of weapons. And different powers can also make the scar of the skycrack show different colors. The scar of the skycrack purely represents killing. You killed the Lord of Crossing the Sea. The energy erupted by the morning light mirror dissipated completely, and the Lord of Evil Crossing was a little embarrassed, but he didn't care about it. He was completely angry, his eyes were blood red, and he stared at Xuanhuan firmly. He never imagined that a primitive god would be lost in this operation. Primordial God, this is the peak powerhouse standing in the multiverse. A primitive god can create a peak force second only to the 33 days. And his loss of the Lord of Crossing the Sea this time in Duhishan was like a giant pillar supporting the sky suddenly breaking, and the sky was about to collapse, which was more tragic than losing 100 gods of heaven. Crossing the sea. The Lord of Crossing Difficulties roared, Xinwu, I want to kill you, I will cross the evil sky and you will never die. He could see that just now, Xinwu self-destructed an extremely powerful primitive artifact, and the power of the primitive god was still sealed inside, and then he destroyed the Lord of Crossing the Sea all at once. This time they were careless too. If they don't come to Time and Space Island, even if they destroy Sky City, they won't be able to destroy Crossing the Sea. It's been immortal for a long time. Xuanhuan was indifferent. Although he beheaded the Lord of Crossing the Sea this time, the price he paid was very high. The morning mirror was destroyed, and the Sky City was destroyed. However, the benefits he got are also huge. Breaking through the fourth realm by himself, the improvement of his own strength is much more important than a few artifacts. Boom! The Lord of Difficulties circulated endless dark runes, and in his madness, he directly attacked Xuanhuan. Bring it on! Xuanhuan's momentum has once again risen. Who will fight for the front in the world? He strode forward to the Lord of Distress. he is a peerless emperor, the vast power of the gods, and the certainty of his own true self, so that he did not fall into a disadvantage when dealing with the Lord of Distress. The power of the two attacked frantically in the island of time and space. His strength. The Lord of Distress stared wide-eyed. He could clearly feel the increase of Xuanhuan's power, which was almost dozens of times stronger. Before he made a move, he could completely suppress him, but now he was able to evenly split the gains. Impossible. The face of the Lord of Difficulties is ferocious, and with black power, he covered time and space with a single palm, evolving into infinite kulpas. He is like the sky and the earth, revolving like an immortal universe. The divine fist of Emperor Xuanhuan also pierced through a brilliant rainbow, smashing countless worlds with one blow, and fighting head-on with the original power of heaven and earth of the Lord of Distress. Kill, kill, kill. The Lord of Difficulties, carrying endless anger, fully appeared at this moment. He wiped out the mana of the universe, controlled time and space, and deprived Xuanhuan of his control over mana. Xuanhuan didn't give in, and waved his palm forward, and the crack of the sky covered his palm, splitting the power of the Lord of Difficulty. I can't help him. The continuous fights also made the Lord of Difficulties more and more frightened. At this time, Xuanhuan was no longer something he could suppress. Enemy. Absolute enemy. He is the greatest enemy of God except Guyuan in history. If this enemy is not destroyed, there will be a catastrophe. Xuanhuan stood tall and straight on the island of time and space, and looked at the Lord of Difficulty with peerless arrogance. I will use all the other methods, and I will follow them all. Xuanhuan. The Lord of Difficulties stared at Xuanhuan, not knowing what else he was going to do. I will remember the hatred of crossing the sea forever, and regard it as the greatest shame in this life. After the Lord of Difficulties roared, he actually disappeared directly in front of Xuanhuan. He also understands that even if the two fight for hundreds of years, there is no way to defeat him, and if the fight continues, if there is an accident on the other side of the battlefield, he can't afford it. The master of crossing the sea has fallen, and there can be no more accidents on the other side of the battlefield. As for the fall of the Lord of Crossing the Sea, once the news is delivered, it will cause violent waves in the multiverse. He went straight away. This attack of crossing the bad days will also be resolved. After he beheaded the Lord of Crossing the Sea, his own mana was greatly improved, and it was impossible for Du Yishan to continue to attack in a short period of time, and he would be deterred by his methods. And this time, he was able to kill the Lord of Crossing the Sea, relying on the Lord of the Sky. Lord of the Sky, this time I have destroyed your Sky City. Xuanhuan also had a model of the Sky City in his hand, using it as a medium to sacrifice, to summon the destiny consciousness of the Lord of the Sky. If it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. I have already fallen, and the city and the sky should have fallen with me. The Lord of the Sky didn't have any regrets, but said very calmly, the primordial 5 realms, the Lord of Crossing the Sea is only the first realm, and killing him in my Sky City is also the last fate, as the end. As the most pinnacle existence of the original gods, the Lord of the Sky didn't feel surprised when he killed the Lord of Crossing the Sea in the City of the Sky he built with his whole life. He also sighed at Xuanhuan's determination. Destruction is for rebirth. Xuanhuan also said, once I successfully create the world of life and death, it will inevitably come to the next heaven and earth catastrophe. I can use the power of this catastrophe to transform it into the energy of your resurrection. This is your new life. After you are resurrected, Sky City will also usher in its new life and reappear in the multiverse. That's right, destruction is also rebirth. The Lord of the Sky's thoughts fluctuated violently. If he can be resurrected this time, it will be a catastrophe of life and death. For him, it is also the greatest opportunity, and his strength will grow earth-shakingly again. He is looking forward to the day of resurrection. Xuanhuan, you have broken through a realm this time and have the strength to confront the primitive gods head-on. I can't help but see the day when you dominate the heavens. The Lord of the Sky desires so much that Xuanhuan can have the brilliance of the sky and the human world back then. For the eternal road, he is willing to sacrifice his life. It's just a confrontation with the primitive gods head-on. It's impossible to defeat them unless I achieve the primitive gods. Xuanhuan did not feel complacent at all because of this, but felt a kind of pressure instead. This time he actually caught the Lord crossing the sea by surprise, and he no longer had such a treasure as the Sky City that could kill the original gods. Without Castle in the Sky, the suppression of the Empire's gods and luck would be much weaker. At the same time, at the moment when the Sky City was destroyed, an extremely hidden time and space, suppressed by the power of the infinite Earth, suddenly felt the demise of the artifact. #C1449 Lord of the Earth. In this hidden world, there are also 3 statues. A statue with a heavy breath, with its feet on the earth, has the power to open up the world, as if it controls the existence of the earth. And a breath is vast and vast, like the ruler of the sky. The one in the middle always has a benevolent and generous smile on his face. He is a human being, a truly pure human being. The Sky City of the Sky Lord is destroyed. A majestic and tall existence, wearing an earth robe, suddenly moved his mind. He was actually the Lord of the Earth, the right-hand man of the human emperor, and an existence as famous as the Lord of the Sky. He and the Lord of the Sky are close friends, the power of the sky and the earth, and the destruction of the Sky City can be felt in an instant. What happened? Could it be that someone found the whereabouts of the city in the sky and inspired the setting of self-destruction? Lord of the Sky, my friend. The Lord of the Earth frowned. He really wanted to sacrifice the Sky Lord's sense of destiny to figure out the situation, but he knew that he couldn't do that. Once he sacrificed, the location where he was hiding would be exposed. In this universe, there are too many people who want his life. The spirit of humanity is immortal. As long as there are people, there will be a new emperor. At that time, it is time for me to leave the world, and the Lord of the Sky will be resurrected. The Lord of the Earth murmured. When the Emperor of Humanity fell, he hid in the depths of the multiverse with the last strong man in the human world, and he also took away the most important treasure of humanity except the human Emperor's sword. On the Timespace Island, 4 figures suddenly appeared. Extremely violent fluctuations occurred on the Spacetime Island, destroying the world. It must be Xuanhuan and the 2 primitive gods who were fighting fiercely. They both broke out their real trump cards and killed the real fire. This is Vulcan and their 4 strong men. Their speed was not as fast as that of the primitive gods. When they first arrived on the island of time and space, they suddenly saw a burst of divine light in the depths of time and space. But because of the barrier of the timespace fog and the limitation of the power of the timespace island itself, they couldn't see clearly what happened. However, they would not have thought that the Lord of Crossing the Sea had fallen. It is very likely that both sides have reached a critical moment, and the loss of strength is also very huge now. Vulcan's eyes flickered. The Lord of Distress. Suddenly, they saw the Lord of Difficulties carrying boundless anger, and an extremely angry will shuttled out of the fog of time and space. Could it be that this battlefield is over? How could it be so fast? Lord Outyan was stunned. No, why is there only one Lord of Crossing the Catastrophe, the Lord of Crossing the Sea? If they gain an advantage in the battle, there won't be only one Lord of the Crossing, and you feel the aura of the Lord of the Catastrophe. He is extremely angry, obviously it was a big loss. The Lord of the Illusory Realm said, "What is it that the Lord of Difficulties is so furious?" And in the fury, he voluntarily withdrew from the battlefield? Weird, very weird. The Lord of Crossing the Sea doesn't show up, and there is only the Lord of Crossing the Distress alone. Could it be that the Lord of Crossing the Sea had an accident? They suddenly came up with a frightened answer. Impossible, how could the original gods exist, how could they fall here? The one who reacted the most was Vulcan, who immediately roared furiously, "I absolutely don't believe that there will be an accident with the Lord of Crossing the Sea. It is very likely that Xuanhuan got lost in the island of time and space, and his whereabouts cannot be tracked and inspected. The master of Crossing the Sea is dead. Are the four of you here to die?" Chu Yuanhong's soul-shocking voice resounded. He appeared directly in front of the Vulcan 4. He is not lost on the spacetime island. The Lord of Distress really had no choice but to leave him. Seeing Chu Yuan, they felt a chill in their hearts. Chu Yuan's power at the moment is too infinite. What did he say? He said that he killed the Lord of Crossing the Sea. Could it be the fluctuation just now? Lord Outyan panicked. At this moment, they didn't feel that Chu Yuan was deceiving them at all, based on the various deeds calculated before the combination. If it wasn't like this, the Lord of Difficulties would not have such a big reaction. They didn't know what method Chu Yuan used to kill the Master of Crossing the Sea. But it can be known that the four of them originally wanted to take advantage of this time, and took advantage of the opportunity to rob, but they sent themselves to the door. No matter what the situation is, we can't fight him now. Slaughter King was the calmest. Let's go. Yes. Let's go. The current Chu Yuan is not something they can resist at all. Standing in the sky and earth, this person has the majesty of a dragon and a snake rising from the land, turning the sky upside down. The sealed door. When Chu Yuan waved his hand, the ancient sealed gate blocked the world. Bombard him together. The faces of the four strong men were fierce, and their strength hit Chu Yuan. When Chu Yuan saw their attack, he pointed at the sky and ground, and blasted away with his palm. The vast force was simply invincible, and it directly destroyed their attack. His mana struck out shockingly, and the destructive hurricane that swept out hit them directly. Boom! This blow made the four of them retreat backwards, spurting blood in unison. Knocking four people flying with one palm, this is Chu Yuan's current invincible strength. How could he be so strong? Vulcan roared in horror. At the beginning, the strength of Chu Yuan's second level would have made them helpless, not to mention that now, their cultivation had reached the fourth level, and even the fifth level was very close. If you want to fight Chu Yuan, you must be a primitive god. Go. Get out of here quickly, don't fight him recklessly, he is now forming a seal, and the infinite power of time and space is rushing over. Vulcan shouted in horror. Almost at the same moment. The world is illusory, everything is empty, true and false, illusion is empty. Immediately, a glass-like illusory color ignited on the body of the master of the fantasy world, and countless false worlds emerged. Her body exploded and disappeared directly in front of Chu Yuan. As the top fifth realm, she naturally has a whole card to save her life. The consumption of her original source has made her existence here illusory. I also explode my god body, real and fake god body, real me switch. Vulcan's body also exploded, and he knew that Chu Yuan couldn't seal it, so he ignored the consumption of the original source, just to escape his pursuit. Replacement puppet, change form and change shadow. King Slaughter's divine body suddenly turned into a wooden figure that looked exactly like him, and then the wooden figure burned. Killing is to take the lives of others, not to give up one's own life. The surrogate puppet of the King of Slaughter is made by the Slaughter God, and its value is comparable to that of a primitive artifact. In other words, he lost a primitive artifact all at once. The three of them broke out in an instant with their strongest life-saving cards. Pity. If the castle in the sky is still there, none of them can escape. You all ran away, and I was the only one left. Lord Outyan was horrified to see that Vulcan and the others had all run away, and he was left alone to face Emperor Xuanhuan. #C1450 Give up resistance. Lord Outyan was shocked and angry. In just a short moment, the three of Vulcan and the others escaped before him, leaving him here alone to face the Emperor Xuanhuan alone. He also hates Vulcan and the others. They agreed to deal with Xuanhuan God Emperor together, but they abandoned him in the blink of an eye. How could he be the opponent of the divine martial God Emperor? It's just you. Xuanhuan's sharp eyes saw through the essence of Lord Outyin. In fact, he also felt very sorry. The one he most wanted to seal and kill was Vulcan, but Vulcan's reaction was too fast, and the Lord of Illusion and the King of Slaughter together urged him to run out. I fight with you. Lord Outyin is the weakest of the 4 strong men, and his ability to escape is not as good as them, so he is the only one left. He also understood that he had fallen into the most critical moment, the greatest crisis in his life, and suddenly he transformed into his body, a huge black beast with millions of feet. His body is a hard carapace, with 2 huge claws, like crabs. Although Xuanhuan was insignificant in front of him, the aura of engulfing the universe crushed him. The Lord of Outyin directly hit Xuanhuan like a star. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp, he raised a finger, the energy was like a sea, the universe suddenly concentrated, and the vast blow directly killed Lord Outyin. His huge divine body was pierced by this hole, and a large hole of destruction was instantly torn open, and blood flowed out like a river. The huge gap prevented him from fighting Xuanhuan at all. The sealed door. Xuanhuan operated the sealed door, and countless divine lights shot out immediately, turning into chains that lock the gods, intertwined on the Lord Outyin. Time and space are constantly squeezed, and the Lord Outyin is terrified. He is like a big crab tied up and slaughtered. Xuanhuan waved his hand again, and it was the hot divine fire that was ejected from the flame gate, burning on his divine body. No matter how strong his vitality was, he was rapidly weakening at this moment in the face of this purgatory torture. No, no. Lord Outyin was terrified, and said, Xuanhuan God Emperor, don't kill me, there is no big enmity between me and you, I was also bewitched by Vulcan, so I went to deal with you, in fact, the fundamental reason is because of Fire Ancestor, spare my life. Excuse me? Xuanhuan suddenly stopped his downward refining hands, and said indifferently, it's not impossible, but you have to pay the price. The price? Master Aotion's thoughts fluctuated violently, don't tell me you want me to be your slave, and I will be under your control forever and ever. He also knew what God Emperor Xuanhuan meant. You are very smart. Xuanhuan said. Me. Lord Outyin was caught in a tangle. As the 5th realm of the Tao of Heaven, how could he be willing to be someone else's slave and lose his freedom? Ah! He suddenly screamed violently, it was Xuanhuan who activated the killing power. If you don't become a slave, you will die. No one can save him on this space-time island. If you want to survive, you must surrender. Stop, I admit it, as long as I can survive, I am willing to be a slave. Lord Outyin doesn't have such arrogance, he knows the beauty of life very well, and when he dies, he really has nothing. Let go of soul resistance, as long as you have a little resistance, the consciousness of destiny will collapse immediately. Xuanhuan opened his big hand, and the invisible soul power penetrated into the soul of Lord Outyin. The Lord Outyin was trembling, a boundless soul power was controlling the sense of destiny that enveloped him, imposing a soul restraint on him, but at this time, he couldn't resist. Time and space reversed, the outside world only took a short time, but in time and space, Xuanhuan accelerated for a long time. Even for him, it is extremely troublesome to restrain a statue in the 5th realm. If there is any resistance in it, all previous efforts will be wasted. Aotion, I have met the God Emperor. The Lord of Outyin turned into a human form, lowered his head, his soul was controlled, and he also accepted his fate. Very good. Xuanhuan nodded in satisfaction. He is also the Lord of Outyin. If it was Wu Shang, he would not even think about submitting to him like the king of killing, and would kill them directly. There are 33 days behind them. And the Lord Outyen is a strange beast born in the multiverse, similar to Huazu. He has no power of his own. There is only one way for Lord Outyen to break away from Chu Yuan's control, and that is to explode his destiny, and Chu Yuan can't stop him. But when his destiny explodes, if he wants to regain his diversity, he needs someone to sacrifice and revive him. But the Lord of Heaven, who is lonely and widowed, who will revive him? The cost of resurrecting a fifth realm is many times greater than the cost of cultivating the fifth realm. In the multiverse, there is also a strong man who is best at controlling the soul. He is called the Soul Master. He is also the god of the day, and even the original gods can be controlled by his soul. Follow me back to the God dynasty. Chu Yuan quickly returned to Xinqiao with Lord Outyen. Originally, outside the Shin dynasty, there were countless strong men who crossed the sky besieging, but after Chu Yuan returned to the Shin dynasty, these countless strong men all withdrew in a short period of time. What happened? Du Yixin's army withdrew too suddenly? The devouring world emperor stared blankly. It is a bit too anticlimactic for the massive attack to be withdrawn suddenly. There is no other reason. His Majesty must have gained an advantage when he left the divine dynasty before. Jiuyo said indifferently, "You will know when His Majesty returns." Not long after, Chu Yuan returned to the divine dynasty. Okay, this time Duertian's attack is over for the time being. The Lord of Duhai has been killed by me. This is the direct reason for Duertian's retreat. In a short period of time, they cannot continue to attack. As soon as Chu Yuan returned to Xinqiao, he explained the matter lightly. The original gods have been exterminated. The devouring emperor was completely dumbfounded. Naturally, she would not suspect that this statement was false, and Du Yixin's army had indeed withdrawn. The entire martial arts powerhouse celebrated. Lord Outyen? The devouring emperor looked at Lord Outyen again. Although she has been in the secret territory of Taichu for a long time, as a special creature, she still knows about some strong beasts in the world. Seeing him following Chu Yuan, she also vaguely guessed some. I have surrendered to the God Emperor. Lord Outyen said in a low voice. From a carefree existence to being controlled by the soul all of a sudden, it's strange that he can be in a good mood. The strength of the God Emperor is really unfathomable. The devouring emperor would not ask Chu Yuan what method he used to kill the Outyen Lord, but just said, "Leader, what is the leader going to do about the matter of the God realm of absolute beginning? Tell the divine tree of absolute beginning not to worry, since I am the leader, I will naturally help it." Chu Yuan said to him, "Now is not the time to deal with the God dynasty of Taichu." I see. The world-devouring emperor also nodded. Although Du Yixin has retreated, the war has not stopped, and Xinwu has no extra strength to help the divine tree of absolute beginning. Chu Yuan didn't relax because of this, he still had more things to do, he couldn't stay for a moment, sacrificed Huazu, and said, "Huazu, this time I'm going to seal Vulcan, see if there is a chance to kill you resurrection." You can use the enter shortcut keys to read. #C1451 Chase Vulcan. After Huazu's mind was sacrificed, he was also excited. Is the God Emperor going to kill Vulcan? He is extremely eager for resurrection. That's right, now is the best time to seal Vulcan. Although he escaped from my seal before, it was also when he was the weakest. If he doesn't kill him now, when will he wait? And if he doesn't die, what do you do, resurrection? Escaping from the seal is not without cost. If Huazu can be resurrected, there will be an extra primitive god by his side, which will be of great benefit to the development of the god dynasty. And wanting to revive the Lord of the Sky is not something he can do now. The first premise is that he must first be promoted to the realm of the original gods, and it is possible for a genius in the world of life and death to achieve it. Huazu, you should know the price you have to pay if you are resurrected. Chu Yuan said. I know. Huazu also understands that if he wants to live, he has to pay a price. Once he is really resurrected, he will no longer be as carefree as before, and he will obey Xuanhuan's orders. Maybe, I have to change my way of life. Huazu didn't reject it, and even great existences like the Lord of the Sky were willing to serve him. Being the emperor of the world, his achievements are beyond what he can imagine. If you can't seal Vulcan this time, if you want to find another opportunity, you don't know when it will be. Xuanhuan left Xinqiao without telling anyone, and knew that in a short period of time, Du Yishan could no longer launch an attack. In Guanyu League. It was also a panic. The Lord of Crossing the Sea has fallen. He was killed by the Emperor Xuanhuan. I don't know what method he used, but a primitive god has indeed fallen. After Lord Guanyu got the news, he was in a daze. It doesn't necessarily have to be the strength of the divine martial god emperor himself. He deliberately went to the spacetime island. I think he set a trap and arranged to kill the Lord of Crossing the Sea there. It must be an extremely powerful treasure. Xuanhuan wrote. No matter what the reason is, the master of Crossing the Sea has fallen, the army of Crossing the Sky has retreated, the situation of two heroes aspiring to win the championship has been formed, and the best time for Crossing the Sky to destroy Xuanhuan has been lost. The Lord of Guanyu said, No, I want to go to the Xuanhuan dynasty in person. He hurried to Xuanhuan dynasty. The leader of the Guanyu League pays homage to the God Emperor. The Lord of Guanyu said immediately after arriving at the periphery of Xuanhuan. Regarding Xuanhuan, he didn't dare to be a little presumptuous. Your Majesty is currently practicing a supreme divine skill, so I can't meet you for the time being, President Guanyu. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait for His Majesty to leave the customs in the divine dynasty. It was the Lord Outyan who appeared. Fifth Realm, Lord of Outyan. The Lord of Guanyu vaguely guessed something, and immediately said, Don't worry, the cultivation of the God Emperor is important, and I will visit after the God Emperor leaves the customs. He is not angry either. Knowing that Xuanhuan paid a huge price for killing the Lord of Crossing the Sea this time, the Emperor Xuanhuan must have had some kind of insight, so he hastily retreated. He dare not disturb. Just when Xuanhuan was chasing and killing Vulcan, Duer Tian was filled with grief, shrouded in gloom, morale was low, and he fell into sorrow. The master of Crossing the Sea fell, and a giant pillar supporting the sky collapsed. They were extremely confident when they went out to fight, thinking that destroyer Xuanhuan would catch them, but in fact they slapped them hard. In Du Tian, it was also clouded by this depressed atmosphere. Cross the sea. The Lord of Distress is also in great pain. Revenge, we want revenge. The Lord of Crossing the Sea cannot fall in such an unexplained way. Kill, the immortal martial arts are not reconciled. The heavenly Tao God who crosses the evil sky has a murderous intent. The Lord of Crossing the Sea. Wu Shang clasped his hands tightly. He and the Lord of Crossing the Sea belonged to the same period. One became a primitive god, and the other became the first Taoist god of the evil heaven. The fall of the Lord of Crossing the Sea dealt him a huge blow. This time the war against Xuanhuan has failed. The god of Duer descended, and when he saw the expressions of the people, his heart was gloomy, but as a god, he could not show any depression. God, it's my responsibility this time. I didn't underestimate Xuanhuan. I didn't expect him to have the means to kill and cross the sea. If I'm more careful and don't chase after him, Crossing the Sea will not die. The Lord of Distress blames himself. As God, I should bear the greatest responsibility for the fall of Crossing the Sea. Not to mention crossing the difficulties, even the Lord of Crossing the Evil did not expect that the martial arts would suddenly erupt and kill the Lord of Crossing the Sea. Everyone expected that he had the means to fight against the primitive gods, but no one would think of killing them. After all, confrontation and killing are two different things. But things have happened, what he needs to do is to plan the next move. Crossing the catastrophe, tell me, how did he cross the sea? God said. I didn't see clearly. The Lord of Distress shook his head in pain. He destroyed a primitive artifact to stop me before. I only saw that there was a wave of destruction, but it was also a primitive artifact. Refined by the peerless power, there is still the power of the ancient power inside, and it explodes completely, making Duhai unable to resist for a moment. The Sky City erupted too fast. He didn't see the shape, he could only feel the energy. A primitive god in the same realm as me, the top primitive artifact. God Dewey suddenly sighed while speaking. I still underestimated him. He has already prepared the means to destroy the primitive gods, and he is waiting for us to do it. After this defeat, it will be difficult to destroy Xuanhuan. The restraint of God Guyuan made it difficult for him to join the battlefield. The fall of crossing the sea is the biggest loss for my crossing the sky, but my crossing the sky will not decline because of this. The Lord of crossing the sea fell for my sky. I will pay a big price to sacrifice him and resurrect him, and reunite him destiny consciousness. There is also a fatal murderous intent in the eyes of God Doer, and my heaven's strength is beyond the imagination of others. No one can know how strong my heaven will be. God, what should we do next? We must not let Xuanhuan become bigger and stronger. The Lord of Distress gritted his teeth. Everyone knows that Xuanhuan is now in a period of rapid development, and if they are not eliminated as soon as possible, their status will definitely be threatened. Combined vertically and horizontally. Dewey God said, there is Guyuan God behind Xuanhuan. If I want to destroy Xuanhuan with my power, I will have to pay a higher price. Dragon God hates them so much that they let those dragon gods also join the battle. The dragon ancestor didn't want to cultivate the chaos divine dragon. I promised to help him. Originally, they wanted to destroy Xuanhuan alone and eat all the benefits. But the development of the matter has exceeded their expectations, and it is necessary to win over Long Shantian and gather the greatest advantage. Thinking of this, God Dewey also became irritable. If it wasn't for God Guyuan, a god of martial arts wouldn't give him such a headache. Yes, cooperate with Long Shenshin. The Lord of Crossing the Distress shouted, I'm not reconciled, I will share the benefits with them at that time. God, I am willing to contribute to the resurrection of crossing the sea. God. At this moment, Wu Shang said suddenly. Say it, said God Du-yi. I want to enter the depths of the civilization of the ancient era and accept the most dangerous inheritance. Wu Shang's eyes were extremely determined. Since you have decided, let's do it. God Dewey did not refuse. Perhaps, this is your only chance to become a primitive god. Hashtag C1452 Seal, Vulcan. Damn, hate, my origin of the way of heaven, I don't know how many years it will take to practice and make up for this loss. I have stepped into the original god, and it is indefinitely. Vulcan made an extremely furious voice, and his face was contorted ferociously. He was able to escape smoothly this time because he practiced an ancient secret method of real self and fake body, which is to separate a part of his soul and origin, and once again condense him. It was indeed his real body that he chased after Chu Yuan. But he destroyed his real self and false body, changed his real self at once, and abandoned a full third of the origin of the heavenly way, before he escaped smoothly. He also understood that Chu Yuan's current strength was no longer something he could compete with. Now is not the time for me to be furious. Xuanhuan must kill him for the resurrection of Huazhu. I must not be beheaded by him, and I can't hide it from him wherever I go. S position. Thinking of this, he was also very irritable. The Lord of the fantasy world ran wherever she wanted, and with her ability, even the primitive gods couldn't find her. And the Killing King can run back to the Killing Sky. But he can't, because the Fire Ancestor is there, he can sense his position. Besides, what's the use of beheading the Lord of Illusion Realm and the Killing King? Only by beheading him can the Fire Ancestor be revived. Flee back to the God's heaven first. He continuously consumed the origin of the Tao of Heaven at an incredible speed, and quickly fled towards the heaven of the gods. I have no way to get the Skyfire Divine Orb. It's a shame. I originally wanted to refine the power of the Fire Ancestor to make me a primitive god, but now, there is no hope at all. I have no way to resist him on my own. Huashen is angry. After I am safe, I must have the determination of a strong man to cut off my wrist. Although the power of Huazu made me a very strong man among the gods of heaven, I could not completely wipe him out. It also limits my potential. This time I want to strip off the power of the Fire Ancestor, although my strength will be reduced, but sooner or later I can cultivate back, and use my own will to break through the threshold of the original god. The heaven of the gods is coming soon. Originally, it took a long time to return to the heaven of the gods, but he burned the source of the heavenly Tao, regardless of the cost, and saw the heaven of the gods in only a short time. He is seeing the world of dust particles, as many as the Ganges sands, surrounded by the gods. It's not safe to run into the heaven of the gods. Then Xuanhuan will not let me go. There is only one way, which is to find a world of dust and hide in it. Even powerful existences cannot destroy the world of dust. This is the taboo of the heaven of gods. Even if it is the gods of hell, they dare not destroy it, otherwise they will be chased and killed by the gods. Huazu knew that he would be safe as long as he went to the world of dust. That's right, he's suffering a lot from the source right now, and he happens to be retreating in the dusty world to cultivate himself, and he'll go out when he's safe. Although this martial artist is rampant now, he has too many enemies. He may die one day, and he will be ahead of him. But just as he was about to approach the heaven of the gods, his face panicked violently. In front of him, a domineering and mighty figure suddenly appeared in time and space, a figure who reigned forever. Vulcan, you are so good at running, I almost let you escape. Boom! Xuanhuan volleyed in the air, with his giant palm, shaking mountains and seas, and the energy storm swept out. The Vulcan violently shook, and his whole body suffered a shocking blow, and he fell back towards the gods. Xuanhuan was also grateful. Fortunately, I am proficient in the way of time and space, and my cultivation base has greatly improved, otherwise I would have been escaped by Vulcan. If he fled into this world of dust, there was nothing he could do about him, so it was almost impossible for Huazu to revive in a short time. Now that he appeared in front of Vulcan, it was impossible for him to run in. Xuanhuan. Vulcan gritted his teeth and said these two words. It's just that close. At that point, he can escape back to the heaven of the gods. The appearance of Xuanhuan broke his fantasy. Ha ha ha, Vulcan, let me see where you are going. Back then, he joined forces with the Killing King to attack me. Today, karma reincarnates. There is cause and effect, and retribution is not good. You will suffer the same fate. Baolai. Huazu emerged, laughing heartily. Forgive others, don't force me to fight with you. Vulcan knew that he would never be his opponent, so he said fiercely, I am very close to the heavens of the gods. As long as I call for help, there will be a god to save me. There is also a god who wants to recruit him. If he is really saved by the god, he will owe a huge favor. You can try. Xuanhuan looked at him, huge power was already surging. God Lord Qianquan, save me. As long as you save me, I am willing to become your subordinate and be loyal to you forever. Vulcan roared loudly, his sound waves can span endless distances. But what made him desperate was that no matter how much he yelled, there was no response at all. It stands to reason that at such a short distance, the Divine Master's reaction would be very fast. Rumbling. The sealing door that seals all things descends, and the two portals of time and space also appear at the same time, forming a character shape, and shooting out 3 infinite rays of light. Time and space are blocked, and no fluctuations can leak out. You have sealed time and space. Vulcan's face was pale. This time he really has no way out. Huazu, I will bring his living seal back to Xuanhuan, and hold a sacrifice for you, so that you can completely break free from the law of life and death, reunite with the heart of destiny, and restore yourself again. Xuanhuan's sharp eyes fixed on Vulcan. Vulcan is the biggest sacrifice. In addition, to revive Huazu still needs a lot of raw energy, many gods, and an incomparably huge price to truly resurrect him. It is good. Huazu's thoughts were trembling, he couldn't wait any longer. At this time, Xuanhuan looked at Vulcan without mercy, and the hand of God came down and grabbed him fiercely. Fight! Vulcan suddenly turned into the source of heaven, and crazily attacked the power of Xuanhuan's seal, but what made him more and more chilling was that he couldn't attack Xuanhuan's power at all. He has been completely blocked in this world. I can't escape. Between heaven and earth, it seemed that the bell of death was ringing for him, and Vulcan's eyes were in despair. Eternal seal. Xuanhuan carried infinite power and wanted to seal the coming of Vulcan. The Tianhua divine orb was spinning, sweeping out a wave of suppressing power. The origin of the heavenly Tao that he refined before gave him great strength, and now it has become a deadly poison. Even if I sacrifice myself and completely dissipate my power, I won't let you succeed. In the sad voice, Vulcan wants to completely destroy himself, the kind that the will of heaven does not exist. But how could Xuanhuan let him succeed? His previous consumption was too great, and Vulcan was at his weakest moment. The power of the eternal seal came down, and along with the sealed door, this door swept through and spit out a vast sea of divine light, completely drowning Vulcan. I cannot be reconciled. Vulcan let out a roar of unwillingness and despair, regretting extremely, if he hadn't left the heaven of the gods, he wouldn't have ended up where he is today. But it's too late. #C1453 Thor Primal God. Vulcan was sealed by Xuanhuan, he could only wail incompetently, but he couldn't break the seal of the sealed door. With the door of sealing, Xuanhuan can descend with boundless power, making him unable to even blue his own destiny. Fortunately, there is this door, otherwise he would not be able to catch him alive. We should return to the divine dynasty immediately and start preparing for the resurrection of Huazu. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp. Just when he was about to leave, suddenly there was a strong vibration between the heaven and the earth, and his eyes, across infinite time and space, looked at the heavens of the gods from afar. In the sky of the gods, suddenly, a boundless calamity descended. The turbulent storm is like annihilation calamity all over the sky, all converging in one direction, and this wave of fluctuations is really too terrifying. If you step into the heaven, you will die. This kind of doom. Xuanhuan inevitably stopped. Primitive divine tribulation. Huazu shouted in surprise, God Emperor, someone is going through the primordial calamity, the wind and lightning, look, there has evolved a calamity of annihilation, my God, what a terrifying power. Who is going through the calamity? It is more powerful than what I have experienced. It is several times more terrifying. If it was me at that time, I would definitely be wiped out, and it is impossible to get through. If my guess is correct, the one who crosses the catastrophe is Thunder God. Xuanhuan had seen Thunder God and felt his power in good fortune heaven. The power of thunder and lightning belongs to Thor. At this moment, the doomed calamity contains a violent divinity that destroys everything, and violently bombards there. Primordial God tribulation is too rare. Xuanhuan is also watching him overcome the tribulation, observe this kind of calamity, and try to figure out the power of primordial God. And it is indeed the God of thunder who crosses the catastrophe. Even in the heaven of gods where the strong are like clouds, the primordial divine catastrophe is rare throughout the ages, and it is rare to see it once in hundreds of millions of years. Many gods gathered here. Thunder God is finally about to cross the catastrophe. He could have become a primitive god with his aptitude, but he has too much ambition, so he has delayed until now. Raytheon practiced the 9-layered divine calamity created by the creator of the god realm, but he has walked out of his 10th calamity. Is this going to be his 11th calamity? 9 is the extreme number, 10 is the perfection, and 11 is to break through the calamity and perfection, and reach the realm of lawlessness. Many gods were amazed at the power of Thor. Thunder God's success is no accident. It seems that there will be another primitive god in my gods, and once he succeeds, he will become the most powerful among the primitive gods. The future will be bright and smooth. The god Lord of Chaos was shrouded in infinite chaos vitality, looking at Thor. Since the human emperor transformed into Taoism, there hasn't been an existence in the multiverse for a long time. Every lord of the era has gathered the luck between heaven and earth. I don't know who will be the next one. Everyone wants to be the master of an era. Thor, at this moment, is standing within the doom of destroying everything. No matter what force bombards him, he can't shake him at all, as if he has transformed him into a force that belongs to him. Give people the feeling. It seems that there is no calamity in the world that can destroy him, he is the master of calamity. The realm of the primitive gods. There was neither sadness nor joy on Thor's face, as if it was natural, he should have survived. He controlled all the calamities, waved a strong force, and opened up the sky and the earth. Original creation, the world is opened up. These god masters were also shocked when they saw Thor's methods. Some of the strong present had been primitive gods for a long time, and none of them had reached the level of Thor. He is horrible. Congratulations, Thunder God, you have finally taken this step and become a primitive god. These gods came forward to congratulate. 10% of the original gods are the people in their circle, and the strength of Thor is their big shot. Thunder God, there is no problem for you to achieve the original fifth realm in the future. The Lord of Chaos sighed. It has been a long time since such a heaven-defying character appeared. The realm of the primitive gods is just the beginning. It's not surprising. Even if you become the founder of the gods, an existence like the human sovereign will not be able to break through the eternal road. This is the greatest catastrophe. Thor was calm. His words stunned all the gods present. Haha, let's not worry about so much, step by step, this is something that the founders of the god realm have not been able to accomplish. The Lord of Chaos laughed and said, Thunder God, since you have become a primitive god, you and Xuanhuan, the three of us can join hands to go to the primitive god realm, and even enter the road of eternity. Not bad. God Xuanhuan said. Although the eternal road is a catastrophe, it also contains endless opportunities, and there are a large number of ancient civilizations. And at this moment, the sky and the earth suddenly descended with a boundless and clear brilliance, like snow. Countless bright crystals like crystals overwhelmingly descended on the entire sky of the gods. Each snowflake contains a large amount of primitive energy, as well as a special divine power. It's a snowflake of divine power, descended from the founder of the god realm. All the gods present were shocked. This is the founder of the god realm congratulating Thor, a rare thing in ancient and modern times. You must know that although the founder of the god realm is a primitive god like them, he is not at the same level. He opened up the heaven of the gods, walked out of his own age of gods, and created an immortal era. These countless snowflakes are of great value. Descending to the heavens of the gods, in the world of hundreds of millions of dust particles, it was obtained by many people, and immediately, countless Taos emerged, which broke through the realm. See God Realm Creator. They all know that this is the will of the founder of the god realm, and his real body is still on the road to eternity. Thor, go to the road of eternity, there is a treasure of an ancient civilization waiting for you. The founder of the god realm did not see his real body, but a group of indistinct phantoms condensed in the sky of the gods, and the great will made a sound. I will go to the eternal road and get the treasure of this ancient civilization. Thor replied. Then, the will of the founder of the god world disappeared. It's really enviable to come down with divine power and prepare a treasure of an ancient civilization for Thor. The founder of the god realm values Thor very much and is focusing on training him. All the strong present envied Thor. The existence of the founder of the God realm is the most powerful existence in the entire multiverse. Very few people get this kind of treatment. Originally, Chaos and I planned to enter the primordial God realm. This time we will go there together. The primordial God realm is the closest place to the Eternal Road. The god of Xuanhuan said. The Eternal Road is the most desirable, but also the most dangerous place. Thunder God, becoming a primitive god is a big deal. We have prepared a banquet for the gods for you. At this time, there is a primitive god. Banquet, meaningless. Thor is indifferent. There was a movement in his heart, and a power of calculation circulated, and he said to himself, I once calculated that Vulcan must have a catastrophe. If he can break through, he will become a primitive god, and he has also given him a way to avoid catastrophe. It seems that his doom has not changed, he has already been doomed and cannot be reborn forever. He said silently that he had already left the gods with Chaos and Xuanhuan. Read URL, N. #C1454 Fire Ancestor Resurrection. That is the stalwart divine power of the founder of the God realm. He created the age of gods and made the heaven of gods one of the 33 heavens. No one can shake the status of this heaven. From a very long distance, Xuanhuan also felt the unshakable power of the founder of the God realm. The Lord of the Sky will look very humble in front of him. This is the immortal existence that created the God realm and whose power reaches the sky. The great ancient war was the human sovereign who was attacked by the founder of the God realm. But who is stronger and who is weaker between the human sovereign and the founder of the God realm? These have nothing to do with me for the time being. Xuanhuan's figure flashed, and he returned to Xinqiao as quickly as possible. Huazu's resurrection is imminent. In his divine dynasty, there must be primitive gods who serve him. Fire Ancestor, now I will activate the great formation of sacrifice, use the Vulcan as a sacrifice, and use the power of the God dynasty to help you break the law of life and death, and reappear in the universe again. After Xuanhuan returned to Xinqiao, he immediately summoned Huazu. When he waved his hand, an altar appeared, ready to sacrifice. It is good. Huazu was very excited at this time. As long as there is infinite energy, I can reunite the heart of destiny, break the law of life and death, and condense my real body in this life. The infinite energy is transformed into an energy beam that penetrates. The Vulcan was released from the sealed door and sent to the altar as a sacrifice. Ah! Don't you want to sacrifice me? Vulcan growled. Vulcan, you have today too. Seeing Vulcan, Lord Outyin sneered ferociously and said, Hey, although my soul is controlled by the God Emperor, I can still survive anyway, but as for you, your sense of destiny is about to collapse completely, and you will become a sacrifice, and you will never be rehabilitated forever. Now possible. Misery is contrasted. Seeing that Vulcan was more miserable than him, Lord Outyin suddenly felt better and felt much more comfortable. Your Majesty is going to sacrifice to the fire god, and resurrect the fire ancestor. The people of the entire God dynasty saw that Xuanhuan presided over the sacrifice formation in person. They all looked towards an altar in the sky. This was an extremely great move to revive a fallen existence in the world. Sacrifice. Xuanhuan was indifferent, and suddenly boundless power burned on Vulcan's body. His divine body was rapidly melting, and his expression twisted into a mass of strong power. He was directly refined into the long river of heaven. The heavenly Tao river that fire ancestor had captured by him had merged with him and sacrificed it. Boom boom boom. Fire ancestor, come back, come back. With strong cultivation, Xuanhuan summoned Huazu to return. I will break the law of life and death, and I will reappear in the world. Huazu's voice came out from the depths of the multiverse, which seemed to be his own power, ancient and timeless. After being sacrificed, the power of the Vulcan shot through the sky and penetrated into the rules. Only at this moment did everyone see the real Huazhu, wearing a robe of flames, stepping out of a mysterious time and space. There are many shackles bound on his body, that is the law of life and death. After Huazhu received this energy, he shook the sky with his strength, breaking the shackles one after another. It's not enough to rely on the energy of Vulcan's sacrifice, it's just the most important medium. Xuanhuan manipulated the sacrificial array. Behind him, a black hole devouring the universe suddenly appeared, and with a bang, endless energy storms rushed towards Huazhu, all of which were the origin of his gods, martial arts and gods. Many fetishes also shattered at once. Into the original raw energy. Resurrect, I want to resurrect. Huazhu roared. He let out a heaven-defying roar, striding forward, struggling to come from the depths of time and space, but the law of life and death on his body pulled him back, preventing him from appearing. It is not so easy to resurrect a primitive god. Although Huazhu obtained his heavenly Tao with the help of Xuanhuan, it is still extremely difficult to resurrect him. Of course, Huazhu also has advantages. He was conspired and attacked by Vulcan and the others, and his sense of destiny was not broken. As for those who judge the God Lord and the Lord of the Sky, their sense of destiny is broken, like fragments, and Xuanhuan can't do it now if they want to reunite. This is also the great fortune of Huazhu's misfortune. Infinite energy, the source is one. Xuanhuan put his hands together, and the origin of Vulcan's source, Changhe, merged with Huazhu immediately. His divinity was more than half recovered, and his pace of life and death was much faster. Yang is life, Yin is death, life and death are Yin and Yang. Xuanhuan circulated the power of the gods, and the light of Yin and Yang turned into the power of life and death. At this time it was like a tug-of-war relay, and the source of energy he conveyed was firmly tied to Huazhu. Don't let him return to the law of life and death again. Break free. Break free. Huazhu was walking in the direction of Xuanhuan. God Emperor, I need more energy to break free from the shackles of life and death. Huazhu was also anxious. This was his only chance to be resurrected. If he didn't succeed this time, it would be very difficult to resurrect, and he didn't know when he would have to wait. Every step he takes consumes a lot of energy. Energy, I will give it to you. Boom. Xuanhuan passed on boundless energy, and this time he also became ruthless, wantonly extracting the origin of heaven and earth, storing all kinds of materials and artifacts, and trying to revive Huazhu at all costs. This energy is even more vast and majestic than before. It is good. Huazhu also roared. He became more powerful. Originally he was still far away from Shenwu, but now he was getting closer and the shackles on his body were getting weaker and weaker. But at this time, Xuanhuan did not relax at all, and knew that the most difficult moment was the moment when he was about to succeed. Shenwu's energy is rapidly being consumed. The fetishes that Xuanhuan burned can be said to be countless, and the inventory has been reduced by more than half, and a large number of original pills have decreased rapidly. The last step, the Yin and Yang of life and death, after breaking through, from now on, I can reappear in the world. Huazhu is about to take the last step of his resurrection. But at this time a wave of multiverses, as if a stalwart will came down, being targeted by this will, even the primitive gods would be horrified, feeling their own humbleness and insignificance. It makes people awe, people fear, people dare not do right with it. The will of the rules of the multiverse, it is not a living being, but the rules of the operation of the heaven and the earth. Resurrection is an act against the sky, provoking the will of the rules. The stronger the existence, the stronger the backlash. The Lord of the Sky also appeared. God Emperor, block the will of the rules, and the ancestor of the fire can be resurrected, and this is precisely the most difficult point. What you can do is to provide the ancestor of the fire with strength so that he can break free. The more conscious he is, the stronger he is. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. The will of the rules is the rule for the operation of the multiverse. Without its own joy, anger, and sorrow, it seems to be a set program. If you touch this rule, you will be backlashed by it. Huazhu, it's the last step. Xuanhuan reminded him. Okay, God Emperor, I'm ready, let's rule the will. Huazhu roared, his heavenly Tao river has returned to its place. An irresistible force descended from nothingness, and at the moment of bombardment, Xuanhuan's myriad realms tower was shaking violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. Under this terrifying will, even the top primitive artifacts will be destroyed. However, the Tower of Myriad Realms is too strong. It is actually comparable to the supreme original artifact. And the entire Shenwu, the endless land, is collapsing. Xuanhuan almost burned up the resources of the Shen dynasty, and many treasure houses are directly empty, blocking the most ferocious attack for Huazhu. The law of life and death, I broke free. Rumble. Huazhu broke out of nothingness completely, and let out a roar of excitement. #C1455 Cost. The vast and turbulent mana, the majestic source of life. At this moment, Huazhu was standing in Shenwu. He looked at his palm. This is the real body of life, not the consciousness summoned before. He can bombard his power as much as he wants. His eyes were still slightly dazed. Only after dying once can he know the beauty of life. It turns out that living is so good. I am resurrected, finally alive. The time for Huazhu to fall is too long. When he died, the human emperor period hadn't even begun. He sighed, it was too dangerous to break free from the law of life and death this time. Huazhu, congratulations, you have been resurrected. Xuanhuan looked at Huazhu with a smile. I can be resurrected thanks to the God Emperor. Without the God Emperor, it would be difficult for me to be resurrected forever. Huazhu deeply knew that he could be resurrected without Xuanhuan's dedication, and he had experienced his growth and strength, which was very terrifying. Get rid of the law of life and death, Huazhu, congratulations, you are alive again. The destiny consciousness of the Sky Lord said. Yes, although I am resurrected, I don't know when your resurrection will be. Huazhu also knew that the resurrection of the Lord of the Sky was much more difficult than him, mainly because the other party was standing at the peak of the original gods, and he couldn't regain his own way of heaven like him, and his sense of destiny was also severely damaged. The resurrection of the Sky Lord is 10 times more difficult than him. The resurrection of the Lord of the Sky will start the sacrifice at the moment when the world of life and death is accomplished. Xuanhuan said. God Dynasty. Huazhu looked at Shenchao. Compared with before, the strong national luck has dropped by at least half, and the whole world is devastated, and everything is cracking. Not to mention the consumption of other resources. The stock is gone. It is conceivable that Xuanhuan paid. Huazhu, for your resurrection this time, the resources of the empire have been exhausted, and the collapse of the world will take a long time to recover. This is a counterattack of the will of the rules, and it is difficult to smooth it out. Xuanhuan looked at him and said to him. Fine. He has the Tower of 10,000 Realms, the supreme primitive artifact, otherwise he would not be able to withstand the counterattack of the will of the rules. And if it is the resurrected Lord of the Sky, the Tower of Myriad Worlds will collapse. Resurrection, the price is too high. It is also the ancestor of Hua, who can succeed only when he regains the source of the Long River and the consciousness of destiny is completed. I know that the God Emperor has paid a lot for me. My fire ancestor naturally knows the kindness. I have figured it out a long time ago. After being resurrected, I will become a member of the God Dynasty. Now I must fulfill my promise. Huazhu nodded. In the past, he was a lone ranger with no power, so he was assassinated and fell. This time he came back from the resurrection, and he has already figured it out, he must find a power. Be the emperor of the world. Very mysterious. Huazu could clearly sense that there was a more mysterious power in Xuanhuan, which could even subvert the operation of the universe's mysteries. Even the Lord of the Sky is willing to serve him, what else can he not understand? Boom! At this moment, a bright flame shot straight into the sky, and a huge giant star appeared in Hanoi, the star of the gods and martial arts. It was bright red and shining with a sacred brilliance. This giant star is like the gap between ordinary stars and giant stars. The constellations of the primordial gods. 139 Reading Network. Huazu was imprinted on his star in Shenwu, which also showed that at this moment he truly became a citizen of Shenwu Shenchao, and was closely linked with the luck of the empire. I have sworn to the original heaven allegiance to Shenwu, and I will never understand. His voice turned into firm will, resounding in Shenwu. Originally, the luck of the empire dropped sharply because of his resurrection, but at this time, because of his allegiance to Shenwu, the power rose again, bursting out with primitive charm. Xuanhuan also nodded. Although he paid an extremely huge price, the divine dynasty will not be able to maintain rapid development due to the shortage of resources for a period of time in the future, but it is worthwhile to have a primitive god. Huazu, although you died once, how do you know it's not a blessing? The experience of death will make you stronger. The Lord of the Sky said calmly from the side. Good. Vulcan's eyes sparkled, and he said to himself, with this experience, I will soon be able to break through to the realm of primitive control, and it won't take long. I look forward to your resurrection, Lord of the Sky, the pinnacle of the original gods. It doesn't matter that I am resurrected. The Lord of the Sky saw it clearly, and he smiled. In terms of expectation, I want to see the Emperor become a primitive god, and the path of a primitive god is a road that leads continuously to eternity. The realm of the primitive gods will not last long. There is strong self-confidence in Xuanhuan's faint words. He's planning two big things right now. One is Time Island. One is the Tianxua mining area, inherited from the Tianming. As for the inheritance of the deputy leader of the Tianming, he has long wanted to get it. It's just that the previous strength was not enough. But now, he possesses the original god of fire ancestor, and his own strength is comparable to that of the original god, so he is indeed qualified to open it and obtain a wave of inheritance. After the inheritance of the three deputy lords, the real final main ally will appear. Huazu, now is the time for you to contribute to the God Dynasty. Now the God Dynasty doesn't have too many resources, and there are many gods in the Time and Space Island. You need to go to the Time and Space Island and split up with the soldiers to collect resources. Xuanhuan said. The battle with Duertian has temporarily come to an end, and now we need to accumulate stronger strength. Tianming can wait, but Time and Space Island must go to search now. I see. Huazu nodded. God Emperor resurrected him, the price is too great. The Lord of the Sky suddenly said, God Emperor, do you want to enter the deepest part of the Time and Space Island through the ancient well of time and space, and explore the secret? Yes, that's exactly what I mean. The two forces of time and space surged around Xuanhuan's body, and said, I control time and space, and the power of time and space cannot make me lose. The island of time and space must have many benefits in the depths. If I don't go now, there will be more after a while. The strong men come, I must rush ahead of them and seize a wave of benefits first. Space-Time Island is already in a contested place. And Lord of the Sky, how much do you know about the Sky Alliance in the Sky Blood Mine? Xuanhuan said again. Sky Alliance? I don't know much about it. The Lord of the Sky said, that is a very ancient civilization. It is said that the Zongxing Emperor of the Zongxing God dynasty also created the existence of the civilization of the era, and this civilization also collapsed, leaving only a ruin. Why did the God Emperor ask this? Because I have a token of the Heavenly Alliance, which can open a deputy leader's inheritance. Xuanhuan waved his hand, and a token appeared. This is given to me by God Guyuan. She seems to have seen the leader of the Heavenly Alliance. Guyuan God, this is indeed a mysterious existence, reincarnated in various eras, in various civilizations, no one knows how long she has lived. The Lord of the Sky sighed. The inheritance of the vice leader of the Heavenly Alliance will be opened after a period of time. Now let's do our best to deal with the Spacetime Island. Well, act quickly. The news of the Spacetime Island has also been transmitted to the multiverse. Xuanhuan's expression changed. The Lord of Guanyu is here, please come in. Hashtag C1456 Re-enter Time Island. Xuanhu God Emperor. When the Lord of Guanyu saw Xuanhuan, a majestic emperor's shadow immediately appeared in his mind. He looked at Huazu, who was wearing a flame robe, and suddenly said in shock, "Primitive God, you are Huazu. The fallen existence has been resurrected in the world again." He looked up, and in the galaxy, Huazu's star was the brightest, and he knew that Huazu had pledged his allegiance to Xuanhu. That's right, my ancestor has been resurrected, it's the God Emperor who resurrected me. Fire Ancestor said. I see. He felt the scene of Xuanhu's power drop sharply, and then increase rapidly, and he was secretly shocked. Today's Xuanhu has the power of the original gods, and its strength is incomparable. It was indeed a wise choice for Meng Tianhe to join Xuanhu before. Lord of Guanyu, even this ancestor is willing to serve the God Emperor, why don't you join Xuanhu too? Huazu said. Huazu was joking, the Guanyu League is not my personal property, and I have no way to join it. The Lord of Guanyu also knew that the war between Xuanhu and Duertian was not over and would become more and more tragic. He didn't want to be cannon fodder for others. Okay, Lord Guanyu, what's your business in coming to see me? Xuanhuan smiled. The God Emperor also knows that there are a lot of treasures in the time-space island, and as time goes by, more powerful people will come, so I came this time because I want to unite with the God Emperor, and together we can get more treasures in the time-space island, benefit. The Lord of Guanyu stated his purpose. Can. Xuanhuan did not refuse. There are also dozens of heavenly Tao gods in the Guanyu League, and the time and space island cannot be completely swallowed by his family. The heavenly Tao gods of both sides can unite to obtain greater benefits. Okay, then it's settled. Lord Guanyu also laughed. After he left, Xuanhuan said, Huazu, you don't need to go too deep into the spacetime island. You are mainly responsible for searching the surrounding gods, and search with your original godly strength. I know how to do it. Huazu fell for too long, and he couldn't help but want to do it. It's a pity that he didn't resurrect during the previous battle. The powerhouses of the gods are in their positions and have their own tasks. And in Duishan, although they lost a battle, it doesn't mean they didn't pay attention to Xuanhu's movement. The scene of resurrecting the fire ancestor, and fighting against the law of life and death was too shocking to cover up. Xuanhu revived a primitive god, it should be the fire ancestor. The gaze of God of Doer spans time and space. What? After hearing this, the Lord of Difficulties was even more furious, it's hateful, they have primitive gods, and it will be more difficult to deal with them. With the strength of the god of martial arts, he has been promoted too fast. He has to worry. This is a great calamity for me to overcome the calamity. However, we are very likely to be destroyed because of this, and once we pass through, we will get boundless good luck. The god of crossing evil was very calm, and he called out, crossing the sea, crossing the sea. In the power of the sacrifice, countless fragments condensed to form the virtual image of the Lord crossing the sea. God. The Lord of crossing the sea knew that he had fallen. This time you fell for my heaven, and I will sacrifice for you in the near future, so that you can break free from the law of life and death and resurrect again. It is impossible for the God of crossing evil not to resurrect the Lord of crossing the sea. Those above the Tao of heaven will leave their original imprints in the world, and the Lord of crossing the sea is no exception. just to prevent someone from completely destroying their imprints. Although the cost of resurrecting the Lord of Crossing the Sea will be very high, a primitive god is too important. Fortunately, although the Lord of Crossing the Sea was destroyed by the Sky City, his consciousness of destiny was not too broken, and he left the imprint of his origin in the world. Don't worry, I will gather infinite energy for you to revive you," said the Lord of Distress. "Destroy Xuanhuan, destroy them, they must be destroyed, I am waiting for resurrection." The Lord of Crossing the Sea left behind a roaring sound. Today's multiverse should also produce an existence that pioneered the era. "I want to control this luck in my own hands," God of Doer said coldly. At this moment, Xuanhuan had already left Xuanhuan and returned to Time and Space Island again. Last time, because of Du Ishan's pursuit, he couldn't search properly, but this time he had time. Boundless devouring power, bang! The rich energy of time and space gathered together and condensed into a crystal-like substance, all of which are pure essence of time and space. He can gather a lot of wealth just by devouring it at will. He also felt the position of Huazu. He was not as crazy as himself, but he was also quickly searching for treasures, by virtue of his original god's cultivation. The resources were almost used up by Xuanhuan's resurrection of Huazu. Without resources, how can the people practice and be strong? This requires the contribution of the more powerful. Zhen and Huazu divided their troops into two groups to seize them wantonly, and the god of time and space divided into another route. The island of time and space is huge and can replenish more resources for the god dynasty. Xuanhuan walked casually in the fog of time and space. In addition to him and Huazu, there are other powerful people in the Shen dynasty, and some of them are also exploring under the leadership of the god of time and space. At this time, the space island is also very strange. You say it is an island, but it is not true in Xuanhuan's exploration. The island that appears is like a reef in the sea, just a drop in the ocean. And the enveloping fog of time and space is the boundless ocean of time and space, and it is difficult to know the whole picture of the entire time and space island. The ancient well-like thing Xuanhuan saw before was even more like sea eyes. Walking through the space-time island is actually like a mortal who wants to cross the boundless sea and lose his direction, so it will be very dangerous. I don't know how powerful the space-time island is. In my perception, it is more terrifying than the Tianxua mining area and the ancient fairyland. Perhaps only the black coffin that buried the civilization era can compare with it. Xuanhuan sighed. I am afraid that only at the level of the founder of the god realm, the human sovereign, can one truly understand the true secrets of the multiverse. He had already left the island at this time, and he was traveling through the vast mist, his eyes suddenly locked on the mist that was constantly drifting in time and space. It turned out to be 7 divine swords, each of which had a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Each piece is a heavenly artifact, but they can be combined to exert a power comparable to that of an original artifact. The 7 divine swords, judging from the runes on the swords, belong to a very ancient period. Some strong men died on the space-time island and were lost here. Xuanhuan grasped the 7 swords. He is also very satisfied. Relying on the great devouring technique, he unscrupulously plundered in the sea of time and space, and some treasures that were originally far away from him gathered towards him one after another. For those like the Lord of Guanyu, one needs to be careful not to dare to enter rashly. However, Xuanhuan did not have this worry. He could always determine his position with the portal of time and space. There are already strong people who have begun to enter the space-time island. Xuanhuan also sensed the entry of other strong men, with the aura of primitive gods, but he would not attack unless necessary. At this time, he also saw a vague shadow in the sea of time and space. He carefully borrowed the secret treasure so that he would not get lost, and slowly explored. It's him. When Xuanhuan saw this man, he also had a strange expression. Hashtag see 1457 pleasure. At this time, in a place in the fog of time and space, a person appeared. The Yin and Yang God Stone contains the energy of Yin and Yang. My luck is so good. I was able to find this kind of treasure, which is worth 20 million primitive pills. After only a few months of exploration, I have harvested a fetish worth hundreds of millions of primitive pills. The man carefully collected a piece of Yin-Yang divine stone. Hey, now is a good time. A large number of strong people have not yet arrived. I want to seize the opportunity and collect more. There are too many treasures here. The famous Time and Space Island is a treasure land. He was laughing, all greedy. Lord Greville, we meet again. A voice came suddenly. The Lord of Grimo suddenly looked up, and a person appeared in front of him. Seeing his appearance, he was so frightened that he was about to go crazy, turned around quickly, and was about to run away. Boom! Time and space were solidified like an iron plate, and the Greville Lord was horrified to find that he couldn't escape at all. Your Majesty, the God Emperor, what a coincidence. The greedy demon lord laughed uglier than crying, and the one who appeared in front of him was the God Emperor Xuanhuan, and he cursed inwardly, how could he be so unlucky to run into the God Emperor Xuanhuan? The island of time and space is so big that it encountered this evil star. He was full of respect, not daring to resist at all. Even the primordial god, the Lord of crossing the sea, died in his hands. Although he didn't know what method he used, there was no way he, a little man, could deal with it. When he thought of threatening Xuanhuan that day, he wanted to slap himself a few times. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? It's a coincidence. Xuanhuan said, why, you will run away when you see me, are you afraid that I will kill you? No, I thought I was in danger, so I turned around and left. I'm just a little devil with a timid nature. I don't dare to compete with the God Emperor. If the God Emperor has nothing else to do, I will take my leave first. The Greville Lord lowered his head. With his majestic figure and domineering aura, in front of Xuanhuan, he is just an insignificant little devil. Are you timid? I don't know. You were very daring back then. Xuanhuan said. God Emperor, forgive me, I was deceived by Lard that day and offended the God Emperor. The greedy demon lord was about to cry, God Emperor, I can give you all the treasures, and please forgive me. I don't need your fetish, Xuanhuan said. The greedy demon lord was terrified, and there was a domineering intent that shocked the soul in the plain words of the Xuanhuan God Emperor. Plop. He hesitated for a moment, then knelt down, and said, God Emperor, forgive me. The greed man is willing to be loyal to the God Emperor in order to make amends. If the God Emperor doesn't believe it, he can plant a mark in my soul. I just ask the God Emperor to forgive me. Life. Xuanhuan was also slightly surprised by his direct begging for mercy. A statue of the fourth realm of the Tao of Heaven also has its own dignity and pride. And this greedy demon lord seems to have no dignity at all. He kneels as soon as he says he wants to, and even sacrifices his soul directly. God Emperor, I am a devil, a greedy devil, I don't need dignity the least, I know that everything will be empty after I die. God Emperor is so great, it is my honor to be able to rely on God Emperor, please accept it, get me down. Xuanhuan's indifference and majesty have completely frightened him. Indeed. He has never been tough, let alone dignity. In the face of death, dignity is nothing. He is cunning and cunning. He knows that Emperor Xuanhuan is cruel and domineering. If he is not sensible, he will really kill him. He has grown from a little devil to the current state, so he doesn't understand this truth. For the sake of your knowledge, I will spare your life. Xuanhuan's soul hit him with a big hand. Sure enough, the greedy demon lord didn't resist at all, allowing Xuanhuan to imprison him. This time, he actually didn't intend to subdue the lord of greedy demons, but he surrendered so fast which surprised Xuanhuan, and he came to his door. If he didn't subdue him, he would be sorry for himself. From now on, I am the demon of the divine martial arts, the one who is most loyal to the God Emperor. The Grieval Lord didn't feel the slightest bit of humiliation. Taking refuge in the strong is very common in the world of magic. When he was weak, he also took refuge in a powerful existence. Walk with me in this space-time island. It was just an accident to subdue the Lord of Greedy Demons. Xuanhuan's space-time power enveloped him and wandered in the space-time island. God Emperor, I know a lot about this space-time island. The Greedy Demon Lord said angrily. I know more than you do. Soon, Xuanhuan arrived at the ancient well of time and space where the Lord of Crossing the Sea had been beheaded that day. The wave that destroyed the original gods, I even heard the roar of the Lord of Crossing the Sea in my ears. This is the place to kill the Lord of Crossing the Sea. The aftermath of that day was too violent, and it still lingers forever. The power of time and space lasts forever, and there is even a video recorded here. The Greedy Demon Lord saw that a god that destroyed the primitive gods erupted from Xuanhuan's hands and killed the Lord Crossing the Sea. He was also trembling, more and more thankful that he was sensible. This God Emperor of martial arts is not a soft-hearted person. He is ruthless, destroying billions of worlds, and countless lives will not let him have any mercy when they die in front of him. Time and space take pictures. Xuanhuan said lightly, Go, enter the ancient well of time and space with me. To enter the ancient well of time and space. The Lord of Greed Demon trembled, he knew the danger in the ancient well of time and space, and tremblingly said, God Emperor, it is rumored that the interior of the ancient well of time and space is the real origin of the island of time and space. The island of time and space we see from the outside is just the tip of the iceberg. It is extremely dangerous, even the primitive gods must be careful, otherwise they may get lost inside. In fact, there are many treasures in the outside world. Xuanhuan shook his head. Grieval Lord is too cowardly. However, if you are not cowardly, you can just surrender to him immediately. With me here, what are you afraid of? Xuanhuan didn't hesitate at all, stemming from his strong confidence in his own strength. He immediately stepped into the ancient well of time and space. His divine body kept diving. There are endless bright scenes all around, and endless space-time storms swept over him. He also went deep into the sea of despair before, but these are two different feelings. In the eye of despair, it was pure destruction, a destruction that tore through time and space, but when he dived into the ancient well, he felt the disorder of time and space, and if he was not careful, he would enter other abnormal spaces. The fog of time and space shrouded it. The Greedy Demon Lord was trembling. Without Xuanhuan's protection, he was like a mortal who lost his sense of direction in the ocean, and would be lost here forever. Dive an infinitely deep distance, but still haven't reached the position. This is the illusion given to me by time and space. Layer upon layer, it confuses your perception and makes you wonder where you are. Xuanhuan's sharp eyes pierced the bottom. Calculation of time and space and direction have lost their effect here. And he knew that if he dived like this, he wouldn't be able to get where he was going. In his hand, the power of the time-space portal surged, and a ray of divine light pierced through it, absorbing the power of the time-space island, and suddenly broke some kind of barrier. #C1458 Spacetime C. This is the real island of time and space, the ocean of time and space. The Lord of Greedy Demon was extremely shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. The dream is bright, and there is the sound of sea water flowing. The outside world is nothing but mist, but here, it turns out to be an ocean-like existence, with an unknown length and depth. At least, Xuanhuan couldn't sense where it was bounded. Sea of time and space. Xuanhuan looked at the mysterious scene in front of him. The sea water was formed by the extremely rich space-time power and liquefied into the ocean. He could clearly feel that the flow of time here was very strange. In some places, 100 years passed in an instant, and in some places, tens of millions of years passed in a day here. Using the time here to calculate the multiverse, if you are not careful, you will fall into the pit. Follow me. Xuanhuan uses the gate of time and space to maintain the same time flow rate as the multiverse. The power here is too strong. Even the primitive gods can't control the power here. It's so vast. If anyone can contend with the mighty power of the space-time sea, there are not many strong people in the multiverse who can do it. I don't know if this is naturally generated, but it is artificially refined. If it is artificially refined, it would be too terrifying. Grimo Lord made shocking noises again and again. His power scoured the sea of time and space, and the water he scooped out was crystal-like substance, pure essence of time and space. God Emperor, there are so many treasures floating in the sea of time and space. This is the paradise of heaven and earth. Greedy Demon Lord is greedy by nature, and he couldn't help it immediately when he saw a treasure. He aimed at a sacred object, and suddenly made a move, intending to grab it. But as soon as he grabbed it, his expression changed drastically, and a terrifying storm of time and space swept over him. His whole body was entangled by a terrible suction force, and he was about to be buried in the seabed forever. Xuanhuan shot immediately, cut off the suction, and said, "Don't act rashly here, the power of time and space sea is terrifying." Thank God Emperor. The Grieval Lord's face was also very pale. He didn't expect that it would be so dangerous to take some treasures here, but seeing so many treasures floating in front of him, I was also very unwilling. Only the original gods are eligible for bail. Xuanhuan's eyes flashed, and it turned into a terrifying tension. When he was walking, the many treasures were absorbed by him one after another as he moved. And the time-space sea is also like a tsunami, and there are also huge waves from the sky and the earth. However, Xuanhuan looked as usual. The two portals of time and space surrounded him all the time, and they also transformed into the power of time and space, and the surging waves were calmed down again and again. He is like the master of time and space, ignoring the chaos of time and space. The strength of the God Emperor is too terrifying, even time and space can't do anything to him. The Lord of Grimo has a deep awe. Countless time-space crystals can even be used to directly cast the mountain of time-space, becoming a secret place of the gods. Xuanhuan devoured in terror. However, although he swallowed a lot, it was equivalent to the infinite sea of time and space, and it was like taking a drop of water from the sea, which was nothing. It's so insignificant compared to itself. In this way, he wandered for several hours. In front of him, suddenly there was a golden brilliance flashing, which turned out to be a primitive artifact. The golden light wheel has sharp teeth on the edge. With a slight movement, it has the power to cut the world. Although it is far inferior to Sky City, it is still a primitive artifact. As soon as Xuanhuan grabbed it, the artifact wanted to counter his strength. But where he could resist, it fell directly into his hands. God Emperor, if we keep searching like this, we don't know how many treasures we will get, the Lord of Greedy Demons said excitedly. Entering the space-time sea is not difficult, the most difficult thing is leaving with treasures. Xuanhuan looked at the sky. They continued walking. Suddenly, Xuanhuan stopped, and the space-time sea in front of him was completely different from what he had seen before. There were countless figures, all of whom were strong men who shook the world. These powerful people gathered together. How can there be so many strong people there? So real. The Grieval Lord looked forward, he could see their movements, and the aura emanating from their mana. He shook his head violently, and said in horror, "No, they don't really exist, and they aren't in Time and Space Island either." That's right, this is a photo of time and space. It is the power of time and space that recorded them, and they are forever engraved here. We don't know what period of existence we saw. Xuanhuan stopped and looked there. The power of time and space is great, running through the ancient times, the stronger Xuanhuan is, the more he will realize this magnificence. What are they doing? Grimo Lord watched. Among these countless powerhouses, there was one person who was particularly eye-catching. He was mighty and tall, and possessed invincible power. Like the strongest man of an era, he stood in front of everyone, with a dignified and resolute face, as if he was talking about something. You can't hear it from the outside, you can only know it when you go in. These countless powerful men rose into the sky with resolute faces, passed through the universe, and rushed into an extremely mysterious world, surrounded by endless beginnings. There is no way forward in front of them, it is nothingness. I see. The Lord of Greed Demon said, I don't know which era's strong men, but what we can know is that their existence is longer than we imagined, they are on the road to eternity, and they have an eternal destiny. On the road to eternity. The end of nothingness is the existence of the eternal road. As long as you break through, you can get the real eternity. The power of the sea of time and space is so great that even such a picture has been recorded. On the road to eternity, if you don't go through it, you will die. Back then, the emperor wanted to go on the road of eternity and obtain the eternity of humanity, but the founder of the gods and other powerful people thought that he would not succeed, but would bring disaster. Xuanhuan looked at the images in space and sea at that time. He deeply knows that he has obtained countless treasures along the way, but the chance treasures in time and space sea are only part of them. And the images under this kind of photos are more precious, and they record many big secrets. What a great and dangerous thing it is to break into the eternal road, how can it be seen casually? Even if it's just some images, it will drive countless strong people crazy. God Emperor, I can't hear what they are saying, and I can't see what is ahead. Grieval Lord is going crazy. There is only one way, enter the image, and see how they go to the eternal road. Xuanhuan also wanted to know what they were talking about, which was a secret of the world. This image is not fixed at this position forever, it will follow the flow of time and space, and it will not know where it is next time. Go in. The Grimo Lord shuddered and became frightened. Although it only exists as an image, he also understands that this force is too powerful, and breaking in casually can destroy him. How can you catch tiger cubs if you don't enter the tiger's lair? If you don't dare to go in, how can you reach the peak of the world? Greedy devil, your chance has come. Xuanhuan didn't hesitate at all. With a firm heart, he immediately walked directly into the video, watching it most intuitively. #C1459 Pictures of the Past. This is a picture of the past. Xuanhuan knew that their result was that they failed to break through the eternal road, but it did not prevent him from watching. He walked into it, and this weird scene was like walking into the movie world alone, listening to them and listening to their conversation, but he was a transcendent existence. Ahead is the road of eternity. If you break the road of eternity, my era will gain eternity. But I can tell you that no one has ever achieved true eternity, throughout the ages. They have all failed. The existence like the master of the era looked extremely dignified. We have no way out. The last moment has come. There are only two choices before us. One is to give up our era. The original gods will surely die, and even half of the original gods will fall, so we chose this path. We will never have the possibility of breaking through the eternal road in the future. An ancient strong man has the power to shake the world with every gesture. Xuanhuan was right next to him, and he could sense that his strength was greater than God of Era, and he was one of the strongest in the civilization of an era. And the road of eternity, if you can't get through it, it will be wiped out. Another ancient strong man said. It's a tough choice. Their era has come to an end, and it is time to choose. Abandoning the era, only a few people might survive. But it also means that there is no hope in the future, and without the power of the civilization of the era, it is almost impossible to break into eternity. A choice from an era. Xuanhuan listened to them. Give me an order. Instead of just getting along, it's better to make a vigorous breakthrough, even if it is destroyed, I will not hesitate. Many strong men screamed, their eyes were red, and only a few people could survive without breaking through, and the existence of the entire era would perish. Those who survive will also be alone and lose hope. And even if he survived, it would only be a period of time, and he would not be truly eternal, and would still be destroyed. I don't want to live with it, and I have no regrets even if I die. Even if there is a dead end ahead, I am willing to use my blood to stain red, and my life to blast away. The existence like the master of the era stood at the forefront. Death without regret. Throughout the era, all the strong were roaring. They bombarded with their strength, burned the essence of life, and bombarded the front of the eternal road. Break through, you must get through. Grimo Lord looked crazy. At this moment, he has already integrated into this era, forgetting himself, and bombarding with their power. Kill. Their power bombards the front and their power attacks, and they are making a bloody road, a road that contains light and hope. Battle in the eternal road. What Xuanhuan saw was nothingness, and he couldn't know what the scene in the eternal road was, but he knew that what the strong man before the ancient era saw was different from him. The eternal path is the greatest secret of heaven and earth. Even if the power of time and space is great, it is impossible to record the picture of the eternal road, only the image of the strong man of this era can be left. Go ahead. The strongest walks ahead, he is opening the way, and bears the greatest backlash. Every step forward on the road of nothingness, there is an invisible force of terror radiating out. These strong men fell one by one and turned into dry bones on the road. Blood stained this empty road red. Xuanhuan also seemed to follow them. The vast world and the eternal road were opened up. He saw that in the eternal road, the terrible backlash caused the powerful people of this era to fall one by one. But they have no regrets. Some people died and fell down as they walked, and they didn't know what kind of force they encountered. Is the road ahead the end? They have been on this road for a long time, and many strong people have fallen. The strongest stands in front, and there are not many people following him. Whether I can succeed or not, in one fell swoop, even if I die, I have been brilliant and brilliant. The strongest man stares straight ahead, he is majestic and majestic, the power of the entire era is gathered on him, opening up the world. If there is no way ahead, then open a way out. The last moment. Xuanhuan said silently. He is about to see the last brilliance of this civilization. Boom. There was an earth-shattering sound, and a passage was pierced in front of it. It was an endless brilliance, a hope in the darkness. They rushed in, and the original gods fell one by one, but they did not hesitate, knowing that there was no way out when they came here. Finally, after paying a huge price, they came to an end. The strongest man was also exhausted at the moment, and he walked in with the last person. Did you get eternity? Has my era succeeded? But in just an instant, there is a surge of power coming out of this passage. Impossible, I will not lose. Is the eternal road really just a legend? It will never succeed, no, I want to make a way to survive in a desperate situation. No. Could it be that this is an endless road, there is no light, no hope, it's all darkness, my struggle will end like this? The strongest man let out a roar. Ask who in this world can achieve eternity? I can only go so far, I am exhausted, endless end, eternal endless. The strongest man made his final sound. No one knew what kind of picture he saw at the end. I won't lose, I won't lose. The Lord of Greed demon has gone mad, his divine body emits black light, and his whole body is becoming a feather. Wake up! Xuanhuan shouted. The greedy demon lord woke up suddenly after being drunk by this, his face was pale and covered in sweat. God Emperor, I merged into that era, and I almost disappeared with them. There is nothingness in front of me. There is nothing, as if eternity can't come true, it's all fantasy. Ended. Just like the end of the movie, the terrifying power in the Eternal Road is destroying the last power in this era. Boom. Chunyuan's body is surrounded by a vast expanse of white brilliance, burying the power of the era. At this moment, it is also the most dangerous time, and it is very likely to perish along with this universe. Xuanhuan God Emperor. Suddenly, an old man in black appeared outside the image. He saw Chunyuan through time and space, and without warning, a force blasted out, causing the backlash from the sea of time and space. Such as monstrous waves. The waves of the space-time sea are churning. This strong man is very insidious. He could see that Chunyuan was personally watching the demise of the ancient era. The bombing of time, the backlash of time and space sea, and the soul shock of the extinction of civilization, it is very likely that he will be buried here. Time and space. Chunyuan stood majestically in the middle of the waves, his will was extremely firm, and he was not disturbed by the vision of the extinction of this era from the beginning to the end, but just watched like a passerby. The power of the time-space gate forms the most powerful guardian. He is as immovable as a mountain, the eternal true self. He has withstood the backlash from the sea of time and space. This god of martial arts is not simple. He was comprehending the demise of the ancient era, and he was able to be firm in his true self. His will is too firm. This person is very powerful, and his combat power is not inferior. For the primordial gods, it's no wonder there's been a lot of fuss in the multiverse lately. It's a pity, a pity. Seeing that Chunyuan didn't move, the strong man also made a regretful sound, and disappeared immediately. #C1460 Who can be eternal in this world? You shouldn't have touched him. In a place in the space-time sea, two people appeared at this time. One of them was the old man in black who had attacked Chunyuan earlier. And the other is an old man in white clothes who radiates light. The old man in white frowned at the old man in black's attack, very unhappy. The old man in black had a dark aura and his strength was gloomy, but the old man in white seemed to represent light and magnanimity. Two completely different powers made them unite together and formed a strange combination. It's nothing, I'm just testing his mana to see how powerful the god of martial god, who is #1 in the heavens, is. I thought he could kill the Lord of Crossing the Sea entirely by relying on the treasure, but what I saw just now, his own strength is not weaker than that of the original gods. The old man in black said indifferently, such a strange existence is indeed rare and powerful. The sudden rise of Xuanhuan must have a big secret. The old man in white nodded. How many people in the entire multiverse don't know the name of the God Emperor of martial arts? Killing the Lord of Crossing the Sea made him famous in one battle. And he is still the God of Heaven. In the multiverse, the God of Heaven is ranked first in strength. I guess even Thor is hard to be his opponent, and he can't do anything to him. The old man in black gave Chunyuan a great evaluation. Thunder God has become a primitive god, and the two cannot be compared, but I agree with you, he does have the qualifications. Once he becomes primitive, then God of Evil will usher in even greater trouble. The old man in white agrees. God of Doer has been restless. The old man in black smiled and said, don't forget, even God of Guyuan is supporting him. You know more about the existence of God of Guyuan than I do. God Guyuan, it's too mysterious, she is an existence that shuttles between reincarnations. The old man in white sighed, okay, let's ignore these things for now, you and I have bigger things to do when we come to time and space sea this time. That's right, we have been here the last time Space-Time Island appeared. But it's a pity that we are only one step away from getting it. We are fully prepared this time and we will definitely get it. The old man in black and the old man in white disappeared immediately. The ancient era has failed, and all the strong have fallen. Seeing the final defeat of this era, the Lord of Greedy Demons felt sad in his heart, as if his spirit had transformed into a strong man of this era with his spirit of unyielding struggle. Ask who in this world can last forever. Xuanhuan saw the last scene. But at this moment, the photo didn't completely collapse, it reappeared, just like a movie in endless loop, playing forever, drifting to other places with the sea of time and space. I think I can break through the fifth realm. Grimo Lord witnessed the demise of an era with his own eyes, which greatly touched him. The bottleneck that had trapped him for a long time was loosened, and ecstasy appeared on his face. God Emperor, there must be more images of the ancient era preserved in the sea of time and space, if we can see them. Grimo Lord is indeed greedy. It's useless to watch too much. Digest the gains this time. If you watch too much, you will question yourself. Don't talk about breakthroughs. You will deny yourself, and then you will be transformed. Have you forgotten the previous lesson? Xuanhuan reprimanded him. I was almost assimilated just now. The Lord of Greedy Demon felt a chill in his heart. Xuanhuan ignored him, his eyes penetrated into the sea of time and space, and suddenly he grabbed it with his palm, and a vortex appeared on the surface of the sea, and a majestic temple made of black jade appeared. This kind of black jade is also a special fetish. If it is converted into primitive pills, it is worth hundreds of billions at least, and only primitive gods have the capital to create it. It has the breath of a primitive god. The greedy demon lord has a special sensitivity to treasures, and said, created with such a precious divine object, God Emperor, there is a high probability that there is a treasure left inside. It's very simple, you can know it after opening it. When Xuanhuan came to the Black Jade Temple, he used the Great Devouring technique to dissolve the restriction, and pushed open the door of the temple with one palm. The darkness inside has nothing to do with it, there is a breath of death, the smell of decay over time. God Emperor, I will take the lead for you. The greedy demon lord flashed indirectly. Inside the temple, there is a hole in the sky, a long river of vitality floating in the air, and the bright light spots are dotted like stars, which are actually god pills, gods of the heavens. Greedy demon lord's eyes were full of greed, but Xuanhuan was here, so he didn't dare to take it away. God Emperor, there is a god seat over there. Grimo Lord's eyes were extremely sharp, and he saw the seat in the center of the temple at a glance. There is nothing on the throne, nothing. Those who have come here should not have forcibly seized the thing that this seat pays attention to. Congratulations, you have restrained the greedy desire in your heart. What you see is just the tip of the iceberg that this seat allows you to see. Suddenly, just as Xuanhuan and the greedy demon lord stepped into the area of the throne, a voice sounded. This is what was left by the original god. The greedy demon lord secretly said. Since I can enter the temple, it means that this seat has fallen, and I have not survived the catastrophe. My life has been brilliant and brilliant. Although this seat is gone, I don't want to lose my life of Taoism and Dharma inheritance, so I leave my life behind. Get it, wait for the arrival of the predestined person. The voice continued. Kowtow in front of the seat of God and become my disciple. Kowtow with sincerity. As long as your sincerity is enough, you can make 129,600 kowtows. Every time you kowtow, the stone bricks on the ground will ring. Che, the sound of bells and drums, you can get the treasure left by this seat, but if you don't kneel down and try to seize it with strength, the whole temple will explode in an instant, and no one can get it. Let's see if you have that sincerity. This fallen primitive god left behind the temple, as if he really wanted to find a disciple. There is really a hidden time and space sealed in the temple, and I can feel the aura of the god. Xuanhuan's thoughts penetrated deep into the time and space. It seems that this primitive god has indeed sealed a lot of treasures. Grimo Lord walks ahead. He found that there was a stone brick in front of him that was very different. It seemed to be made of metal. When he kowtowed on it, there would be a loud bang sound, like the sound of a bell and a drum. This kowtow, how can the God Emperor go to kowtow? But I don't care, as long as I can get treasures, let alone 12,600, even 1 million, 10 million, I don't care those faces. The greedy demon lord didn't care, so he went forward to kowtow. For him, kowtowing is nothing for good things, he doesn't care about those dignity at all, it's much easier than using tricks to steal from others. You really think that you can get the treasure if you kowtow? Xuanhuan suddenly made a stern voice. Could it be that the primitive gods were playing tricks on us, and didn't even think about letting others get it? Hashtag C1461 Lord of Greedy Fifth Realm. Playing with others, this primitive god deserves to die. Fortunately, the God Emperor reminded me, otherwise my head will be in vain. The Grieval Lord's face was gloomy, and he naturally would not doubt the words of the God Emperor. He doesn't care about face, but if he really obediently slapped his head 129,600 times, but didn't get any benefit, wouldn't it be a waste of time? And he didn't have much to do with this black jade temple. Leave the temple first. Xuanhuan appeared outside the temple in an instant, looked at it blankly, and said indifferently, the treasures in this temple are sealed countless, if they can threaten the existence of the temple, it will destroy itself, but I have a way to let it cannot be destroyed. His 5 fingers suddenly opened, like giant hands covering the sky, rumbled and grabbed towards the temple. I don't even want to give this bit of sincerity, and I want to get the treasure left by me, wishful thinking. The sound of that idea was like a gust of wind, passing mightily, sweeping the waves, and suddenly, a shadow with infinite majesty appeared, piercing sharp eyes. He has indeed fallen, and what is left in the temple is only its sole power. Presumptuous. This powerful existence followed his words, and with a single word, the wind surged and shocked the world, and his magic hand also hit Xuanhuan at the same time, causing boundless waves. Just the will to stay in the temple is so powerful. Grimo Lord watched. Of course he knew that this was because the existence left a large amount of mana-urging energy in the temple, just like the Lord of the Sky, leaving the source of destroying the original gods in the City of the Sky. Of course, he is far behind the Lord of the Sky. The Lord of the Sky stands at the pinnacle of the primordial gods. Compared with a strong man like the God of Era, he just doesn't control the 33 days, and his realm is not inferior to them. This strong man shot extremely fiercely. But Xuanhuan stood where he was, letting the force hit him, but he remained motionless, and said indifferently, it's not the real body, it's naive to want to fight against me with the power left behind. His palm strikes. The power of the great destruction technique swept heavily, and the condensed divine thoughts were suddenly illusory and about to be shattered. He looked at it with a glance, and the great soul technique pierced through it, so that this idea would be obliterated. With his hands gathered together, the ocean of time and space around him rushed towards him immediately. What I left behind, no one can get it, no one can think about it. The ancient strong man let out a roar. He had no intention of leaving inheritance at all, and sealed the fetish in the temple for the purpose of letting others see it but not get it. Rumble. The entire temple shone with the light of destruction. But, sealing the sky and locking the earth, the sealed door crashed down, swallowing the temple in one gulp. With the power of the internal seal, his destruction became a joke. In this way, a temple containing many treasures was accepted by Xuanhuan. The speed of time and space here has reached 10,000 years here, and the acceleration of the outside world in one day. At this time, Xuanhuan came to a place where the time was bright, and sat down quietly. He was in the ocean of time and space, and the fetish was moving with the flow of the sea of time and space. He opened the scope of the great devouring technique, swallowing the sky, the earth, the gods, and everything. It was as if he had opened up a huge net, and he could harvest a large number of fetishes without deliberately moving. The power of the God Emperor is too deep and unfathomable. Beside Xuanhuan, the greedy demon lord could only be in awe. Xuanhuan felt the rapid flow of time and space, and he grabbed it continuously with his big hands, like a big wave washing the sand, and there was a prototype of a small mountain in front of him. And as time passed, the hill soared from a few feet to hundreds, thousands of feet. The pure and transparent color is like crystal, but it exudes a strong power of time and space. He doesn't even need to specially apply inscription patterns to emit terrifying fluctuations. Mountain of time and space. Mountains, rivers and earth, the sky and mountains and seas. It's nothing to condense a small mountain. Xuanhuan wants to create a world of time and space. He devoured the power of time, space and sea, and in incredible scenes, mountains appeared and rivers passed through, turning into a strange world with thousands of mountains and rivers. Mountains, rivers and land, the prototype of the world is constantly evolving. And this world is still growing in his will. That's right, Xuanhuan is going to create a terrifying artifact this time, called the space-time realm. Although the time-space city of the time-space god is the top heavenly artifact, its power is still a little weaker after all. He wants to merge the two to integrate the time-space city into the time-space realm. Think about a huge space-time world that can move with you, how terrifying this special artifact would be. However, Xuanhuan also knew that he was not a primitive god. Even though his real combat power was worthy of a primitive god, he still didn't have the means to control that kind of primitive creation. It is impossible for him to create a primitive god now. But it doesn't matter, let's create a prototype at this time, and when he is promoted to the original god, he can also be promoted at the same time. A world representing time and space. Xuanhuan used the secret method, and this space-time world floated in the air, with a huge volume, containing the galaxy universe inside. In this world, there is a strong vitality. He was watching, and made a sound of admiration with his pickiness. This time and space world can not only be used as a divine tool, but also as a special world. In this world, comprehending the power of time and space can be easily comprehended in other places. The world of time and space is established in the gods, constantly absorbing the power of time and space, and can cultivate a large number of strong people in time and space. Xuanhuan has been offering sacrifices. When he reached a limit, he stopped. He also knows that no matter how much you sacrifice, it's useless, just like a bottle of water is full, no matter how much you pour it, you can't continue to hold it, unless you change to a bigger tank. There is only one way to improve quality. His eyes looked at the Grimo Lord who was sheltered by his spacetime power. There is boundless magic energy on his body, which spurts out a dark magic light, and a rune is like a greedy word spinning rapidly, producing a metamorphosis. When this transformation occurred, it actually condensed into an existence like a heart of destiny. His destiny heart was successfully condensed and reflected in the multiverse. In other words, at this moment he has become the fifth realm of heaven, even if his soul, his body, and his destiny heart can still be sacrificed from the multiverse. Grimo Lord has been promoted. Xuanhuan nodded slightly, not too surprised. The Lord of Greed Demon is an ancient god of the Tao of Heaven. He was very active in the Emperor's era. His understanding of Tao is absolutely not bad, and he is firm in his greed. And this time, under the protection of Xuanhuan, he witnessed the demise of an era with his own eyes. What a precious experience, it made him break this crucial step at once. His breakthrough is based on his accumulated accumulation, coupled with this opportunity. #C1462 Forbidden Land. The fifth realm of the Tao of Heaven, I didn't expect the bottleneck that has trapped me for eternity to be broken so easily. With his great strength, the greedy demon lord was excited and ecstatic. He suddenly realized that he had been controlled by others, and he was too complacent. He immediately apologized and said, "God Emperor, I am so happy that I laughed so wildly at God Emperor. No problem. Anyone who breaks through such a big realm will be ecstatic. Go, it's time to leave the space-time sea. Time and space sea has a force of time and space disorder. It is easy to come in, but difficult to go out, but Xuanhuan doesn't care. He directly builds a passage with the gate of time and space. The moment he left the sea of time and space, he vaguely saw in the depths of the sea of time and space, there was an extremely powerful and terrifying fetish, containing infinite fluctuations. But he didn't go to explore. He knew very well in his heart that with the current strength, it was impossible to win that fetish. It's not time. In his murmur, he had already left the sea of time and space, and appeared at the ancient well of time and space that he had entered before. God Emperor, I will return to the God dynasty with you. Even if he breaks through, the Lord of Greedy Demons still dare not surpass Xuanhuan in the slightest. No, you don't have to follow me back to God dynasty. Xuanhuan suddenly rejected him. The greedy demon lord was a little puzzled. You go back to your 10,000 demons heaven, and you don't need to reveal to anyone that you have surrendered to me. You are still the Lord of Greedy Demons, and you still act according to your character. Xuanhuan said. Although the greedy demon lord has broken through to the fifth realm, it will not be decisive to let him and Xuanhuan return to the gods. It is better to let him still be in the One motion, which may be able to play the greatest role. The Grieval Lord is also a smart person, and immediately said, I know what to do. He has to do it very simply. It was still the same as before, but if there was a call from the God Emperor, he would take immediate action. You can go back. Xuanhuan asked him to leave. And he soon arrived at the Divine Dynasty. The exploration of Time and Space Island is still going on in an orderly manner. The ones near the water get the moon first, and this place is the closest to him and Duishan, so they get the most benefits in advance. However, with the passage of time, more and more powerhouses gathered, which also made the space-time island more chaotic. The location there is Xuanhu. Xuanhu became famous in the first battle, killing the Lord of Crossing the Sea, and they are not without primitive gods sitting in their command. Rumor has it that it is an invincible powerhouse, called Ancient. It has fallen, but it has been revived recently through sacrifices. What? The background of Xuanhu is so strong, there are enough fetishes to resurrect the original gods. We're just exploring on Time and Space Island. Don't mess with this martial arts casually. Who knows what unexpected cards they will show up. Yes, Xuanhu and Duertian will continue to fight. These two forces will not stop their fight until one of them falls. Many strong people who entered Time and Space Island warned themselves like this. Xuanhu is not weak, they are very strong, even Duishan's attack was frustrated. Xuanhuan didn't pay attention to these either. He put the space-time realm in the God dynasty and became a holy place. What made Xuanhuan happy was that Xuanhu just successfully broke through to the realm of heavenly Tao God, adding more powerful combat power to Xuanhu. God Emperor, during this period of time, I have found artifacts worth billions of primordial pills on the island of time and space, but with the exploration, most of the easy-to-find ones are gone, unless you go deep into the sea of time and space. Huazhu laughed loudly. He had been enjoying himself during this time, and he finally got rid of the body of death. Time and Space Island will exist for a long time. Huazhu, you are a primitive god, and you have the means of primitive creation. There are a few gods here that I can't get, and you created them for me. Xuanhuan said. No problem. Huazhu responded. Primitive creations, like turning a stone into gold, can transform the original energy into another form, and only the original god can control the means. After assigning the task, Xuanhuan looked at the token of the Heavenly Alliance in his hand. With the power of the current god dynasty, it is easy to get the inheritance of the deputy leader, but as soon as the three alliances come out, the inheritance of the leader of the Heavenly Alliance will appear. The time has not yet come, we must wait for me to reach the fifth realm. Xuanhuan is very patient, he is not in a hurry, the control is in his hands. During this period of time, in Time and Space Island, the small-scale friction between Xuanhuan and Du Yishan continued. He also knew that Du Yishan had just lost the master of crossing the sea, and he would not launch another massive attack on him, but small-scale attacks would definitely not stop. They intentionally put this kind of friction on the space-time island. Fortunately, Xuanhuan had Fire Ancestor sitting in charge, and then asked the Guanyu League, the Lord of Guanyu, to support them. The Lord of Guanyu also knew that if he wanted to continue to benefit from Time and Space Island, he had to show his attitude and help Xuanhuan deal with the threat of Du Yishan. Crossing the evil is so innocent that there are only the three primitive gods of crossing the sea, crossing the catastrophe, and the god of crossing the evil? I don't believe it. If you only have this power, you are not qualified to become the 33 heavens. Xuanhuan guessed the strength of Du Yishan. They also have a stronger background. Every 33 days is unfathomable, otherwise he would have been pulled down from the altar long ago. At this moment, a voice came from outside Xinqiao, Xuanhuan God Emperor, I have something to see. Oh? Why is Mingyue Island Master free to come to Xinshan Dynasty today? Xuanhuan smiled, seeing that it was the Lord of Mingyue Island, he immediately asked him to come to his temple. When the owner of Mingyue Island saw Xuanhuan, he immediately felt a boundless pressure. There was an unfathomable divine power on the body of the Emperor Xuanhuan, which made him secretly amazed. When he first met Xuanhuan, he was not a god of heaven, but now he has become a small giant in the multiverse. He is looking at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan is also looking at him. This Mingyue Island owner looks gentle and elegant, but his strength is also earth-shattering, terrifying and extraordinary, much stronger than Vulcan and the like. He is also at the top of the Tiandao list compiled by Wandao Tiani Tianzuan. I also have something to ask the God Emperor for help. After thinking about it, in this multiverse, only the God Emperor's reputation can make me dare to ask the God Emperor for help. Sure enough, the owner of Mingyue Island has something to do. He knew that although the God Emperor in front of him acted ruthlessly and extremely domineering, it would be fine if this kind of emperor didn't make a promise, and he wouldn't break it once he made a promise. What's the matter? Xuanhuan said, it must be not a small matter for you to be so cautious. It's really not small. The owner of Mingyue Island nodded, does the God Emperor know about the Eternal Forbidden Land? Eternal Forbidden Land? Xuanhuan thought for a moment, although I have never been to this place, I have also heard about it. The Forbidden Place of the Ages is a forbidden place formed by the ruins of the ages. There are too many relics of the era. Could it be related to it? Exactly, I am looking for the God Emperor, precisely for the Eternal Forbidden Land. The master of Mingyue Island said, on the same day as the God Emperor, after the Time and Space Island appeared, the Eternal Forbidden Land also experienced a great shock. #C1463 Primitive Divine Realm. It appeared on the same day as Time Island. Xuanhuan frowned immediately when he heard the news, and knew that there was a great weirdness in it. What exactly? Xuanhuan asked. There is an ancient relic of the era that fell from the road of eternity into the restricted area of the ages. I came to find the God Emperor, and it was for this relic of the era that I found a powerful inheritance in that relic, but I know, with my own strength, I don't have much chance of getting it, and I need the help of the God Emperor. Mingyue Island Master said, I also vaguely saw a powerful primitive artifact. I only want that inheritance, and I don't need the primitive artifact. He was too close to the realm of the original gods. But it was this step that trapped him, and he couldn't break through this barrier. The emergence of this inheritance gave him hope. After thinking about it, although he has a lot of friends, there are not many who are capable and can really cooperate with him. The god of martial arts immediately reminded him. Inheritance and primitive artifacts. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. Now the battle with Du Yishan has entered a stalemate, and it is difficult to have a major battle in a short period of time. Now he really needs to strengthen the background of the gods. He thought for a moment, okay, I will let you go this time, the inheritance belongs to you, and the original artifact belongs to me. If the owner of Mingyue Island can become a primitive god, he will also be his friend, and there will be no harm. God Emperor, time can't be delayed. Changes are happening in the Forbidden Zone every day, and the situation is extremely complicated. I won't be the only one who knows about that inheritance. We must go there immediately. The master of Mingyue Island's eyes flickered fiercely. Yes. Chuyuan said, Huazu, I will go to the Forbidden Zone with Mingyue Island Master, and you will guard the gods. Also, he resurrected Huazu, and has a real primitive god fighting power. Eternal Forbidden Zone? Within the primordial god realm. Huazu said, you can go, God Emperor. With me guarding the god dynasty, and God Guyuan intimidating the god of crossing evil, everything is fine. The speed of Mingyue Island Master is also very fast. Already mastered the space-time travel of the original gods. No, this speed is still too slow, I will take you on a shuttle. Chuyuan used a space-time shuttle, surrounded by dazzling space-time particles. His speed was several times faster than that of Mingyue Island Master. This kind of speed can be compared to some real primitive gods. The God Emperor knows that the latest list of heavenly Tao gods has been released, and the God Emperor ranks first, attracting the attention of the world. The owner of Mingyue Island was amazed. Oh? The list of gods of heaven and gods was compiled by Yi Tianzuan of Wandao Tian. It is said that he is good at calculation and has mastered some means of destiny, and compiled many lists. After Chuyuan heard it, he said lightly, not surprised at all. Wandao Tian, the ancient and powerful Etienne, was created by the ancestor of Wandao, but that ancestor of Wandao is also not in the multiverse like Ming, the founder of the god realm. Chuyuan speculates that they are very likely to comprehend the mystery of eternity on the road to eternity. It is the ancient Yi Tianzuan. Mingyue Island Master said, although this list cannot fully represent the real combat power, but the God Emperor can be ranked first. Obviously, Yi Tianzuan also recognizes the strength of the God Emperor. The way of heaven is the first, except that this kind of strength does not have the means of original creation. The real combat power is actually not much different from the original gods. First, it also represents the combat power of the primitive gods. It's just a list, I don't care about it. Chuyuan wants to be the strongest and invincible in the world, so what's the point of making a list compiled by others? At this time, the two of them shuttled upwards, tearing apart the boundless time and space, like ascending. The more they leaped towards the highest level of heaven and earth, the more unimaginable the law of violence they received. God Emperor, we are about to enter the primordial god realm. Mingyue Island Master said. I can also feel the aura of the original god realm, let's enter now. Chuyuan was in the boundless and violent law. He stood in the sky, the portal of time and space. When the power shook, a hand of God broke some kind of restriction, and stepped into another time and space with a bang. The energy so thick that it can be pointed out, if you inhale it casually, it seems that a vast ocean has poured into the body of the god. Chuyuan's divine eyes pierced through, radiating endless light years. The energy was like liquid, and there were strands of law around it. Primitive god realm, these are all primitive energies. Chuyuan said. Here, he used the great devouring technique to devour a large amount of primordial pills for a while, but he also felt that this place was also covered with a layer of law, which was not so easy to extract. It was also the first time Chuyuan came to the primordial god realm. God Emperor, we have reached the original gods. Mingyue Island Master said. Although Chuyuan came here for the first time, it doesn't mean he doesn't know. Primordial gods are also part of the multiverse. If the multiverse is divided into 3 layers, the bottom layer is naturally the multiverse where the dynasty is located, and the time and space there is also the most complicated. Countless time and space, countless planes. The primordial divine realm is actually the second level. As for the highest level, that is the eternal road. In the multiverse, even the original gods can't keep all its secrets, and the original gods are the closest to the eternal road. There are countless natural disasters and dangers here. Xuanhuan said slowly. Although the primordial god realm is large, it is not suitable for opening up forces, and can only be used as a place for the strong to explore. The fundamental reason is that the law here is too violent, the closest to the eternal road, although it has brought a lot of relics here, but if the eternal road moves a little, the storm that erupts cannot be completely protected by the primitive gods. The multiverse is the cradle of all the powerful, and it is the most peaceful there. The primordial god realm is a paradise for the strong. Xuanhuan looked up at the sky at this time, the gray color, as if seeing nothingness. I don't know how high, I don't know how deep, I don't even know how to enter the eternal road. The closest place to the eternal path. Mingyue Island Master said, if some powerful heavenly Tao gods in the primordial god territory can still enter with their own strength, then the eternal road, even the primitive gods dare not break in at will. It is too dangerous, and the primitive gods will death, not to mention the god who controls the day, is the one who opened up his own civilization, an existence like the human emperor, and it is said that there may also fall there. It's not rumored, it's true. Xuanhuan said coldly, through the road of eternity, you can get the real eternity, but whoever dares to trespass on the road of eternity will pay the price of failure in the entire multiverse, and countless strong people will be buried for him. Xuanhuan knew many more secrets than the owner of Mingyue Island. There is such a thing. Although Xuanhuan's words were plain, the owner of Mingyue Island heard the creeps. Even if you want to break through the eternal road and shake the world, you must have the strength of a human emperor, otherwise you can't do it. Xuanhuan's thoughts were running, and he thought of a lot at this moment. #C 1464 Era of Kings. These things are too complicated, things that even the founder of the god realm, the human sovereign, can't understand. Even now, they don't know how to break through the eternal road. Throughout the ages, many eras, examples of failures have been bloody displayed in front of them. Whoever dares to break into the eternal road without authorization is almost the enemy of the entire multiverse. Since he can't figure it out, Xuanhuan won't think about it. He deeply knows that the premise of all the secrets is that you need to have the strength to support them, otherwise they are all delusions. Keep your feet on the ground and take it step by step. Xuanhuan is a pragmatist. His main goal now is to become a primitive god first, and promote Xuanwu to one of the 33 days, before he can plan a bigger plan. The Eternal Forbidden Zone is an area with the most remains of the primordial god realm. The Eternal Forbidden Zone does not refer to a single relic, but a unique place formed by the gathering of countless relics. There are too many ruins, including many periods, named after the ages. God Emperor, there is the Eternal Forbidden Zone. The primordial god realm is the closest to the eternal road, and the Eternal Forbidden Zone is the closest to the eternal road to the primordial god realm. There is a mysterious place here. There are countless ancient ruins, and the number is countless. I don't know which era it can be estimated. Too many eras and too many powerhouses have been buried in the eternal road. Every time there is a vibration in the eternal road, a large number of relics will fall into the territory of the original god. And the Eternal Forbidden Zone seems to have a mysterious magnetic field that can attract a large number of ruins. Come on, let's go directly to the ruins. Xuanhuan said. Compared to when I came here before, there are more strong people. They had just seen the ruins of the era, and they saw many masters gathered. These strong men must at least have the cultivation base of the God of Heaven to be eligible to explore. God Emperor, look. Xuanhuan saw it immediately. A gray patina. In the world of nothingness, it seems to be raining, booming. Infinite world fragments are constantly falling down, smashing hard. This is not raining, but a huge world. A fragment of the world with a diameter of tens of thousands of miles shattered and fell from nothingness, and landed where Xuanhuan was. His mana swept over immediately, without looking at what was in the world fragments, and directly swallowed it into the system space. The appearance of this ruin has attracted too many powerful people from all over the world. The main road of Mingyue Island. It fell from the Eternal Road. Chuyuan Dao, the space-time island and the ruins appeared at the same time, and there was an extremely weird black coffin before. What does this mean? Is there going to be a vibration in the multiverse? He is speculating. God Emperor, this ancient relic has not yet fully appeared. The larger relic is still on the road of eternity. It is like a sunken giant ship that fell headfirst and never completely fell into the deep sea. What appears now are its fragments. Mingyue Island used a very vivid metaphor. Indeed. Chuyuan said, I understand the reason why there are not many strong people on the spacetime island this time. He had doubts before. It stands to reason that there should be a large number of strong people coming to such a huge and mysterious secret place as Time and Space Island, but in fact there are not many strong people. It turned out that more powerhouses were attracted to the territory of the original gods. This is not surprising. This is an unexplored relic with immeasurable value. Compared with the mysterious spacetime island, this place is more worth exploring. Also good. There are fewer strong people on Time and Space Island, so Chuyuan can reap greater benefits. Island Master Mingyue, let's go in. Chuyuan greeted and entered the ruins. This ruin was broken into pieces, and the fragments of the world kept falling down like raindrops. Chuyuan didn't bother to explore slowly, and directly used the Great Devouring technique to devour it. He doesn't care about any horrible world fluctuations, as long as it comes to his system space, he can suppress it. Shenwu is more powerful and mysterious than I thought. Seeing Chuyuan's wanton search, the owner of Mingyue Island was also deeply shocked. Island Master Mingyue, do you feel any will? Chuyuan said suddenly. Have. The Island Master Mingyue affirmed, this will was not clear when we came here before, but it is becoming more and more clear now, Heavenly King. This will tells their origin. It's the King of Heaven. Chuyuan also had the word Tianwang hovering in his ears, era of Tianwang? God Emperor, what do you think the Heavenly King represents? Mingyue Island Master asked Chuyuan for his opinion. There are many meanings. It may mean that their era is called the era of Tianwang, and the word Tianwang does not clearly represent a certain person, and it is very likely to be a title. Chuyuan Dao, just like some people in the multiverse call the suffix Tianzuan, Tianjun, Lord of such, and this Tianwang should also be the title that only the strong in this Tianwang era can have. This title represents strength. Mingyue Island Master also agreed with Chuyuan's statement, it must be the original gods who can be called eras in this era of heavenly kings, right? In his eyes, he suddenly saw a picture of a strong man who respected the heavenly king. No matter how the name changes, as long as it is clear, it represents great strength. Chuyuan's soul sensed the boundless time and space. In the Tianwang ruins, fierce battles were taking place in many places, and he even sensed the fierce battles of the primitive gods. Not only one heavenly king's inheritance appeared, but more heavenly king's inheritance appeared, okay. Realizing this situation, Mingyue Island Master was not surprised but delighted. If the heavenly king inherits enough, he will be able to divert the attention of more powerhouses, and there will be only one place that needs him, and there will be fewer powerhouses competing for it at that time. This is a good thing. Let's go quickly. Chuyuan shuttled through the ruins of the heavenly king. Rumble. In the void world, countless world fragments smashed down, densely packed. Xuanhuan grabbed it with his big hand, and it turned out to be countless seeds, some of which still exuded majestic vitality, and said, "There are so many seeds of magic medicine, some of which I have never seen, and I don't know if I can find them in the current multiverse. Just bring it to Linger and let her cultivate it carefully." Yao Linger likes to cultivate all kinds of magical medicines. This is her hobby. For Yao Linger, this is also a kind of practice. She watches the growth of various elixir and understands the truth of it. The more rare treasures she cultivates, the higher her cultivation level will be. Everyone's practice method is different. Collect more seeds of magic medicine for Linger, let her understand the growth of all things, and maybe she can hope to achieve the way of heaven. Xuanhuan said silently. Now that the Tomb of Yin Spirits has been completed, even if they fail to break through the heavenly way, they may be resurrected, but they are not advised to break through immediately. After all, even if they are resurrected, it will be extremely difficult to attack again next time. He is also preparing various opportunities for them. God Emperor, the inheritance I mentioned is coming soon. The Lord of Mingyu Island guides and leads the way. #C1465 Sesame and Watermelon. God Emperor, we are here. Xuanhuan and the others passed through the vast area, and finally arrived at the area mentioned by the island master Mingyu. It is a huge world, a sacred pure land, a temple of heavenly kings, mountains, waters, time and space, mountains that radiate radiant light or float in the sky, or stand on the ground. It's different from other places. Xuanhuan observed. There is a protective force here, so that the inner world is not completely broken. Before that, they also passed through several ashrams of primitive gods, but none of them were as well preserved as here. From this, we can know that this is left by a more powerful king. God Emperor, when I saw it for the first time that day, this ruin hadn't completely fallen from the eternal road. Fortunately, the inheritance hasn't been taken away by others. The owner of Mingyu Island looked at the ruins and heaved a sigh of relief. Although many people had entered, the most important part had not been broken. There is a terrible seal here. The moment Xuanhuan stepped in, he immediately felt boundless pressure on his body, and time and space were frozen, making it difficult to travel through. Each of these mountains is actually equivalent to a small plain. Xuanhuan directly entered a mountain, and the surrounding restrictions had been broken. After he entered, it should be a treasure space, but it was empty inside, with nothing. Obviously, before this, someone's treasures had already been emptied. God Emperor, 10,000 mountains may very well represent 10,000 treasure houses. Mingyu Island Master and Xuanhuan shuttled all the way to the depths, and the surrounding mountains and sky had been broken, but the deeper they went, the stronger the restraining power became. He saw a god of heaven, surrounded by dense thunder and lightning nets, roaring angrily. He also saw that there was a deep mountain, which was being bombarded by dozens of gods and gods of heaven, destroying the outer restrictions. Most of the original gods value the inheritance of the heavenly king, and they don't care too much about the peripheral ones. Mingyu Island Master said. At this time, Xuanhuan came to a floating mountain that had not been destroyed. A force destructed and impacted, and thousands of divine lights were reflected on the mountain immediately, comparable to a blow from a god of heaven. As soon as he waved his hand, his divine light shattered. With the Great Destruction technique, Xuanhuan used the Gate of Destruction to directly break through the restriction, and forced his way in. In front of Xuanhuan's eyes, the countless bright lights were actually lumps of ore, like hills piled up here, flashing blindingly. So many ores. Mingyu Island Master said immediately. Take it away first. Xuanhuan is currently short of resources, and he has all the resources in his hand, and he doesn't bother to classify them, so he will take them away first. Sure enough, Xuanhuan also discovered that the deeper the mountain peak is, the rarer the treasures there are. And the entire world of ruins is actually divided into a kind of circular ring, with tens of thousands of peaks, one layer surrounding one layer. The restriction of the mountain can be broken, but if anyone wants to destroy the mountain, it is like poking a hornet's nest, and it will explode with violent power. Xuanhuan said. His methods are too powerful, the autumn wind sweeps the fallen leaves, and the restrictions of those mountains can't stop him at all, just like gluttony, as long as you see it, don't even think about escaping from his palm. God Emperor, there are only 49 mountains here. The main road of Mingyue Island. The 49 mountains are surrounded by a circle, and there is a terrifying aura in the middle. The main road is 4 or 9, and the one left is in the middle, which is the inheritance of the Heavenly King. Xuanhuan said. At this time, he broke the restriction of a mountain, and when he entered, he found that it was a Dan river, and the divine pills were floating here densely like light spots. He immediately saw that in this pill, there were 3 extremely bright and dazzling divine pills. These 3 pills are like a heart, beating bang bang bang, containing extremely majestic life force, and what's even more peculiar is that there are 9 holes like acupoints. This is the Jiuqiao Tongxin pill, which can make the 5th realm comprehend the mystery of the original God. The owner of Mingyue Island was surprised. This Jiuqiao Tongxin pill is not the most precious, but the most precious one. Like the Lord of the Stars, all the pills are revolving around him. Xuanhuan looked up. The one he saw was as huge as a star, emitting a sacred and perfect breath. It was the most radiant and dazzling, with the power to reverse the world and the universe. The most holy and most divine pill. Xuanhuan saw this magic pill at a glance. The value of this divine elixir is 10 times more precious than the Jiuqiao Tongxin elixir. The reason why he was able to recognize it was because there was an introduction about this pill in the Tiao pill furnace. This divine elixir has a huge effect. It is not used by the gods of the heavens, it is exclusive to the primitive gods, and it can absorb the internal vitality to cultivate a perfect and holy body, making the original gods more powerful. Fetishes suitable for primordial deities are too few and too precious. And if the master who crossed the sea that day had this divine pill, he could use it as his second dharma body, even if the city of the sky couldn't kill him, he could use the divine pill to survive. The most holy and most divine pill, the legendary divine pill, I never thought I would have the opportunity to see it today. The owner of Mingyue Island sighed. Oh? Master Mingyue Island, don't you have any other ideas? Xuanhuan said suddenly. I know very well that what is most useful to me is the inheritance of the Heavenly King, and the others are at most icing on the cake and cannot have absolute effect. Of course the owner of Mingyue Island wanted it, but he also knew that it was nothing in front of the Heavenly King's inheritance. Xuanhuan didn't say much, just took it away. He is also very scarce, this kind of magic pill. Although his Tiao pill furnace can refine a large number of divine pills, it is only limited to the half-day god pills, and he has not refined the real heavenly god pills or above. Although the Tiao Dan furnace can be promoted to a heavenly artifact through the power of the system. But until now, he still has no clue, and he doesn't know how to get promoted. And with so many divine elixirs used in the cultivation of heavenly spirits, the strength of his empire will definitely be greatly improved. He then opened 2 more peaks in a row. Inside a mountain peak are many heavenly artifacts, forming a large array of artifacts, and the power that erupts is comparable to that of primitive gods. And in a mountain peak, there are many talismans, and the weakest of each talisman has the power comparable to the gods of heaven. The most precious 100 talismans are as powerful as a blow from a primitive god. There are enough treasures left by this heavenly king. There are divine pills, artifacts, talismans, and all kinds of materials. Could it be that they were all refined by that heavenly king? Xuanhuan couldn't help thinking. Fortunately, the owner of Mingyue Island was in the territory of the primordial god at that time, and he was the first to see the remains of the heavenly king. Otherwise, many treasures would not have come to Xuanhuan. Get the Heavenly King's inheritance, and even control the whole world. Let's go to the Heavenly King's inheritance. Xuanhuan knew that compared to the inheritance of the Heavenly King, the treasures here were just sesame seeds, and he would not lose the watermelon for the sake of sesame seeds. #C1466 All Dermas return to one Heavenly King. At the same time, two people also appeared in this Heavenly King ruins. We are not too late, this inheritance has not been acquired by others. An old man in black looked at the ruins, and said with a faint smile that although some of the mountains had been opened, the core was not broken. Yes, I already know that the existence of the Heavenly King in this ruins is called Xuanhuan, and all dermas are unified, and I practice all kinds of supernatural powers. Once I get it, my realm will undoubtedly become a primitive god. A young man said, with a stern look on his face, with an unconcealable arrogance between his brows, surrounded by 10,000 kinds of vitality all the time, interpreting 10,000 kinds of supernatural powers, flying out fiercely. The old man is the original god. The young man is also a fifth realm of heaven. Supernatural power, this time I will help you obtain the inheritance of King Guatian, and make you a primitive god. The old man said with a light smile. Huh. This opportunity is tailor-made for me. Among the heavens, who can get it? When I have supernatural powers, I will kill anyone who dares to compete with me. Thor has become a primitive god, I have been fighting with him for many years, how can I be left behind by him? The young man named Xuanhuan said in an extremely cold tone. It is said that another extremely powerful existence appeared in the universe, called Xuanhu God Emperor, and Yi Tianzuan of Wandao Tian ranked him first among the gods of heaven. The old man said again. Xuanhu God Emperor. Xuanhuan said coldly, there are rumors that he killed the original gods, but it seems that he used some kind of treasure. My Xuanhuan is the #1 god of heaven and earth. Don't let me meet that god of martial arts, or I will let him know how powerful I am. So what kind of skill is it to kill the primitive gods? At this time, when they searched, they found that several mountains in the depths had been opened. Supernatural power, many mountains here have been destroyed, and the traces are extremely fast, and all the treasures have been taken away. It is very likely that someone is already passing it on to King Guatian. The old man's expression froze. That's right, let's go over quickly to prevent others from getting there first. Xuanhuan didn't dare to be careless. And at this very moment, Xuanhuan came to the central mountain, towering above the sky, and this mountain was like an upside-down character, straight into the sky. 10,000 mountains represent all magic powers. When you get here, everything becomes one. God Emperor, right here. Mingyue Island Master said, the mountain is covered with extremely powerful restrictions. Once I do it, it will cause a chain reaction. I am afraid that I will do it in advance that day. Not only will I not be able to get the treasure, but I may be caught by others first. The closer he was to success, the calmer he became. Your concern is right. There is indeed an extremely powerful restriction. If the king and the strong are still there, it is impossible to break it. However, he has fallen for endless years, and there will be loopholes in even the most tyrannical restriction. I will take action to break it. With a wave of Xuanhuan in the air, he operated the sealed door to resist and break down the self-restriction from the mountain. Then, he waved his palm forward, it was the scar of the sky, an omnipotent force directly slashed towards the restriction of the mountain, and suddenly crackling, a passage opened up. The restriction is broken. The owner of Mingyue Island was startled, and he did not expect that Xuanhuan broke the restriction so quickly. Swish swish swish. The moment the restriction was broken, thousands of divine lights shot up into the sky, and the whole world, especially the one belonging to the main mountain, was the most dazzling. Sure enough. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan was not surprised, and said, Mingyue Island Master, go in with me first, and seize the opportunity. It is good. The two entered the mountain in an instant. Inside the mountain is a vast spacetime. Xuanhuan suddenly saw a gleam of light, like a guiding light, and immediately went to the past, only to find that it was a divine talisman emitting hazy vitality. This talisman is like a piece of training, containing infinite magical powers, with distorted words imprinted on it, and there is a kind of oppression of all kinds of magic. He could feel the energy within the talisman. Primitive artifact. Xuanhuan recognized at a glance that this talisman is a primitive artifact, and its power is very vast. This talisman. It contains all kinds of power inside, but it can also be unified into one. I feel that it will not be much weaker than my Sky City. What is the era of this heavenly king? The idea of the Lord of the Sky was sacrificed, and he said in surprise through the perspective given by Xuanhuan. Okay, this talisman has great power, and it happens to be used to enhance my background. This is my chance. Xuanhuan also laughed. At this time a force was shaking, and the boundless vitality condensed into the existence of a person. He was tall and mighty, and he controlled the eternal stalwart. His eyes spanned time and space, as if he was about to descend. With a slight movement, he has the power to rebuild mountains and rivers. And he is the owner of this talisman, and the will left behind was finally aroused today. He sat in front of the divine talisman and activated the power of 10,000 dermas. In the middle of this phantom, there was an indestructible golden mark, which was some kind of eternal metal, containing his way and dharma. 10,000 dermas returned to the King of Heaven. Xuanhuan and Mingyue Island Master suddenly had 8 words come to mind. They also knew the title of this heavenly king, called Xuanhuan, who combined all kinds of spells into one. And this talisman is indeed the original artifact that he spent all his painstaking efforts to create, the talisman of all magics returning to one. Island Master Mingyue, the talisman belongs to me, and the inheritance belongs to you. Of course Xuanhuan knew that inheritance was also of great value, but as an emperor, once he made a promise, he would naturally not do anything to compete with the owner of Mingyue Island. It is good. The master of Mingyue Island nodded. With this inheritance, his chances of breaking through the original gods will be greatly increased, and he is also envious of the magic talisman. But he wouldn't be foolish enough to fight Xuanhuan. He immediately stepped into the inheritance. A bright moon was hanging high, and the hazy moonlight was falling down. At this moment, he was fighting with the owner of the inheritance with his own will. At the same time, Xuanhuan also entered the range of the 10,000 laws returning to one talisman. As soon as he moved his mind, the moment he stretched out the hand of God, there were thousands of divine lights shooting towards him, which came from the self-defense of the divine talisman. Supernatural powers, they have already entered the inheritance space in advance, but fortunately, they just entered, but did not get it. We want to grab it before them. It was the old man who yelled loudly. The inheritance can only belong to me. After only a few breaths, Xuanhuan and the old man had already entered the inheritance space. Seeing Xuanhuan and Mingyue Island Master, they sternly shouted, "It's them. Not a primitive god." The old man also instantly noticed that there was no aura of the original gods, and his heart became more stable, and he sternly shouted, "The 2 gods of heaven still want to seize the inheritance. If you don't want to die, you should get out. Someone came to take it." The owner of Mingyue Island was also shocked, looked at the 2 people, and recognized them, Yushentian, Yushentong, Wangqianshan. #C1467 Yashenshan. Yushentian. An old and mighty day. This day is also 33 days. It existed a long time ago. It has survived many eras and catastrophes. It is very powerful. And the strongest existence in Yashenshan is called Yushan the Great, and he created a powerful empire, the Yushan Empire. The heaven and the earth are mysterious and yellow, the universe is prehistoric. The owner of Mingyue Island. Yu Shintong recognized Mingyue Island master at a glance, and he was also on the ranking list, but he didn't care. Proud people didn't take him seriously. His eyes mainly fell on Xuanhuan, who had the arrogance to dominate the gods. Huh? This person? Yu Shintong was slightly puzzled, and suddenly said in surprise, "You are the Emperor Shenwu." God Emperor, be careful, this person is called Yu Shintong, he is the second strongest person in the ranking of Heavenly Tao, he was overwhelmed by Thunder God, and the person next to him is called Wan Qianshan, the original god from Yashenshan. The Lord of Mingyue Island frowned. Ha 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 ha, Divine Martial God Emperor, you are really famous. I finally saw you today. Yi Tianzuan ranked you first in the Heavenly Tao ranking. I am also very curious. What kind of strength do you have to be able to rank first? For Yeshintong, it is always a shame to be second. If you want to do it, you must be the first. People in the world often only remember the first and ignore the second. In the days when Raytheon was around, he was always overwhelmed by Raytheon, and no matter how he challenged him, he was no match for him. And God Emperor Shenwu was ranked number 1, which made him very upset. He refuses to accept it. His Yu Shintong is the number 1 god of heaven. It's just a false name. Chu Yuan's indifferent words pierced Yu Shintong's heart like a thorn, which made him extremely unhappy. You are number 1, and you are qualified to say that this is a false name, but his supernatural powers are not. Are you humiliating me? Yu Shintong asked calmly. Chu Yuan's silence was actually because he was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, which made him more sure that this person was humiliating him. Uncle Wan, don't meddle. This time I will do it directly to see how strong he is. I want him to know who is the real number 1 in the Heavenly Tao ranking. Killing the original gods is just relying on the treasure. Yu Shintong took a step forward, and the ferocious aura had already swept towards Chu Yuan. Okay, I will protect the law for you. Wan Qianshan also nodded. Although this Emperor Shenwu is somewhat mysterious, Yu Shintian is not easy to provoke. The means of killing primitive gods cannot be endless, otherwise he will really go against the sky. Besides, if you want to get the 10,000 laws returning to 1 talisman today, this God Emperor of martial arts will definitely not back down, there will definitely be a battle. The power of all kinds of supernatural powers exploded, and Yu Shintong was merciless in his strikes, and attacked with all his strength, and the vitality was rolling down, like rivers and oceans pouring down. He deserves to be the second existence of the Heavenly Tao. Except that he has not comprehended the original creation, this combat power is not weaker than some of the weakest primitive gods, and he can be called a heaven-defying existence. Shenwu, come and take my palm, Fenghua of heaven and earth, with all kinds of supernatural powers. Yu Shintong jumped up, and he struck out with a palm. A powerful palm shot out 10,000 rays of light, like a master of supernatural powers, he came to suppress Chu Yuan in an instant. Chu Yuan's eyes were sharp. When he saw Yu's supernatural power attacking him, he didn't move, but just looked at him coldly. His ignorance made Yu Shintong even more annoyed. Even though Thor was stronger than him, he couldn't ignore his power like this. You will regret this. Yu Shintong shouted. At this moment, Chu Yuan also fought against him. The hand of God made him the master of heaven and earth. With just 1 palm, that huge will shattered his magical palm. Yu Shintong stepped back. Although it was just a palm fight, the power in that palm couldn't be ignored, making him feel a tearing pain all over his body. I am the strongest. Sky-shattering divine fist. Epic boundless divine power. Great destruction divine art. Big flame magic. Yu Shintong seemed to have turned into the king of supernatural powers. At this moment, he unexpectedly burst out 10,000 kinds of supernatural powers, with overwhelming power, rolling down like an epic legend, submerging Xuanhuan in it. He actually used his pantheon so quickly. The owner of Mingyue Island was surprised, and his face was very serious. Yushintong's pantheon of gods is extremely famous, and it is necessary to kill all kinds of magic in an instant to form an irresistible torrent. Although the power of each magic is limited, it is so vast to come from all kinds. It is not unreasonable for him to become the second in heaven. Xuanwu is a strange person, and he may have a whole card. I will be on the sidelines. I am not the master of crossing the sea. I can't be tricked by him. Let Shintong test out the strength. Wan Qianshan didn't seem to make a move, but he was actually guarding against Xuanhuan's possible killing move. Xuanwu, I burst out with all kinds of supernatural powers, let's see how you resist. Yushintong's fighting spirit became more and more surging. Wan Yan's second child, he has done enough, and he wants to step on Xuanhuan's head to rise to the top. Thousands of supernatural powers? Everything will become empty, eternally empty. But Xuanhuan just stretched out his hand, without any vitality, as if he simply stretched out his palm and waved it forward. However, an incredible scene appeared, making Yushintong, Wan Qianshan, and Mingyue Island Master all unbelievable. This palm carried the essence of eternal Qigong. With just one touch, such an earth-shattering bombardment by Yushintong disappeared completely, leaving nothing behind. His strength is fierce, but his biggest weakness is that he has not become a primitive god. If it was a primitive god, it would be impossible for Xuanhuan to erase it all at once. What? What kind of supernatural power is this? It wiped out all my power, and it seems to be wiped out in an eternal space. Even if it is Thor, it is impossible for him to fight against my power as easily as you. Yushintong saw that his power was wiped out, and his eyes widened. Supernatural power, this person's power is strange. Wan Qianshan reminded immediately. I know. How can Yushintong think that he is inferior to others? He launched an attack again, and with a movement of his hand, a supernatural sword suddenly appeared. This is a primitive artifact, not refined by him, but by Emperor Yushin. With this sword in his hand, his strength has been rising steadily, and he has infinite self-confidence again. He slashed with a sword, the blade condensed, and a magical power of extinction appeared. At this time, he regained his calm and composed appearance, focused on finding the opponent's weakness. Xuanhuan's eyes suddenly pierced with a sharp light. He is not interested in playing slowly with Yushintong. Xuanhuan slashed with his palm, with the power to open up the world and invincible forever. Every part of his body was exerting force. With the sound of morning bell and evening drum, he had already killed in front of Yushintong. The light of the avenue. Yushintong immediately shot out a beam of light to protect him. Xuanhuan slashed horizontally with this palm, like the knife of fate, the knife of cutting Tao. The power penetrated into the void and all realms, bang. Suddenly there was a loud sound that shocked the soul. Under his palm, Yushintong was directly chopped off, and on his chest, there was a bloodstain with deep bone visible. #C1468 Hidden Emperor. Yushintong's expression suddenly changed. The crack on his shoulder was dripping blood all the time, the tearing pain penetrated into the soul and bone marrow, and a destructive force continued to destroy his body. But the ferocity on his face was not for pain. No matter how many times he has fought with Thor, he has never suffered such a tragic injury. The pain in his body is far less than the trauma in his heart. I'm actually going to get hurt? Yushintong questioned himself for the first time. Supernatural powers. Knowing that Yushintong's Xinqing has changed, which is extremely detrimental to his practice, Wan Qianshan shouted, "Don't be disturbed by him, he will force him to be strong. There are many strong people in the multiverse, all heavens and myriad worlds, and they will be captured by the King of Heaven." Inheritance, you are the original god, and a temporary loss is nothing more than a temper on the road to the strong. Yes, I can't be disturbed by him. Yushintong realized himself and regained his cold expression again. Failure is nothing. What is terrible is that there is no heart to accept failure bravely. Seeing that Yu's supernatural powers recovered in an instant, the island master of Mingyue also sighed secretly. This person is also very strong. As long as he does not die, no matter how many failures he experiences, he can usher in glory. Don't give him any chance, let's seize the Heavenly King's inheritance. Wan Qianshan already understood that he would not be able to suppress Chu Yuan if he did not act. In the whistling time, a primitive torrent swept out, thousands of mountains and rivers, and infinite waves slammed in, thousands of mountains looked cold, and played the original great supernatural powers. God's hand. Chu Yuan grabbed it with a big hand, and suddenly the sun and the moon dimmed, the sky and the earth turned pale, and boundless mana was brewing. In an instant, he collided with thousands of mountains. Booming. This piece of inheritance time and space is collapsing and turning into chaos, only the 10,000 laws, returning to one god talisman, remains motionless. Chu Yuan's body was straight, like a giant pillar in the sky, suppressing the heaven and the earth. Facing the primitive gods, he didn't look flustered at all. He stepped forward with a domineering aura. He wants to have a head-to-head collision with the primitive gods. Humph. I still want to challenge the original gods. Between the exhalation of thousands of mountains, his primitive divine power has exploded, and his fists are moving. Thousands of mountains and thousands of waves. His power is majestic and has the power to change the world. Chu Yuan and Wan Qianshan had already fought together, fighting hard with every move, without giving in at all. The power of the two, subverting time and space, collided to create the power to change the world. In such a head-to-head fight, Chu Yuan did not show the slightest sign of decline, and also showed his strength. Chu Yuan's expression was cold. He was sharpening his heart of destiny with thousands of mountains, removing impurities like thousands of tempers. He also knew that with his current strength, it was impossible to overwhelm the primitive gods, but ordinary primitive gods would never want to suppress him. Shenwu. Yu Shintong operated the sword of Shintong again, his eyes flickered coldly. Yu Shintong, are you not paying attention to me? Naturally, the owner of Mingyue Island cannot go to the theater. If you don't want to die, get out. Yu Shintong only has Chu Yuan in his eyes. You can't kill me. Behind Mingyue Island Master, there was a hazy bright moon hanging high, and the surging brilliance descended. He has always kept a low profile, but it does not mean that he has no strength. You wanna die? Yu Shintong was also furious, and his supernatural power slashed into the light of the bright moon. Facing his beheading, Mingyue Island Master seemed to be able to handle it with ease, and said indifferently, Yu Shintong, I admit that attacking me head-on is not as good as you, but it is not so easy for you to break through my Mingyue realm and intervene in the battlefield of the God Emperor. Do you think that the strength of the original gods is so small? But at this time, Wan Qianshan erupted with stronger power. Qianshan Wanchue, every time he bombarded with a punch, the world and the universe were derived, and suppressed Chu Yuan with his bombardment. Ultimate destruction. No matter how many worlds and universes are derived from Wanqian Mountain, Chu Yuan has only one move to deal with him. The explosion of the Great Destruction technique uses the Door of Destruction as a medium to sweep out the destructive power. The power of thousands of mountains is being destroyed. Among the heavens, the one who has the deepest understanding of the Great Destruction technique is the Hell Heaven's Destroyer Master. You have such a deep understanding of the Great Destruction technique. Wan Qianshan was surprised. At the same time, he also felt the difficulty of this opponent. With his strength, he is naturally not afraid of him, but he has no way to suppress him and create a chance for Yu Shintong to get the magic talisman. At this moment, When the fierce battle between Xuanhuan and Wan Qianshan was at its most intense, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of the 10,000 laws returning to one talisman, and he immediately grabbed it. There are still people hiding. Yu Shintong let out a startled cry. This existence has been hidden for a long time, in order to find a chance to win. When he first touched the 10,000 laws returning to one talisman, he immediately countered with immeasurable magic power, and the light of 10,000 laws swept away all the darkness, so that the existence could no longer hide his figure. Counterattack from the King of Heaven. This is a middle-aged man in a gray robe. Boom! Xuanhuan and Wan Qianshan turned their strength and bombarded the middle-aged man to prevent him from getting it. It's you! Wan Qianshan yelled, the hidden killing emperor from the killing heaven. Slaughtering heaven, powerful, ranked in the top 10 in the 33 days. In the killing heaven, the way of heaven is king, and the original is the emperor. This hidden killing emperor is good at stealth killing and sneak attack. He hides in time and space, as cold and stern as a poisonous snake in the void, and he must be on guard against a fatal blow from him at all times. Their battle was also suspended because of the arrival of the hidden king. Hidden killing emperor, do you want this talisman too? Wan Qianshan did not dare to underestimate Xuanhuan. Top treasure, no one is tempted. Hiddenly kill the emperor. But we are going to decide on this talisman. Wan Qianshan's tone was also very tough. The 10,000 Dharma unifying talisman is too important to use supernatural powers. It penetrates into his divine body, condenses all kinds of supernatural powers in his body, and all of them are unified, like a central formation, which can immediately achieve the original. I don't agree. Xuanhuan said. At this moment, the atmosphere at the scene fell into a strange stalemate. The three parties were intimidated. It was not good for anyone to strike first, so as to prevent others from taking advantage of it. I have a suggestion here. Wan Qianshan's complexion changed, and he said, haha, it's meaningless to stand in a stalemate here to kill the emperor. Why don't you listen to me? Let's take action together, and first remove the most obstructive ones. That Shenwu God Emperor is an eyesore. Why not kill him here today, and let us receive all the resources of his empire? It's not good advice to deal with Shenwu. Hidden killing the emperor said, he killed the master of crossing the sea, and joined hands with you. I am afraid that the lessons learned from the past will appear again. The fall of the Lord of Crossing the Sea also gave these primitive gods a great shock. You're scared? Wan Qianshan said. You attack him first. Xuanhuan said. As a peerless killer, assassin, Xuanhuan knows what it means to be calm, grab the opportunity, and leave if there is no opportunity. Humph. Wan Qianshan snorted coldly. Didn't this going around return to the previous situation? Did the Xuanhuan want to take advantage of the fierce battle between him and Shenwu to make a sudden move, and take the inheritance of Shenwu into his pocket? But in this situation, someone must break the deadlock. Xuanhuan suddenly moved and appeared in front of the 10,000 Dharma returning to one talisman. #C1469 Rune Attribution. Xuanhuan's divine body shook and disappeared in an instant, and he was about to go towards the magic talisman of returning to one. He wants to take the rune. In an instant, seeing that Xuanhuan was the first to break the deadlock, Wan Qianshan and the others could not just sit back and watch. Immediately, the two primordial gods, Yu Shintong, charged away with enormous power. Xuanhuan's figure suddenly disappeared. But Wan Qianshan didn't show the slightest joy. He calculated in an instant, and shouted, no, this is not his real body, a photo taken in time and space. He left his own figure with the way of time and space, and it contains the means of the past. There. Xuanhuan's way of time and space is beyond his imagination. He suddenly saw that Xuanhuan's real body had appeared in front of the magic talisman, and he was grabbing at the talisman with his big hand like the ruler of the sky. Kills the emperor, don't you want to make a move? If we want to see the talisman being captured, if the two primitive gods are present and can't stop him, wouldn't we be reduced to a joke? Wan Qianshan shouted. At this moment, the Xuanhuan suddenly disappeared, and a terrifying killing intent jumped. His Sha sword was an invisible sword of the void, and a little cold light immediately stabbed at Xuanhuan. Cooperate with hidden killing emperor. Wan Qianshan sneered again and again. This mighty arrogance to take the talisman would make Xuanhuan even hostile to him, and it was the best time to inflict serious damage on him. Coincidentally, he was also waiting for this time. But when the power to kill the emperor had just entered Xuanhuan, there was a bang, and suddenly 10,000 talismans exploded, and a strong brilliance burst out. The power of these 10,000 talismans splitting together is comparable to the power of a primitive god's attack in a short period of time. The divine body of Xuanhuan was shaken out at once. The power of 10,000 dermas, this is the talisman refined by Gui Tianwang, it's abominable. Yu Shintong said with a grim expression, we must not let him get the talisman. Don't worry, it's not so easy to get inside the talisman, there will be extremely strong resistance inside. Wan Qianshan roared. At this time an extremely fierce murderous intent erupted from the 10,000 laws, returning to one talisman. A majestic and tall figure displayed an extremely powerful Taoism, sweeping out towards Xuanhuan like a torrent of 10,000 torrents. Okay. Although it's just a talisman, the power contained inside it is too powerful, comparable to the primitive gods, hiding and killing the emperor. If you seize this opportunity, you can severely damage Shenwu, which is more beneficial than getting the talisman. Wan Qianshan's words were directed at Xuanhuan. Take control. All of a sudden, Xuanhuan was enveloped by the torrent of 10,000 dermas, and 10,000 forces attacked him one after another, forming an immortal torrent that overwhelmed mountains and turned all dharma into one. The power contained in this unification talisman is too vast. A celestial king figure, belonging to the celestial king, is also attacking. But at this moment, Xuanhuan overlooked the boundless emperor's arrogance and came out in shock, controlling the invincible power, making him like an incarnate master of control. There is no power in the world that he cannot control. Gui Tianwang, even if you were strong in your lifetime, you have fallen now. How can you resist my power, with only the power left in the artifact? Xuanhuan looked cold. This moment is an eternity and an instant. His great and invincible will, along with his emperor's hand, all fell on the unification talisman, and his fierce resistance turned into a chaotic storm. And Xuanhuan and Wan Qianshan's shots also broke through the realm created by the talisman after a few breaths. They saw Xuanhuan. Thousands of mountains and rivers, the world evolves. The sun, the moon and the stars, the great magical art that created the world and the universe were smashed down with the palm of Wan Qianshan. The Emperor of Hidden Killing is a peerless assassin, a peak killer, his figure can't be seen at once, hidden in the dark, the threat is several times greater than Wan Qianshan. God Emperor. Mingyue Island Master was also anxious. But at this time, Yu Shintong was staring at him so hard that he couldn't intervene. Facing Wan Qianshan's attack, Xuanhuan was extremely calm. He covered the 10,000 laws, returning to one talisman with one hand, and struck out with one palm. Killer is jumping. Great devouring technique. He himself is like the strongest devouring gate, time and space collapse, turning into a black hole. In the dark black hole, there is still the human emperor sword, suppressing it. Boom. The moment Xuanhuan came, there was a sudden flash in front of his eyes, and in the black hole, there was a surging and dazzling burst of sacred light, like hundreds of millions of stars exploding together. There is also a very powerful artifact in that black hole. Wan Qianshan immediately knew that the value of this artifact was higher than that of the 10,000 laws returning to one god talisman, but the swallowing black hole blocked his perception, so he couldn't see what kind of treasure it was. And this force evaporated the space in an instant, and the hidden killing emperor who was jumping in the void suddenly showed his form. Found me. He is good at stealth and assassination. If he is discovered, his strength will drop by more than half. All laws return to one divine talisman, don't resist it. Boom. Right under the watchful eyes of the two primitive gods, Xuanhuan exercised the greatest will, directly impacting and penetrating into Xuanhuan. The talisman trembled fiercely, and the strength of resistance was about to reach its limit. However, at the last moment, the talisman suddenly shrunk, flew up, and activated the final extinction power, like a ray of soul light, directly about to shatter Xuanhuan's soul. His soul is being impacted by the power of 10,000 magic, good opportunity. Swish! Thousands of mountains appeared on Xuanhuan's head in an instant, and with a palm strike, thousands of mountains and thousands of waves, with a firm grasp of his fingers, the ancient and heavy force crushed them down. The way of hidden killing. Xuanhuan naturally will not let go of this opportunity. But at this moment, a ray of light shot straight at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan stood still, and a divine talisman grew violently, appearing above his head like a sky curtain. The power of Wang Qianshan and Yin Shahuang fell instantly. All laws returning to one talisman. Wang Qianshan shouted loudly, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. He couldn't figure it out. Just now the talisman of all laws returning to one had already erupted a terrible supernatural power of the soul, which impacted him, but the soul impact didn't seem to have any effect. After seeing such a scene, he already knew that the other party had overwhelmed the talisman. This top-level treasure just missed them. He got the talisman. Yu Shintong roared loudly, unable to calm down. To him, the 10,000 laws returning to one talisman is not only as simple as representing a divine weapon, but also a way to reach the heavens of the primitive gods. If he can't get it, he doesn't know when he will be promoted. All dharmas return to one talisman, one is all dharmas, and all dharmas are one. Xuanhuan operated the magic talisman with domineering will. This talisman was running in front of him, and the myriad of divine lights shot out, constantly distorting and changing, forming a small phantom of Gishenwang, which was continuously moving the handprints, continuously evolving the imprints of 10,000 dharmas. This talisman can burst out 10,000 kinds of supernatural powers and turn them into a torrent of 10,000 dharmas, or it can condense all kinds of supernatural powers into one body, exerting the strongest supernatural power of all dharmas. #C1470 Return. Okay. Xuanhuan used the power of the 10,000 laws, returning to one talisman a little bit, and he was very satisfied with the feedback information. The power of this talisman is extremely huge, it can explode incredible power, and he can use it himself. Don't let him take it away. Wang Qianshan was not reconciled to seeing Xuanhuan successfully take away the amulet, and immediately covered it like a palm of the universe. All dharmas are unified, heavenly King Dharma God. Xuanhuan shook the sky with one palm, and the great devouring technique absorbed the billowing energy, and the ocean-like sea in the boundless black hole was infused into the 10,000 dharma returning to one talisman. In the realm of the primitive gods, rich primitive energy flows everywhere, and it can be devoured here much faster than in the multidimensional. After instilling so much turbulent energy, in an instant, with a strike, the great figure of Gue Tianwang appeared, and directly confronted Wang Qianshan with a strike. The power of this talisman is too strong. Under the urging of Xuanhuan, the confrontation with Wang Qianshan did not fall into a disadvantage. Shahuang, what are you waiting for? Wang Qianshan shouted angrily. The peerless assassin, with one blow, the meteor blooms the most brilliant picture. The blow that the hidden killer emperor was brewing finally hits. There is no leakage of other energy, only the purest blow. Xuanhuan's eyes shot out the most intense light of time and space. His world-shaking move, the sky-cracking scar turned into a blade, hit the sky, and killed the Invisible. The figure of Xuanhuan was captured by him, and he turned his hands into clouds and covered his hands with rain. The peerless supernatural powers prevented Xuanhuan's lore from having any effect. He stands on the sky and overlooks the 8 wastelands. Who will compete with him? Xuanwu is too strong. Even the master of Mingyue Island couldn't imagine such a world-shattering power. He fought against 2 primitive gods alone, and even resisted their attack. You can't hang with them for too long. After all, he is not a primitive god. He must be the one who suffers from the long-term struggle, and there are too many people in the universe who are interested in him. With a wave of his hands, the radiant light of the 10,000 laws, returning to one talisman, burst out. In this relic of the Heavenly King, 10,000 mountains were shattered in an instant. For the vast vitality, countless treasures without power seals flew out one after another. He smashed this Heavenly King ruins with a talisman. Wan Qianshan shouted. Everything is under Chu Yuan's control. Before he smashed the ruins, he had already prepared the power to charge. Immediately, the great devouring technique was like a huge net, and as soon as it was caught in the void, a large number of fetishes fell into his pockets one after another. He's running away. Wan Qianshan knew Chu Yuan's purpose. With his primitive divine power and heavy energy, he turned into a cosmic hand and grabbed Chu Yuan across time and space. Time travel. Chu Yuan is about to use time travel. He stepped into time and space, but suddenly, a transparent sword was waiting for him, like a lore seal, stabbing directly at his retreat. The sealed door. Chu Yuan immediately operated the sealed door. This portal suddenly stood in front of him, and Chu Yuan sealed it forever. The power of the eternal seal can not only seal the retreat of others, reverse the reverse, but also open up a life for oneself. He admits that he only has the strength to fight against the primitive gods now, and it is impossible to defeat them, but he is also confident that ordinary primitive gods cannot stop him. The gate of time and space, the seal was reversed, and the power of the 3 major gates was activated at the same time. Chu Yuan pierced through a passage of time and space, and disappeared in front of them immediately. 163 TXT. Let him run away. Wan Qianshan's face was ugly, and he couldn't stop this person from escaping. He also took away the inheritance of the Heavenly King, the magic talisman of the unity of all laws. Yu Shentong's complexion was even worse. I understand why Du Yishan suffered such a huge loss in the battle with Xuanwu. He is indeed difficult to deal with, and he is very difficult to deal with. There are too many methods at his disposal, and God Guyuan is helping him. After all, it is a primitive god, and Wan Qianshan quickly regained its calm. He looked at Xuanhuan and said, "You and I failed to get the talisman this time, but let him run away." Xuanhuan, don't you feel ashamed in your heart? I am very ashamed. A killer assassin, failure is nothing. Xuanhuan left this sentence and disappeared. For him, failure is not a problem. The most important thing for an assassin is to save his own life. Every time he fails, he must examine himself and understand the reason. Assassins don't sink with one failure. This kills the emperor hidden. Wan Qianshan also wanted to provoke Xuanhuan to follow him to pursue Xuanwu, but the other party didn't buy it at all. What should I do now? Yushin said, without this Heavenly King inheritance, I will become a primitive god in the foreseeable future. He was aggrieved. Thunder God became the original god, and he deserved to take the position, filling the vacancy of the number 1 in the way of heaven, and then killing a god of martial arts. This martial arts is even more hateful, not only stepped on him, but also his strength is stronger, making people even more desperate, and took away his chance to become a primitive god. The remnants of the Heavenly King era have just begun, and there will be more inheritances to follow. Maybe there will be one that suits you. Xuanhuan reminded, supernatural power, your heart is already chaotic and anxious. The achievement of primitiveness and inheritance is only a small aspect. It is mainly your heart. Don't be influenced by others. There is a saying of Xuanhuan that is right, failure is nothing, you must have the heart to accept failure, and now you don't have this heart. I know. Yu Shintong tried his best to calm himself down. And in a place in the original God realm, Xuanhuan and Mingyue Island Master appeared at the same time. During this trip to the ruins, Xuanhuan not only got the most precious 10,000 laws returning to one God talisman, but he also took a rough look at it, and there are more precious resources, which is not a small benefit. Ended. The owner of Mingyue Island also heaved a sigh of relief. According to what I said before, the artifact belongs to me, and the inheritance belongs to you. This is the inheritance of the King of Heaven. Master Mingyue Island, this belongs to you. As soon as Xuanhuan moved his hand, a mark of Wanfa appeared. Heavenly King Inheritance. The owner of Mingyue Island was delighted with this inheritance, referring to Gue Tianwang's secret method and reflecting each other. My chances of becoming a primitive god will be greatly increased, and I hope to break through. The primitive realm has trapped me for too long. He is a strong man born in the Emperor's era. As early as the Emperor's era, he broke through to the fifth realm, and after going through an era and the Great Ancient War, he couldn't take a crucial step. This time I can get the help of the God Emperor, otherwise there is no hope. In comparison, I have taken advantage. The owner of Mingyue Island only provided a piece of information. He also lamented that sometimes a good deed would bring him great rewards. If he hadn't helped Qiming a little back then, others would not have helped you. Without your news, I would not know the information in the territory of the primordial god. Xuanhuan kindly reminded, with the inheritance, Mingyue Island Master, you can leave the primordial god realm. It's not peaceful here, it's very chaotic. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, chapter 1470 reward, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Invincible, the strongest god-level selection system, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. #C1471, The Demons Come. The God Emperor is right, the territory of the primordial god is not peaceful. The owner of Mingyue Island has been inherited, and has no intention of staying here any longer. With this power, becoming a primitive god is the most important thing. He looked at Xuanhuan and said, isn't the God Emperor going to leave? I won't leave for the time being, Xuanhuan said. The God dynasty is still relatively peaceful now, and this primitive god territory is the most suitable place for him to practice. Okay, I'll take my leave first. The island master Mingyue nodded, I will retreat immediately after I go back. If I break through the original gods, if there is a war between Xinwu and Xinwu, I will be obliged to help Xinwu. He knows very well. Xinwu is now in a state of war, and the battle with Du Yishan will not end here, but will become more and more intense. After a farewell, he left the original god realm. Primitive god realm, the closest place to the eternal road. Xuanhuan suddenly flew upwards. He soared in the area of the Heavenly King's ruins, and the world kept falling, and fell violently, some of which were huge, and could even kill the gods of heaven directly. And the more he ascended into the sky, the storm of heaven and earth and the rage of laws formed a terrifying murderous intent. Xuanhuan didn't care, instead, he activated the great devouring technique. He swallowed countless world fragments into the system space, and some of them contained many treasures. It seemed that he had reached the apex of heaven and earth when he stopped suddenly. In an incomparably huge world, what Xuanhuan saw in front of his eyes was a universe that was constantly disintegrating and collapsing. The relics of the heavenly kings that landed in the Forbidden Zone were all shattered from above. The main body of the heavenly king ruins. Chu Yuan's eyes froze. Half of this subject has already appeared in the realm of the original gods, and the other half is still in the eternal road, falling, and one day all of them will appear in the multivariate. Crossing this barrier, you can enter the eternal road. Chu Yuan's eyes were sharp, but he did not enter. Although his own strength is not weak, the danger inside the eternal road is also unimaginable. It is the most mysterious world. It's not that he's afraid of danger, but that if something happens to him, the god dynasty will collapse and countless people will be slaughtered. And he knew it too. The Lord of the Earth is actually hiding in the spacetime interlayer between the primordial god realm and the eternal road, where there are the last creatures and strong men of the heavenly realm. But Chu Yuan can't go to him now. The Lord of the Earth has enemies, the kind that want his life. Going to find the Lord of the Earth now will expose his position, which is a disaster and not a good thing. Not to mention the primitive gods, even the existence of the human emperor will be dangerous in the eternal road. At this very moment, he was sitting not far from the ruins of the heavenly king. He watched the disintegration of this era, and his heart was silent. He devoured and absorbed the energy of the primordial divine realm, watching the changes in the world, to condense his destiny heart. The heart of destiny is the most important milestone for the gods of heaven. Once you reach this state, even if your soul is destroyed, your body disappears, and the long river of heaven disappears, you still have the consciousness of destiny in the multiverse, and you can use sacrifices to find your true soul and resurrect you after death. The sky is me, and I am the sky, and I control my own destiny. Chu Yuan chose to transform himself with a more domineering will. This road is destined to be difficult. 020 reading. If Chu Yuan follows the destiny and chooses the ordinary way to achieve, he can achieve it immediately with his current accumulation, but the increase in strength obtained in that way is too weak. He wants stronger strength, to be invincible and push across the world. A moment is an eternity and an instant. Time seems to have lost its meaning to Chu Yuan. His consciousness is in a deep sense. Boom. When he was cultivating, there was a shock of heaven and earth suddenly. It came from the ruins of the heavenly king. The endless and violent chaotic god Thunder actually evolved into a dragon shadow that traversed the sky and the earth. This dragon shadow, he actually has a familiar feeling. That's a chaos dragon egg. Chu Yuan recognized it immediately. The chaos dragon egg, which belongs to the dragon god Heaven, has terrible life inside. The ancestor of the dragon is in the ruins of the King of Heaven. Here, he absorbed the power of the primitive gods and cultivated this dragon egg. No wonder the dragon god is so calm recently. They are all waiting for the birth of the chaotic dragon. Chu Yuan looked through time and space, and could only vaguely see the emergence of a dragon shadow. He also knew that the birth of the Chaos Dragon was not a good thing. It was also because this force was so vast that even Longzhu couldn't hide it, so Long Ying could see it. Chaos Divine Dragon, let's be born, this ancestor has nurtured you for eternity. The largest ancestral dragon in the world, his dragon body is as huge as the universe, and his long eyes are staring at a dragon egg that shakes violently and fragments appear on the eggshell. He spewed streams of pure dragon essence, and absorbed boundless power to make it born. The birth of the Chaos Dragon will inevitably go through thousands of difficulties, so it can be achieved, but no one can stop you from being born. Longzhu is cultivating with his own source of life. Chaos Divine Dragon is too important to him. Back then, he left Wanyao Heaven and opened up Dragon God Heaven to create his own dragon civilization, the Dragon Era. As soon as the Chaos Divine Dragon is born, his power will be perfected, and he is even confident that the Dragon God will be promoted to 33 heavens. Between the heavens and the earth, streaks of horrifying and destructive light kept striking the chaotic dragon egg, but this chaotic dragon egg was extremely strange, and it actually absorbed the power of the calamity, helping it to break through the egg faster and appear. In fact, it's not that the catastrophe is not powerful, but that Longzhu consumed his own origin to help it. Longzhu is very strong. Although he is not yet the god of 33 heavens, in fact, his realm has already stood at the peak of the original gods, and his strength is not inferior to that of the Lord of the Day. Once Longshan Tian is promoted to 33 days, his ranking will definitely be very high. How long do you have to wait before you are willing to show up? Longzhu suddenly let out a dragon's roar to the front. Longzhu was discovered by you. At this moment, waves of tyrannical aura came, and the boundless demonic aura was magnificent, creating an immortal picture scroll of the era of demons. This mighty existence is actually the demon master of Huanyao Tian. Dragon God, do you still wish to let the Chaos Dragon be born, and want to continue to fight against us to the end? There was a roar like a thunderbolt, and a huge black bull with its feet on the sky and the earth stepped between the sky and the earth, and a terrifying black storm spewed out from the bull's nose. The demon lord of the bull demon, a demon lord with terrifying strength in Huanyao Tian. It can be said that Huanyao Tian has a strong resentment towards Longzhu. Back then, Dragon Ancestor could be said to be a strong man second only to the ancestor of the 10,000 monsters, and he and the ancestor of the 10,000 monsters created the G civilization belonging to the monster clan, but he actually made a move that all the monsters did not expect, and betrayed the 10,000 monsters. Sky. His betrayal took away too much of Huanyao Tian's essence power, causing Huanyao Tian to be overwhelmed by Huan Matian and Huan Dao Tian suddenly. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record this, Chapter 1471, All the Monsters Descended, 4th Update, Reading Record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Invincible, the strongest god-level selection system, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Hashtag C1472 Longzhu's Wild Vision, the dragons are lucky. All the demon masters of Huanyao Tian absolutely don't want to see Dragon Ancestor breed a chaotic dragon and strengthen his strength. Because Longzhu established his own family, he would snatch the luck from Huanyao Tian. Back then, when he betrayed Huanyao Tian's luck had already dropped drastically. One day when the luck is stronger, they, the demon masters, can have stronger strength. Ox Devil, are you also qualified to shout in front of this ancestor? Longzhu looked down on all the monsters. How dare you come to stop me? I know your strength clearly. Let's go together and let me see how much progress you have made. He was right, Longzhu was too clear about the demon master of Huanyao Tian. Longzhu, return to Huanyao Tian. A giant whale is lying between the sky and the earth. He is the demon master of the sky whale, and said, the ancestor of all demons is the co-lord of the demon clan. Although the era of belonging to the demon clan has passed, the ancestor of all demons is still there. Back then we fought with the ancestor of all demons to belong to the era of demons. Shouldn't we protect the era of demon clan? The era of the ancestor of all monsters is not worth my maintenance. Longzhu said indifferently. Longzhu, I know that you want to create your own era. We can understand your thoughts. After all, no one would want to. Why don't you gather the power of all the demons, and use the Huanyao Tian as the foundation to create your own era, is much stronger than yourself going on like this, and I will help you too. A black-haired old man, he is very burly, with a strong demonic aura, and his voice has the power to suppress the world. Just standing there can make the world fluctuate still. Idle demon master. Longzhu looked at the old man and said, even you are going out to stop this ancestor? People in the world say that it is powerful, and it is often compared to the power of a dragon and an elephant. The dragon is the ancestor of the dragon, and the elephant is the idol master. They represent strength. Dragon ancestor and god elephant demon lord can be said to be the right arm of the ancestor of all demons, just like the lord of the sky and the lord of the earth. They wrote the era of the demon clan and experienced incomparable brilliance. Open up my era in Huanyao Tian? No. This is not the era that the ancestor wanted. Ancestor Long said proudly, in the age of demons, that is the era of dog tails and sables. It is not a real era. It will always be lower than the ancestor of all demons. This ancestor wants to create an era of dragons, turn it into an era of civilization, and be independent and detached from demons. For the dragon, the elephant and demon lord, we fought side by side in the past. Why don't you join my era and become a real dragon and elephant? Ridiculous. With a cold and disdainful voice, a golden-winged rock spread its wings and sarcastically said, "You still want to create the age of dragons? The ancestor of all demons represents all demons. He is like the emperor in the human race, representing the orthodox, my monster. What is your dragon age? Do you think Wan Yao will become a slave of your dragon age?" Indeed. The ancestor of all demons is the common ancestor of the demon clan. He represents the demons, just like the human emperor, representing human civilization. All the monsters believe in the ancestor of all monsters, only he can bring the glory of the monster clan. But Longzhu is different. He is a dragon, and he doesn't want to share his ancestors with the demons. He wants to develop a dragon system. The demon clan has nothing to do with him, let alone the relationship. This is great. But for Yaozu, this is not a good thing. You are wrong. Ancestor Long shook his huge dragon head. Anyone can be a dragon, join Long Shenshen and absorb the original dragon energy, then he is a dragon, a member of this ancestor dragon Shenshen. Just ask, everyone is a dragon, and there are monsters. Someone, is there a difference between gods and demons? Your ambition is too great, I can't stand it. The golden-winged rock continued to mock. Every monster has its own will, and your will can't be changed. I didn't expect that the existence that fought side by side in the past will now meet with each other. It's amazing. The god-elephant demon lord sighed. He moved his steps, every step made the sky and the earth tremble, and he punched out with the purest power. In terms of pure power, he was more violent than Longzhu. 360 Literature Network. Whoever wants to prevent this ancestor from achieving the Age of Dragons is the enemy of this ancestor. Dragon shadows flew out, and when the dragon ancestor moved, the dragons roared. He breathed out the dragon's breath, which was the great mana of the dragon ancestor. He stretched out his dragon claws, and a dragon shadow flew away. Boom! Their fight is extremely powerful. The god-elephant demon lord stepped back a few steps, his eyes were serious, and he said, "Your strength is stronger than before. Immortal elephant demon lord, in the confrontation of strength, you have not even surpassed Longzhu." The collision of this move surprised the sky whale demon lord, the bull demon lord, and the golden-winged rock. This idol demon lord is said to be the most powerful. No, it's not that his strength overwhelmed me. The god-elephant demon master shook his head, it's that he has realized a trace of the power of the dragon age, how great the power of the age is, and just this trace has suppressed my power. The power of the times. They respect and yearn for the times. Idol lord, you can't prevent me from cultivating the chaos dragon, and you are no match for my ancestor. The ancestor of the dragon made a vast voice from the heavens, and the dragon sound roared, "Good luck to the dragons, all the demons turn into dragons." Boom! Longzhu took the initiative to launch his attack. He dominates the world, and when the dragon moves, countless dragon shadows surround him, making a sound of good luck. Immediately, he struck with his dragon claws, covering the sky and the sun with infinite power. Humph! The mighty power of the era is not so easy to achieve. The Age of Dragons is just a trick for you to entertain yourself in the dragon god heaven. You traitor, who stole the luck of the demon. The bull demon master rushed over first, and his bull had horns that could knock the universe into pieces. Seeing the bull demon lord bumping into him, Longzhu didn't care in his eyes, his dragon claws slapped on the bull demon lord's body in an instant, crushing his monster body to the ground. Happy dragons! No, his dragon power is changing my origin. The bull demon lord immediately felt that his source of life was being tampered with, and his blood was internally transformed into a dragon's blood, and even dragon scales grew on his body. This is definitely not a good thing. Once transformed into dragon blood, they will be suppressed by the dragon ancestors. As giant monsters who dominate the world, they will not want to have dragon blood. Dragons are also monsters. But Longzhu forcibly separated the dragon clan from the demon clan and became an independent clan. And his transformation with dragon power makes it easier for the monster clan to become a dragon clan that obeys him. Why are the demons so jealous of him? It is also for this reason. Idols conquer the world. What a huge idol appeared, his elephant legs were like giant pillars in the sky, able to prop up the collapsed world, and with a rolled trunk, it could destroy all worlds. His whole body showed a sacred brilliance, which made people worship, and suppressed the dragon power transformation of the dragon ancestor. The golden-winged rock turned into a golden light and shuttled back in an instant, which was extremely dazzling. You rock have the courage to fight against this ancestor. There was dragon power everywhere, the ancestor dragon claws slapped it, the golden-winged rock went black in front of it, and in the next moment, it was directly blasted into the distance like a broken sack. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this, Chapter 1472 Dragon Ancestor Wild Hope, Xuanhuan Daji, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Invincible, the strongest god-level selection system, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. #C1473 Demons have ambitions. The god elephant demon lord suppresses the fluctuation of dragon power. His huge idol body stands upright, staring at Longzhu, the sacred light wave after wave. Reveal your idol body, and you have to fight with this ancestor. Okay, idol demon master, I see how much strength you will improve after believing in the ancestor of all demons. Infinite dragon power. When Longzhu's huge dragon body moved, the dragon's breath poured down, and a storm appeared on the dragon's claws. The ordinary primitive gods would be injured and retreated after being caught by him. He is no longer a demon, but a dragon, and he has created an independent system. The sacred runes are colorful, falling like a rain of light from the sky. The idol master is solemn, and he dare not underestimate the opponent's power at all. When he moved his limbs, he suppressed the world, thousands of storms would stop, and immediately he launched the idol to trample, and the elephant's legs lifted up, and the gods would also be trampled by him. Boom! The dragon's claws collided with the elephant's legs, and endless sparks shot out. Dragon Ancestor has infinite power. In the instant collision, he actually suppressed the god elephant demon lord, showing his power to dominate the world. The ancestor of 10,000 dragons. The dragon ancestor's dragon body circled up. With his invincible majesty in the world, he spewed out the strongest dragon's breath, covering the idol and demon master layer by layer, and the mysterious and extraordinary thoughts penetrated into his dragon body. Shenxiang, you will become stronger only after you understand the power of the dragon elephant. Longzhu shouted. One minister does not serve two lords, and each monster has its own ambitions. It is enough for me to assist the Lord of all monsters to achieve the age of monsters. I will not assist you to achieve your age of dragons. The god elephant demon lord shouted coldly. A mysterious sacred rune emerged on his body, condensed into a purest monster word, driving away the dragon power of the dragon ancestor. For example, Wanyao Tian is a demon empire, the ancestor of Wanyao is the emperor, and he dominates the industry, and his idol and demon master is the prime minister. And Longzhu was originally like a generalissimo. But Longzhu gave up everything in Wanyao Ocean, created dragon god Tian, wanted to be the emperor himself, and absorbed the luck of plundering Xuanhuan. He went to Longshenchen, and the idol master still exists like a great prime minister, so what's the point? The dragon's claws were like hooks, and at the moment when the voice of the elephant and demon master fell, the dragon ancestor's sky-cracking claws slammed down, grabbed the elephant and demon master, and shattered the demon power. Longzhu's strength is much stronger than before, and even the idol master will fall into a disadvantage in front of him. Humph. Although he is strong, it is impossible to kill the idol master. Let's destroy the Chaos Dragon Egg. Once this dragon egg is destroyed, his plan this time will fail. That's right, you must not allow the dragon ancestor to make a big deal, otherwise he will transform all the demon clans in the sky into the blood of the dragon, and the loss of luck will be even greater. Several demon masters looked fiercely, and they also knew that Longzhu was too powerful. They would not be opponents, only the ancestor of 10,000 demons had the strength, and suppressed him. But the Lord of 10,000 monsters seeks eternal detachment on the road of eternity, controlled by fate, and has not returned for a long time. A few fierce and domineering demonic forces rumbled, bursting out with destructive power, and impacting into the chaotic dragon egg. But Longzhu didn't care about it after seeing it, but was very contemptuous. After the chaotic dragon egg was impacted by the power, it spun rapidly. To the shock of the several demon masters, their power was not destroyed, but was absorbed by the dragon egg. This dragon egg has evolved into a vast chaos, a vision of the supreme primordial mammoth. What? It is indestructible, and it can still absorb our strength. What's going on? Is it no wonder that the birth of the dragon egg is unstoppable? The Sky Whale Demon Lord shouted. The God Elephant Demon Lord also looked over, and he knew that this chaotic dragon egg was obtained by the dragon ancestor before the era of demons was opened, and it had been cultivated for endless years. Boom! Thunder and lightning, dragon shadow intertwined, Longzhu attacked. He came over with a claw covering the sky. Immediately, the idol demon master suffered this attack. The sacred runes on his body were also shattered, and he was severely shaken back. In the power of Longzhu, the idol master cannot suppress the sky. God Elephant, have you seen it? This is my strength. If I were still in the 10,000 monsters heaven, I would definitely not have this strength. Only by becoming my own master can I be the strongest. The dragon ancestor is proud of the world and the sky. He clawed again, and this claw actually broke through the defense of the elephant demon master, piercing deeply into his flesh and blood, and the drops of sacred blood were like bright clouds. The blood of the idol was injected into the chaotic dragon egg by him. You guys, dare to act presumptuously in front of me? Longzhu said. Longzhu. Several demon masters were very angry. Golden-winged rock, you claim to be the fastest in the monster race, but in front of this ancestor, your speed is nothing. Longzhu covered the past with his dragon claws again. Humph. The golden-winged rock shuttled like a sharp sword in an instant, and he was extremely confident in his speed, but in the next instant, the dragon claw controlled the universe, infinite time and space. No matter how the golden-winged rock ran, it could not escape his control. Dragon Universe. The golden-winged rock uttered a difficult voice. He was trapped in Longzhu's dragon universe, and all time and space were controlled by him, and Longzhu was a famous and ancient powerhouse, and he was still too tender in front of him. Crack! With a hook from the dragon's claw, there was a bloody storm, and a huge golden wing fell down. One of the golden-winged rock's wings was torn off. The pain made his body tremble, but he resisted the pain but did not roar out. The golden divine blood was spilling from his broken wing. It was extremely tragic. He actually tore the wings of Demon Lord Jinping. The bull demon master was shocked and angry when he saw it. The opponent's strength was too strong. The injury of broken wings is unforgettable. You are very lucky. Today you can see the birth of Chaos Dragon, Chaos Primordial. Let's be born. Longzhu was extremely cold. Today, he deliberately wanted these demon masters to see the birth of the chaotic dragon, to shock them from the bottom of their hearts, to let them know that his dragon ancestor is irresistible, and all monsters will be awed by his dragon power. The rotation speed of the chaotic dragon egg reached the limit. Violent wind and rain, thunder and lightning, all kinds of visions were surrounding him. This dragon egg is like a universe, the sky and the earth must surround it, and the place where it is becomes the center. The idol master and the others wanted to get close to the chaotic dragon egg, but under the shock of the dragon ancestor, they couldn't even get close. And that chaotic dragon egg seems to have reached a certain limit. Its rotation stopped for a while, just like the collapse of the universe. With a bang, the sky and the earth exploded. The vast chaos turned into the primordial mammoth that opened up the world. In the town of Longwei, a chaotic divine dragon appeared between the heaven and the earth, and the endless chaotic divine thunder was shrouded in it. When his dragon eyes opened, he actually had the power to destroy the world. Chaos creates the world, and chaos can also destroy the world. It's done. At this moment, what Longzhu exhausted his endless efforts, finally became the Chaos Dragon. The God Elephant Demon Lord is very intelligent. He looked at the Chaos Dragon, he finally understood what the Chaos Dragon represented, and what was the purpose of the Dragon Ancestor. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click favorite below to record the reading record of this. Chapter 1473, Demons Have Their Own Ambitions, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Invincible, the strongest god-level selection system, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. #C1474 Emperor Function. As soon as the chaotic dragon came out, the idol master saw the mystery in it. Apart from the fact that this chaos divine dragon is different from the dragon ancestor in terms of strength, there is no difference between the dragon ancestor in terms of appearance and power, as if it was his second incarnation. The chaos dragon is him, he is the chaos dragon. I was deceived by you, I should have thought of it a long time ago. The idol demon master said, I used to think that an extremely powerful dragon would be bred in the chaotic dragon egg, but it turned out that you were bred yourself. This is your second dragon body. The Sky Whale Demon Lord and the others were extremely intelligent, and they understood it instantly, and their hearts were shocked. The ancestor of the dragon lives, he is the ancestor of all dragons, and countless dragons can be bred from his blood. All dragons in the world have his blood. And this chaotic dragon is death. Chaos destroys all things, life and death are compatible, and the dragon ancestor has controlled the power of life and death. In fact, the chaotic dragon egg was not a dragon in the beginning, but the dragon ancestor brought it out from the eternal road. He penetrated into his own dragon origin, and now it is finally the harvest season. The law of life and death, the self is one. In an instant, the dragon ancestor and the chaos divine dragon made dragon hells at the same time, like the fusion of the laws of life and death, turning into one statue. His dragon power turned into a torrent of life and death, and rushed towards the idol and demon master. You still want to kill me and other demon masters, Longzhu, you can't do it with me. The God Elephant Demon Lord radiated divine light, he enveloped the Sky Whale Demon Lord and the others, used a secret method that hurt the origin, broke the torrent of life and death, and disappeared here in an instant. Ever since the Chaos Dragon was born, the God Elephant Demon Lord already knew that he had completely surpassed himself. Run away. Dragon Ancestor was not surprised, Shenxiang, although you have improved over the years, in the end it was the Ancestor who overwhelmed you. If it wasn't for the fact that the Chaos Dragon was just born and its strength hadn't reached its peak, none of you would be able to escape. Long Xiaojiutian, Longzhu also left instantly. Immortal Elephant Demon Lord, this time is in trouble. The Dragon Ancestor can break through the power of life and death, and he has condensed the second dragon body. His strength has increased dramatically. If the Ancestor of 10,000 demons does not make a move, we will not be able to deal with him. In a place of primitive gods. The Sky Whale Lord spoke solemnly. Longzhu's strength has completely surpassed him. The dragon ancestor will inevitably transform all the demon clans of the heavens into the blood of the dragon. This is extremely detrimental to our Huanyao Tian. He wants to plunder our luck and achieve his dragon age. The golden-winged rock endured the pain, we must not let him do it. The power of the dragon ancestor is no longer something we can fight against, but it is not so easy for him to succeed. With the ancestor of 10,000 monsters, he will not succeed. The god elephant demon master spoke deeply. Indeed, it has been a long time since the emperor's time, and it's time for an existence to open up the era. I wonder who can get this kind of luck. Longzhu, the chaos dragon, is born. At this time, Xuanhuan couldn't see what happened, but he could feel the strong fluctuation. The chaos dragon was born, and the dragon ancestor was consummated. Long Shantian is not yet 33 days old, but the strength of Longzhu has already surpassed the world. Long Shantian should also choose a day to attack in the next step, and achieve their 33-day position. Xuanhuan pondered. In this world, there seems to be an unusual aura, which may or may not be clear, and something big will happen. He didn't stay here for long, and got up and left soon. The primordial god realm is vast and boundless, located in the interlayer between the multiverse and the eternal road. Xuanhuan saw an incomparably huge relic along the way, and it was very lively there. His eyes shot. There is actually a city in this ruins, and there are many creatures, not only the strong and the weak, but also a large number of weak people here. This relic has been transformed by people. It can resist the danger of the primitive gods and allow the weak to survive. The city is also a shelter, opened up for a powerful person. Xuanhuan looked over, and then he appeared in the ruins. There are many gods of heaven, and occasionally he can feel the breath of primitive gods. He also knows why. There are many strong people in the primordial god territory, and there are many relics. Many strong people have unearthed artifacts from the relics. Some of them are not suitable for them, so they have to take them out and exchange them with others. It is difficult to have so many strong people in other places. The most important thing is the original gods. Even if they want to exchange, they will not enter other people's world casually to prevent being suppressed by the origin of the world. But here, their requirements are met. As for the weak, they were brought in by the strong and bred over a long period of time to serve the strong in the ruins. Xuanhuan passed through one city after another, and those who could open up a city were at least extremely high-level existences among the gods of heaven. And the ruins are not peaceful. Opening up a city means that you have treasures. Some strong people don't pay attention to face and often plunder for treasures. When Xuanhuan came here, there were also some blind people who wanted to rob him, but he killed them all. The big city opened up by the primitive gods was relatively peaceful. Xuanhuan shuttled here and exchanged his wealth for many gods that could be used for cultivation. Treasures that are difficult to see in the multiverse can be seen everywhere here, and I have the great devouring technique, which can condense a large amount of primordial pills in an instant. Primordial pill is the hard currency in the universe, not to mention the gods of heaven, even the primitive gods need to be used for cultivation. He is still only a god of heaven, and the speed of devouring is terrifying. If he becomes a primitive god, how terrifying will it be? It can be said that the great devouring technique allows Xuanhuan to control infinite wealth. He even established a stronghold in the primordial god territory, dedicated to trading, which is more terrifying than the martial god city he arranged in the heavenly blood mine. However, just thinking about it now. If you want to gain a foothold in the territory of the original gods, you must have the guards of the original gods. Today's Xuanwu does not have this strength. When you are calm, you can let Huazu bring a lot of wealth to search in the territory of the original god. Xuanhuan didn't have that much time, so he stayed in the original god realm to make purchases. He has many plans, but many of them require sufficient strength to plan. If Xuanhuan can become one of the 33 days, then he will really be proud of the world, and he can start a battle of hands and feet. And when he was wandering in this ruins, he also knew a shocking news. A large tomb appeared in the territory of the primordial god. It is the emperor's tomb. It is said that it is the emperor's tomb of the emperor-conferred god. He buried himself in the territory of the primordial god, and it appeared again. Many strong people have already gone to the emperor's tomb. Xuanhuan said. The conferred god emperor, a generation of great emperors, has astonishing strength. If that's the case, that's fine. What worries Xuanhuan the most is that Emperor Fengshen has something to do with Renhuang, and he also fought against Renhuang, but in the end he lost miserably in the hands of Renhuang. It was also because of the human sovereign, the conferred god emperor, that he fell, and it was deeply involved. This kind of ancient secret is of little value if you just listen to rumors. Lord of the Sky, how much do you know about Emperor Fengshen? Xuanhuan sacrificed the Lord of the Sky. Hashtag C 1475 E Tianzuan. Fengshen Great Emperor. When the Lord of the Sky heard this name, he, who was always calm, had violent thoughts. God Emperor, what else do you know? I heard the news that the tomb of Emperor Fengshen appeared in the territory of primordial god. Xuanhuan said. I know Emperor Fengshen, he is a head of human emperor, when he swept the universe and created the era of conferred gods, in the years when he was honored, even the strongest giant heaven like the gods, in front of Emperor Fengshen we must temporarily avoid the sharp edge. The Lord of the Sky said, but he met the emperor, and he and the emperor started a decisive battle between the emperor and the emperor on the road of eternity. The emperor-conferred god was defeated. Hearing that the emperor said that he seemed to have fallen, he buried himself, but I didn't see the real situation of that battle, and I can't know the details, but the legend of the conferred god emperor is over, and the era of the human emperor has come. The conferred god emperor is indeed very powerful, sweeping all over the world, but it is a pity that he lacked a little luck, and just when he was really about to achieve the conferred god era, he met the human emperor. In the war between the emperor and the emperor, he lost. Fengshen has also fallen since then, but even so, this sky is ranked 6th in the giant sky. I'm not that curious about the conferred god emperor, but I'm most curious about the founders of the god realm, as well as Ming, the ancestor of all demons, the ancestor of all demons, and the ancestor of all Taos. What roles do they play in it? It's complicated. Xuanhuan was confused. I don't know either. The Lord of the Sky didn't know either. That's something that only giants like the human sovereign who pioneered the era can know. The human sovereign said that if you are not at his level, knowing these things is only bad, not good. The emperor's tomb has appeared, and many strong people have passed by. Xuanhuan said. In the emperor's tomb, there is very likely the supreme treasure conferred god record of Emperor Fengshen. It is a treasure of the same level as Renhuang's sword. Emperor conferred god did not leave the conferred god record in Fengshen, but was buried with him. The Lord of the Sky said, I suspect that Emperor Fengshen has come back to life and lived out his second life. That kind of existence, at its peak, can fight against the emperor. He didn't believe that he just fell like this. Now that the emperor's tomb appeared, it was even more strange in this period when there was no Lord of the Age. God Emperor, let's go take a look, said the Lord of the Sky. The reason why the Lord of the Earth didn't dare to show up was because he was most afraid that the people from Fengshen would find them. If the conferred God Emperor hadn't been defeated by the human emperor back then, the conferred God Emperor would have become an existence like the human emperor, and he was only a little short. It is conceivable that the hatred in Fengshen Tianren's heart. That's exactly what I mean. Xuanhuan headed towards the emperor's tomb. The appearance of the emperor's tomb is not a secret in the realm of the original gods. Many powerful people know that an emperor buried himself, as an existence that has competed with the emperor for luck. Everyone is interested. In one of the original gods, there is a stone-like tomb at this time. The brilliance is not visible. The entrance is sealed by a stone gate, floating in the sky and the earth. And the ancient conferred god emperor is buried in this tomb. Everyone in the world sighed. If the conferred god emperor hadn't met the human emperor, he would have been one of the greatest existences in the universe. It's a pity, it's just a little short. And some people guessed. If it was the conferred god emperor, perhaps there would not be such an epic battle. There are a lot of primitive gods here. When Xuanhuan came here, his eyes swept away, and the primitive gods looked dignified, all staring at the emperor's tomb, but they didn't make a move, because they were afraid of something. Although it was rumored that the conferred god emperor had fallen, no one knew what would be in the emperor's tomb for such an emperor. Xuanhuan god emperor. Some people's eyes fell on Xuanhuan. Although he is not yet a primitive god, he is famous. There are several people in the universe who don't know him. He is number 1 on the ranking list of the heavenly Tiao, and his strength is comparable to that of a primitive god. Everyone who can be ranked first, except for a few unlucky ones who fell halfway, is almost bound to be a primitive god. Just like the previous number 1, Thor became the original god, and crossed multiple levels in a short period of time, becoming the most powerful among the original gods. It's a pity that Thunder God achieved the original one step ahead of time, otherwise I don't know who is the strongest in the realm of God of Heaven, he or Thunder God. It's a pity that these two haven't fought before. The strength of the Xuanhuan Empire should not be underestimated. Although it is not 33 days old, it is already 33 days old. There is Huazu in his empire, and his combat power is comparable to Xuanhuan. This kind of character has such combat power if he is not Xuanhuan. After he becomes Xuanhuan, what will happen? And Buyuan God is also supporting him, and it seems that he wants to help Xuanhuan achieve 33 days. Buyuan God is too mysterious, as if she travels through different eras. His arrival caused a sensation. Xuanhuan's expression was indifferent, and he could naturally feel a stream of hostility. After all, everyone knew that he must have a great secret that he had revealed. But he didn't care either. Strength is king. With his current strength, even if someone is greedy, they can't attack him at will. He didn't communicate with others either, he just stood in one place, closed off the fluctuations, and kept offering sacrifices to maintain the existence of the Lord of the Sky. Lord of the Sky, do you see anything? Xuanhuan asked. It's hard to see. After all, I've fallen. It's just the will of destiny. I can't use my supernatural powers unless I open the door of the tomb and take a peek. However, no one knows what crisis is inside. The Lord of the Sky spoke solemnly. Of course someone wants to open the door of the tomb, Xuanhuan said. If Emperor Fengshen really lives out his second life, he will inevitably start a big war and become the lord of his era. The current situation will be broken, and 33 days will fall into a big war because of this. Lord of the Sky. It's good when there is chaos, and heroes can only emerge in troubled times. Xuanhuan said coldly, he was not in a hurry, and waited slowly. As time passed, more and more strong men gathered, and there were also primitive gods, coming from all heavens and forces. Incomparably dazzling light, a rainbow of hundreds of millions of miles suddenly descended, and a light man exuded a shocking majesty, staring into the emperor's tomb, trying to see through the essence. The God Lord of Light of the heavens of the gods, he is here. The Lord of Light controls the light, and he is indeed very powerful. As soon as God Lord Guanming raised his head, he saw a purple crystal light in the distance again, the divine steed's vision of a phoenix, and a woman in a purple palace dress came lightly. Wan Yao Tian, Demon Lord Purple Phoenix. God Lord Guanming looked at this woman. A peerless existence, descending continuously, from the heaven of myriad demons, from the heaven of myriad Daos, from the heaven of myriad demons, from the heaven of all gods, from the heaven of hell, and from other heavens. An emperor's tomb attracted dozens of primitive gods to appear. the Lord of Destruction. Hell Sky is the Lord of Destruction and the Lord of the Abyss appearing together. Everyone is here for the conferred God Emperor. The Destroyer Lord looked at the strong men. It's Tianzuan coming. A figure descended, causing all the strong men to look at him immediately. #C1476 strong. Tianzuan. The famous Tianzuan of the universe. His arrival immediately made all the strong present look at him. His reputation is too great. He is Wandao Tian, a Taoist ancestor, with terrifying strength. His status is like the Lord of the Sky. He is good at calculating the world, predicting fate, calculating the future, and exploring the past, which is beyond the means of ordinary people. Half-Day Road List. List of Gods of Heaven. Both of these two famous lists are compiled by him. Tianzuan looks like a black-haired old man, dressed in Taoist clothes, with a faint and calm smile on his face, which makes people feel kind. Xuanhuan. He also saw Xuanhuan at the other end, using the heavenly secret to calculate, but what puzzled him was that this person was like a fog, and he couldn't figure out a trace of him. Eccentric. Tianzuan said to himself. Tianzuan. God Lord Guangming walked over and nodded to him. Can you deduce whether Emperor Conferred God really fell or died in fake death? The great Emperor Conferred God was buried and fell during the final decisive battle with the human Emperor, but now, the situation in the Emperor's tomb is shrouded in thick fog and obscured by heavenly secrets. The great Conferred God should have fallen before, and his power collapsed, but it is very likely that he will live out a second life. Tianzuan is also calculating again and again. After all, the calculation of heavenly secrets is not the real destiny. The stronger the existence, the more difficult it is to calculate. The conferred God Emperor is stronger than him, so it is difficult for him to calculate the existence of this situation. Tianzuan is known as the most difficult primitive god to kill, because he can calculate the danger. Since he came this time, although he didn't know the real situation of Emperor Fengshen, it also showed that he was safe this time. Some strong people are also secretly thinking. Tianzuan, I have dealt with him and talked with him. The Lord of the Sky said, he calculated that I must have a catastrophe of life and death, and calculated several catastrophes for me. When I took refuge in the Emperor, I also resolved a catastrophe. This person takes heavenly calculation as his practice. The record of conferred gods is in the Emperor's tomb, buried with Emperor Conferred God. Tianzuan gave an affirmative answer. The record of the gods is indeed inside. The hearts of the strong present were greatly moved. The power of Fengshen is too powerful. Don't think about the record of the gods, otherwise it will bring disaster to you. Tianzuan reminded them. Tianzuan, how do you get into the Emperor's tomb? Said the demon lord of the Purple Phoenix. If you bombard the entire Emperor's tomb, the Emperor's tomb will explode with terrifying power, and even disappear as a whole. You can only enter through the tomb door. Tianzuan said, I have calculated that there will be no danger in opening the door of the tomb. Okay, let's open the door of the tomb. God Lord Guangming nodded. But God Lord Guangming, calculations are not omnipotent, secrets are uncertain, and fate is always changing. There is a saying that secrets cannot be leaked, and it is very likely that changes will occur in the next moment. If something is said, it will not follow his plan. Track going. Tianzuan reminded the powerhouses, saying, the conferred God Emperor was almost able to achieve his era. If the human emperor's era did not suppress him, then the last era was the conferred God era. Maybe it would not be like this. It's over. We know. The Lord of Light knows Tianzuan's ability. Tianzuan, the gods are nagging, you can open the tomb of my Emperor Tianda at will. This is a desecration of the majesty of my Emperor Tianda, and you will be punished. Rumble. A master descended at the same time, and there were 7 primitive gods who appeared. The leader, with a dazzling divine light and a stern expression on his face, unleashes his power ferociously, shocking the crowd. Fengshenchen Powerhouse. As expected of the 6th-ranked Qiangtian, when he appeared, there were 7 primitive gods. Seal Huanyu. The leader is called Feng Huanyu, not Fengshenqiandi, but the second person in Fengshenchen. It is impossible for them not to appear when the conferred God Emperor's tomb was born, and they are extremely powerful right away. Fengshen Tiandi has also come, but he is not in this time and space. Yi Tianzuan said. The 33 heavenly god will also be shaken by such a big event as the Emperor's tomb. It seems that the conferred God does not appear here, but in fact he is shocking other god-level existences. We are not afraid of you conferring the gods. Facing Fengshen Tian's fierceness, the primitive gods present didn't care. My emperor's grave is taboo. If you want to disturb the emperor, you must first step on my corpse. Feng Huanyu's tone was fierce. Back then, Emperor Fengshen lost to Ren Huang and was buried in the primordial god realm. He also kept the most powerful Fengshen record inside, and even Fengshenchen didn't know the whereabouts of the emperor's tomb. Now that a long time has passed, the emperor's tomb suddenly appeared. This is a big sign. They firmly believed that Emperor Fengshen would not just fall. This time, the emperor's tomb was left by Emperor Fengshen to live out his second life. For the return of Emperor Fengshen, they are willing to pay any price. The conferred God Emperor is their belief. The presence of murderous aura was awe-inspiring, and the strong Fengshenchen burst out with great strength in the face of the heroes. Although Fengshenchen is strong, he still can't stop us from stepping in. The strong present did not back down. The emperor's tomb was too critical. Although Fengshenlu is important, it is actually secondary. What they are more worried about is that Emperor Conferred God is really immortal, and he is planning some kind of overall situation. He wants to be resurrected during this period, fight in the heavens again, create another era of conferred gods, and become the lord of the era. An era can only have an era lord. 33 days of God. All kinds of ancient powerhouses want to become the lord of the age, and dream of creating a great existence. Once the conferred God Emperor came out, he himself was very close to that step, and it was their disaster that he was really alive. Those who have experienced the period of the conferred God Emperor know how terrible he is. Then speak with blood. Feng Huanyu directly took out his weapon, making a hideous sound. He believed in the immortality of Emperor Fengshen. He wants to welcome the second body of the great emperor. Are you afraid that you will fail? All the strong present shouted coldly. The breath of the original gods has collided in time and space. They wanted to destroy the emperor's tomb, so that Emperor Fengshen would never have a chance to be resurrected. Yi Tianzuan calculated at this time. He seemed to know something, and his brows were tightly locked. Open the emperor's tomb. The master of the abyss from hell heaven shouted, fearing that the world would not be chaotic. The great emperor Fengshen wants to return without dying. We will not give him this chance. If he appears, all heavens will usher in chaos. The battle with the human emperor was his greatest catastrophe. If he really survives the second life, it means that he has survived this catastrophe, and his strength will be stronger than before, locking in the era of this period. The demon master of the Purple Phoenix said, "It's too terrifying for a conferred God Emperor to live out his second life." After a long period of time, the heavens have not ushered in a Lord of the Age, and time has reached a certain limit, and it is time to appear. The strongest member of her clan is the ancestor of the Phoenix, who is also a terrifying giant in the 10,000 monsters heaven, and also wants to achieve her own Phoenix era. But the ancestor of the Phoenix is different from the ancestor of the dragon. The dragon ancestor created the monster clan independently, and wanted to usher in the Age of Dragons. The ancestor of the Phoenix relied on Wan Yao Tian, and under the framework of the Age of Demons, created the Phoenix Age. The great demon who chose Wan Yao Tian supported her. Then fight, if you want to move forward, just step on my bones. The powerful murderous aura split the world, and Xuanhuan erupted into endless killing waves. He stood in front of the tomb door, willing to protect the safety of the emperor's tomb with his own body. #C1477 Immortal. The killing intent was boiling, and the war of the primitive gods might break out at any time. If the conferred god emperor returned in his second life, it would not be a good thing for some worlds. The achievements of every lord of the age cannot be carried out smoothly. And just when Xuanhuan confronted each other. Another mysterious place in the primordial god realm. There is also a great existence here. Are you also coming to worship the reappearance of my heavenly emperor? A unparalleled, indomitable existence. Standing in the realm of the gods, he has the power to change the world with every gesture. Looking at the strong men who appeared in front of him, his tone was indifferent, without any fear. Conferred God. This unparalleled existence turned out to be the conferred God. Fengshenshen, the sixth largest heaven among the 33 days. In this world, there are very few people who can overwhelm him, but after the burial of Emperor Fengshen, he can still make Fengshenshen rank the sixth day, which shows how powerful he is. Are you so sure that the conferred god emperor is still alive? The aura was dark and boundless. When he saw this person in a black light, everyone in the world would have a terrifying feeling of falling into hell for eternal life. He is prison. Hell's prison. The second master in hell days. There is also a god who emits immortal brilliance, which is extremely dazzling in this universe. Everyone who sees him will only have one word in his heart. He is a god that people worship. The second god. The founder of the god realm is the strongest god lord, but he pursued the secret of eternal detachment in the eternal road, and now the strongest remaining in the heaven of gods is this second god lord. And his divine power attributes are unknown. The phoenix spread its wings, and an ancient phoenix appeared in the sky and the earth. She is the ancestor of the phoenix in the 10,000 monsters heaven, and she is extremely noble. Today's peak powerhouses in the multiverse have all appeared in the realm of the original gods. Not for anything else, just for the conferred god emperor. Why did the emperor really die? He will return in this era and become the master of his era. Fengshen Tianzhu said in a very affirmative tone, this time you will see the return of the great emperor. Didn't the human sovereign kill the emperor Fengshen? The ancestor of the phoenix was also not sure, and was also confused, but the power of the age of the emperor of the gods has indeed dissipated. If this is not the case, the emperor will not achieve the age of the emperor. The strength of the great emperor is also what you can imagine. Fengshen Tianzhu shouted at them, although the emperor was defeated by the emperor, it was a calamity calculated by the emperor. He has already left behind. The emperor can take the luck of the emperor, but he cannot kill him. The timing, come, live out the body of the second life, the emperor returns, he will be even stronger, sweeping away the invincible, and achieve the true era of conferring gods. If you don't believe it, you can witness it with your own eyes, and even bombard the emperor's tomb. He intentionally told the secret, but he was also telling these strong men that the emperor is not dead, he has awakened, and he will be invincible, and no one will be his opponent. Perhaps Emperor conferred God really figured it out back then, and set up a countermeasure. The most powerful man at the pinnacle of the multiverse did not dare to underestimate him, and talked to each other. If the Emperor conferred God is really immortal, it is very likely that he is using the hands of the Emperor to overcome the calamity. After the calamity, he will be even greater. He wants to become the creator of the God realm, Ming, the ancestor of all ways, the ancestor of all demons, and the ancestor of all monsters are more transcendent existences. These 5 existences are indeed very transcendent, making it difficult for people to understand their power. Even if Emperor conferred God doesn't die, it doesn't matter. This is no longer his time. The heavens haven't had a new era for a long time. The luck has already reached its peak. Everyone wants to seize this luck. The second master prison said, the master of the era is not infinite, but limited, and one achievement is one less. If the conferred God Emperor wants to start a conquest, he will have to fight against all heavens. That's right. The ancestor of the Phoenix also said, he was defeated by the Emperor, and he lost his luck. A loser can't become the Lord of the era. The road to achieving the era is difficult, and the heavens are all enemies, but the conferred God Emperor is a greater existence. Fengshen Tianzhu looked at them. It depends on whether the conferred God Emperor is dead or alive. The second Divine Master, the first ancestor of the Phoenix, they will not enter the Emperor's tomb. They have already sent people to the Emperor's tomb to spy on the truth, to see what the situation of the conferred God Emperor is. Huanyu, open the Emperor's tomb, let them all go in, and welcome the return of the Emperor. God of conferred God issued an order, let them see the magnificence of the great Emperor. Open the Emperor's tomb? Feng Huanyu received the order, and immediately swept his eyes across the strong men. You don't want to enter the Emperor's tomb, to see if my Emperor is really immortal. Come in if you have the courage. Feng Huanyu arrived in front of the tomb. His expression was extremely respectful. He performed the utmost courtesy, and said in his mouth, Fengshen Tian Feng Huanyu, please meet the Emperor Fengshen. Rumble. This stone gate unexpectedly opened on its own, and it looked empty from the outside, and there was almost nothing inside. Let's go see the Emperor. The strong man from Fengshen went in directly. The door of the tomb opened by itself. Could it be that the conferred God Emperor really didn't die? Or are they playing tricks, making us dare not enter? All the strong people present frowned, not daring to break into the Emperor's tomb at will. It would be fine if they broke through the Emperor's tomb in a battle, but now, the gate opened directly, and they didn't know anything about the internal situation, so they hesitated instead. But if you don't enter? If Emperor Fengshen really left behind some kind of opportunity for resurrection, and was successfully activated by Fengshen one step ahead of time, making Emperor Fengshen come back to life, another battle of the times will be triggered. Yi Tianzuan, how is the situation? The Lord of Light looked at Yi Tianzuan. You ask me, although I know some things, but the secret must not be leaked. I can't tell you, but I can be sure that there is no danger in the Emperor's tomb, and there are some things that you can't stop even if you know it, unless you have the ability to surpass the gods. Strength. Yi Tianzuan half covered and said, go in, although it can't be stopped, but there will be no danger. He took the initiative to go in. It seemed that he already knew what was going on inside. Is it really impossible to stop? God Lord Guanming's expression was shocked. He already knew it, and said, since even Yi Tianzuan has said, there will be no danger this time, let's go in and see if Emperor Fengshen is really alive. He absolutely believed Yi Tianzuan's words. Yi Tianzuan either doesn't say it, but if he does, he won't deceive them. Groups of strong men walked in under the leadership of the strongest. They all went in. The Lord of the Sky said, God Emperor, is it true that the conferred God Emperor is immortal? The tomb is a symbol of death, but at the extreme death can also be transformed into life. This is his living grave. After all, the conferred God Emperor is different from ordinary strong men. Emperor conferred God is not dead, and the appearance of the Emperor's tomb is just to inform the powerhouses of the heavens that he will return. Chu Yuan looked at the Emperor's tomb and said, I can be sure that this is the breath from the human Emperor's sword. The human Emperor cut off his luck, but not his fate. #C1478 Second Generation. Fengshen Dadi lived out his second life. His return will restart the battle of the era. In order to achieve their own era, the powers of the heavens will inevitably break out. It is another battle of luck. Back then, I followed others. The Emperor has participated in the experience. There is no compromise, only conquest. The Lord of the Sky sighed. Why does every powerful existence have to open up a day and become the 33 gods? It is because they want to use this as a foundation to open up their own era. The Lord of the Age is the only one in his age. The general trend of the world is to divide and reunite, and if it is chaotic, it will be chaotic. Xuanhuan didn't care, and said, "Let's go." The God Emperor won't enter the Emperor's tomb? Lord of the Sky. What's the point? Now that you know that the God can't die, is it necessary to enter the Emperor's tomb, to worship his majesty? This is meaningless. I have no interest. No matter how the world changes, your own strength is always the most important. Xuanhuan left the Emperor's tomb. But inside the Emperor's tomb, there is no gloomy air as imagined, but quiet and peaceful, with mysterious and unpredictable air currents. Here formed a godlike, pure land, the land of recovery of the great Emperor. This is? The Lord of Light was shocked. This is not the original God, but the breath in the eternal road, which is mysterious. The Emperor's tomb is a small world, not very big, and it will soon come to an end. You are all here. Are you ready to worship the Emperor? Feng Huanyu looked at them. But all the strong men didn't look at him, but behind him was a majestic figure sitting on the ancient altar. He was tall, like a god in the sky, and controlled the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. He just sat there quietly, not emitting a little breath. Conferred God Great Emperor. If it is not the Emperor, he is the great Lord of the Age. Is the conferred God Emperor dead or alive? The Lord of Light is also uncertain. Looking at Emperor Fengshen, he didn't dare to step forward. You can try it. Feng Huanyu sneered. Fengshen Great Emperor, you are still alive, in the second life. At this time, it was Tianzuan who made the sound. He looked at Emperor Fengshen and said, "If the old man guessed right, you did fall when you fought the Emperor and the Emperor in the decisive battle with the Emperor, but you left behind. The second is back." Tianzuan. A voice came suddenly. The Emperor Fengshen, who closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes, deep and sharp. Looking at him, even the primitive gods could hardly compete with this great sun. He didn't die, he came alive again in this era. He is majestic, he is powerful, and the energy of heaven and earth gathers on him. He can cover the sky with one hand, and as his breath of life explodes like a vast ocean at this moment, endless rainbows of light come. Everyone felt an unstoppable imperial prestige. You guessed it right. This emperor has indeed comprehended a trace of the mystery of eternity, and lived out a second life. Fengshen Dadi said. I have seen the great emperor of the gods. Feng Huanyu and the other conferred gods and heavenly powers were extremely excited, bowed, and knelt down. The return of the great emperor will lead them to usher in an era. At this moment, the Lord Guangming and other strong men did not dare to be presumptuous, and they also practiced a courtesy. Since the emperor is awake, does it mean that there is no era between heaven and earth, and has the human sovereign entered the path of eternity? Emperor Fengshen asked. He could no longer feel the aura belonging to the emperor, and was asking about the whereabouts of the emperor. The human sovereign has already transformed. Tianzuan replied. Human emperor transformed? Emperor Fengshen also seemed a little surprised, and then he said sadly, it seems that he chose that path. He was unwilling to abandon all living beings. It was all living beings that made him, but in the end he was also destroyed because of all living beings. Human sovereign, he is indeed amazing. Although the emperor defeated him. If he didn't comprehend a trace of eternal mystery and protect his last destiny, he would really die, and it would be impossible to live a second life. But winners and losers. Emperor Fengshen didn't hate Ren Huang. He lost that battle. He was not as good as Ren Huang. There is nothing to say about that. He heard that the human sovereign chose the path of transformation. As his opponent, he also understood what the human sovereign had probably encountered, and he was unwilling to abandon all sentient beings and let him perish in the end. The human sovereign is indeed great. He could have become a great existence comparable to the founder of the God realm. He didn't lose that battle, and no one won. Tianzuan said again. Of all the strong people present, his cultivation base is the deepest, he knows the secrets of the heavens, and he lives older. Emperor Fengshen, you didn't die this time, because this emperor's tomb turned into a living tomb. Tianzuan said. Life and death, only eternity can be immortal. The great emperor conferred God stood up, and with a move of his power, the entire emperor's tomb split open in an instant, becoming the pure land of the conferred God. The endless light and rain were welcoming the return of this great emperor. Like the eternal rain, each piece of light rain has eternal traces. At this moment, in this primordial God territory, the existence of the conferred God Emperor is like the first ray of sunlight in the world, which immediately turns into endless light and radiates into the entire divine net. He is the most eye-catching existence. The rising sun and the appearance of morning glow are like the rebirth of Emperor Fengshen, which will bring about a new era. The conferred God Emperor is even stronger. Tianzuan understands that although the era of Emperor Fengshen was broken by the human emperor, his return this time will open up a stronger era and crush the powerhouses of the heavens. Recently, the Spacetime Island has discovered another relic of a heavenly king. It is very likely that the luck of the Emperor Fengshen has triggered the unpredictable mystery between heaven and earth. In the years to come, the competition for luck will become more intense, bringing more ancient ruins appear. Tianzuan said. Fengshen Great Emperor. The ancestors of the Phoenix and the others also saw this vision, dazzled their eyes, and sternly shouted, "This is the power of the great emperor conferred God, he really did not die, and he will be born again, competing for the luck of the times." This is not a good thing for them. The emperor conferred God is so powerful that he will defeat all the powerful people in the heavens, and when the time comes to achieve his era, they will lose another chance. Great Emperor, you are back. Sensing this aura, God conferred God immediately went to Emperor conferred God. He looked at Emperor conferred God, who was stronger than him, the Lord of the Day, the most powerful man in the heavens. At this moment, like a child, he looked at the most respected elder and knelt down in front of him. The conferred God never forgot that he was just an outcast at first, but it was the conferred God Emperor who brought him by his side, conferred a deity for him, bestowed him with powerful cultivation, and became the Lord of the Day. Without conferred God Great Emperor, he would not be where he is today. Even if he was asked to give up the position of God immediately, he would not hesitate. He is very tired, there is no conferred God Emperor, he has to shoulder the conferred God Heaven alone, he prefers the years with conferred God Emperor. Phoenix, Prison, and the Second Divine Lord, you are all here too. Emperor Fengshen glanced at the three powerhouses with majestic eyes. There are still some people who are hiding and dare not come out to see the Emperor. You are all thinking about the death of the Emperor. Emperor Fengshen, this statement is serious. The ancestor of the Phoenix said, "You are not dead, we are indeed very surprised." The conferred God Emperor will return, indeed, the powerhouses of the heavens did not expect it. The era of conferring gods will come again. The Emperor Fengshen issued a declaration of the times, such as the divine decree, swearing to the world. #C1479 The storm is getting stronger. The battle between the ages, the battle of luck, no concessions, each era has only one protagonist, everyone wants to be the protagonist. Emperor Fengshen, your era has been defeated by the Emperor. The second master prison made an extremely cold sound. They cannot back down. And they also know that the conferred God Emperor is not dead, this battle of luck has already begun, their realm has already reached a certain limit, and only by becoming the protagonist of the era can they continue to progress. Then fight. Emperor Fengshen's answer was simple. We are waiting for you. This strong man left. Second life, start the era of conferred gods. The conferred God Emperor stepped in the territory of the original God, and disappeared in the territory of the original God. The return of the conferred God Great Emperor has plunged the entire multiverse into a tense and dignified atmosphere. Each Lord of the Age is not spoken out, but must be produced by his own strength. The situation in the 33 days has been stable for a long time since the Great Ancient War. This time, with the return of Emperor Fengshen, it will cause another shocking change. The conferred God Emperor is back. Back then, he was only one step away from becoming the Lord of the Era, but he was defeated by the human Emperor. This time he will be even stronger. I don't know how he will make a move. Who in the 33 heavens doesn't want to be the protagonist of the era? The conferred God Emperor is terrifying, but it's not that easy yet. What's the rush? Let's see his actions first. The situation in the heavens will become more and more unsettled. The multiverse shakes. And Xuanhuan has returned to the God dynasty. Lord of the Sky, you are worried about the Lord of the Earth. The gods are inside Xuanhuan Dao. The consciousness of the Lord of the Sky said, yeah, originally I believed that as long as the Lord of the Earth did not reveal his breath, no one would think of him, but the conferred God Emperor appeared, and with his strength, the Lord of the Earth is very likely to be found by him. Although the Lord of the conferred gods doesn't hate the Emperor, and even admires him. But it doesn't mean that he will let the Lord of the Earth go. The Lord of the Earth took away the most important fetish from the human world heaven except the human Emperor's sword. The Emperor Fengshen wanted to open the human world heaven at the least cost, so he got the fetish taken away by the Lord of the Earth. It's useless to worry, now we can only trust the Lord of the Earth. Although the return of the conferred God Emperor will bring great crisis, it is also an opportunity. Having the conferred God Emperor attracts the eyes of the powerhouses of the heavens. He will not be so eye-catching when he does things here. This is a good thing. The battle between him and Du Yishan was just beginning, and it was far from over. Time and Space Island is not peaceful. Xuanhuan collects treasures in Time and Space Island, and Du Yishan is the same, and they will not watch Xuanhuan continue to get treasures in peace, and try their best to attack them. Big battles, small battles, the turmoil intensified. A line of golden energy that is over 100 million miles long emits an extremely pure original energy. In this torrent, a large number of fetishes are attracted and floating. This is a river of energy. The long river of the origin of the original way of heaven left behind after the fall of the original gods. And on this long river, more and more powerhouses are gathering, and many frictions have broken out between the two sides. Xuanhuan Shenqiao, come out and die. Someone shouted violently at Xuanhuan. We want to start a big battle with Xuanhuan here. Xuanhuan wants to seize the long river of heaven, and this seat does not agree. The Lord of Difficulties looked at the Xuanhuan camp indifferently, his face was so ferocious that he was about to twist into a ball. The defeat in the last battle made him feel a great hatred in his heart. The emergence of this river of gold continues to gather strong players from both sides. Has become a place of war. Although the God Emperor Xuanhuan used unimaginable means to kill the master of crossing the sea, but in fact, the comparison of the strength of the two sides, Xuanhuan is at a big disadvantage, and the number of powerhouses at all levels is not as good as the opponent. Du Yishan also knew that it would be difficult to annihilate Xuanhuan in one battle, so he squeezed their living space as much as possible. Kill, kill, kill. The strong men in the crossing day were full of murderous aura, they turned their hatred into motivation, and they could kill them immediately just waiting for the order from the master of crossing the catastrophe. If you want to fight, I can accompany you to fight here. Huazhu stepped out first, and the power of the primitive gods suppressed the fluctuations. His fighting spirit was boiling, and the violent fire element evaporated even the fog of time and space, turning into a red rainbow. Rumble. The two primitive gods hadn't actually fought each other yet, but their auras had already collided first. Their coercion changed the color of some strong men from other forces, and they did not dare to get too close. There will be a war of primitive gods here. Many people think so. Fire Ancestor. The Lord of Difficulties stared at Huazhu, as a primitive god, you would actually serve a god of heaven and obey his orders. Don't you think it's ridiculous and shameful? It was the God Emperor who resurrected me, and I shall serve the God Emperor. Huazu said. He is a man who knows how to repay his kindness. Huazu, you have already died once, help that Xuanwu, be careful to die a second time, let's see who can help you resurrect. An eerie threat from the Lord of Distress. If you die, I won't die. Huazu shouted loudly, stop talking nonsense, if you want to fight, fight. Humph, you and I are both in the same original realm, who is afraid of whom? The Lord of Distress also shouted. The Lord of Greed, the Fire Ancestor, and the Lord of Distress are about to fight. On the other side of this golden river, the greedy demon lord unexpectedly appeared, and beside him, there were a large number of strong men from One Motion, all watching with malicious intent. It's good to fight, hee hee. The Lord of Greed demon smiled sinisterly, if we don't fight, how can we have a chance? Let me tell you, Duishan wants to monopolize the treasures here, we can't let them succeed, Xuanwu is weaker than them, we can let Xuanwu fight them, they are evenly matched, and we must not let them lose. You have the most tricks, tell me, how to do it, we will listen to you. A god of heaven and gods. This is very simple, balance the battlefield situation. The Lord of Greedy Demons said, we can't get involved in the battle of the primitive gods, but we can go to make trouble if we are the god of heaven, and we don't need to fight desperately. If we can fight, we will fight. Divide strength to guard against us, make the situation as chaotic as possible, and only when it is chaotic can we flex our muscles. He said so. You are really insidious. All the heavenly Tao gods of One Motion laughed. Grieval Lord's advice was exactly what they had in mind. Naturally, the divine dynasty cannot be defeated. My life is already closely linked with them. The greedy demon lord sneered in his heart. After he returned to One Motion this time, he was promoted to the fifth realm of the Tao of Heaven, which also caused a shock, so he deliberately spread the news that there are a lot of treasures in Time and Space Island. He deliberately took the lead, so that a large number of gods of heaven came to Time and Space Island with him. He will not say that he has become a man of martial arts, and every suggestion he gives is beneficial to this group of heavenly gods, so he will naturally listen to him. That's why Xuanhuan kept him from being exposed. He doesn't need the Lord of Greedy Demons to join directly, but with his ability, at this time, he has gathered a large number of demons and gods, but he can help him contain a large number of powers that cross the evil sky. #C1480 Plow Street. The demon bosses from One Motion have plotted against the law, and they want to take advantage of our fight with Xuanwu. Zizwian looked at the Grimo Lord, feeling very unhappy. Humph, these demons are like flies. If you don't care about them, they will disgust you, but if you don't care about them, it will take a lot of energy. The Lord of Distress was also very irritable, and threatened, are you also going to interfere in the war between my heaven and Xuanwu? Haha, you hit you, I just look at it, don't pay attention to us, you continue. The Lord of Greedy Demons naturally heard the threat of the Lord of Difficulties, but he didn't care, he was not afraid of Duertian's revenge, at worst he ran back to One Motion. Not bad, not bad. The demon bosses of One Motion laughed. Looking for opportunities to take advantage is their favorite thing to do. Keep an eye on them. The Lord of Difficulties asked Shi Juyin to lead a large army to stare at the Lord of Greedy Demons. Huazu, let me see how strong you are. The Lord of Difficulties stepped forward immediately, hatred erupted, his fists came out, and two black lights bombarded him. The strength he showed was actually stronger than when he fought against Xuanhuan. He used hatred as the driving force, and the bottleneck that had trapped him for thousands of years was loosened by the anger of that battle. War. This is the real battle after Huazu's resurrection. Huazu looked over suddenly, time and space were burned by him, he bombarded with his flaming fist, and the Skyfire God realm suddenly appeared, a force of control turned the boundless area into his domain. He and the Lord of Difficulties fought against each other at the same time. The Lord of Distress suddenly felt a burst of fire seeping into his body, and the primitive divine power in his body was consumed crazily, trying to burn him to ashes. This fire ancestor is about to break through. The Lord of Difficulties blasted out again, with a gloomy and pitch-black color, and countless dark runes hitting Huizu like streaks of black light. At the same time, the original puppet attacked with a sword to cooperate with him. Huizu's mana is rolling. He made a majestic move, flames descended into the world, he demonstrated his strength through battle, and he did not fall into a disadvantage in the face of the Lord of Distress and the puppet. The Fire Ancestor is too powerful. That's right, although Fire Ancestor suffered a disaster, he survived, and the disaster made him stronger than before. If you don't defeat Fire Ancestor this time, Du Ishan's big battle will not be considered a success, and Xuanhuan will become more and more difficult to deal with. Surrounding this golden river, there are many strong men watching this battle. Heaven and Earth Catastrophe. The Lord of Distress once again took out an ancient book, which was a special fetish. As his spells continued to urge, more black light swept towards Huizu. The catastrophe of heaven and earth turned into a battle of lore, instantly enclosing Huizu inside. Break it! Huizu, no matter what strange moves the Lord of Difficulties displayed, in front of him, only the most powerful force could break through. With a slash of his hand, a flaming knife light shook down. But suddenly, a bright knife light washed down the sky, just like the Milky Way. The ultimate knife intent directly slashed at Huizu at this instant, and it was actually a primitive god attacking. Small tricks. Bang bang bang. Huizu slapped, shaking the saber light, and at the same time his divine body turned into flames, breaking the saber light directly. A grey-cloaked figure also appeared. This is a middle-aged man, holding a sharp sword in his hand. He said to the Lord of Distress, "I'm here." "Okay, you came just in time. Today we will join forces to deal with Huizu." The Lord of Distress laughed. "It's him, he's Li Xing." The Lord of the Greedy Devil was startled. "Isn't the Li Xing powerless? Loose people exist. How could he help Du Ishan? What's going on?" Li Xing? Huizu didn't know Li Xing. However, the Lord of Guanyu understood something, and shouted in surprise, "Sagely, why did you join this battle? Did Du Ishan promise you any benefits?" "You don't need to know that. Li Xing will not explain to them. Others don't know it, but the god of crossing distress knows that this Li Xing was in a life-and-death crisis before he became a primitive god, and it was the god of crossing evil who helped him. After that, the god of Doer helped him many times. Although Li Xing did not directly join Du Ishan, he also promised that he would remember the kindness of God Du Ishan, and if Du Ishan needed him, he would take action. This is Li Xing's gratitude. Lord of Guanyu, let's retreat." The Tiandao gods of the Guanyu League also fought with Xuanhuan, and when they saw the Li Xing coming, they were also panicked, knowing that they could not intervene in this kind of war. At this time, Xuanhuan Tiao needs the help of a strong man. If he withdraws, it will be too unethical, and he will never have any cooperation with Xuanhuan in the future. In all fairness, he couldn't do this kind of thing. However, he is only the leader of the alliance, and there is no way to order these people to die. Anyone who disturbs our army will be killed without mercy. Huizu saw that there was a god of heaven in the Guanyu League who was about to retreat, so he slashed away with his palm, and a gap of flames suddenly appeared. During this period of time, the strong members of the Guanyu League fought with Xuanhuan, and it can be said that they have gained a lot of benefits. If they want to run away at this time, Huizu will be the first to spare them. "Can't retreat." It was the ally leader who shouted. "That's right, you can't retreat at this time. Who dares to retreat? Don't say that Fire Ancestor won't spare you, even I won't spare you." The leader of Guanyu stabilized the situation. He knew that the Tiao god who crossed the evil sky did not launch a full-scale attack now, because although they were many strong, they would inevitably suffer losses once they charged. They were all waiting for a party to suppress on the battlefield of the primitive gods. And at this time retreated, they don't want to gain a foothold here. Sagely, join me to deal with Huazu. The Lord of Difficulties, he repeatedly used the supernatural power of confinement. Li Xingluan's simple offensive power was even higher than him, the sharp sword kept cutting out, the waterfall-like light became more and more fierce, and the light of the heavy sword had already enveloped Huazu. And the original puppet continued to attack. Huazu's condition looks very bad. Scoff. Li Xing's knife traveled through time and space, and it was extremely fierce. When it came in front of Huazu, it cut directly into his divine body in a single stab. He poured knife energy into it, trying to traumatize his original source. Seeing this scene, the Lord of Difficulties shouted hello. But Huazu didn't care, he was not a real flesh and blood body, but a sky fire, and immediately changed, his body turned into a flame-like position. In his body, at this time, there is still a divine pill emitting divine light. The most holy and most divine pill. This precious pill, that Xuanhuan obtained from the Heavenly King's ruins, was directly given to Huazu. He did not refine it completely, but turned it into a reserve of power, which was continuously provided by him. Li Xing was also frowning. Walking through the difficulty, there is a strong force in his body that is repairing, and my knife did not cause much damage to him. Li Xing reminded. It must be the supreme treasure divine pill, damn it, how many treasures does this Xuanhu have? The master of crossing the catastrophe gritted his teeth, not only is their emperor difficult to deal with, but this fire ancestor is also troublesome. Haha, go ahead. Huazu has the most holy and most divine elixir. Before this elixir is consumed, he can fight a war of attrition with the opponent without fear of any damage they will cause him. Moreover, his perception of the primordial way of heaven is also stronger than that of the Lord of Difficulties and the Plough Saint. C1481, Crossing the Heavens, double happiness is coming. Huazu is powerful, one alone can overwhelm many primitive gods, and in the end no one has much advantage. And this golden river is also divided up by Du Yishan and Xuanhu. Although Du Yishan didn't suffer much, they were all very dissatisfied. In their strategy, they didn't want Xuanhu to get any benefit. Xuanhuan didn't pay much attention to the war on Time and Space Island, and he was relieved that Huazu was there to deal with it. But in the day of crossing the bad luck. At this time, there are strong fluctuations. God Doer stood in the sky, and in front of him was a grey altar, on which was placed a soul orb, which was the original imprint left by the Lord of Crossing the Sea in Doer Heaven. At this very moment, many powerhouses gathered here in one day. Crossing the Sea will be resurrected, and God will use invincible magic power to sacrifice and resurrect the Lord of Crossing the Sea. The God of Crossing the Evil prepared for a long time, and finally began to sacrifice to the Lord of Crossing the Sea. This is where the foundation of the day lies. Even if the original gods fall, they still have enough strength to be resurrected, unlike Huazu, who is a loner like Huazu, who has no one to sacrifice to him after death. Crossing the sea, crossing the sea. The God of Crossing Evil calls on the destiny consciousness of the Lord of Crossing the Sea. Boom. On the altar, a sacrificial light suddenly shot out, penetrating into the depths of the multiverse, the land of life and death, and immediately the infinite gods began to burn, refining into billowing energy. During this kind of sacrifice, the destiny consciousness of Lord Crossing the Sea began to reunite, and there were countless shackles on his body, restraining him, and the law of life and death made it difficult for him to be truly resurrected. Crackling. More fetishes exploded, and the original energy from heaven and earth poured into him. Live, I want to live. The Lord of Crossing the Sea let out an earth-shattering roar, and the giant's body strode violently towards Doer Tianyi. Crossing the sea to resurrect is not a problem, it's just a matter of the cost of resurrection. The Lord who crossed the catastrophe knew that the Lord who crossed the sea must live, but the price was too high. That day, Xuanhuan's resurrection of Huizhou consumed countless treasures. Although Duertian's background was much stronger than Shenwu, it still had to be peeled off from his body. Longzhu. When resurrecting the Lord of Crossing the Sea, the god of crossing's eyes suddenly looked at one place, a chaotic dragon with endless thunder and light, controlling the power of life and death. Longzhu, what's the matter for descending to the Lord of Heaven today? The main way of crossing the catastrophe. Although Longshan Tian has not yet reached 33 days, the strength of Longzhu cannot be underestimated. He assisted in the achievement of the civilization of the era of demons, and his strength is earth-shattering. With his arrival, the Lord of Evil Heaven frowned slightly. God crossing evil, the ancestor came this time without any malice. When the dragon ancestor moved, he was proud of the world, and he smiled faintly. Get rid of the law of life and death, sacrifice the dead existence, God of crossing evil. This ancestor also controls the power of life and death, and can help you resurrect and cross the sea at a lower cost. Lord. Although Duishan only became 33 days after the Great Ancient War, whoever can become a day can be a simple person? Back then, the heavens fell, and there were many ambitious people. Longzhu knew that the strength of Duertian was far from being as simple as it appeared on the surface, and this Duertian Lord still controlled a stronger power than he had seen. No need, God can bear the resurrection. The God of crossing evil directly rejected Longzhu. He doesn't need others to intervene in this kind of thing. The earth-shattering magic power and the input of God's source made the Lord of the Sea more and more real. The last sense of terror comes from the counterattack of the operation of the rules of the multiverse. When it came down, the God of Fairy directly manipulated the fairy wheel, directly blocking it for the Lord of Crossing the Sea. I'm alive. A large amount of raw energy condensed the divine body of the Lord of Crossing the Sea. Like a dream. This time, although the Lord of Crossing the Sea did not fall for too long, and his consciousness had been sacrificed all the time, being beheaded was an unforgettable memory. Thank God for the resurrection, said the Lord of Crossing the Sea. You also fell for the sake of my heaven. Resurrection is a matter of course, but if you fall next time, you will have to pay 10 times the price. If you fall the third time, you will pay 100 times the price, and the world will not be able to support it. The God of Crossing the River. Resurrection is not really omnipotent, but also has limitations. Although it is a bit traumatic to cross the sea this time, it can still be sustained with the strength of crossing the evil sky. If Duhai dies again, he will have to pay 10 times the price for resurrection, and the entire Duhishan will plummet as a result, and his vitality will be greatly injured. 100 times the price for the third time. Unless the god of Dewey is willing to risk Dewey's collapse every day, it is impossible to do it, and only the tomb of the gods in the god's heaven can resurrect a primitive god multiple times. For example, why is it so difficult to judge the fall of the god Lord? The fundamental reason is that the Lord of Judgment has actually fallen many times, and even the gods and gods need a long time to accumulate and operate to be able to be resurrected. Every time he dies, he is judged as a dead person by the will of the rules. The stronger the person is, the stronger the brand will be. Resurrection is to compete with the will of the rules, and the backlash it bears is huge. This god of doom is stronger than I imagined. Longzhu saw the god of crossing the evil resurrected the Lord of Crossing the Sea, and he could guess the strength without any major turmoil in the whole world. Just when Longzhu was about to speak to the god of Era, in the depths of the heaven of Era, a mysterious place that even Longzhu could not see through, there was the power of the original god Calamity fluctuating. There are people who want to cross the primordial god Tribulation. Longzhu Long's eyes moved. The terrifying primordial divine Calamity descended, breaking through any obstacles, a figure bathed in the divine Calamity. he struggled through the calamity, wanting to break through this most difficult step. It's Wu Shang who is crossing the tribulation. The revived Lord crossing the sea was surprised, he has realized the original power. Wu Shang entered the depths of the civilization of the ancient era, and received the inheritance. God, Dewey said. What, he actually entered there? The master of crossing the sea was shocked. The inheritance of civilization in the ancient era has made him unable to suppress his own power of heaven. He must overcome the calamity. If you succeed, you must succeed. Even if God can resurrect you, you will hardly be able to become one in the future. The possibility of the original God, because you are resurrected, your doom will increase tenfold. How can you resist the doom of 10 times the power? The entire evil warriors were very nervous. Every minute and every second is suffering. How many times had they seen Wu Shang being knocked down by Xinjia, and when everyone thought he couldn't stand up, he stood up tenaciously, fighting against the sky and himself. This kind of divine calamity is too terrifying, and no one can help him. Primitive God realm, heavenly witch divine light, heaven breaks the realm. At the last moment, Wu Shang withstood the most terrifying divine calamity. All his vitality was incorporated into his body, and the damaged body was being quickly repaired. He became the original God. This time, he entered the depths of the ancient era controlled by Duertian with the will to die, and he really succeeded in breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly, achieving his original way. #C 1482 Reincarnation. Haha, okay, Wu Shang, you didn't disappoint me in God, and you were promoted to a primitive God. Now, I am stronger and stronger than ever. The Lord of Difficulties couldn't bear it, and laughed heartily at him. Double happiness. This is great news. Since the rise of Xuanhuan, they have had such a happy event. The master of crossing the sea was resurrected, and Wu Shang successfully broke through, sweeping away the gloom that had been lingering in the hearts of the powers in the crossing sky for many days. Wu Shang, you have just been promoted to the realm of the original gods and need to be consolidated. You have complete practice experience in Duertian, so you don't need to rush to join the battle to consolidate your strength. A smile also appeared on the face of God Duer. The more powerful people there are in a day, the greater the effect on him. God is right, said the Lord crossing the sea. Double happiness. Longzhu said, this ancestor is here to congratulate the God of crossing evil, and another primitive God has appeared in the universe. Longzhu, you are here this time, because you have something to look for the owner. God Dewey looked at him with dazzling light, and said, if I see it right, it's not your real body, but your second Dharma body, the Chaos Dragon, who lives and dies. The Chaos Dragon's mana and your own no difference. The strength of the dragon ancestor. The slightly weaker Lord of the Day will not be the opponent of Longzhu unless he borrows the power of heaven and earth. The true body stays in the dragon god heaven to deal with the demons of the 10,000 demon heaven. Longzhu said lightly. In the past, his true self was regarded by all the demons, and it was difficult for him to make big moves, but now it is different. The deity is the housekeeper, while the chaos dragon is the main battle. Longzhu, you have chosen a more difficult path, otherwise you would have become the Lord of the Age long ago, and your ambition is great. The god of crossing the river. He also knows. Longzhu didn't come here to trouble him this time, but to cooperate with him on something. And he understands even better that if Longzhu relied on Wangyao Tian, he could have achieved the Dragon Age with his strength, but he did not do so, and he did not want to have any contact with Wangyao Tian. He fights alone, develops the dragon system, and wants to make the dragon in existence as great as the gods, demons, and monsters. The founder of the god realm represents gods, the ancestor of all demons represents demons, and the ancestor of all demons represents demons. It's incredible how powerful they are. Whoever has no ambition and achieves with the power of Wangyao Ocean is still a demon, not a real dragon. There is only one chance to achieve the era. If you make a mistake, you will have no chance to regret it. Long Zhu was indifferent. With your strength, Long Shintian should be promoted to 33 days first. God, Dewey said. It's not urgent to be promoted for 33 days. When the conferred God Emperor returns, he will inevitably set off a bigger war. There is no doubt about it. Once he moves, those ancient beings will be willing to see him succeed. As long as the era war starts, that is, when I was promoted to 33 days, I didn't need to start a war in advance, and be the target. Longzhu is very patient. He can bear to not use the power of the monster clan to become the Lord of the Age, let alone one of the 33 heavenly lords. Besides, although Emperor Fengshen is powerful now, his return has also become the most eye-catching. The real winner is the one who has the last laugh. He was so powerful back then that he was not defeated by the rising star Renhuang. Therefore, some things don't worry, the final result is the most important. Long Zhu said. Fengshen Great Emperor. God Doer's eyes flickered sharply. At their level, if you want to go further, you have to open up the era and become the master of the era. His appearance has already caused the shock of multidimensional luck in the heavens. God Dewey said, however, Emperor Fengshen can't affect this master for a while, and Xuanhuan is the enemy lying on the couch. He knows his current opponent very well. 89 Literature Network. Xuanhuan. As soon as this person was mentioned, Long Zhu felt eternal anger, and said coldly, this person also has great luck. This ancestor speculates that he must have mastered the treasures of the ancient era. Otherwise it is impossible to explain his strength in a short period of time. Enhanced so quickly. He knew that it didn't take long for the God Emperor Xuanhuan to become a god of heaven. But it was this person who became number one in the way of heaven. If there is no god of Guyuan, Xuanhuan will be broken long ago. God Dewey said, God of Guyuan is too secretive, she supports Xuanhuan, let me be passive. I came this time just for Guyuan God. Longzhu finally revealed his real purpose. God Yuan God is too mysterious, God Guyuan is just her identity in this life. She exists in the reincarnation of each era, breaks certain boundaries. I have received the blessings of many eras according to records. The gods of the ancient source are active in different identities. She controls the secret of reincarnation. The god of crossing the catastrophe. Yes, she can be reincarnated in eras, immortal, she is too mysterious. If we can get the secret of her reincarnation, the benefits will be limitless. Long Zhu said. But she is extremely powerful, neither I nor God Yenshin could suppress her that day. Lord Doer knew that Lord Guyuan himself was a great treasure, but facing the destruction of this treasure, he felt powerless to do anything. He clearly remembered that God Guyuan activated a method of reincarnation that day, broke all blockades, and left directly. If you want to suppress the god of ancient sources, you need a stronger force to obtain her secret of reincarnation. Long Zhu said coldly. If God Guyuan hadn't frightened him outside Dragon God Heaven that day, he wouldn't have suffered heavy losses in Qiming. Hold on. The god of doom sent a message. After a period of time, God Yenshin descended, and he said, Long Zhu, you are here too, Du-yi. Did you let me come here this time for the sake of God Guyuan? Recently, the situation in Yanshenshen is complicated. The Emperor's return has put a lot of pressure on me. Yanshenshen is not too far away from Fengshen. Once the era war breaks out, they will be under great pressure. Yes, this time it is for God Guyuan. Dewey God said, Long Zhu, come here and invite us to deal with Guyuan God together. Yenshin, I know you are under a lot of pressure, but if we can comprehend Guyuan God's mysterious means, it will also be of great benefit to us. But God Guyuan is hard to suppress. God Yenshin frowned. There is no need to really suppress her. Longzhu said, this ancestor has a way to surround her. She must not be our opponent with ordinary means. If she fights against us, she must use her mysterious power. We can use this to comprehend her mysterious power and absorb her. The power of. In the past, it would have been extremely difficult to find God Guyuan, but if she wanted to protect Xuanhu, it would be much easier to find her. This is also the best opportunity. Longzhu added. Yes, what Longzhu said is right. Yenshin said. There is also Xuanhu who can't let them continue to live in peace. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of God of Doom. The growth of his martial strength also made him feel a huge threat, from a small person to a tiger that could threaten him. Xuanhu, of course you can't let it go. Longzhu said, except for some strength, this ancestor needs to guard against Wan Yaoshan, and I will send a strong man to help you overcome the calamity. Unfortunately, if it wasn't for Feng Shenshen, I could also help Doer destroy Xuanhu for you. Yenshin said. There are a lot of treasures, Longzhu, how do you plan to divide them? God of Doer spoke of a crucial issue. My ancestor heard a story about a human race. A group of hunters hunted geese. The geese were still flying in the sky, but the hunters killed each other. In the end, the geese flew away, and they got nothing. Longzhu said indifferently, all the treasures will be allocated after the attack of Xuanhu. Don't worry about this. Guyuan God himself is the biggest treasure. We form the three major alliances of heaven and earth. God Dewey said, go, I know where God Guyuan is. Hashtag C1483 Fifth Realm of Heaven. In the void. There is a woman standing here quietly, without sadness or joy. Three powerful beings suddenly came, and the finished glyph trapped her in the middle. Doer said, Guyuan God, you are still supporting Xuanhu and fighting against me, Doer, but unfortunately, because of this, you have exposed your position. Last time you ran out of duration, this time it wasn't so easy. The power of Yenshin God is blocking. The goddess Yanran didn't answer, her face was expressionless, and she didn't say any words. You are very mysterious, more mysterious than Benzu imagined. Longzhu looked at the goddess Yanran. With his strength, he looked at her like a fog, unable to see through. He shot out a dragon claw, and the chaotic divine light swept out immediately. Now he is not at the stage of nurturing the chaotic divine dragon. In the dragon god's day, his power has already reached its peak. But when this divine light fell, the goddess Yanran didn't move, and the power passed through her body. Invalid. Longzhu was also taken aback. He knows how strong his own power is. God Yenshin also shook out a wave of soul fluctuations, but it was still ineffective. The goddess Yanran didn't seem to be in the three realms, jumping out of the six realms, and the existence of reincarnation was not affected by him at all. What's going on? He also had deep doubts. She's getting stronger too. Doer said, her cultivation is different from what we imagined. She has the power of reincarnation, and ordinary means cannot deal with her. She suddenly emerged the light of endless reincarnation, and the whole person was about to disappear in front of him. Use stronger means. The three tyrannical beings chase after the goddess Yanran, to realize the divine power she controls. Guyuan God, Yenshin God, and Longzhu are working together to deal with the goddess Yanran. Xuanhuan, who was sitting in the palace of the gods, suddenly received a message from the goddess Yanran. Goddess Yanran has strange powers. Even if she is not the opponent of these three existences, but these three existences want to pose a threat to her, but they can't do it. Xuanhuan was very confident in the strength of the goddess Yanran. And the goddess Yanran sent this news to remind him to pay attention to his own situation. She can fight against these three existences and restrain him, but he still has to deal with other threats by himself. It's time to break through. At this time, Xuanhuan was enveloped in immeasurable divine light, and with a tyrannical and domineering will, he achieved the destiny that belonged to him. Infinite energy, the entire national fortune of the gods was gathered on him. The light of sublimation, the heart of destiny is condensing, he is the most domineering supreme, and his destiny must be controlled by himself. His whole person is sitting upright at the moment, there are countless shackles, it is the operation of the multiverse rules and will, to prevent him from fulfilling his destiny and destroy his achievements. Every step of cultivation after the heavenly Tao is actually a struggle against the operation of multiple wills. But Xuanhuan didn't care. His mana is opened, and with him as the center, he is the ocean formed by the original energy. He takes the self as the foundation, the divine dynasty as the foundation, and a heart of destiny that exudes infinite will is condensed. He is God, God is him. Destiny. As a terrifying force was boiling, Xuanhuan was no surprise, successfully promoted to the realm of destiny, and the whole person was detached from heaven and earth. Easy. The brilliance of his destiny heart immediately radiated into the entire Xuanhuan. This radiance is splendid, like the clouds, the bright light rises, and the pure land of the gods is constructed. All the people can feel that the strength of His Majesty the God Emperor has been greatly enhanced at this moment. The fifth realm of destiny, the destiny of the sky, the destiny of oneself, the heart of destiny represents one's own spirit, the root of it. Xuanhuan was not surprised that he broke through the destiny. Destiny is your own destiny. Xuanhuan deeply knew that even though he had cultivated to this level, although he was not a primitive god, his strength had increased dramatically. In the fourth realm, he can compete with the primitive gods. This time, his strength is increased almost tenfold. The weak primitive gods will be directly suppressed by him, not his opponent. A world of the jungle. The lord of a nation must have the power to suppress all worlds. Ding. The host broke through the fifth realm of the heavenly realm, and obtained 400 million fate points, Tiao God Healing Potion X1, Supernatural Power Fruit X77536, Tiao Artifact Advanced Card, Yuqing Shindan X5, The Source of All Things X1, The Portal of Teleportation Holy Gu Lingjia, Random Lottery Chance X1. Ding. The current branch has been released, breaking through the original gods. Next is the original god. Xuanhuan grabbed the primordial energy with his palm and watched, comprehending the changes. The most special means of primitive gods is primitive creation. A mass of energy can be ever-changing in their hands, extracting the essence of energy condensation and creating any fetish. This method is too strong, as if the mud was created into gold. The gods of heaven can only extract the matter that exists, while the primordial gods can create matter with primordial energy. The primordial gods can reorganize matter, and with a single instruction, the primordial gods can turn people into beasts and deprive the essence of life. In fact, Longzhu's dragon transformation is actually forcibly changing others with his stronger dragon power. The source of all things. Xuanhuan looked at the origin of everything. The gray is like the color of ancient chaos. On this giant cauldron are carved flowers, birds, fish and insects, various beasts, and traces of landscapes. This is an extremely top-notch primitive artifact, second only to the 10,000 Worlds Heavenly Pagoda in Xuanhuan. Its repressive ability is second, and what Xuanhuan values most is its other powerful ability. Just like its name, all things, this cauldron represents vitality and represents all things. It can cultivate the divine light of the birth of all things. Like healing magic, it can heal the injured body, revive withered trees, and accelerate the growth of vegetation. But it is much more mysterious than healing magic. Whoever gets this cauldron of the source of all things is the master of all things. It's very powerful, but it's not very useful to me. Xuanhuan said slowly. There is also the final portal, the Holy Spirit World. Teleportation Gate, Holy Spirit World. Open the teleportation gate, you can enter the Holy Spirit World, and use the portal as a medium to travel freely between the two worlds. Similar to the different time and space teleportation scroll, But the difference is that this portal is a vertex teleportation to a certain world. Chu Yuan's eyes were sharp. Pretty much the same as a teleport roll. But Chu Yuan could feel that the world behind the portal was even more powerful, and he had never heard of the Holy Spirit world. The portal rewarded by the system, its mystery cannot be verified by the multiverse. Chu Yuan said. Although he didn't know exactly where the Holy Spirit world was, judging from its name, he could know that the power of this world was not comparable to Yuanshan Tian. Yuanshan Tian, he has been there once and never went, and he also knows that it is not very useful to go now. This holy ancient spirit world is a bit interesting. There is a portal of teleportation, you can travel freely. #C1484 Earth Dragon King, Sea Dragon King. Fire Ancestor, return to the Divine Dynasty, quickly. Chu Yuan issued an order. Huazu quickly returned. When he met Chu Yuan, the breath made him secretly sigh that the strength of the God Emperor had once again increased dramatically, and the destiny of life and death was in his own hands. Longzhu, God of Dui, God of Yenshan have already taken action against God of Guyuan. I speculate that a large number of strong men will soon come to the Divine Dynasty again. Chu Yuan said. With the help of Longshan Tian this time, it will be very troublesome this time. Huazu frowned slightly, and there was a lot of pressure. It doesn't matter, I already have a countermeasure, and let them see my current power. Chu Yuan suddenly left the gods. Outside of the Divine Dynasty, he looked at the spacetime island. The area of the island was getting bigger and bigger, but Chu Yuan, who had explored in depth, knew that it was still just the tip of the iceberg. Its core secret has not been discovered yet. Sudden. He moved his hands. The two portals of time and space appear together. Swallow the sky. As he waved, an invincible mana penetrated through time and space, directly to the spacetime island. Using the gate of time and space as a medium, he crossed a long distance and penetrated the passage to the spacetime island. He was the portal of swallowing the sky. Suddenly, a swallowing force made Chu Yuan start to absorb the spacetime island from a very long distance. The power of. Naturally, he didn't want to take treasure, but to absorb the fog of time and space. What is the Emperor going to do? Fire Ancestor is also watching closely. He saw that, at this moment, Chu Yuan was like the invincible devourer, and there was nothing in front of him that could not be swallowed. At that time, the fog of time and space on the Sky Island was swallowed by him, and the strong liquefaction turned into rainwater. The mana that controls the destiny has given Chu Yuan even more amazing magical powers. I understand. Fire Ancestor said, God Emperor is going to swallow the power of transferring the spacetime island, form a spacetime defense on the periphery of the God Dynasty, and a spacetime sea appears around it. Amazing. I can't do this kind of method, it must be proficient in devouring and time and space. As he thought. With the passage of time, clatter, Xuanhuan already has a river that surrounds the dynasty, and as the swallowing continues, this river becomes more and more intense, turning into an ocean. The time and space world is placed here. There will be a time and space city here, and this will be the gateway to the kingdom of God. Chu Yuan placed the spacetime boundary. This time and space world is also rapidly growing, intensifying, mainly because of his profound cultivation. As long as Chu Yuan breaks through the primitive, he will be promoted to a terrifying primitive artifact. Gateway to the Kingdom of God. Chu Yuan swallowed the sky in terror. In the last few battles, he was too passive. As soon as Duertian attacked, he would directly attack and suppress his Xuanhuan aliens. Not like this. So Chu Yuan used the spacetime energy to form a spacetime sea, and turned it into the first line of defense against Duertian. The appearance of the spacetime island gave him this opportunity. Shocking. This means is really unimaginable. Shenwu, the sea of time and space. The powerhouses in Duer also saw this terrifying scene. Although this kind of space-time ocean is nothing to them, it is too great a threat to the army, and it will cause space-time confusion. Then the Emperor Xuanhuan can actually swallow the power of the space-time island from such a long distance, ignoring the backlash of space-time. Li Xing was surprised. Nuwa Library. Let's go, and meet the gods. Duer Tian couldn't sit back and watch Xuanhuan deploy such a powerful defense, and immediately many figures came quickly. In a short period of time, the outer space-time sea has become so intense. The Duerian powerhouse is also in shock, that Xuanhuan's devouring of time and space is too terrifying. Let him continue to understand, and the army will not be able to directly suppress their divine dynasty in the future. It's all here. Xuanhuan looked at the few powerhouses that appeared in time and space, and there was no god's might burst out. He had no accident, and he deliberately wanted them to come over. He turned his hands for the clouds and covered his hands for the rain, and waving his hands was the rise of terrifying waves. Xuanhuan, the master of crossing the sea, saw Xuanhuan and let out a roar. He couldn't forget the moment he was destroyed, and roared, "All your efforts are self-destruction. Are you alive? You are still dying. How many times can Dewey be resurrected?" Xuanhuan looked at him. He will not be rampant for long, time will prove everything, and he will perish. The Lord of Distress said gloomily. Haha, even I can't destroy it, and I still want to destroy the Emperor. Huazu laughed loudly. Without the ancient source of God, you would have perished long ago. At this moment, another voice came, and he was tumbling across the sea, and the moment he appeared was actually a boundless sea. A giant dragon covered with dark blue dragon scales soared into the sky. This is a sea dragon that dominates the ocean, and between breaths, the ocean sweeps. This time, Longzhu also sent dragon god Tian to be determined to destroy Xuanhuan with Duer Tian Xian. And how could Long Shenshen only have Longzhu as a primitive god? If he only had such strength, Longzhu would not have the confidence to fight for the hegemony of the heavens and open up the age of dragons. It was just before that the Chaos Divine Dragon was not born, and it was difficult for other primitive divine dragon powers to suppress the background of the day with him. However, as soon as the Chaos Dragon comes out, there is no big scruples when many powers appear. Originally, the powerhouses of Long Shenshen were discussing how to deal with Xuanhuan. Because of the appearance of the space-time sea, they all arrived at the Xuanhuan dynasty one step ahead of schedule. Qi Ming fights to suppress the Lord of Human Dragon and Lord of Silver Dragon. This hatred of me, Dragon God, can't stand it. This is the Dragon King. The success of Longzhu allowed them to finally show off their strengths and not be so timid. The strength of Xuanhuan is very strong, and near his dynasty, there is the ancestor of fire, which is extremely difficult to deal with. Li Xing looked directly at the fate of the gods and martial arts, surging with boundless ferocity, and also felt shocked. It doesn't matter, Longzhu has already entrusted them. This time they are going to deal with the ancient source of God. We are specifically targeting Xuanhuan. Although his divine dynasty is difficult to break, the time and space are broken, so they can't continue to exist. Boom. Earth-shaking. In the distance, a mountain seemed to come over, and it turned out to be a huge and terrifying dragon of the earth. This is the Earth Dragon King. He is powerful and defensive, and can deal with the attacks of several primitive gods without fear of the threat of falling. This time, Long Ancestor asked the Sea Dragon Emperor and the Earth Dragon Emperor to deal with Xuanhuan, and he also left behind a part of his power in Long Shenshen. It can also be seen from the side that Long Shenshen is powerful. Oh? Long Shentian also sent Shenlong to deal with me? To deal with me, let you use so much power. Xuanhuan stood on Ling Xiao and said indifferently, how are you going to deal with me? Be careful of this person, don't be careless. The master of crossing the sea suffered the most and immediately reminded him. It doesn't matter, there are many strong people in the field, and he can't take advantage of it like last time. As the Earth Dragon King with the strongest defense is at the forefront, he has also calculated the heavy damage suffered by the Lord of the Sea crossing last time. That power can hit him hard, but it cannot make him fall. And he didn't believe that it was impossible for Xuanhuan to possess infinitely the treasure that could destroy the primitive gods. Please remember this book's first domain name. Tangsan Chinese website, mobile version reading website. Hashtag C1485 Brilliant. Cross the difficulty, cross the sea, plow the holy, the Sea Dragon Emperor, the Earth Dragon Emperor. 5 primitive gods appeared outside Xuanhuan. These 5 primitive mana, their power intertwined, endless lightning, forming a torrent of heaven, shrouding the gods and martial arts. I take the lead, destroy his spacetime sea, and test his true details. Relying on his own strength, the Earth Dragon Emperor stepped directly into the sea of time and space, and his majestic mountain-like dragon body brought great oppression. His dragon body is flying like a dragon vein, every movement is an unstoppable force, and the dragon legs are as thick as mountains. The Earth Dragon Emperor alone can't suppress him. You don't need to do anything to cross the sea. I and Li Sheng helped the Earth Dragon Emperor to deal with Xuanhuan. The Lord of Crossing the Difficulty did not want the Lord of Crossing the Sea to face Xuanhuan, and he had suffered a big loss from him before. If there was an accident again, then he would be a sinner. The Master of Crossing the Sea also understands. Master of the Sea, you are staring at the changes of Xuanhuan. As for the Ancestor of Fire, he can't turn the sky with me. As soon as the Sea Dragon Emperor's breath moved, a huge deep blue sea appeared, the anger sea was tumbling, and the horror was terrifying, using water to suppress fire to suppress the ancestors of the fire. This time, they were only 5 primitive gods, and the army did not arrive. The fundamental reason was that they could not figure out the details of Xuanhuan. Come on together. As soon as Xuanhuan broke through the 5th realm, these 5 primitive gods came to the door, just to use them to verify the current mana. His voice shook the worlds of time and space, and it was impossible to fight against 3 primordial gods at the same time even if it was Thor. Insanity. Boom. When the Earth Dragon Emperor moved, the sea of time and space was churning, and his dragon breath turned into a lightning bolt of natural yellow, shattering again and again. The 3 primordial gods have all pushed their power to the strongest, and it is rare to be so cautious about the previous god of heaven, and the rolling vitality is swept away. However, Xuanhuan stood on the spot, the eternal self. It was motionless. Be careful, everyone, his strength is stronger than that on the Spacetime Island that day, don't be careless. Although the Lord of Distress hated Xuanhuan, he did not dare to underestimate this person. No matter how strong it is also a god of heaven. The Earth Dragon Emperor trampled over, and his huge dragon body crashed into the sky. There were no fancy moves. It was the purest attack, which could shatter all vitality into particles. Destiny. Xuanhuan punched, the Emperor was domineering, the Emperor fought in the sky, the Holy Emperor burst out with brilliance, and slammed directly at the Earth Dragon Emperor. Boom. The power of this punch shocked the Earth Dragon Emperor. His dragon body was actually shaken, and he immediately raised his mountain-like dragon claws to suppress it. Xuanhuan had no intention of giving in at all. His power moved again, the heavens and the earth, the yin and yang revolved, the sea of time and space revolved with his power, and countless mysteries gathered on him, shaking the universe. The Earth Dragon Emperor originally wanted to use his strength to crush people, but his claws fell, but he did not achieve the victory, instead it shook again and again. His dragon's mouth was wide open, and a torrent of Xuanhuan divine fire gushed down. The Earth Dragon Emperor represents the dragon of the earth in the dragon god heaven. However, in the face of this earthly dragon fire, Xuanhuan's hand grabbed it violently, and the flames couldn't help him. Xuanhuan's divine power is infinite, he jumped to the top of the Earth Dragon Emperor's head, and the hand of God carried the infinite Emperor's brilliance, turned into a giant hand that covered the sky, and covered it. Every slap is like falling stars. 1800 literature. Do you want to do anything to me too? The Earth Dragon Emperor didn't care about Xuanhuan's attack at all. But the hand of God, the universe of heaven, earth, and universe can grab it, and the Earth Dragon Sovereign is like a dragon vein being directly grabbed, and the giant force of God continuously oscillates on him. What a great power, God rules. The Earth Dragon Emperor was also surprised. He had heard that Xuanhuan was also powerful, but this kind of power was unbelievable. The stronger dragon energy poured out of him, and it collapsed the hand of God. Earth Dragon Emperor's strength is not weaker than him at all, but the God Emperor is not at a disadvantage when facing him, and he has firmly grasped the battle initiative in his own hands. Fire Ancestor was shocked. Okay, once the God Emperor reaches the original, the horror of the strength will be unimaginable. At this time, Xuanhuan looked at the Earth Dragon Emperor. The waves were turbulent, and the Emperor domain of the whole world was transformed into a pure land of gods. Even if the Earth Dragon Emperor was powerful, he would retreat again and again in the face of this fierce storm-like onslaught. I am a dignified dragon sovereign, how can I be beaten back by a god of heaven? The dragon clan was rebellious in their hearts, not to mention the primitive gods like the Earth Dragon Emperor. His limbs stabilized his body, the mysterious yellow divine light burst out, the dragon roar shattered the universe, and a world-shattering dragon shadow took off for 9 days. Swallow mountains and rivers. Xuanhuan hit a majestic blow. The Emperor inspected the world, suppressing all the strange beasts. The Earth Dragon Emperor was hit, and he was almost thrown out. The violent series of shocks that swallowed the mountains and rivers continued to bombard. Xuanhuan strode forward and launched a fierce attack that was unstoppable. Although the Earth Dragon Emperor roared again and again, facing such a fierce attack, he could only passively endure it as a target. The shell is really hard enough. King Xuanhuan is in the world. Although his attack was fierce just now, the dragon sovereign at this place was at most swayed with blood, and he didn't actually suffer any damage. But such a direct attack is the most shocking. Think about it, the dignified dragon emperor can only be beaten and cannot fight back. How long has he become so strong in the past? How did he cultivate? The Lord of Distress was unable to accept Xuanhuan's strength, and immediately shouted, "Let's do it together." Are you going to shoot together? Xuanhuan's eyes were full of light, and the sun, moon and stars were all around him, and it suddenly turned into a raging fire, making the world pale. Okay, let's go together. The Earth Dragon Emperor finally learned the power of Xuanhuan, and understood why Duertian couldn't take them down. Earth Dragon Tower. The Earth Dragon Emperor walked steadily every step of the way. The Earth Dragon force poured out, the dragon head was raised high, and he could swallow the stars of the world, and in the breath, an Earth Dragon pagoda flew out. This Earth Dragon pagoda is the original divine pagoda that he refined. The Earth's black-yellow color has no other special properties. It is heavy, very heavy. Earth Dragon Emperor has a strong defense and is good at ground suppression. Let him take the lead and imprison him. We will look for opportunities to severely damage the Xuanhuan Emperor. The Lord of Difficulties is the sinister sound transmission, Plough Saint. It was already a very humiliating thing for 3 primitive gods to join forces to deal with a god of heaven, and the Lord of Distress still wanted to play tricks and tricks. But the Lord of the Difficulty didn't care and didn't feel ashamed at all. The opponent of Xuanhuan is too terrifying, and his powerful strength will not make people think that he will be a god of heaven, and there is nothing wrong with dealing with the whole person. At the moment of the suppression of the Earth Dragon Pagoda, Xuanhuan moved his hands, and the myriad laws returned to one talisman. The myriad Tao divine light impacted, and a myriad law figure directly slammed into the Dragon Pagoda. #C1486 Helpless. The 10,000 Dharma united talisman bloomed the light of 10,000 Dharma, erupting the torrent of heaven and earth. The power of the talisman appeared, and he punched the dragon tower on the ground. making it impossible for the dragon tower to fall down. A series of spells, powerfully washed away, exploded continuously on it. This is the artifact of the Heavenly King ruins. The Earth Dragon Emperor also heard about the relics of the Heavenly King that day, and sternly said, "I didn't expect you to get such a treasure. It really is a person with infinite luck and great luck. However, the artifact is powerful. After all, it was not refined by you, so you can't use it to its full potential." Power. Belonging to the King of Heaven, he was definitely in existence at the same level as the Sky Lord at his peak. Earth suppression. Boom. The Earth Dragon Emperor gathers stronger power. One talisman and one tower, the two artifacts erupted with fierce light, and the original fluctuation shook the universe, and they frantically fought against each other. Emperor Xuanhuan shook his body, not afraid of the pressure. He strode forward with big strides, holding the 10,000 Dharma Unification Talisman. 10,000 Dharma Unification, the light of Gui Yuan shot out, and once again contended with the Earth Dragon Emperor. The disaster of all ages, the calamity is coming. It was the Lord of Distress who made the move. Suddenly, his magic power circulated, the sky was gloomy, and the disaster of all ages came, just like the doomsday natural disaster, the end of a universe. Everyone will bear the power of disaster. An ancient book of his also floated up, imposing stronger confinement. Huazu moved, but the voice of Sea Dragon Emperor suddenly came from his ear. "Huazu, with me here, do you think you can still make a move? No matter how strong the flame is, it will be extinguished in front of me. God will bury the world." Suddenly, Li Xing slashed out with a knife, which was the most brilliant divine light in the world. The light of the knife swept out like a galaxy. His knife buried the gods, and instantly slashed at Xuanhuan. "Okay." The Lord of Difficulties couldn't help shouting. This time he and the Earth Dragon Emperor assisted and restricted. The purpose was to create opportunities for Li Xing. Li Xing's knife is too sharp. But at this moment, a divine sword burns with blazing divine fire, an iron horse with golden spears, swallowing mountains and rivers with anger, has the power of conquest in troubled times, and has infinite national fortunes, and is chopped forward by Xuanhuan's sword. This is not the Renhuang sword, but the divine martial sword representing the destiny of the divine martial kingdom. This Xuanwu sword is a very special sword of national destiny. An empire's belief, its power depends on how strong the empire is. Now, this sword was split by Xuanhuan, and it directly shattered the world of God burial. Li Xing's sword did not achieve any results, so he retreated immediately. While Xuanhuan was running the 10,000 laws returning to one talisman to resist the shock of the Earth Dragon Pagoda, while sweeping through the disasters of all ages with his martial arts sword, at this moment, his imperial prestige was shocking. It can't help him. The master of crossing the catastrophe was frightened and fearful. This person is too powerful. That day, he could not make him feel this way by killing the Lord of Crossing the Sea. After all, he relied on the power of the Supreme Treasure, but now, it was a real face-to-face confrontation. The people of the Empire rejoiced. Infinite rays of light gathered in Xuanhuan's body, and his every gesture was the power of the entire Empire, the light of the Emperor, and it was extremely dazzling. Sea Dragon Emperor, suppress the power of other countries' destiny. Earth Dragon Emperor shouted. Dragon God Monument. While Heilongwang was tumbling, a 1,000,000-foot-tall dragon stele flew out. There were distorted dragon-shaped characters on it, which evolved into real dragons, and the power revealed the true meaning of the dragon clan. The power of this Dragon God Monument is extremely strong. Above Xuanwu, dragon shadows fly out, bombarding indiscriminately. See if Xuanwu can use that tower to defend against the Dragon God Monument, the Lord of Difficulties thought. They are also summoning the fairy wheel at any time. Jojo Bookstore. The Cauldron of All Things. Xuanhuan stands tall, and the 10,000 World Sky Tower remains untouched, but an ancient giant cauldron appears. The wind and clouds inside are turbulent, and the ancient energy of all things pours out, and the lightning flashes and thunders, killing the dragon's shadow. Produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. The origin of all things cauldron is also the top primitive artifact, although it is not as good as the Tower of Myriad Worlds, but it is enough to deal with the dragon god Steel. He is mighty, presiding over the power of the empire, and stabilizing the luck of the empire. There are such artifacts. The mood of this group of powerhouses no longer knows what to use to describe it. They thought that they would be great if they had that tower, but at this moment, a huge cauldron appeared again. Moreover, the power of the giant cauldron is extremely strong. This kind of opponent is too difficult to deal with. Not only is his own magic power extremely strong, but he also has a lot of treasures. How can a tower and a tripod be owned by ordinary strong people? What else do they have? Xuanhuan showed incredible background time and time again, which made them wonder what kind of artifact he was hiding. No, time and space are condensing. The Earth Dragon Emperor suddenly felt a time-space shifting power. The tower seemed to be motionless, but a more terrifying power was dormant inside and could erupt at any time. They left the scope of the space-time sea in an instant. Calm again. Pity. When Xuanhuan introduced them into the sea of time and space, he also intended to absorb a primitive god directly into the empire with the power of time and space, and suppress it with the Tower of Myriad Realms. However, the original gods are not so easy to plot against, they will immediately withdraw if they make a mistake. That's all you have, run away. Huazhu sneered. Humph. What's the point of trying to plot against us, with the primordial god tower? If it weren't for the suppression of heaven and earth here, would you be afraid of you? The Lord of Distress shouted. This time the plan failed again, and they saw the power of Xuanhuan. Interesting. Fire Ancestor said indifferently, many primordial gods have joined forces to deal with the Emperor, do you have the face? How dare you say such brash words, I think you are nothing more than that, the gate of the Empire is open, come in if you have the guts. This? How dare they go directly to Xuanhuan? With their unfathomable background, even if the primitive gods broke in, they would not be able to get out. They all knew about the battle just now. To deal with the Xuanhuan, the three primitive gods couldn't kill him, and there was Huazhu, and the suppression of heaven and earth. Back. Although the Lord of Difficulties was furious, he also knew that it was impossible for them to threaten Xuanhuan, and said, it is meaningless to entangle with him here, it is just to build his reputation. De Longwang and He Longwang also suffered a loss, and they were also in a bad mood. I thought that their Longshan Tian had helped Du Yishan, and it was not easy to deal with a Xuanhuan, but things were far from as easy as they thought. They all want to get the biggest return at the smallest cost, but now it's impossible. Okay, wait for Dragon Ancestor to deal with Guyuan God to return. Earth Dragon Emperor nodded. Xuanhuan is backed by Guyuan Tianzhu, coupled with the strength of the Xuanhuan God Emperor and Huazhu, as well as many hidden backgrounds, their strength is already comparable to the most powerful sky in the 33 heavens. They immediately withdrew from Xuanhuan. The Lord of Difficulties is the most unwilling and anxious, but there is no good way. It must be difficult to attack hard. What can be done now is to limit their development as much as possible, and then find a plan. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Mobile version reading website. Hashtag C1487 front. The strength of the God Emperor is getting stronger and stronger. Huazhu sighed, what he is most looking forward to now is not his own breakthrough, but to see the day when the God Emperor becomes the original God and shakes the heavens. That must be wonderful. And although he said he joined Xuanhuan, in fact he didn't know what opportunity the God Emperor got, and all kinds of powerful artifacts emerged one after another. Fire Ancestor. Xuanhuan Dao. Although they retreated temporarily this time, they brought even worse signals at the same time. Dragon God Heaven and Dewy Heaven joined forces. They not only have to deal with me, but also God Guyuan. Guyuan God is extremely mysterious, controlling the secret of reincarnation. She is like a drifter, drifting in eras. Huazu nodded. The support of God Guyuan has shared a lot of pressure for me, and the fact that the God dynasty is here, it has actually attracted some power for God Guyuan, all prosperity and all losses. Chu Yuan said. He is now on the same front as Goddess Yanran. Goddess Yanran also has many opponents. The future war situation will be even more tragic. They will form a large formation outside Xuanhuan to block the development of the Shen dynasty by all means. They will do everything they can. If the strong of the Shen dynasty go out, they will suffer blows. Chu Yuan knows that war is all-consuming, and all means can be used in order to win. The situation in the future will be even more severe, but a god dynasty cannot stay in its own world forever and be forcibly closed by others, so it must communicate with the outside world. I will also guard against this when I act. Huazu nodded his head. And they absolutely dare not break into my world casually. Chu Yuan said. The heavenly tower of 10,000 realms, the cauldron of all things origin, the god talisman of Gi, and the Wangchuan river of Jiuyo have built a strong defense for the gods. Forcibly attacking, the price is too great. Many resources have also been distributed. The strongest obtain resources for the weak. Then the weak grow into the strong, follow the strongest, and obtain resources for the gods again, forming a virtuous circle. In the next period of time, Huazu led the team to continue to fight continuously on the space-time island. Although Du Yishan wanted to block Fire Ancestor on Time and Space Island, on the one hand, Fire Ancestor was indeed very powerful, and on the other hand, he was too close to Shenwu, so any disturbance could be noticed immediately. And in the Court of God, time speeds up, time flies, and a large number of strong people emerge. God of War breaks through the origin of the third realm. To Chu Yuan's satisfaction, he brought a few Jiuqiao Tongxin pills in the Tianwang ruins this time, and the God of Time and Space also absorbed a lot of time and space power on the Time and Space Island, and successfully reached the fifth realm. The periphery of Shenwu is an ocean of time and space. In this environment, the God of Time and Space can even entangle with the weakest primitive god like Du Hai. Half of the 9 martial gods have transformed into gods of heaven. The title of 9 martial gods represents both glory and life and death. Once you reach this position, you must hit the realm of heaven in the shortest possible time. The situation is grim. Although my strength has strengthened, Du Yishan will also become stronger. The return of Emperor Fengshen will usher in another era and set off a storm. I must achieve the original in the shortest possible time in order to break down the current predicament. Chu Yuan was very calm. Blind retreat is useless. He is currently in a medicine garden. The aura here is rich, the fragrance of medicine is everywhere, there are towering giant trees, and the god flowers compete with each other, all of which are rare magic medicines. On the patches of medicine gardens, there is another woman who is busy cultivating the magic medicine. Yao Linger. This world was specially opened up, and it was the place where she cultivated the magic medicine. Chu Yuan looked at her and smiled. At this time, he was not like the emperor who killed and ruthlessly ignored hundreds of millions of sentient beings. He was more like an ordinary person in the medicine garden with Yao Linger. 123 Reading Network. In the field, surrounded by bright elixir, this scene is very peaceful. Chu Yuan is looking for his original path. He also knows that there is no rush. It would be great if I could stay peaceful like this forever. Yao Linger looked at Chu Yuan beside her, and she also understood that the reason she was able to plant medicine peacefully was because of this man's protection, in this multiverse where the weak preyed on the strong. Only with strength can you have the qualifications to enjoy peace. I can't do much for His Majesty, all I can do is try my best. Yao Lingar also knew that there was not much she could do, but every little effort was her support. She enjoyed the years of managing the medicine garden with Xuanhuan. Her mind became more and more peaceful. But at this moment, layers of robbery clouds suddenly shrouded the medicine garden, and the divine light was overwhelming, bombarding towards Yao Lingar. My heavenly Tao and divine tribulation. Yao Lingar was also stunned. She didn't trigger the calamity of the heavens at all, and she wasn't ready to cross the calamity, but it came suddenly, which made her a little at a loss. Lingar, it's not that you're not ready, it's that your spirit was in a state of selflessness before, unknowingly aroused. Since it's here, then welcome the catastrophe, and I will protect you. Xuanhuan immediately reminded Yao Lingar. Divine tribulation is triggered unintentionally. Fortunately, he built the tomb of the Yin spirit, which is her last line of defense. Even if she fails to overcome the catastrophe, her soul can be absorbed into it, preserving the hope of resurrection. Yao Lingar nodded heavily. At this time, she can only bear it. The god tribulation was booming, and Xuanhuan was guarding her. This is a transformation of the Tao of heaven, and he can't force it to interfere. Otherwise, even if the god tribulation is dispelled, Yao Lingar will have no hope of the Tao of heaven. Since it is induced unconsciously, let's go to cross the catastrophe. Shang Guangxian, Luo Yueying, Shui Changwei, Chu Chenxi, Chu Chenxue, and Chu Chenyao also came over. She can definitely get through it. They were all silently cheering for Yao Lingar. The heavenly Tao divine tribulation lasted for half a month, and Yao Lingar was always in a daze during this period. The divine calamity came suddenly, and she crossed it without any waves. It just happened naturally. She passed it naturally, and became a god of heaven. Heavenly God. Yao Lingar absorbed the last burst of divine power, and said happily, I succeeded, that's great, I am a god of heaven, and many seeds of magic medicine that cannot be cultivated can be cultivated with the power of heaven. After she succeeded, the first thing she thought about was not to check her cultivation, but to care about cultivating more magical medicines. She crosses easily, which is enviable, and although she is very low-key in Shenchao, she only knows how to cultivate magic medicine, but this is actually out of her way, which is a kind of her practice. Everyone's way is different. Xuanhuan's Tao is to fight against the heavens and become invincible. Congratulations, Lingar. From now on, you are a god of heaven. From then on, you can control the way of heaven, and you can follow the original way of heaven in the future. Xuanhuan was also happy for her when he saw that his beloved concubine was doing well, and stepped forward to congratulate her. Well, I succeeded. Yao Lingar succeeded, and she rose to the level of the gods of heaven in the stars of the empire. She knew that her breakthrough would not be of great help to the combat power of the god dynasty, but the logistics could be better. #C1488 Revisited World. Congratulations, Sister Lingar, some of our sisters have achieved the supreme way of heaven today, and since then they have become gods of the way of heaven. We are really envious. Shang Guangxian is older than Yao Lingar. Seeing Yao Lingar's achievements in heaven, it would be a lie to say that he doesn't envy her. But I also know that the difficulty of this level is not so easy to break through, and if you fail, you will fall. I don't know how to break through. Yao Lingar said. She herself was very confused. Obviously she didn't think about breaking through, but she succeeded naturally. She doesn't know, but Xuanhuan does. She cultivates elixir, absorbs the vitality of all things, the spiritual power of all things, and in the long run, the foundation has accumulated and is extremely solid. Everyone has hope. Xuanhuan looked at her, his eyes flickering, and said, Lingar, today I will give you a gift. This cauldron of the source of all things is under your control, and the power of the birth of all things is of great benefit to your practice. This tripod is extremely precious. However, it is not very useful for Xuanhuan. He cultivates the power of the emperor and is in charge of killing. He has the Emperor's sword on his body and the magic talisman of returning to one. There are very few places where he can use it. And hand it over to Yao Linger, and use this cauldron to practice. She will cultivate easily in the realm of heavenly Tao, and lay down a primitive foundation. Moreover, Yao Linger is usually in the Shin dynasty, so it can also be used to stabilize the background of the Shin dynasty. This is the top primitive artifact. I'm afraid I can't control it. Yao Linger didn't dare to take it immediately. Do you still need to talk about these things with me? Xuanhuan smiled and said to him, the power of all things is the most suitable for you to cultivate. The ancient energy of all things is a very precious energy breath used to cultivate the magic medicine. Not only the cultivation of the magic medicine, but also your own cultivation will get twice the result with half the effort. He shot out an ancient spirit of all things, and suddenly a magic medicine that took 10,000 years to mature took shape in a short moment. Okay, I get it. Yao Linger nodded heavily. I will definitely cultivate more magical medicines for your majesty. She took over the cauldron of the origin of all things, and with this cauldron in her hand, she is the master of all things, controlling the power of the birth of all things, and will soon be able to cultivate the limit of the gods and gods of heaven. You don't have to be too envious, practice hard. If there is something suitable for you, I will give it to you. All the people present were his family members, so naturally Xuanhuan would not be stingy. Let's go, let's practice. Yao Linger's breakthrough also stimulated them. Jiuyou is still practicing. Xuanhuan's gaze fell into a river of Wangchuan, where Jiuyou was still practicing. He smiled. Jiuyou is like this, with the heart of a supreme powerhouse. Huazu, you are guarding the gods, and I have to leave once. Xuanhuan summoned Huazu. Okay, with me here, with the background of the God dynasty, even if Du Yixin came here to attack, it is impossible to break through in a short time. Your Majesty can go there with confidence. Huazu understood that the God Emperor had important matters. With you guarding, I am very relieved. Xuanhuan nodded, and he also knew that if there hadn't been a previous battle in time and space C, Duertian and Long Shenshin would have launched a big battle soon, but now it has been postponed. He left the gods in an instant. Lord of the Sky, I will go to the human world again this time. Xuanhuan said. The God Emperor is going to the human world? After the idea of the Sky Lord was sacrificed, he said, but the God Emperor should not want to open the human world, but has another purpose. In this world only Xuanhuan can open the human world without damage. Not bad. 3K. Xuanhuan replied, the great Emperor Fengshen returns. I speculate that he is the one who most wants to open the human world, and he will take action to clear up the aftermath of the war outside the human world. Take away all the relics of the strong outside the human world first, and strengthen the power of the gods. The commotion caused by taking away the Sky City last time was too great, and he didn't take away all the treasures of the human world and the heavenly power in the ancient battlefield. The great Emperor conferred God will definitely attack the human world. The Lord of the Sky gave an affirmative answer. The human sovereign defeated him back then, and now he has transformed into the human realm heaven. It is impossible for the great Emperor Fengshen to have no thoughts about the human realm heaven. He even wanted to seize the power of the human sovereign after he transformed into Tao, control the human sovereign's civilization, and achieve a greater era for him. Confer gods and people, and turn the times into a greater civilization. The Emperor conferred God's ambition is very big. The human sovereign defeated him last time, and instead of sinking him, it aroused his greater ambition. However, if the human realm heaven was that easy to open, it would have been opened a long time ago. The human sovereign transforms into Tao, and all his strength and the power of the entire human realm are in the human realm heaven. If the great Emperor Fengshen wanted to force it open, the backlash would be unbearable for him. The Lord of the Sky has great confidence in the power of the human emperor. That said, there is no perfection in the world, there are always flaws. Xuanhuan hurried on his way. Yes, the God Emperor will search for treasure first this time. The Lord of the Sky nodded. The great ancient war, I persisted until the last moment. The entire battlefield has left traces of my shots, I know it very well. With my guidance, the God Emperor will be able to get more fetishes. The ancient battlefield is his battlefield. The Lord of the Sky fell into the battlefield. The human sovereign transforms into the human realm heaven. That's why I sacrificed you. Xuanhuan has the Lord of the Sky, which is equivalent to having a guide, and with his strength, there will be no disadvantages. When the God Emperor becomes the original God, he can call the Lord of the Earth, and then open the human world sky. What is left outside the battlefield is incomparable with the human world sky. Back then, the human emperor sealed the relics of many ancient eras. The Lord of the Sky is also looking forward to this day. It will be opened. Xuanhuan went to the human world heaven as fast as possible. The extremely ancient battlefield surrounding the human realm heaven is still so dangerous, and there are traces of broken time and space everywhere. But what kind of cultivation is Xuanhuan today? It is the first time he has come to the third realm. Sweep directly. Swish. His great devouring technique doesn't care what is contained in this time and space, as long as it is seen by him, it will be absorbed into the system space with the great devouring technique. The system space is boundless, it can be called infinite, even with such a cultivation level. Xuanhuan is unable to measure the internal limit. The system is the most mysterious. More mysterious than any secret. He ignored the dangers that ordinary people need to be careful about. That location is a battlefield of hundreds of gods, where hundreds of gods of heaven are fighting. Lord of the Sky guides the way. He is the commander-in-chief of the ancient battle, and he knows the terrain of the entire battlefield well. Although time has passed and many places have shifted, with his guidance, Xuanhuan can easily find different places. Less stuff. A fallen primitive deity from the human world. Xuanhuan came to a broken world. In this world, it was dark and bleak, and it was still raining continuously. Xuanhuan didn't see any remains of bones, but it seemed that a woman's face had condensed in the rain. This is the imprint left by women in the world. In the rain, several primitive artifacts were quietly buried in this world. Hey, this is Huayu Tianzuan, who followed the original god of the emperor, was overwhelmed by the humane civilization of the emperor, and fell here. Back then, I watched her fall with my own eyes. I disappeared in this world, and I was powerless to stop it. The Lord of the Sky sighed. He has seen too many deaths of his companions, which makes him almost numb. Only a part of them fell in the ancient battlefield, and many more followed the emperor in the human world. #C1489 Wanbao River. Many of his companions who fought with him all those years died one by one, and fell beside him, causing endless sadness in their hearts. The God Emperor has taken away the fetish from this place, and we are going to the next battlefield. The Lord of the Sky said. He knew that the era that belonged to the Emperor has passed, and let him pass the past. And as Xuanhuan searched in the extremely ancient battlefield, he found a large number of treasures. Beside him, there was actually a long river flowing, and countless artifacts were ups and downs, emitting various colors. These artifacts are combined with a unique magic power. Just use countless artifacts to refine a long river of treasures. Xuanhuan manipulated this long river of treasures that was gradually taking shape. The special artifact of Wanbao Changhe is really not difficult to refine, and it does not need to be proficient in artifacts. Its essence is that there are more artifacts in Changhe, so many that it makes the opponent tremble with terror. Now, Xuanhuan is about to refine a long river of thousands of treasures. The most common weapons in Changhe Nei are half-heaven artifacts, which contain the fluctuations of the heavens, and a small number of heaven artifacts, plus a combination of several primitive artifacts. One is just a false finger. There are still too few artifacts. I want to have an infinite number. After returning to the Empire, I will use the power of the Empire to refine a large number of artifacts. I don't need each one to be powerful, but the number must be large. Xuanhuan said. The river of 10,000 treasures, he refined it for consumption. Think about it, the enemy is deeply trapped in Wanbao Changhe, and artifacts are blasted around him, and consumption can consume him to death. But this requires terrifying financial resources to support, and it burns a lot of money. However, there are not many people who are proficient in the Tao of artifacts. Fire Ancestor controls the flames, he can be counted as half of them, but the time of Fire Ancestor cannot be used for refining artifacts. He needs the kind of strong man who is proficient in Qi Dao. Acquired with the original pill, and issued a recruitment order to recruit talented people. Xuanhuan has an idea. He is also very clear that it is too slow and difficult to cultivate a strong man who is alone in the town, and now it is better to use this simple and crude method to improve his strength. He used the Great Devouring technique to move quickly in the ancient battlefield with a river of myriad treasures. There are more and more artifacts gathered in Changhe. God Emperor, the more you go in that direction, the more violent the fluctuations become. I seem to sense the aura of many powerful people. The Lord of the Sky suddenly made a voice. I noticed it too. Xuanhuan frowned. The strength of this wave has already surpassed the aftermath of the power brought by the extremely ancient battlefield itself, and then quickly went to that place, and really saw a large number of strong men from a long distance away. They are all experts in Fengshenchen. Hundreds of heavenly Tao gods, led by 9 primitive gods, swept into the ancient battlefield. They were invincible, and their tyrannical power was not afraid of all kinds of risks. Wherever you go, everything becomes empty. In the past, the primitive gods had to be more cautious about the dangers of the ancient battlefield, but the Fengshenchen powerhouse didn't care. They formed a large formation of conferred gods, and at the core of the formation was a conferred god altar, and the conferred gods and gods were actually in it, personally presiding over it, pushing the ancient times horizontally. The strength of conferred god is enough to rank in the forefront in the entire multiverse. In an era where the founders of the gods, Ming and the like, could not exist, they were the ones to be honored. In the past, it is not that no strong man thought of pushing the extremely ancient battlefield in this way. However, the battlefield here is the burial ground of strong men from all over the world, and no one dared to be so presumptuous. Up to date. However, since Fengshenchen became the great emperor, he has no fear, and he is not afraid of revenge at all. They will inevitably start a war of ages that will affect the entire multiverse. And they came here obviously not for the peripheral treasures. God, we swept from the periphery, and our power penetrated into the depths of time and space, but the strange thing is that we still haven't found any traces of the city in the sky, and it seems to have completely disappeared. A primitive god said. The city of the sky once appeared that day, but it disappeared strangely. The master of the sky has a deep understanding of the power of time and space. At the moment before he fell, it will also inevitably leave behind. Fengshen Tianzhu pondered, it's better to find the city in the sky. It doesn't matter if you can't find it. As long as it exists, the emperor can calculate it. We will flatten the ancient battlefield. Our ultimate goal is the human world. Boom. Their great formation of conferred gods shocked all directions, the world trembled, and the power swept over them. No strong person dared to approach them, for fear of being swept over and destroyed. Today's Fengshenchen is different from the past, but he is not afraid of the strong from all over the world. Fengshen's unscrupulous horizontal push naturally aroused the reactions of other powerhouses from all over the world. All the strong men are watching them from a distance in time and space. Fengshen Tian is too unscrupulous. This is to take away all the treasures around the ancient battlefield. We can't let him continue like this. Fengshenchen is for the human realm heaven, so first clear out an area in advance. Since Fengshenqian's sweep cannot be stopped, then we can't let them go on like this. We will also take action and compete with them for the treasures in the ancient battlefield. This powerful man is also moving quickly. The appearance of Fengshen is a good thing for me now. Xuanhuan also saw it, and said, Master of the Sky, they swept across the ancient battlefield, trying to find your Sky City, and they don't know that the Sky City has been destroyed. Yes, I also know their purpose. The Lord of the Sky said coldly, I want to use my city in the sky to reversely calculate the position of the Lord of the Earth. The Lord of the Earth has taken away a precious treasure from the human world. Open the human world. God Emperor, in fact, it is a good thing that you destroyed the Sky City. I know. How wise Xuanhuan is, he can tell at one point, and said, if the city of the sky is still in my hands, Emperor Fengshen can calculate its whereabouts. This is not good for me. Now that it has been destroyed, things that are gone can't be calculated naturally. Out whereabouts. That's right, after all, no one would have expected the great Emperor Fengshen to live a second life. The Lord of the Sky said, now I am most worried about the Lord of the Earth. If there is no conferred God Emperor, no one can figure out his whereabouts. However, in the second life of the conferred God Emperor, his methods are unimaginable, and he may not be able to survive. Live. The Lord of the Earth is strong, but how can he compete with the Fengshenchen, who is at the height of his power? With the character of the Lord of the Earth, he is unwilling to surrender even if he dies. It's useless to worry, now we can only hope that the Lord of the Earth can last longer. Xuanhuan understands his worry. Fortunately, I came to the ancient battlefield in time this time, otherwise, if this continues, I won't even be able to drink soup. Xuanhuan was also a little lucky. Boom. The power is shocking. Finally, Fengshenchen's unscrupulousness caused a backlash, and the world was turned upside down. Many powerful men pierced through the world and joined forces to attack the Fengshen formation. They are too arrogant, and the powerful people from all over the world intend to suppress their arrogance. #C1490 Silence Demon Lord. Boom. A stalwart figure rushed out and shot wildly. Infinite fluctuations and bright rainbows filled the sky, shaking the entire ancient battlefield, but the human world heaven still exuded the brilliance of humanity and never wavered. Their power is also intentionally drawn into the human world heaven to see if they can shake this piece of heaven and earth, but the human world heaven is so powerful that those energies have disappeared into the sea. The human world is unmoved. I still want to break through the human world and heaven. Even the conferred God Emperor can't do it now. The power of the human sovereign after becoming Tao is unimaginable. Although he died, his power remained. The Lord of the Sky said disdainfully, if there is no such defense, the human world heaven can still exist until now. It has been broken by others long ago. That's right, the human realm heaven is unbreakable for the time being, and Fengshenchen is fighting with the great powers. We will seize this opportunity to grab more treasures. Swish. He left this position. In the past, the removal of large-scale treasures from the extremely ancient battlefield would definitely attract the attention of some interested people, but in such a world environment, no one paid attention to these. With his own strength and the guidance of the Lord of the Sky, he shuttled in the ancient battlefield, and many relics were captured by him one after another. There are more and more treasures in Wanbao Shanghano, and their power is becoming stronger and stronger, like the Milky Way sweeping across the sky. And Xuanhuan also knows that if Wanbao Changhe wants to exert its strongest power, in addition to being large in scale, it is best to have a supreme artifact like the 10,000 Realms Tower to suppress it, otherwise it will collapse if it fights with the strong. God Emperor, if you go there again, it will be the fallen land of a primitive god. If the position has not shifted, it should be the Nirvana Lord of Wan Motion, who was struck by the Emperor's sword. Lord of the Sky. The strength of this Nirvana demon lord is also very strong. Okay, let's go there and have a look. Xuanhuan went immediately. In a chaotic world, his figure shook. Stepping in, I saw that in the deep layer of the broken battlefield, there were strangling storms everywhere, and a tall figure unexpectedly appeared. However, there is no flesh and blood on this body, but a skeleton, a bone man, sitting there, and there is a thick devilish energy on the bone, like black smoke. This battlefield is hidden too deeply. Without the guidance of the Lord of the Sky, Xuanhuan would not be able to find it here. The power of Nirvana, yes, this skeleton is the Lord of Nirvana. The Lord of the Sky affirmed. The bones of primitive gods, even if they are just bones, still have great value. With a little sacrifice, they can be regarded as a powerful primitive artifact. Xuanhuan Dao, his hand of God, immediately grabbed it. Boom! But all of a sudden, a force of 10,000 ways of death counterattacked from the bones. The bones exploded with shocking power, and a tyrannical soul coercion descended. Not dead yet. Xuanhuan was not surprised. He has just noticed that there is still an extremely strong soul power hidden in this skeleton, and the shot is just to force this power out. He stood in the extinction storm, unmoved. You can resist my Nirvana demonic wind, you are very powerful. The skeleton made its own voice, and said indifferently, but although I am no longer at the peak of my power, you can't control me if you want to. I won't let others take my magic bone. The demon lord of silence. Xuanhuan was indifferent. Of course he could see that even if there were only bones left, the demon lord of Nirvana could still explode with strength comparable to that of a primitive god. 135 Chinese. I want to deal with you, there are many ways. Xuanhuan believed in himself. Really? Demon Lord Nirvana's empty eyes burned with spiritual fire, then we can try. As a generation of demon lords and peerless heroes, he would never tolerate being controlled by others. Lord Nirvana, we will meet again. The Sky Lord's thought faintly surfaced. You. The fire of the soul jumping in the eye sockets of the skeleton saw the Lord of the Sky, and his mood fluctuated violently. It is you, the Lord of the Sky, with the consciousness of destiny, you have long since fallen. No, this seat has been trapped here for a long time, but I also know the sky. The city of the sky disappeared suddenly. Why did you follow him? Could it be that the city of the sky was taken by him, and you brought him here? Could it be said? At this moment, he vaguely guessed something. Yes, you guessed it all right. The Lord of the Sky said, although you are not dead, your injuries are left by the Emperor. Back then, the Emperor cut you with a sword. You are lucky. The Emperor's power was blocked a lot, and you lost your life, but your demon body was also severely damaged by the source of humanity, and the power of humanity persists, attacking your demon body all the time, which is why you can only maintain a skeleton body for so long. During the fluctuation of his thoughts, such a picture seemed to appear. During the Great Ancient War, the human emperor was fighting against the strongest, and the Nirvana demon lord was there to kill and kill. The human emperor struck and killed the Nirvana demon lord with a single sword, destroying his demon body in an instant. This is also the terrifying strength of the human sovereign. After the body of the demon master of Nirvana was destroyed, he fell into this time and space. He didn't dare to move at all. He could only sit here and maintain this balance. As long as he moved, the balance would be broken, and his soul would be completely destroyed. He also didn't dare to call other demon masters in one motion to save him. In his weak state, once other demons master refine him, he will absolutely not be able to resist it. Lord Nirvana remained silent, his state was seen through by the Lord of the Sky. God Emperor, how are you going to deal with him? The Lord of the Sky said coldly, he has killed too many strong men from our Emperor's side with the magic power of extinction, and even Huayu Tianzuan's consciousness of destiny has been extinguished by him. Zhen will refine him into a bone demon-like artifact and place it in Hanoi, Wanbeicheng. Chu Yuan's eyes were burning with fire. He didn't feel that much about the enmity between Lord Nirvana and the human realm heaven, but he knew how to maximize his own interests. Refining me into a bone demon. The soul of the Lord Nirvana has undergone drastic changes. Of course he knows the meaning of Chu Yuan's words, and screamed, even if I am no longer the same as before, I can't even think about refining this seed into a bone demon. Fighting to burst this remnant body, the soul consciousness will be destroyed. Complete nothingness, I will not let you succeed. The demonic energy fluctuated violently, turning into the eternal demon realm. Lord Nirvana no longer cared about the explosion of injuries caused by the explosion of power, he directly charged away. The door of the seal, the eternal seal. Chu Yuan ignored him, and took the lead in imprisoning this piece of time and space with the sealed door. Seal me. The demonic energy couldn't collide, and Demon Lord Nirvana could feel the shocking power from Chu Yuan's body. In his current state, he was by no means an opponent. With the presence of the Lord of the Sky, his weaknesses are firmly determined. Then die together. If you seal this time and space, my power after giving up this life will be completely destroyed in this time and space. The demonic bones of the Nirvana Demon Lord were all emitting a destructive demonic light. The origin of humanity. But Chu Yuan looked at him, and the power of the Supreme Humane immediately aroused the wound of the Nirvana Demon Lord. #C 1491 Right Epic. Ah, the human emperor's holy sword. The moment Lord Nirvana saw the human emperor's holy sword, the whole skeleton trembled crazily, and the human power on it was completely drawn out, as if the sea of light had completely submerged him in it. His resistance, his struggles, were useless. Eternal seal. Chu Yuan lowered the majesty of the emperor, sacred and magnificent. With a slap of his hands, a long river of humanity flew out, as if Wan Yang had sealed the Demon Lord of Nirvana in an instant. The struggle of Demon Lord Nirvana was useless, the force of humanity exerted by Chu Yuan broke his balance. With a wave of his hand, the Demon Lord of Nirvana disappeared. He is not simply controlling the power of humanity. Seeing this power, the Lord of the Sky said to himself, he controls the power of humanity. He not only represents the glory of the Supreme Being of humanity, he is a god of martial arts. He is no longer the emperor I imagined. Good. Chu Yuan is Chu Yuan, and his ambition is even greater, to control all the forces in the world, immortals, gods, humans, monsters, all kinds. Rumble. The extremely ancient battlefield is also shaking continuously, and the battle of the many strong men is shifting. Spread to the entire battlefield, countless time and space are being torn apart, and gaps appear. This battlefield will soon cease to exist, so let's take advantage of this last moment to grab some more treasures, and then return to the God dynasty to sacrifice to the Nirvana Demon Lord. Chu Yuan is very clear about his every move. Next. He stayed in the ancient battlefield for about half a month, and after receiving a lot of benefits, he left the battlefield. And at this time, this battlefield that existed for a long time was wiped out, and the human world remained unshakable. God, we have turned the entire battlefield upside down, and we still haven't found the Sky City. It seems that Laputa is no longer here. The powerhouses of Fengshenchen gathered together. Indeed. Fengshen Tianzhu nodded, the city of the sky disappeared, who took it? Could it be the Lord of the Sky's consciousness revived? He knew we were looking for him, so he distracted himself and didn't let us find it? It's also possible. After all, there is a city in the sky to find the Lord of the Earth. The strong man next to him said. Forget about these, let's go back to the conferred God heaven first. The human realm heaven cannot be opened for the time being, but the great emperor has other plans. Before launching the conferred God War of the Ages, what we need to do is to build momentum first and gather all the power in the world. The Fengshenchen powerhouse also left. Xuanhuan dynasty. Don't obliterate my spiritual wisdom. I can rely on you and make the original oath. You can drive out the power of humanity in my body with the human emperor sword, and I can restore the body of the demon lord. Accept me, and kill me more value. The Lord of Silence is still making the final struggle. But Xuanhuan ignored him at all. This time I was able to control him mainly because I activated the origin of humanity in my body, and if you believe in this kind of demon master, it may even bring you boundless disasters. What oath? Even if you cast a big soul spell on him, or condense the natal stars, it will have no effect at all. Once you let him breathe, it is equivalent to putting a tiger in your lair. Xuanhuan would not do such a stupid thing. The billowing divine fire descended. Xuanhuan covered the sky with one hand, and the remnants of the soul of the Nirvana demon lord were being obliterated by the suppression of the entire empire until it disappeared completely. This skeleton is the most powerful body, and being integrated into Wanbaochang Hanoi is equivalent to having a stable core. Seeing Wanbaochanghe gradually showing its power, a smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face. Start the random draw. Xuanhuan called out the system panel. Dancing Gaudy book. Ding. The host starts a random lottery and gets the Heavenly Tao artifact X1. Ding. The host starts a random draw and gets the Book of Sages X1. During several lottery draws, what caught Xuanhuan's attention the most was the Book of Sages. This is a scripture written by an ancient sage. The white light is dazzling and powerful. When he opened it, there was a phantom of an ancient sage, explaining the holy way and becoming a great sage in the world. The book written by the sages of old. Xuanhuan pondered for a while, and then asked the Book of Enlightenment to meet him. See your majesty. The Book of Enlightenment is in awe. Here is a book written by ancient sages. It may be useful to you. You are a book spirit. Absorbing this knowledge may allow you to achieve the way of heaven. Xuanhuan gave him the Book of Sages. The Book of Sages. After receiving the Book of Enlightenment, I flipped through it a bit, and my body was shocked. A lot of knowledge. This knowledge is exactly what I want. If I understand this knowledge thoroughly, I will be able to succeed in the way of heaven. His cultivation is different. He needs to learn more knowledge. I heard that you are recently compiling the history book of Xuanhu, the legend of the empire. Xuanhuan asked. Exactly. The Book of Enlightenment said, every powerful empire is a legend, and everyone has the potential to become a legend. I want to record each of these legends, gather them into a bigger legend, and become a legend epic. Well done. Xuanhuan nodded. Recording the legend of the empire in the form of a book can not only be seen by the people of the empire, but also by the strong in other places. Your strength and cultivation base will become stronger with the writing of the Imperial epic. Xuanhuan Dao, you are the knowledge, my spring and autumn history, write down the epic book well, and the civilization of the empire must be spread in various ways. But my current cultivation is still too weak. The Book of Enlightenment was also troubled, and said, I have consulted many ancient books, and heard that there is an ancient existence. He turned into a book of epics of heaven and earth, and recorded every era and era. He began to belong to knowledge. The world of books, it would be great if we could find that world. Although he had opened up the book world before, it was completely incomparable to the legendary book world. There is no need to worry about these things, everything can be found when the strength is reached. Xuanhuan Dao, you draw up an imperial decree for me. I want to recruit talented people and issue a recruitment order. I want all the powerful people from the heavens to gather in the gods to serve me. The Book of Enlightenment heard the words, with a solemn expression, the situation in the Shin dynasty is dangerous now, and the recruitment order is about to be issued. I speculate that many people will not dare to serve in my Xinwu. After all, the opponents we face are too terrifying, and those who dare to come are all people with great courage, great perseverance, or some unknown reasons. The recruitment order is issued now, and it will be effective forever. Xuanhuan is making preparations. Yes, sir, let's go now. The Book of Enlightenment is withdrawn. Not long after the recruitment order was issued, the Book of Enlightenment merged with the Book of Sages to achieve the Tao of Heaven, and when he reached the realm of the Tao of Heaven, his thinking ability increased tenfold and 100-fold. He is based on the gods. The more legendary epics of Xin Chao, and the more he records, the stronger his cultivation will be. It can be said that he and Xin Chao have been bound together. If the God dynasty is destroyed, his epic will be cut off, and even if he becomes a primitive god, he will also fall. The gods are strong, he can even be turned into an epic book and become a primitive god. Xuanhuan teleported within the Xin Chao in an instant, and he came to a place in the Xin Chao. In front of him was a towering giant tree that towered above the sky. It was colorful and had 10,000 hazy brilliance like a seed. #C1492 The front of the sky. Xuanhuan looked at this sacred tree, and there was a woman who was urging a cauldron, and was continuously pumping the energy of all things, like the newborn lord of all things, controlling the growth of all things. Every time he received a breath of the energy of all things, he thrived a little under Xuanhuan's meticulous investigation. Your Majesty, you are here. Seeing Xuanhuan's arrival, Yao Ling'er immediately put down her work. Ling'er, how is the cultivation of the tree of 10,000 laws? Xuanhuan asked with a smile. This tree of 10,000 laws is a tree seed that Xuanhuan obtained from the relics of King Wutian, and it was handed over to Yao Ling'er for cultivation. In the cauldron of all things, the tree species are growing very well. Your Majesty, the cauldron of all things is too powerful. With the power of recovery of all things, after a while, you will be able to harvest the first batch of 10,000 Dharma fruits. Yao Ling'er said happily. Wanfa fruit has many effects, and each time you harvest 10,000 pieces, it is a special kind of sacred tree in the era of heavenly kings. It is no exaggeration to say that Yao Ling'er is more effective than dozens of gods of heaven. Talents like her who are suitable for logistics in the rear of the gods are rare and rare. The mature harvest of batches of these fruits will allow the empire to accumulate and cultivate a large number of strong people over a long period of time. I will do everything in my power to support you. Xuanhuan loved his beloved concubine, and said tenderly to her, from now on, you will no longer do some meager efforts, but you will be a great hero of the gods, a virtuous wife and right-hand man by my side. Without your Majesty giving me the source of all things, I can't do it. Yao Ling'er nodded obediently. I will do more, and do my best by your Majesty's side. Okay. Xuanhuan smiled. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed in the multiverse. The king of Chu and Yuan came to the ministers, and he sat on the majestic throne. God of War, the military training of the divine dynasty has been done very well during this period, and we need to deal with wars that may happen at any time. In addition, Qianfu organizes a competition between the geniuses of the divine dynasty at regular intervals. Now it's the recruiting phase. Xuanhuan presided over the court meeting. Yes, Your Majesty, I am now training soldiers and horses. Ares nodded. He is also very anxious. Although he is very talented, with the help of the resources of the God dynasty, he has already broken through the original source. This speed is very fast, but it is still not enough to face the imminent war. Xuanhuan could see his anxiety, and said, God of War, you don't need to be impatient. There is no shortcut to cultivation, you must be down to earth, and you can only take it step by step. Your way of war is to fight bloody battles on the battlefield again and again. There will be a chance. I know. God of War nodded. I can also train soldiers for the God Emperor, in my own way. Huazhu stepped forward. He is a person who has already died once, and this time he wants to live in a different way. In the first life, he was a lone ranger, walking on a lonely road, but in this life, he wants to practice in a way that integrates into the martial arts. Huazhu, you have experienced life and death disasters, and you should be able to make a breakthrough in the next primordial realm soon. Xuanhuan said. It's still a little short of fire, but it's not far away. It just lacks a little insight, and it may step out at any time. Huazhu responded. All competitions within the Divine Dynasty are going on. Lu Qianfu is also returning. Your Majesty, although the recruitment order has been issued for several years, the effect is not good, and there are very few people who are willing to enter the court. The Book of Enlightenment also said. Don't worry, take your time. Xuanhuan had expected this would be the result. Also, outside of my Xuanhuan, Duershan is building a front to seal the sky. This is to confine us to Xuanhuan, not to mention entering Time and Space Island, even if we are allowed to go out. They don't launch a full-scale attack now. It doesn't mean they don't take action to limit the development of Xuanhu. Seal the sky front, Xuanhuan Fortress. Xuanhuan looked cold, and said, no matter how the opponent deals with us, the most important thing is our own strength. Since they want to build a fortress, we will satisfy their wishes. I will let them know that blockade alone cannot hit me. He also knew about Duertian's blockade. Attacking now is not very useful, but will be exhausted, and they will even be defeated one by one. It's better to let them waste time to build the fort first. Xuanhuan was waiting for an opportunity. When their defense line was completed and they were confident, they would take action and break their blockade in the most shocking way. Doing so is a blow to Duishan. Of course, once the blockade is completed, it will require stronger strength and be more difficult to break through. But nothing is perfect in the world. And Goddess Yanran did not send any news to her for a long time, indicating that the battle between her and Guyuan God is not over yet, and she does not know where she is standing in the world at this time. Xuanhuan is not worried about her safety. On that day, she couldn't be blocked within the day of crossing the bad luck. And he also vaguely guessed that Goddess Yanran's actions were likely to lure away the strongest for him and buy him more time to develop. Her reincarnation exists in each era, and her approach is not difficult to understand. She exists in each era and has helped many people, just to find the last eternity. After Xuanhuan retreated, he looked at the token of the Tianming in his palm. The reason why Tianming gave her a token was probably because Goddess Yanran helped them. I can't waste the time Goddess Yanran bought for me. Xuanhuan is waiting. Waiting for an excellent opportunity. And in the Divine Dynasty, his orders were issued one after another, and they were carried out in an orderly manner. Fortunately, he had first fought Duertian Duo, the original god, otherwise, facing this kind of blockade, the confidence of the people would definitely be hit. He did not sit on the throne, but stood quietly in the Xuanhu starry sky. In Xuanhuan, there is not a complete continent, but an incomparably vast starry sky. In the starry sky, there are huge lands, and there are also small universes dotted with various relics. The Xin dynasty was externally built by a blockade, and the expansion of its territory was forced to stop. The portal of transmission, the holy ancient spirit world. Xuanhuan put it in the starry sky, and it was activated by a force of mana, and suddenly there was a force that crossed the boundary. I don't know where the portal leads to, and where is the holy ancient spirit world? Xuanhuan also asked where the holy ancient spirit world was. But the Lord of the Sky said that he didn't know, and he had never heard of it. According to his speculation, the holy ancient spirit world is probably not in the 33 days of the multiverse. Perhaps similar to the time and space where the Lord of the Earth hides. It is impossible to achieve the original by paying attention to retreat. I need to go out and experience more changes. I guess more, and it is impossible to know what is behind the portal. The only way is to go in. Xuanhuan pondered. He smiled, instilled strength, pushed the portal, opened the cross-border passage, and walked in directly. Now, Du Yishan is still unable to launch a full-scale attack, and the god of Dui is not there. If he does not take advantage of this time to strengthen his own strength, how will he deal with a full-scale war? When he walked into the portal, he saw a space-time corridor in front of him. When he walked to the end, a particularly strong aura instantly poured into the body of the god. This is the holy ancient spirit world? Xuanhuan looked at the world with curiosity. #C1493 Holy Spirit World. In the world of the holy ancient spirit. Xuanhuan used the teleportation gate to enter the holy ancient spirit realm, as if he had merged into it, and naturally he was not hindered in the slightest. He didn't feel the slightest depression either. At the beginning, when he first went to Yuanshan Tian, he immediately felt the lock of the will of heaven and earth, but in the holy ancient spirit world, he did not have this feeling. And as soon as he moved his mind, he could feel that the portal of teleportation followed him like a shadow, and he could break through the void anytime and anywhere, and return to Shenwu. Still unfamiliar with this world, Xuanhuan had to figure out the situation first. This world is very vast, so big that it's unimaginable. It's like being in one place within 33 days, even bigger than the week 33 days. Where does this world exist? Xuanhuan looked at the world. He was in a forest covered with dense mountains and lush trees. The rich aura turns into spiritual mist, all kinds of giant peaks, countless vegetation and giant trees, and even spiritual beasts. It looks like a fairyland at first glance. But speaking of mountains and forests, in Xuanhuan's perception, this continuous mountain range is like a galaxy, very huge, and there is a very strong spiritual energy between breaths. No matter what kind of breath, it is transformed from the original energy. It gives me the feeling that life is everywhere here. Even a stone can inspire spiritual wisdom and have its own wisdom. The holy ancient spirit world? This is a world that contains powerful life. Xuanhuan crossed in this mountain range. Boom! A large area suddenly shook, and he saw a mountain range that was standing still on the ground in front of his eyes, but it suddenly moved and moved on the ground. A mountain has its own intelligence, similar to the mountain giant in the god realm of absolute beginning? Xuanhuan watched the mountain move. Then, what is even more surprising is that the trees here also seem to have long legs, and their roots can be pulled up from the ground, and they can also move. More bird behemoths also moved in groups. This place is very different from what I thought. Xuanhuan explored very interestingly. It's really a treasure of geomantic omen. The aura is too strong. Even inanimate objects are more likely to give birth to their own spiritual wisdom. I think the reason is the aura here. Xuanhuan said. When he grasped it, a group of primitive spiritual energy seemed to have life in his palm, which made him even more amazed at the world here. Suddenly he stepped on a very hard piece of metal, which looked like a piece of gold iron the size of a fist. To his slight surprise, it was Gingjin Shintai. This kind of seventh gold divine iron is also very precious among divine artifacts. Just this fist-sized piece can be melted into the divine artifact, adding a sharper attribute. Can you step on the treasure while walking? Xuanhuan was surprised. He continued to walk in the vast mountains, searching with his tyrannical soul, and found many treasures scattered in the mountains. In a short time, he found hundreds of pieces. It's a little strange. There is no life in this wild place, but I can easily find so many treasures, which shows that the treasures only existed recently, otherwise they would have been taken away by others. Xuanhuan guessed. This holy ancient spirit world reveals weirdness everywhere. Rumble. Xuanhuan saw a more shocking scene. It is the mountains, and the trees are moving. This terrifying appearance is like the movement of the land plate. In this mountain range, even an ordinary mountain may have its own life. This terrifying appearance is like a galloping beast. I want to see what is so mysterious about this world. Xuanhuan suddenly soared up at this moment. The sky seemed to be infinitely high, but Xuanhuan knew it was limited. He almost reached the limit of the sky, and when he looked ahead, there was nothingness. In his eyes, the world is constantly changing, and it has evolved into a portal. This portal is the gate to leave the holy ancient spirit world. But inside the portal, there is an extremely terrifying force that seals it. It takes the combat power of the primitive gods to break through the gate and see the world beyond the heaven and earth. What kind of terrifying world is this? If you don't go to the original place, you won't be able to leave. Xuanhuan was surprised, and quickly calculated, no, it's not that this world doesn't allow people to leave, but that the outer world is too dangerous. Without the strength of the original gods, going outside will undoubtedly lead to death. Could it be that the outer world is the eternal road? In the entire universe, the most dangerous place is the eternal road. Although he has never been to the danger of the eternal road, he knows that the original gods can fall there, and it contains the supreme secret of eternal detachment. Throughout the ages, there are countless records, and no era can last forever. No matter how strong an existence is, it will die. Xuanhuan didn't know much about the deeper secrets, and only when he reached a higher level would he think about contacting them. And that's weird. The place where the holy ancient spirit world is connected is on the road of eternity, that is to say, this world is very likely to exist attached to the road of eternity. And judging from various traces, Xuanhuan can clearly conclude that this world is not naturally generated, and it is very likely that it was created by the strongest. To be able to open up a world here, the mana of this existence is simply unimaginable, and I am afraid that it is another existence comparable to the founder of the god realm. Now that Xuanhuan casts his mana, of course, he can easily break through the blockade of the portal and enter the road of eternity. But he didn't. If he really wants to enter the eternal road, he doesn't need to go here, he can just go from the original god realm. I already know the position of this world, and it is very likely that I opened up and attached myself to the eternal road. Xuanhuan returned to the mountain, thinking carefully. What I want to do is not to enter the eternal road from here, but to explore the value of the holy ancient spirit world, whether it is possible to explore the possibility of experience. Xuanhuan has a teleportation gate. This is a two-way transfer. Everyone who enters the holy ancient spirit world from Shenwu will have a return mark that belongs to his brand. If the value of this world is high, Xuanhuan can send people here to explore and find their own opportunities. Leave this mountain first, there must be many powerful cultivators in this world. Xuanhuan didn't stop, he was moving quickly. This mountain range is also very dangerous. There are too many powerful creatures. Sometimes things that seem to be calm actually contain extremely deadly killing intent. This is a heavenly poisonous ivy. Xuanhuan grabbed a million-long black vine with sharp thorns on his chest. It was ferocious and could easily pierce flesh and blood, inject toxin into his body, and turn it into pus. This poisonous vine has no eyes and wanted to restrain Xuanhuan, but he easily sealed it. Take it back, it will be of great effect. Xuanhuan saw that there were many strange beings in the holy ancient spirit world, which were hard to find outside, so he also moved his mind, and made repeated moves to seal them one by one. He didn't value the strength of these strange beings, but wanted to take them back and put them in the gods to study them carefully. There are countless treasures in the mountains, even in the entire holy ancient god realm. It seems that an invincible and stalwart existence has opened up the world passage, and brought the treasures here, so that the creatures in this world can get them. #C1494, The Strong Surrender. The holy ancient spirit world is boundless and huge. It is an extremely vast world, containing all kinds of mysteries. Xuanhuan is not moving fast. He is perceiving the world, which makes him feel that this is a world full of infinite life. Leave this mountain. After Xuanhuan walked out of this mountain forest, the world was cut off before his eyes, and what appeared was a boundless ocean, which exuded spiritual light and strong vitality. Heaven and Earth Spirit Sea? Xuanhuan said. He took a little bit of this sea water, carefully deduced it, his eyes flashed, and he was surprised that the aura contained in this sea water, if used to cultivate vegetation, would greatly accelerate the growth rate. And this spiritual energy can also greatly nourish the body and soul of a practitioner. If we use this kind of power to cultivate plants and trees, all plants and trees can be transformed into human beings. It's wonderful, really wonderful, a power of origin. Xuanhuan was surprised. The value of this kind of water is too high. It may not be very high if it is simple, but if the whole ocean is full of this kind of water, it is terrible. His soul senses. The sea is boundless, as if the whole world is shrouded in this ocean. Linghai. It's not naturally generated. It's hard to imagine how powerful it is to open up this kind of world, a world that contains spiritual life. At the level of Xuanhuan, you can open up worlds and universes at will, but you can never do this kind of wonder. His divine sense spread, overlooking the whole world, and he discovered that the mountain range he had visited before was at most a small island in this ocean. In the world of Saint Ancient Spirit, such islands are scattered everywhere. Don't worry about other things, it's best to plan out the map first to see if it's worth the development of the gods. Xuanhuan crossed the ocean. Linghai is very calm, without waves. Xuanhuan walked all the way. Although it is also devouring, there is no huge movement. After all, this kind of world will have extremely powerful energy. Suddenly, under the ocean, a black shadow emerged, jumped out of the sea, and when it devoured the aura substance, it also swallowed Xuanhuan along with it. A big fish. Xuanhuan's eyes moved. It was a big black fish, covered with dark scales. Its strength was comparable to the way of heaven. He cast the Great Soul technique, subdued the big black fish, controlled it as his mount, and wandered in the spiritual sea. There are so many strong people in this world. Xuanhuan outlined it with his fingers, and when the divine light gathered, it became a map, marking every place he walked. Boom! There was a vibration in the spiritual sea, and multiple strands of terrifying magic power converged in the void, colliding crazily. It was a match between peerless powerhouses and the power of primitive gods. There is more than one strong man fighting for the front. Well, I finally meet the real strong man in the holy ancient spirit world. Instead of being surprised, Xuanhuan was overjoyed. He controlled the big black fish to go in that direction. Stone Temple, you are not kind. This sea area is controlled by the Hall of All Souls. Your hands are stretched too far. I advise you to retreat, and don't trigger a big war. Covering the sky and blocking out the sun, there are many huge shadows in the sky, and their aura is crazily confronting each other. Boom boom boom. The sky and the earth shook, and there was a giant walking in the sky. His legs were as thick as pillars, and his whole body shone like a mountain. His strength was heavy and terrifying. He said in a thunderous voice, "The sea area you control is too big, and there are so many treasures. If you want to monopolize this place, you still can't do it. Stone God has a word, the years are eternal, and you have occupied it for long enough. It's time to redefine the sphere of influence." Stone Man. Because of the confrontation between these strong men, many strong men gathered. Xuanhuan looked at the giant. He turned out to be a stone man, as if he belonged to a race, which was very different from the mountain giant. Ipin Book Bar. The flowers, plants, trees, mountains, rocks, and wild animals in the holy ancient spirit realm can all give birth to spiritual wisdom. Xuanhuan said. He probably knew too. The stone temple, behind the stone man, wanted to expand its territory, and a conflict broke out. Your appetite is too big. Endless golden waves rolled, and a huge golden river that was longer than the towering river swept in, condensed into a man in golden clothes, and said with a sneer, "Be careful if you have too much appetite. If you can't swallow it, you will suffer. Then you don't need to worry about it." The stone man waved his hand, and a large number of stone temple powerhouses emitted murderous aura. He was not the only one, there were many such stone figures, and he was about to attack immediately. A gigantic beast flew over, and it was a giant bird with 9 heads. Each head could emit different power. Then fight them and repel the stone temple. The shocking battle is about to break out at any moment, and the two forces are not in harmony with each other, so they attack immediately. In the entire spiritual sea, the breath of the strong was strong, and they fought extremely fiercely. There are so many strong people in the holy ancient spirit world. Xuanhuan watched the battle from a distance, and there were actually 3 primitive gods in this conflict, hundreds of gods of heaven, and a large number of powerhouses under heaven. The level is very high. And he also knew that this was probably just a part of the power in the holy ancient spirit world. Very strange picture. Xuanhuan saw the formation of strong people on both sides. There were stone men, giant beasts, giant trees, and weapons that opened up their spiritual wisdom and mastered themselves. That god of heaven. Xuanhuan saw a strong man who shot out 9 strands of divine light, and said in surprise, "Primitive divine pill, Jiuqiao Tongxin pill, that is a god of heaven cultivated from a primitive divine pill. The holy ancient spirit world is so interesting." This conflict made him understand the holy ancient spirit world better. In the holy ancient spirit world, there are gods, demons, and monsters, and there are also dead things that give birth to spiritual wisdom. It should be due to the special aura in this world. Xuanhuan saw a stone man being defeated, and his whole body crumbled into broken stones. The tyrannical martial arts civilization exists in the Eternal Road, but it has never been heard of in the multiverse. Xuanhuan thought about it. While he was meditating, the sky suddenly changed, as if the portal was about to open. The space-time storm was circling, violently oscillating, and many objects appeared. This wave of treasures is coming soon. The battle on the Linghai Sea stopped temporarily. Xuanhuan also looked over abruptly. In the Saint Ancient Spirit realm, there seemed to be a terrifying power controlling everything, and a stalwart figure vaguely appeared. The power of this figure shook. The portal turned into a teleportation gate, and waves of treasures were evenly transported to the holy ancient spirit world under the storm of heaven and earth. Some penetrated into the depths of endless time and space, while others just floated on the surface of the sea. It's really weird. Xuanhuan Dao, so many treasures are not naturally attracted by heaven and earth, but someone is deliberately sending treasures to this world without any restrictions. It is clear that they are placed in front of you to let you take it freely. On the surface of the sea where Xuanhuan was, there were also many gods floating. He also knew why these two forces would fight. The more territory they occupy, the bigger the territory, and the more treasures will descend. #C1495 All things have spirit, spirit ancestor. Treasures in the sky rain down on all parts of the holy ancient spirit world. How powerful is it to do this? Xuanhuan did not go crazy to seize them. In his eyes, although there are many treasures, many of them are actually not worth his eyes. There is no need to spend a lot of effort to seize them, but let more powerful people pay attention to him. He just maintained a small devouring field. Suddenly, a divine light flashed in his eyes, and he grabbed a piece of sacred stone about 1 foot long into his hand, and with a firm grip, it withstood his strength without shattering. You must know that Xuanhuan's power is stronger than that of ordinary primitive gods. This is the eternal divine stone. Xuanhuan knew that this kind of divine stone can only exist on the road of eternity, and it needs a breath of eternal vitality to condense, which is extremely strong and immortal. Ordinary primitive gods can't break it at all. This kind of sacred stone is very precious, and can be used to arrange various large formations and build various shrines. It is said that in the heaven of the gods, the temple of the gods built by the founder of the god realm was built with the eternal god stone. The amount of materials used is simply outrageous. There is also the eternal god stone. Xuanhuan saw that the dumplings were falling down, and there were some eternal god stones mixed in, so he absorbed them with the power of devouring. Bold, this place is under the jurisdiction of the Lord of the Three Islands, who dares to take it? But at this moment, there was a shout, and 3 spiritual lights flashed at the same time, and 3 people appeared. One of these 3 people is an old man, one is a middle-aged man, and the other is a woman in palace attire, all of whom are at the 5th realm of the heavenly Tao. When they saw that Xuanhuan was trying to snatch the eternal god stone, they immediately stopped them. As soon as the power of these 3 people came out, there were 3 strands of spiritual light immediately, forming a spiritual formation. But their strength hit Xuanhuan like sinking into the sea, and it didn't have any effect. Our power has no effect on him. The middle-aged man's face immediately turned ugly. Who is this man? Why have I never seen him before, and he doesn't have the breath of a primitive god, and he is here, we can't get any of these precious treasures. The old man dared to do it because Xuanhuan did not exude a primitive aura. Try his strength again. The woman's eyes fluttered. However, just as she finished speaking, an extremely powerful hand from above suddenly descended to control everything. The woman let out a scream, and her whole body collapsed. After she collapsed, her body turned into a river. Spiritual wisdom born from a spiritual river. No matter how twisted and changed the water flow was, it was swept away by Xuanhuan's palm and sealed in a small space. Rue Yao. The old man and the middle-aged man were also startled. Rue Yao was sealed by this person in an instant. Don't run away either. Xuanhuan's peerless power swept across, and his palm turned into a galaxy universe. The old man and middle-aged man wanted to escape, but they were subdued by Xuanhuan in just an instant. Are you going to kill us and take our spiritual power? Xuanhuan's invincible power shocked the 3 of them into fear and remorse in their hearts. This is what kind of terrifying existence they encountered. Soul control. Xuanhuan looked at them without any fuss, and actually cast the Great Soul technique directly to forcefully control their souls without giving them room to maneuver. Feeling the invasion of the Great Soul technique, the 3 of them were frightened, and they had a strong premonition. If he forcibly prevents the Great Soul technique from controlling them, they will completely collapse and die without a place to bury them. Is it for dignity or for life? At the last moment, they chose life. Their knowledge also made Xuanhuan nod his head. The soul was controlled, and he grabbed 3 soul seals, which were the things that controlled their life and death. As long as they were crushed, the whole person would explode. It is rumored that the terrifying soul ancestor of the multiverse can not only control the soul with his Great Soul technique, but also control the consciousness of destiny. That is to say, even if you collapse your soul and die to survive, the resurrected god body will still be controlled by his soul. Xuanhuan said. He is still unable to control the destiny consciousness with the Great Soul technique. 27 KK. Grown-ups. The 3 old men, after being controlled by Xuanhuan, also admitted their failure and obediently stood aside. This old man. Xuanhuan tried his best to investigate him. This old man is not a flower, a tree, or some strange thing that gave birth to intelligence, but a human being, but the mana in his body is a kind of spiritual power, which is different from the human race in the multiverse. His core is not a soul, but a spirit crystal. The power of the spirit crystal fluctuates strongly, like a star, blazing extremely bright divine light, where his soul resides. Different cultivation systems create different bodies and different strengths. Xuanhuan said to himself. He knew it well. For example, in the Age of Immortals he knew a little bit. He also practiced the method of protecting the body of the nascent soul. A woman is a spiritual river that gives birth to spiritual wisdom. The middle-aged man is a beast. But this fierce beast is also very different from the monster beasts in the multiverse. What he prepared is a spirit beast. Spirit man, spirit river, spirit beast. In the world of holy ancient spirits, everything has animism. Who is the strongest person in the holy ancient spirit world? Xuanhuan asked. My lord possesses such astonishing strength, and you don't even know this? Middle-aged men are strange. Your Excellency is not a strong person in the holy ancient spirit world. The old man suddenly realized that he was called Wu Hai. I am not from the holy ancient spirit realm. Being controlled by his soul, Xuanhuan has nothing to hide. No wonder. The old man Wu Hai's face was bitter, regretting that he had offended this evil god, but the matter has come to this point, regretting is useless. He said honestly, occasionally, there are strong men from outside the sky in the world of holy ancient spirits, but every strong man from outside the sky is very powerful, and they are all primitive gods. Outside the world of the holy ancient spirit is the eternal road, and the only ones who can enter are the original gods. And this world is open and does not exclude others from entering. You guys know about Tianwei. Xuanhuan said. It's a bit clear, but we haven't gone out before. We only know that the outside is extremely dangerous. If we don't get to the primordial god, we won't be able to get out at all. Wu Hai said obediently. My lord, the strongest person in the holy ancient spirit realm is the spirit ancestor. It is the spirit ancestor who opened up the holy ancient spirit realm. When a chance comes, every once in a while, there will be a lot of treasures in the spirit realm for us to cultivate. The woman Rui Yao rushed to answer. Spiritual ancestor bestows treasure. When Xuanhuan heard this answer, he understood everything. The holy ancient spirit world was created by the peerless powerhouse spirit ancestor. This is the world belonging to the ancestors, and the ancestors should be wandering on the road of eternity, looking for opportunities for immortality and eternity. As for the descending of the endless magic treasure, it is better to understand. These treasures are not important to Lingzhu, just like when Xuanhuan wandered through the heavens, all the things he got would be put in the god dynasty for his people to cultivate. The reason is the same. The spirit ancestor gave these treasures to the spirit world, which is also to strengthen the strength of the spirit ancestor. Mark your understanding of the holy ancient spirit world as a mark. If you do a good job, I will reward you. Xuanhuan said. #C1496 Spiritual World. The holy ancient spirit world is as strong as the cloud, the stone god, the lord of all spirits, the holy ancient spirit tree. Xuanhuan glanced at the situation in this world, and he was also very moved. It deserves to be a powerful plane in the eternal road. That spirit ancestor is also an existence that shocks the past and the present. The eternal road is the most mysterious place, and Xuanhuan also knows something about it. It is said that there is an existence here before the ancient era, but because of some special reasons, they can't seem to get off the eternal path. Let's go to the Holy Ghost Tree. Boom! Xuanhuan pierced the clouds with lightning, and took the three strong men to the holy ancient spirit tree. A fabulous scene, magnificent. Even though Xuanhuan was well informed, he was shocked when he saw this scene. This is the holy ancient spirit tree. He looked at it from a distance. This is not a tree, it is simply a plane, a huge universe, and the infinitely huge branches and leaves of the ancient tree spread like light years, forming a huge plane. What hangs on that branch is not fruit, but small universes. A city can be built on every leaf. The holy light is bright and magnificent. Surrounding the St. Guling tree, there are more descendants of it. Although not as powerful as it, they also spread and build planes. This is a peerless powerhouse. Xuanhuan sensed. He knew that the holy ancient spirit tree also had its own life, and it gave birth to a powerful consciousness. It was a primitive god, and it was also the peak primitive god, second only to God. He had seen the divine tree of absolute beginning before. Compared with him, the divine tree of absolute beginning is like the comparison between a small sapling and a towering tree. Magnificent and boundless. This is Xuanhuan's first impression. My lord, the holy ancient spirit tree can be called the most powerful under the spirit ancestors. It exists too old, but the holy ancient spirit tree is kind, it is very tolerant, but those who enter its spiritual domain must not make trouble. Wu Hai said from the side. Incomparably many strong people. Xuanhuan saw that countless strong men of all kinds had entered the holy ancient spirit tree. Let's go to Spirit Tree City. Xuanhuan entered Lingshu City. This is the most magnificent giant city in the Spirit Tree area, gathering a large number of powerful people. The world of spiritual practice has opened up different cultivation systems. Xuanhuan's observation inspired him a lot. He came here not to seize anything, but to watch all kinds of miracles, reflect his original divine way, and comprehend his originality. My lord, the spirit ancestor opened the gate of the spirit world recently, and descended a lot of treasures. Here, as long as you have enough wealth, you can exchange them. Spirit Tree City is also the largest trading place in the holy ancient spirit world. Na Ruiyao said. The holy ancient spirit tree suppresses a world, it is very safe here, and no one dares to make trouble here. Alright, I have a lot of artifacts in my hand, go and replace me with artifacts. Xuanhuan took out a large number of artifacts, and asked Wu Yin and the others to replace them with artifacts of more than half a day. There are many fetishes, but there are not many powerful refiners, which makes him a little helpless. Ruiyao and the others went to work, and soon exchanged a large number of artifacts for Xuanhuan, saying, the ancestor of the Lingding cauldron is the #1 artifact in the holy ancient spirit world. Ding Patriarch's greatest hobby is to refine artifacts. As long as you send the artifacts to Lingding City, they will be made for you. This is the practice method of Lingding Patriarch. Wu Hai added, Lingding Patriarch is not stingy with his refining skills. If you want to practice, everyone can go to Lingding City. He will publish his insights. You will also teach skills every once in a while. As for how much you can comprehend, it depends on your comprehension. It's really a unique place, let's go to Lingding City, to have a look. Xuanhuan said. My lord, are you leaving the holy ancient spirit tree so soon? Wu Hai was taken aback. You don't need to ask that much. Xuanhuan didn't have to stay long when he came to the holy ancient spirit world. He crossed the endless distance and soon arrived at Lingding City. He saw a hot breath in Lingding City, and there was a huge cauldron in the city, which was the body of the ancestor of Lingding, emitting the breath of flames all the time. There are infinite materials in the spirit cauldron, with ups and downs, each piece of tyrannical artifact is refined out batch after batch. Outside the city, there are many small towns where countless strong men are learning from the ancestor of Lingding. Thousands of things in one thought. A smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face. The ancestor of Lingding did not refuse others to learn from him, and Shenwu is short of powerful master craftsmen. Can we send a group of people here to learn skills? He came here to see Lingding City. The situation satisfies him. Perhaps his plan can be carried out. There is also an alchemy city in the holy ancient god realm, which is the ancestor of spirit pills. It is best at refining all kinds of pills, but it takes a lot of money to invite him to refine alchemy. Careful Ruiyao discovered that this lord is very interested in various situations in the world of St. Guling. In terms of Dan Dao, Xuanhuan lost interest. If he wanted to cultivate a powerful alchemist, he might as well promote the Taidan furnace to the heavenly Tao artifact as soon as possible. My lord, there are two holy places in the holy ancient spirit world. One is the holy ancient spirit hall, which is left by the ancestors, but without the call of the ancestors, ordinary people cannot step into the holy ancient spirit hall. That is our most sacred place, can communicate with the spirit ancestor who is in the outer space. Wu Hai has the utmost reverence for the ancestors. There is another place that is not a strong man in my holy ancient spirit world. It is left by outsiders, and it is called the Palace of Longevity. The Palace of Longevity. Qu Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed sharply. Speak. We don't know the Chongqing Emperor's palace very well. It is a forbidden place. It is said that it was left by a friend of Lingzhu. I don't know when it was left. Wu Hai said, by the way, it seems to be an ancient existence called the Great Emperor of Eternal Life. Eternal Green, Eternal Life. Rui Yao added. Eternal Green, Immortal. In Qu Yuan's soul, a person suddenly appeared. That person is Emperor Aoki Chongqing. Emperor Aoki Chongqing is an opponent of his Xuanhuan. Qu Yuan had long felt that he was a little weird and mysterious. After he ruled the Xuanhuan, the Emperor Qingmu Chongqing did not die and left. He still remembered the last words that Emperor Aoki Chongqing said to him before leaving. He said they would see each other in the multiverse. This sentence reveals the mystery. But Qu Yuan didn't pay much attention to it at that time. Now, when he heard that Wu Hai mentioned the Emperor Chongqing again, he suddenly remembered that the Emperor Aoki Chongqing did reveal a very strange thing. The word longevity is not something ordinary people can use, but if you can become a friend of the Lingzhu, then the Emperor Chongqing must also be on the same level as the Lingzhu, but whether it is him or not, I can go and see. Qu Yuan has no interest in the holy ancient spirit hall, but is very interested in the longevity empire. Let's go to the Emperor's palace. Qu Yuan immediately went to the Chongqing Emperor's palace. #C1497 Evergreen, Immortal. The Palace of Longevity is majestic and ancient. This empire is not left here for people to look up and explore, but it is likely to be a follower of the Emperor Chongqing, who stayed here. Evergreen, Immortal. He left behind the mystery of immortality. After seeing the Imperial Palace, Qu Yuan immediately began to run the Endless Origin, and immediately felt a familiar aura in that Imperial prestige. This breath is very weak, so weak that it is difficult to detect, but it really belongs to Emperor Qingmu Chongqing. It really is him. Qu Yuan Dao, the origin of this emperor is bigger than he thought, and it is very likely that it exists in the Eternal Road, so he speculated, leaving an emperor palace in the holy ancient spirit world may be the aftermath he planted for immortality, and he in Shenwu Tian may just be his soul incarnation. No matter what the purpose is, it is for eternal detachment. He verified his guess. The entire Saint Ancient Spirit realm is vast, but Qu Yuan has already been to several areas of great value. He is not interested in looking at other areas. I will leave the holy ancient spirit realm. In the future, those who hold this imperial decree will be my people. You need to provide them with convenience. Qu Yuan didn't intend to stay. This time, he left the three of Wu Hai here, and when he returned to the Shen dynasty, he planned to send a group of capable people to experience in this world. My lord, I'm leaving now. Wu Hai was also taken aback. Good. Qu Yuan has a teleportation gate, he can come and leave whenever he wants. In the severe situation facing the divine dynasty, he, the emperor, must sit in command at all times and cannot allow the slightest slack. Boom. But as soon as he finished speaking, the door of the holy ancient spirit world opened again. It was the spirit ancestor, and the delivery of treasures began again, and a large number of treasures fell in like raindrops. In the holy ancient spirit world, the ancestors of the spirits will send treasures at irregular intervals. The purpose of the ancestors of the spirits is to hope that we can become the original gods as much as possible. Wu Hai was excited. Only Yuan has the qualification to lead the spirit world. The reason why this world is so powerful is that Lingzhu spared no effort to send all the treasures in. If you are not primitive, you will die after the end of an era. Only the primitive can resist the storm. Rui Yao said. Hearing this, Chu Yuan nodded slightly. The road to eternity is too dangerous. There will be turbulent storms, sometimes all the worlds will be destroyed, and only the primitive gods have the possibility of survival. Chu Yuan was also watching this wave of Jibao spraying. That artifact. Halfway through the release, a fierce force shot straight into the sky, with a radius of 10,000 miles, and everything close to it was directly shattered into fly ash. This is a sword with a murderous intent. Chu Yuan immediately felt a terrifying mood of killing gods, killing demons, and killing heaven. The Heaven Punisher. Chu Yuan had never heard of the name of Emperor Zhu Tian, but he got some information after feeling the sword intent. This is an extremely terrifying, primitive artifact of the Lord. Chu Yuan looked at it. This sword is powerful and has no other special attributes. It just kills and kills all those who stand in the way. Just when Chu Yuan wanted to seize it. This is the heaven-punishing sword of Emperor Zhu Tian. The Lingzhu unexpectedly obtained such a divine object and sent it into the spirit world. This divine sword belongs to me. I want to integrate it into my divine weapon body. A tyrannical force soared into the sky, and a figure suddenly flew out. He grabbed it with a big hand, and the primitive power was astonishing, and he was about to take the artifact into his pocket. That is the Golden Sword Emperor, the original god, and his body is a primitive artifact. Wu Hai shouted. The Golden Sword King instantly arrived in front of the heaven-punishing sword, and his golden and iron-like palm was already grasped. The murderous aura suddenly shot up into the sky, and the power to kill everything rushed violently. Resist. The Golden Sword Emperor's divine body was trembling, making a buzzing sound, and after holding on for a dozen breaths, he trembled suddenly, let go of the hand he was holding, and retreated to the side. What a terrifying power to kill heaven! Jin Jianhuang's face turned pale. That heaven-killing force directly impacted his soul and annihilated his spiritual consciousness. If he didn't let go in time, his spirituality would be greatly damaged. A single sword can cause such heavenly power. One can imagine that the strength of this heaven-punching emperor is too terrifying. Haha, this sword of the Golden Sword Emperor has nothing to do with you. You can't resist the power of killing the sky, don't think about it. Another strong man descended. This is a man, he exudes the light of emerald jade, not a body of flesh and blood. Emerald Emperor. Wu Hai introduced. The Emerald Emperor's body is a piece of psychic ancient jade, with a strong spiritual sense, and obeys the orders of the Stone God. Stone God is the Holy Spirit in the stone, the top powerhouse in the holy ancient spirit world. I can't take it, but you can? Golden Sword Emperor said coldly. Certainly. The Emerald Emperor laughed. He stretched out his jade-like palm and grabbed the heaven-punishing sword, saying, "What I am good at is spiritual consciousness. To obtain the heaven-punishing sword, you only need to rely on your divine body, and you must be able to counter its heaven-punishing power. Cha-cha, I can do it." He is very confident. Emerald jade light burst out. But his expression changed. Emperor Zhu Tian's sword was bursting with immeasurable divine power, his body trembled, but he was unwilling to rest assured. After holding on for dozens of breaths, click, click, the jade body was about to be shattered. Emerald-like liquid, this is his blood, emerged from the crack in the god's body. Don't hold on any more, you won't be able to take it away. Golden Sword Emperor said. Humph. The Emerald Emperor was not reconciled and said, I can conquer this wave of heaven-killing power if I resist it. Golden Sword Emperor, you are not as good as me in terms of willpower. He persisted. The divine sword is not under his control, and it bursts out with stronger power, cutting out the power to kill the sky. The Jade Emperor's divine body was immediately chopped off, and he let out a muffled groan. With my strength, I can't subdue the heaven-punishing sword, which is too ridiculous. Haha, it seems none of us can take it away. The Golden Sword Emperor laughed. At this time, the Tianju sword was floating upright in the air, with the blade pointing upwards, and around it was a taboo area. I can't take it, but the stone god can. When he comes, the heaven-punishing sword will belong to my stone temple. The Emerald Emperor countered. What is the use of this sword in your stone temple? This thing must fall into the hands of the Lingding Patriarch. The Lingding Patriarch is an expert in handling weapons. I have already notified the Lingding Patriarch that he will come soon. The heaven-punishing sword is too powerful, but ordinary masters are not qualified to take it. Two tyrannical auras are rapidly sweeping in from two directions. I am also very interested in this sword. Xuanhuan looked at the sword, and suddenly came to Zhu Tian's sword. Immediately, the killing intent of the Zhu Tian sword erupted, and the cold sword moved in an instant, piercing the sky and breaking the earth. Aroused by Xuanhuan's godless might, he even slashed at him directly. In Xuanhuan's eyes, the divine sword Qi was condensed into a towering figure. He broke the sky with his sword, and it was the road to eternity to break through. Xuanhuan took a step forward without fear. Please indicate the source. Please remember the first domain name of this book. Tangsan Chinese website, mobile version reading URL.